10 years have passed since Wang Chufeng traversed into this world. From a naive traveler to a true disciple of the Tianjin Peak, he has poured all his gratitude into the man named Xiao Yi. Each utterance of master consumed every ounce of his reverence, every vial of elixir bestowed upon him, and every seemingly stern, yet genuinely caring piece of guidance from Xiao Yi has shaped his journey. Even the rare glimmers of approval directed solely at him sustained him in this harsh and unfamiliar realm of cultivation, serving as the solitary beacon of hope in his struggles. They were akin to honey, layered upon the blade of trust. Yet, this poisoned blade now hovered ominously above his dantian, glinting with a chilling light, poised to strike. Chapter 1. A master's lack of compassion, a disciple's betrayal. Not far in front of him, the subtle, suppressed sounds of breath grew heavy and frantic. Xiao Yi rose, his face contorted with an exhilarating, suppressed glee. He approached step by step, his footfalls echoing in the silence, thick and sluggish, reminiscent of treading upon a decaying coffin. My dear disciple, your talent truly reflects the merit of my teachings. In just 10 short years, you have formed your golden core. Truly, heaven has favored me. His raspy whispers carried a primal greed akin to a beast savoring its prey, shattering the stillness. This voice, so distinct from the dignified yet benevolent master Wang Chufeng remembered, stripped away all pretense, revealing a core of abhorrent desire. After 10 years of nurturing, you have finally yielded this fruit. My disciple, your wuxiang sword body and this golden core are the celestial ladder for me to ascend the path of transformation. Do not blame your master. The voice drew nearer, almost breathlessly against Wang Chufeng's nape, imbued with a warm, sickening scent. It was here, in this very moment. A suffocating pressure descended, akin to an invisible mountain crashing down upon him. Wang Chufeng's bones groaned under the unbearable weight, his entire being incapable of mobilizing even a shred of spiritual energy. This was the full power suppression of a late-stage nascent soul master, sufficient to plunge any golden core cultivator into despair as if falling into an abyss. Then came the cold touch, sharp and metallic, a chilling harbinger of death, pressing precisely against the location of his dantian's qi. The golden core, newly formed and brimming with all his foundational essence and vitality, pulsed just beneath this thin layer of flesh. The dagger's tip had already pierced through the fabric of his robe. A mere inch further would breach skin. The terror of impending death washed over Wang Chufeng like an icy tide, drowning his consciousness in an instant. At this critical juncture, a cold mechanical voice erupted deep within his awareness. Ding! A fatal threat to the host has been detected. Conditions for activating the fortune system have been met. Current fortune points, 556. According to the system's ultimate protection protocol, due to the host facing a fatal threat, you may choose to expend all fortune points for a desperate counterattack. However, if fortune points reach 0 and are not replenished within 3 days, the host will also be erased by the system. Do you confirm? Confirm. Wang Chufeng's silent scream ignited within his consciousness like a volcanic eruption. Confirmation executed. Fortune points expended, 556. Remaining fortune points, 0. Desperate counterattack. Target locked. Late-stage nascent soul master. Xiao Yi's smiling visage suddenly froze. He sensed an overwhelming danger, but before he could react, zzz. His body, along with the nascent soul within, was pierced by an unfamiliar energy, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wang Chufeng, pale-faced, gazed at the fallen Xiao Yi, gasping for breath. Ding! Host has slain a late-stage nascent soul master. However, due to the activation of the ultimate protection protocol, the fortune points of the slain target, Xiao Yi, cannot be plundered. Host plundered fortune points, 0. Current fortune points, 0. The system is about to erase you. Please expedite the plundering of fortune points. Countdown. 3 days. System task issued. Task 1. Win over Murong Xue. Reward. 150 fortune points from Xiao Yi. Though Xiao Yi is dead, a portion of his fortune transfers to his spouse, Murong Xue. Completion reward. Skill gaze into heaven and foresee the earth. Can expend corresponding fortune points to glimpse past events. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chufeng felt a headache coming on. That old, unyielding Xiao Yi. In a fit of anger, he kicked the corpse on the ground. He promptly stored Xiao Yi's body in his storage ring and exited the dark chamber. Upon emerging, he made his way toward his residence, encountering his master's wife, Murong Xue, along the way. Murong Xue, a late-stage golden core cultivator, donned a deep crimson robe, her dark hair loosely styled into a cloud bun, her neck fair as porcelain. Disciple Wang Chufeng, greetings to master's wife. Wang Chufeng was uncertain whether Murong Xue was aware of Xiao Yi's intentions regarding his golden core, so he feigned ignorance. Murong Xue smiled slightly. Chufeng, have you seen your master? He mentioned this morning that he would seek you out, but has yet to return. Master? Master said he had urgent matters outside the sect, and might be gone for a considerable time. He specifically instructed me to take care of you and my junior sister upon his departure. Wang Chufeng could hardly confess that the old fellow was now. Murong Xue nodded slightly. Thank you for your efforts. The Tianjin Peak is sparsely populated, and your master is usually reluctant to accept disciples. Currently, only you and Xianxian are disciples at Tianjin Peak. As for your senior sister, Lu Yi, she has been out for over a decade and has yet to return. Wang Chufeng mused. Senior sister Lu Yi is likely already regarded as a resource for enhancing Xiao Yi's cultivation. While contemplating, he hurriedly replied, when senior sister returns, I will ensure she makes amends to master's wife. Murong Xue said nothing further, inviting Wang Chufeng to dine together before departing. Returning to his residence, Wang Chufeng gathered his thoughts and opened the system panel to review the system introduction. Fortune system, capable of plundering fortune. Completing system-issued tasks allows for the accumulation of fortune points. Note, for each 100 fortune points consumed at the golden core stage, one can break through a minor realm. At the nascent soul stage, 200 points for a minor breakthrough, and at the transformation stage, 300 points, and so forth. The higher the accumulation of fortune points, the greater the likelihood of cultivation advancement and seizing opportunities. Accumulating fortune points to the first milestone of 2,000 grants one a chance for a system lottery. Fortune points can also be exchanged for items in the system store. Wang Chufeng stroked his chin, murmuring, Master, though you lack compassion, I must not act unjustly as your disciple. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Master's wife. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Wang Chufeng organized his thoughts, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and headed toward the main hall of Tianjin Peak. Upon his arrival, Murong Xue and junior sister Xiao Qianqian had been waiting for some time. Chufeng, hurry. We've been waiting for you. Murong Xue beckoned him. As Wang Chufeng took his seat, he was about to apologize to master's wife. Please forgive me. Xiao Qianqian interrupted him, glaring as she complained. How can you dare be late when my mother invited you to dine? I really don't understand what father sees in you. You are truly far inferior to senior brother Zhao Qian from Tianjin Peak. Murong Xue slammed the table in frustration. Qianqian, how can you speak to your senior brother like that? Such a lack of manners. Before Xiao Qianqian could retort, Murong Xue urged Wang Chufeng not to be formal. Seeing her stance, Xiao Qianqian huffed, lowered her head, and resumed her meal. The three dined in an odd atmosphere, and after Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian bid farewell, they left the main hall together, with Xiao Qianqian pouting and ignoring Wang Chufeng. On their way out, outside the main hall, watching Xiao Qianqian's departing figure, Wang Chufeng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Time was slipping away. Only 3 days remained, and it seemed imperative to act swiftly. Chapter 2, A Dose of Deceit. 3 days. Merely 3 days. The fortune points residing within Murong Xue were his last hope. But how could he win her favor? In a span of just over 2 days, how could one possibly elicit affection from a traditionally minded master? It felt like an insurmountable challenge. Wang Chufeng returned to his secluded abode nestled halfway up the Tianjin Peak. He paced the stone chamber like a trapped beast, his mind swirling with countless narrative tropes from novels he had read before his arrival in this world. Time breeds affection. No time for that. A hero saving a beauty? Where to find the opportunity? Catering to her tastes? I don't even know what she likes. Being candid, should I confess to her that I killed her husband? That would be suicidal. Anxiety coiled around his heart like a poisonous vine, tightening its grip. A most direct thought, one that aligned with certain narrative conventions, erupted uncontrollably within him. To cook raw rice into cooked rice, cook raw rice into cooked rice. He muttered to himself, his gaze oscillating between struggle and resolve. The clash between morality and the will to survive raged fiercely, with the latter ultimately triumphing decisively over the former. As long as it becomes a fact, there will be ties. Over time, surely feelings can develop. He attempted to convince himself, his voice hoarse and dry. Xiao Yi, you were unkind. Forgive me, dear master. I have no other choice. The last flicker of hesitation in his eyes was replaced by determination. With a thought, Xiao Yi's lifeless body was summoned from the storage ring. Crashing heavily onto the cold stone floor with a muted thud, he swiftly rummaged through Xiao Yi's corpse. The storage rings of Yuanian cultivators typically bore powerful soul imprints, and forcibly breaking them would provoke severe repercussions. But Xiao Yi was dead, his soul completely dissipated, rendering the imprint akin to a forsaken object. Wang Chufeng effortlessly erased it with his divine sense, unlocking the space within the ring. Inside the ring lay a myriad of treasures, yet Wang Chufeng was indifferent to them. His singular aim was the elixir. He frantically searched among the vials and jars. As the peak master, Xiao Yi had amassed an extensive collection of pills, each with varying effects, healing, longevity, breakthrough, until his fingers brushed against a jade vial, warm to the touch, exuding an oddly alluring pink hue. Blood charm pill. Wang Chufeng's pupils constricted, his breath quickening. This was it. He surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath, and began to prepare his props. He retrieved a small jar of his cherished jade spirit brew, uncorked it, and without hesitation, dropped a deep red blood charm pill into it, releasing a rich, sweet aroma. The pill dissolved instantly, its pink mist swirling momentarily in the amber liquid before completely merging, leaving only the fragrance of the brew, perfectly masking any lingering sweetness. He meticulously prepared several exquisite spiritual delicacies, placing them in a food box. The next afternoon, under the warm sunlight, Wang Chufeng carried the food box and the jar of jade spirit brew back to the main hall. Master, I am Wang Chufeng, requesting an audience. The hall doors opened silently, revealing Murong Xue behind them. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant dark red robe, her hair casually tied up, devoid of makeup. Upon seeing Wang Chufeng and the items he held, she paused slightly. Chufeng, what is this? Master, Wang Chufeng respectfully bowed, his tone imbued with concern. With our master absent, I should serve you diligently. I specifically sought some light spiritual delicacies and a jar of jade spirit brew to share. His words were earnest, his gaze sincere. Murong Xue regarded the exquisite food box and the jar emitting an enticing aroma, then met his genuine eyes. She sighed softly, stepping aside. You are thoughtful. Please, come in. Wang Chufeng swiftly arranged the dishes, then respectfully poured a cup of the specially prepared jade spirit brew for Murong Xue. Master, please enjoy. Wang Chufeng stood to the side, hands clasped. Murong Xue lifted the cup, gazing at the amber liquid, and gently remarked. Chufeng, you should sit as well and keep me company. Yes, Wang Chufeng complied, yet his heart raced, his gaze fixated on the cup in Murong Xue's hand. Murong Xue, oblivious to any anomaly, parted her lips slightly and slowly drank the brew. The liquid was crisp and carried a touch of ethereal warmth, sliding smoothly down her throat, initially bringing a sense of comfort that alleviated her fatigue from the past few days. This brew is indeed delightful, warm, and mellow. Murong Xue set down the empty cup, a rare, faint smile gracing her face, signaling Wang Chufeng to refill. His heart raced, yet he maintained a composed facade, dutifully pouring once more. Watching Murong Xue drink half the cup again, a weight lifted from his chest. It worked. Time passed slowly. Yet, as the effects of the brew took hold, she gradually sensed something amiss. A wave of indescribable heat surged within her, akin to a wildfire igniting, rapidly engulfing her limbs and core. Her breath quickened uncontrollably, her pale cheeks blooming with an alluring flush, reminiscent of ripe peaches. Her gaze grew hazy, glistening with a sheen that added an enticing allure to her typically dignified countenance. Murong Xue's eyes widened in shock. They filled with horror and disbelief. She attempted to channel her golden core energy to suppress the invasive heat, but it only fueled the flames, intensifying the overwhelming sensation. This brew. She suddenly raised her head, glaring at Wang Chufeng, her eyes a tempest of fury and astonishment. What have you put in the brew? Wang Chufeng realized the effects had fully manifested. He observed the typically composed Murong Xue, now with flushed cheeks and glimmering eyes, feeling parched and restless. Yet he forced down his own turmoil, displaying just the right amount of surprise and concern. Master, what troubles you? Is the brew not to your liking? He feigned concern, moving as if to assist her. Stay away. You must know Xiao Yi's intentions for taking you as a disciple. Are you seeking revenge? I have always advised him against this. Murong Xue shrieked, attempting to retreat, but her body felt feeble and unresponsive, causing her to stumble forward. Wang Chufeng, hearing her words, realized she had been aware of Xiao Yi's treachery from the beginning, and his initial guilt evaporated. He swiftly caught her soft, swaying body in his arms. Master, you seem unwell. Let me assist you to rest. His voice carried an irresistible authority as he tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Let go of me. Traitor. Xiao Yi will not spare you. Murong Xue, filled with embarrassment and rage, felt tears welling up. Her struggles and curses, at that moment, only served to fuel Wang Chufeng's resolve. Master, I too am left with no choice. You know Xiao Yi seeks to harm me. It is hardly my fault. Wang Chufeng hoisted the dazed Murong Xue into his arms and strode toward the secluded chamber connected to the Peak Master's quarters. Time passed in a blur until Murong Xue finally opened her eyes, bewildered. The first thing she saw was the opulent canopy of the Peak Master's tranquil chamber. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence of the chamber. Beast! Wang Chufeng, what have you done? I will kill you. She seized a jade pillow from beside her and hurled it fiercely at Wang Chufeng, who had just sat up. Wang Chufeng effortlessly caught the jade pillow with a calm, yet icy gaze. Auntie, I haven't done anything. His voice was remarkably composed, even laced with an undercurrent of cruel warning. You would do well to lower your voice if others overhear. the scandal of Tianjin Peak may well become known throughout the entire Xiantian sword sect. Murong Xue's sobs abruptly faltered, and she raised her tear-streaked face in disbelief. Wang Chufeng leaned closer to her ear, his voice lowered to a near whisper, yet it resonated with the sinister undertones of a devil's whisper, each word piercing her heart. The esteemed wife of the Peak Master, sharing a room with your own direct disciple while your husband is away? He paused deliberately, relishing the instant pallor that washed over Murong Xue's face and the deepening terror in her eyes. You have no regard for your reputation. What of Sister Xiao? How will she establish herself within the sect? What will happen if Master or rather, Peak Master Xiao returns and finds out? Murong Xue felt as though struck by lightning, her body trembling violently. The overwhelming hatred she harbored was firmly suppressed by an immense fear. She bit her lip hard, her eyes fixed on Wang Chufeng, yet she could not utter a single word. Wang Chufeng extended his hand, adopting the demeanor of a victor as he gently brushed his fingers across Murong Xue's cold, tear-stained cheek. His tone deliberately softened. Auntie, we do not know when Peak Master Xiao will return. Someone must support Tianjin Peak. The disciple will take good care of you in Master's stead. Murong Xue abruptly turned her head away, evading his touch. Ding. Task completion progress 1/3. Can plunder Xiao Yi's fortune points. 50 points. Would you like to proceed with the plunder? Yes. Wang Chufeng immediately consented. Current fortune points, 50. Crisis averted. The system's notification echoed in Wang Chufeng's mind. A wave of relief surged within him, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Old Xiao, considering you can still provide me with fortune points even in death, I shall take good care of Auntie. He had survived. As for the future, Wang Chufeng had all the time in the world to gradually cultivate this Auntie's affection. Chapter 3. The new task issued for the next 3 days, Wang Chufeng became a frequent visitor to the Peak Master's hall. Each morning, he arrived bearing nourishing concoctions of spiritual herbs, and in the afternoon, he presented rare spiritual fruits. As night approached, he would even inquire with genuine concern whether Murong Xue required calming incense. Each time he crossed the threshold of the hall, it felt akin to a silent invasion. His gaze was imbued with scrutiny and dominion, unreservedly fixated on Murong Xue, as if he were admiring a treasure that belonged solely to him. On the first day, there was no response. He sat at the lower seat, observing Murong Xue, who was lost in thought, staring blankly at the sea of clouds outside the hall, while the system panel remained utterly silent. The second day unfolded with the same stagnant atmosphere. He deliberately broached the topic of Xiao Qianqian's training progress, to which Murong Xue merely stiffened imperceptibly, yet remained mute. Unbeknownst to Wang Chufeng, after his departure, the expression in Murong Xue's eyes as she gazed at his retreating figure bore a trace of relief. On the third day, just as Wang Chufeng's patience began to wane, and anxiety gnawed at his reason, a mechanical voice rang out. Ding. Progress in conquering Murong Xue, 23. You may plunder 50 fortune points. Do you wish to proceed? The cold, mechanical sound was music to his ears. Wang Chufeng's heart leaped, nearly bursting into laughter. It was done. Plunder. He shouted fervently within his mind. Plunder successful. Current fortune points, 110. Host fortune points have reached 110, fulfilling the breakthrough conditions. Shall you immediately advance to the mid-stage of the Golden Core? Breakthrough. Wang Chufeng suppressed the overwhelming joy within, maintaining an exterior calm. Boom. A torrent of spiritual power, far purer and more formidable than when he first achieved the Golden Core, erupted without warning from his dantian. The dormant Golden Core suddenly radiated a brilliant light, its sharp sword intent surging towards the Purple Palace. Murong Xue was finally stirred by the sudden wave of spiritual energy. Abruptly turning her head to gaze at Wang Chufeng, her expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Wang Chufeng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance passing through them. Before he returned to calmness, he felt the surging power within him, a smile of exhilaration forming at the corner of his mouth. Mid-stage of the Golden Core. System Task 1. Conquer Murong Xue completed at 23. New task issued. System Task 2. Defeat Zhao Qian in front of Xiao Qianqian and plunder Zhao Qian's fortune points to receive the reward technique. Heaven Supporting Sword. Note. Host currently has 10 fortune points remaining. Please strive further. A name struck his mind like lightning. Xiao Qianqian. That willful and headstrong junior sister. The beautiful junior sister who only had eyes for Zhao Qian. The grand disciple of Tianjin Peak, often treating him with cold indifference. It seemed a well-thought-out plan was in order, just as Wang Chufeng's thoughts raced. The voice of Murong Xue pierced the silence, carrying an eerie calm that shattered the stillness within the hall. Wang Chufeng lifted his gaze. Murong Xue sat upright in the main seat, her back perfectly straight, her hands tightly clasped upon her knees, the knuckles pale from the pressure. Her voice was soft, each word enunciated with clarity, resonating within the hall. Is Xiao Yi dead? Wang Chufeng's heart jolted with alarm. Had she discovered the truth? Or merely conjectured? A brief silence enveloped the chamber. Wang Chufeng gazed into Murong Xue's eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all facades, realizing that further concealment was futile. Yes, he replied succinctly, without a trace of hesitation. Murong Xue's body swayed almost imperceptibly. Yet, strangely, her countenance did not display the profound grief or frenzied hatred Wang Chufeng had anticipated. Instead, she slightly raised her head, casting her gaze towards the distant, overcast sky, as if striving to penetrate the clouds and witness a fate long predetermined. Slowly, Murong Xue returned her gaze to Wang Chufeng's face. When contemplating the murder of you for your elixir, one should also be prepared for retribution. There was no sorrow, no inquiry, only a sense of tranquility and liberation. Wang Chufeng understood. Xiao Yi's typically aloof demeanor rendered it unsurprising that his master had little emotional attachment to him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, sweeping across the entire Tianjin peak like an invisible tidal wave. Almost immediately, a voice, booming like thunder, reverberated from the summit. Junior Sister Murong. Today, the disciples guarding the tower have discovered that Brother Xiao Yi's life token has shattered. This is a momentous event for our Xuantian Sword sect. I am deeply troubled and have come to visit you to discuss this grave matter. Quickly, lift the restrictions. The voice belonged to Zhao Wuji, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and chief of Tianjin Peak. The air within the hall instantly froze. Murong Xue's expression changed dramatically, the last remnants of her icy calm evaporating. Zhao Wuji had long coveted her, but while Xiao Yi was alive, he dared not act recklessly. Now that the news of Xiao Yi's demise had evidently spread, this predatory wolf could hardly contain his eagerness. What grave discussion! Even if Xiao Yi's life token shattered, it was not his place to report, clearly indicating ulterior motives. Shameless. Murong Xue bit her lip in anger. Rest assured, Master, Wang Chufeng's voice broke the tension. Imbued with an unusual calmness, he rose, adjusted his robes, embodying a resolute indifference. I will deal with him. Without waiting for Murong Xue's response, he strode towards the hall's entrance. The heavy doors opened silently before him. Outside, blinding daylight flooded in, revealing a tall, imposing figure. Zhao Wuji's terrifying spiritual pressure, derived from his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, was unleashed without restraint. It's you? Zhao Wuji's brows furrowed upon seeing that it was Wang Chufeng who emerged, not Murong Xue. A flicker of displeasure and condescension crossed his eyes. Where is Junior Sister Murong? I have come personally. Why does she not greet me? His voice thundered like rolling thunder, imbued with the unique spiritual pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, directly assaulting Wang Chufeng's soul. Wang Chufeng felt as though an immense force had collided with his chest, causing his blood to surge and a metallic taste to rise in his throat. Yet he swallowed it back forcefully. Standing tall upon the high steps of the palace entrance, he resembled a mighty pine, and with an air of neither servility nor arrogance. He bowed respectfully to the formidable nascent soul cultivator below. Disciple Wang Chufeng pays respects to Master Zhao. My esteemed master's health is compromised, and she is unable to receive guests. If you have matters to discuss, please communicate with me, and I shall convey your words to her. Discuss with you? Zhao Wuji scoffed as if he had heard the grandest joke, his gaze turning icy, piercing Wang Chufeng like a spear of ice. What are you? A mere junior, unworthy to relay messages before me? Get lost. The final word, get lost, resonated like thunderclaps, accompanied by a devastating wave of nascent soul pressure that exploded forth. Boom. Wang Chufeng felt as if he had been violently struck by a mountain hurtling through the air. Spurt. A torrent of scalding blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the air in a vivid crimson. Bang. Crack. His back slammed heavily against the recently opened, immensely thick palace doorframe, a pool of glaring blood rapidly spreading beneath him. Zhao Wuji disdainfully snorted, casting not a glance at the bloodied Wang Chufeng, and lifted his foot to step over the threshold. In the instant his boot was about to descend, a bloodied hand shot up from below, gripping the hem of Zhao Wuji's dark robe with all the strength Wang Chufeng could muster. Zhao Wuji's advance was abruptly halted. He looked down in astonishment, only to meet Wang Chufeng's gaze, which burned with a dark, fervent flame, unwaveringly fixed upon him. There was no fear, no pleading, only an almost frenzied tenacity. Master Zhao, my revered teacher has just passed, and you cannot sit idly? Are you not afraid of the sect leader's reprimand or of the ridicule from the members of the Dantian Sword sect? An eerie silence enveloped the area before the Master's hall. The disdain and anger on Zhao Wuji's face instantly solidified, replaced by incredulous astonishment. Deep within the hall, behind a heavy screen, Murong Xue had quietly taken her stand, unbeknownst to anyone. Brother Zhao, is your invasion of my Tianjin Peak a sign that you believe there is no one to defend it? Xiao Lang is in peril outside. I will report this to the sect leader shortly. and there is no need for you to concern yourself. Murong Xue cast a glance at the young figure obstructing Xiao Yi, a complex and indescribable emotion piercing her heart. Chapter 4. Master, I demand interest. Humph. Xiao Yi abruptly flung his sleeve. A surge of immense force erupted, wrenching Wang Chufeng's grasp from his robe. His gaze, cold and sharp, transcended Wang Chufeng, penetrating into the depths of the half-open hall. His voice, like ice, intoned, Junior Sister Murong, I shall remember today's events. Regarding Brother Xiao Yi, I hope you will grieve in moderation and take care of yourself. The final 4 words reverberated ominously at the peak. Do not trouble yourself, Brother Xiao. Murong Xue's frigid voice finally emanated from within the hall, laced with suppressed fury. Matters concerning Heaven's Sword Peak shall be handled by Heaven's Sword Peak itself. Please take your leave. Xiao Yi snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and transformed into a fleeting light as he departed. Inside the hall, behind the heavy screen, Murong Xue pressed against the icy stone wall, her body trembling faintly. Mother! A fiery figure surged into the hall like an uncontrollable flame, the force of her entrance nearly toppling the incense burner at the doorway. It was Xiao Qianqian, clearly having heard the commotion. Her radiant and delicate face was now filled with panic and disbelief. She rushed into the hall. Failing to notice, Wang Chufeng collapsed in a pool of blood beside the screen and lunged directly towards Murong Xue, gripping her mother's arm tightly. Her voice sharp and strained. Mother! Mother! They're saying outside that Father's life tablet has shattered. Is it true? Is it true? Please tell me, Mother. Murong Xue winced at her daughter's grip, heart torn at the sight of Xiao Qianqian's sorrowful face. She opened her mouth, 1,000 words trapped in her throat, but offered no reply. This silence served as the most brutal answer. No, I refuse to believe it. Father is in the late stage of the nascent soul. How could this happen? In the shadow at the entrance of the hall, Wang Chufeng struggled to prop himself up with his elbow, the searing pain in his back causing darkness to dance before his eyes. Leaning against the cold door frame, he caught sight of Zhao Qian, who had not departed with Xiao Yi but remained, watching the hall with a mocking gaze. When their eyes met, Zhao Qian's expression instantly shifted to one of undisguised disdain. Wang Chufeng bared his blood-stained teeth in a grimace, silently forming words toward Zhao Qian. He thought to seize this opportunity to fulfill his system task. Summoning all his strength, he rasped yet clearly called out. His voice soft but as piercing as a cold steel needle, echoing throughout the Peak Lord's Hall. Zhao Qian. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Wang Chufeng's bloodied fingers pointed toward the edge of the square where Zhao Qian's complexion paled, each word forced through clenched teeth. Infused with chilling malice. 2 days hence, at noon, the life and death platform. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, fixated on Zhao Qian. Does Tianqing Peak seek to trample upon the dignity of Tianjin Peak? I, Wang Chufeng, will stake your life as the offering. Daring to accept? The mere mention of the life and death platform struck like thunder. The entire peak was plunged into a profound silence. Even Xiao Qianqian's cries abruptly ceased as she stared incredulously at her bloodied senior brother at the doorway, then nervously glanced at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian's face turned an alarming shade, shifting from pale to green, then from green to crimson. He never anticipated that Wang Chufeng would dare to publicly challenge him to a duel to the death. This is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Wang Chufeng, you are courting death. Zhao Qian, consumed by rage, stepped forward, unleashing the formidable aura of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, surging towards Wang Chufeng. Well, what a bold Wang Chufeng. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth, his voice hissing like a venomous serpent. In 2 days, at noon, the life and death arena. I shall await you. I hope, by then, you do not soil your trousers in fear and dare not show up. Having uttered these fierce words, Zhao Qian shot Wang Chufeng a menacing glare, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from Tianjin Peak. Wang Chufeng's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, his body slumping against the doorframe, surrendering to unconsciousness. Time passed quietly in oppression, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days arrived. On the second night, the world lay in silence. Wang Chufeng sat cross-legged upon his cold jade bed within his cave dwelling, slowly circulating his spiritual energy to mend the internal and external injuries inflicted by Zhao Wujing's oppressive force. Thanks to his mid-stage golden core cultivation and the formidable recovery ability of the Wuxiang sword body, his external wounds had nearly healed, and his internal injuries were about 70 to 80% recovered. However, Zhao Qian was indeed a formidable adversary, a peak golden core cultivator and the chief of Tianqing Peak. Far from an easy opponent, he opened his eyes, devoid of the tension that had plagued him before the impending battle, replaced instead by a glimmer of determination. Rising, he donned a clean black disciple robe, his figure melding into the night as he stealthily made his way toward the peak's master hall. Inside, The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, illuminating only a single lamp in the inner chamber. Murong Xue sat alone on a soft couch by the window, staring vacantly into the heavy darkness outside, her gaze hollow, lost in thought. Tomorrow, that devilish disciple would step onto the life and death arena. The hall door was silently pushed open, allowing a cool night breeze to enter. Murong Xue jolted in surprise, quickly turning to see Wang Chufeng's silhouette materialize at the entrance, his features obscured by the faint light from outside. "What are you doing here?" She instinctively recoiled, her voice tinged with alarm and caution. Wang Chufeng closed the hall door behind him, sealing off the outside world. He approached slowly, the sound of his footsteps resonating through the quiet hall. The dim candlelight finally illuminated his face, revealing a young, handsome visage marked by an almost serene weariness. He stood before the soft couch, gazing down at Murong Xue. "Tomorrow, the life and death arena," he began, his voice slightly hoarse. "Xiao Qian, a peak golden core cultivator, renowned for some time. This journey," he paused, his tone flat as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. "Life and death are unpredictable." Murong Xue looked up in astonishment, meeting his unfathomable gaze. She could not comprehend why he felt compelled to speak these words. Thus, Wang Chufeng leaned closer, one hand resting on the armrest of the soft couch. "Today, I have come to collect some interest." "Interest?" Murong Xue felt as though struck by lightning. "You shall not," she cried out in a panic, raising her hands to push him away, desperately trying to retreat. As time flowed on, everything finally settled into silence. Wang Chufeng gazed at Murong Xue, who stood with her back to him, pondering, if she refuses to accept, then so be it. What does it mean for her to turn away? Ding. Task 1. Successfully conquer Murong Xue, plunder 50 fortune points, current fortune points, 60. Reward, skill, heaven's insight and earth's divination. Wang Chufeng glanced at the indifferent Murong Xue, realizing that despite her reluctance, she seemed to have accepted him in her heart. He chose not to linger any longer and stood up to depart. Without casting another glance at the motionless Murong Xue, he quietly left the Peak Masteress Hall, his figure dissolving into the profound darkness before dawn. At Tianqing Peak, the life and death platform was already teeming with people. The news of Xiao Yi's demise and Wang Chufeng's audacious challenge to Xiao Qian, the chief of Tianqing Peak, had swept through the entire sect like a tempest. Xiao Qian had also arrived at the scene, donned in a striking red attire, her signature hairstyle of 2 large buns resembling 2 cat ears from a distance. At this moment, she was internally conflicted. One was the object of her affection, while the other was a senior brother who, though not particularly close, would stand up to uphold the dignity of Tianjin Peak in her father's absence. Chapter 5. Xiao Qian's Dilemma. Wang Chufeng. "Kneel and concede now. Forfeit your cultivation, and I might spare your wretched life." Xiao Qian, clad in a gold-threaded white robe, stood tall at the opposite end of the life and death platform, regarding Wang Chufeng with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a corpse. Wang Chufeng did not even lift his eyelids, unfazed by the clamor. He uttered 2 words, his voice low yet resonant throughout the arena. "You seek death." A flash of menace flickered in Xiao Qian's eyes as his long sword erupted with blinding golden light. The gung gold sword Qi, capable of cleaving mountains. Boom. A formidable, solidified golden sword Qi surged forth, exuding a terrifying momentum capable of rending the heavens. Tearing through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, and instantly covering dozens of yards toward Wang Chufeng. This strike was the signature move that had brought Xiao Qian fame. Gasps filled the platform. Many disciples turned pale, as if they could already envision the gruesome scene of Wang Chufeng being cleaved in 2 by this sword. Xiao Qian, feeling anxious, covered her mouth. If her senior brother were to be slain in a single blow, Tianjin Peak would surely face utter ruin. Just as the golden sword Qi approached him, Wang Chufeng moved. His figure became elusive, not an evasion, but rather advancing toward the cataclysmic sword Qi, stepping forward with resolve. A surge of formless, yet razor-sharp sword intent erupted from within him. It was not an outward release of sword energy, but an internal manifestation. In that moment, the sword in his hand seemed to vanish, transforming into a pure, ethereal, and elusive shadow. Formless sword body, sword heart enlightened. The terrifying golden sword Qi, upon reaching within a foot of Wang Chufeng, melted away with a sound akin to ice meeting a heated iron, issuing a piercing sound of dissolution. The condensed gung gold sword energy was forcibly dismantled by an invisible power, vanquished. Its speed diminished drastically, and its might greatly reduced. The figure of Wang Chufeng glided through the weakened, delayed gaps of the sword aura, akin to a fish darting through water. His speed was such that it left behind a faint trace in his wake. "What?" Xiao Qian's pupils contracted sharply, his previously proud expression abruptly frozen. He had never witnessed such an enigmatic form of movement. "And now it's your turn." Wang Chufeng's cold voice echoed ominously in his ear. Zhao Qian turned in horror, only to find Wang Chufeng had somehow appeared at his side, wielding a seemingly ordinary long sword that now emanated a chilling, dark brilliance. With an unwavering resolve to sever all, he thrust it directly at Zhao Qian's vulnerable ribs with an angle both cunning and ferocious. Golden Spirit, protect me. Zhao Qian, filled with rage and fear, hastily activated his protective spiritual artifact. Instantly, a solid golden shield manifested, but with a soft sound. The dark sword tip pierced through the seemingly sturdy barrier as easily as if it were mere parchment, plunging into flesh. Ah! Zhao Qian let out a pained roar, blood gushing from his side. The agony and terror of death seized him instantaneously. He retreated frantically, while desperately swinging his shattered star sword, attempting to force Wang Chufeng back. Yet, Wang Chufeng was like a shadow, unyielding. Driven by the formless sword intent, his movements transcended the realm of logic, his strikes as elusive as a deer's antlers. Leaving no trace behind, each sword thrust aimed at the most desperate points of Zhao Qian. Each strike carried a terrifying penetrating power that threatened to tear through his protective light. With each slash, crimson blossoms erupted from Zhao Qian's body. His arms, shoulders, and thighs soon became stained with a blinding scarlet, transforming his once resplendent golden-patterned white robe into a gory spectacle. The proud Gingjin sword aura he wielded was rendered ineffective before Wang Chufeng's inscrutable formless sword intent, as if ensnared in a quagmire, failing to unleash even 70% of its full power. Impossible. What sorcery is this? Zhao Qian, disheveled and frenzied, was filled with horror and disbelief. He had never been so humiliated, never been so close to death. This is your demise. Wang Chufeng's gaze was frigid, his assault relentless, leaving Zhao Qian no respite. Ah! Die! Zhao Qian, utterly consumed by madness, disregarded his grave injuries and forcefully summoned all of his spiritual energy. His long sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to clutching a star on the verge of explosion, charging fiercely toward the imminently close Wang Chufeng with a devastating momentum. This strike drained him of all his strength. Its power was sufficient to severely injure or even annihilate an ordinary fully realized golden core practitioner. It is over. Wang Chufeng's eyes glinted with an icy radiance. In the face of this desperate blow, he advanced rather than retreated. Within his dantian, the sword-shaped golden core trembled violently. All spiritual energy and sword intent converged at the tip of the heavenly wind sword. At the sword's tip, a singular point of pure, seemingly light-devouring dark brilliance suddenly ignited. There was no earth-shattering collision, only a soft sound, akin to the tearing of fabric. The furious, seemingly world-destroying light of the star's descent collapsed inward upon encountering that point of dark brilliance, as if a bubble had been punctured, leading to its annihilation. The dark tip of the sword pierced through the dissipating starlight without hindrance, striking with precision into Zhao Qian's abdomen. All of Zhao Qian's movements, his cries, and his madness were frozen in an instant. His eyes widened in shock as blood gushed forth like a fountain from the gaping wound in his belly. Xiao Qianqian cried out in alarm, "No! Brother Zhao, be careful! Wang Chufeng, stop!" Unfazed, Wang Chufeng trembled his wrist, ready to deliver the fatal blow to Zhao Qian. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Zhao Wujia forcefully interrupted the duel, saying nothing as he lifted the gravely injured Zhao Qian and vanished from the life-and-death arena, his murderous gaze sweeping over Wang Chufeng before disappearing. A profound silence enveloped the entire arena. Xiao Qianqian's face turned as pale as paper. Initially, she feared that Zhao Qian would succumb too quickly, losing the honor of the Tianjin Peak. Later, upon witnessing Zhao Qian's injury, her heart was filled with worry, and she even felt a tinge of blame towards Wang Chufeng. Ding! Host detected defeating Zhao Qian in public. Target Zhao Qian's fortune point, 295 points. Current plundered fortune points, 60 points. Would you like to plunder? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chufeng chose to plunder. System Task 2. Defeat Zhao Qian in front of Xiao Qianqian and plunder his fortune points. Completed. Task reward granted. Technique, Qing Tian Yi Jian. Current total fortune points, 120 points. Consuming 100 points allows for advancement to late golden core stage. Would you like to advance? Advance. Before the watchful gazes of the crowd, Wang Chufeng broke through to the late golden core stage after the battle. Remaining fortune points for the host, 20 points. System task issued. Win over Xiao Qianqian to plunder Zhao Qian's remaining fortune points of 200. He slowly exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of blood, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a cold yet exhilarating arc. His gaze swept over the multitude of astonished faces below, finally resting on the distant cloud platform where Xiao Qianqian looked on with concern for Zhao Qian's injuries. He sheathed his sword and turned, descending the life and death arena step by step. Chapter 6. Listen to the call of husband. The lingering sword energy on the arena had yet to dissipate completely when Wang Chufeng transformed into a streak of light. Soaring back to the summit of Tianjin Peak, the spiritual power of the late Golden Core stage surged within him, accompanied by an air of dominance. Ignoring the complex and awe-filled gazes of the disciples along the way, he set his sights firmly on the main hall. The hall doors opened silently as Wang Chufeng strode in. Murong Xue sat uneasily in the main seat, her thoughts entangled with complex emotions, including a hint of something she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. Upon seeing Wang Chufeng return unscathed, she instinctively rose, parting her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words. "Master, I have won," Wang Chufeng declared, his voice echoing with the resonance of a victor as he approached her with unwavering intensity. His gaze was fiercely assertive, as if silently demanding something from her. Murong Xue felt her heart race under his gaze, instinctively taking a half-step back, her voice dry and strained. "You have worked hard. You did well." She endeavored to maintain the dignity befitting the wife of the Peak Master, yet her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Was it merely hard work and commendation? Wang Chufeng had approached her, the proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. He extended his hand with an undeniable force, drawing her closer to him. "The disciples toiled tirelessly for the Tianjin Peak, for our master, and of course, for you, my dear wife." He emphasized the term "my dear wife," suggesting that she ought to reward him with something substantial. Murong Xue's body stiffened instantaneously, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Wang Chufeng, how dare you? Release me at once." Her struggles seemed feeble against Wang Chufeng's formidable strength, now at the peak of the Golden Core stage. He chuckled softly, laced with a hint of mockery and unwavering dominance. "With our master absent, I hold the authority here. You are shameless," Murong Xue exclaimed, flustered and furious, yet she found herself firmly ensnared, unable to move. "Shameless?" Wang Chufeng leaned closer, his lips near her ear. "Does my dear wife not enjoy my audacity?" He paused deliberately. "Do not speak." Murong Xue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her struggles diminishing significantly. "Very well, I shall not speak." A glimmer of triumph sparkled in Wang Chufeng's eyes as he leaned in even closer. "Now, my dear wife, how about calling me husband for me to hear?" "Husband?" Murong Xue echoed in bewilderment, completely oblivious to the meaning of the term. "What is that?" "You need not concern yourself with its meaning," Wang Chufeng commanded imperiously, lifting her chin with his finger, compelling her to meet his profound gaze. "When we are alone, you shall call me that. Now, utter it for me to hear." As Murong Xue gazed into his unwavering eyes, feeling the unique allure that emanated from him, the defenses in her heart crumbled. An emotion tinged with a hint of pathological dependence began to quietly blossom. Her lips quivered, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she stammered, "Husband." Very obedient." Wang Chufeng replied with a satisfied smile. The following morning, a communication talisman from the main peak soared into the Peak Master's Hall. "Gather at the main peak square immediately to investigate unusual activity in the Wanzhong Valley. Xiao Yi, the sect master's eldest disciple, at the peak of the Golden Core, will lead the expedition. Members include Wang Chufeng, Tianjin Peak, Xiao Qianqian, Tianjin Peak, and Mu Qing'er, Tianjin Peak. Zhao Qian has withdrawn due to injury, with Wang Chufeng as his replacement. Depart at once. Wanzhong Valley." Wang Chufeng crushed the communication talisman, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Secret realm explorations have always been a prime opportunity for seizing fortunes and luck. Moreover, with Xiao Qianqian and Mu Qing'er on the list, a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. Perfect. The system tasks still awaited there, to gain Xiao Qianqian's favor and seize the remnants of Zhao Qian's fortune. He swiftly organized himself, donned a new dark disciple's robe, and soared toward the main peak square. The square was already filled with assembled members. Gratitude, with a strikingly handsome visage accompanied by an air of aloofness that repels others. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding the subtle aura of a perfected Golden Core cultivator. His gaze, when it swept over Wang Chufeng, bore an imperceptible scrutiny and disdain. Clearly, the tale of Wang Chufeng's victory over Zhao Qian had failed to earn him any respect from this esteemed disciple of the sect leader. Rather, it likely led him to suspect Zhao Qian's complacency or to assume that Wang Chufeng had resorted to some underhanded means. Mu Qing'er, the proud daughter of Tianjin Peak. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, her demeanor reminiscent of an ice mountain lotus. Clad in a flowing aquamarine gown, her complexion appeared even more radiant. She cast only a fleeting, frigid glance at Wang Chufeng, akin to that of a stranger, tinged with a hint of misplaced ire due to Zhao Qian's injury. Standing alongside Xiao Qianqian, both exuded an aura of unapproachable coldness, forming a striking yet frosty tableau. Xiao Qianqian, dressed today in vibrant red attire and sporting twin buns, she appeared even more alluring. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Chufeng, She offered no greeting, merely a symbolic nod. "Is everyone present? Let us depart," she stated, her tone flat and commanding as she summoned a delicate white jade flying boat. She stepped aboard first, not sparing a glance at the others. Mu Qing'er and Xiao Qianqian followed suit, their movements graceful yet detached. Wang Chufeng, scratching his nose, soon trailed behind, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Rumor had it that the Wanzhong Valley boasted unique scenery, providing an excellent opportunity for training. Yet, his words fell upon deaf ears. On the flying boat, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Xiao Yi closed his eyes, exuding an air of superiority. Mu Qing'er gazed at the drifting clouds outside, her expression icy. Xiao Qianqian sat in a corner, her head bowed, seemingly preoccupied with concern for Zhao Qian's condition. Wang Chufeng endeavored multiple times to spark a conversation, whether about the legends surrounding Wanzhong Valley or amusing anecdotes from the sect, but received only frigid responses. Xiao Yi occasionally opened his eyes, his gaze hinting at annoyance. Mu Qing'er remained impervious. Xiao Qianqian would occasionally cast a reproachful glance, only to quickly suppress it. A bunch of ice blocks, Wang Chufeng thought to himself, deciding against further attempts to amuse himself. He crossed his arms, leaning against the boat's railing, closing his eyes to meditate, silently circulating his energy to solidify his golden core cultivation. As the flying boat journeyed southward, the landscape below whizzed by. After approximately half a day of flight, they entered a region characterized by rugged terrain and a somewhat chaotic spiritual aura. A faint, almost imperceptible, sweet and acrid miasma began to permeate the air. At that moment, two figures emerged at the valley's exit, blocking their path. Chapter 7. The untainted Xiao Yi, the man, seemingly in his early 20s, had a resolute countenance. Yet his brow bore the weight of profound fatigue and a touch of gloom. His cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and he was known as Xiao Erwo. Wang Chufeng keenly observed that when Mu Qing'er laid eyes on him, an exceedingly complex array of emotions flickered across her icy visage: disdain, indifference, and perhaps even a hint of indescribable embarrassment. The woman accompanying him, however, caught Wang Chufeng's attention with a dazzling brilliance. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, clad in a delicate green skirt that accentuated her ethereal beauty. Reminiscent of a hidden orchid in a secluded valley, pure and untainted by worldly dust. Her large, crystal-clear eyes held an innocent naivety, tinged with the anxiety of the present moment. She followed closely behind Xiao Erwo, resembling a startled fawn. In an instant, a system notification reverberated within Wang Chufeng's mind. Ding! A fated individual detected. Xiao Erwo. Current fortune value, 4,500 points. Detected key figure. Xiao Yi, Xiao Erwo's beloved companion. By courting Xiao Yi, one can seize 500 points of Xiao Feng's fortune. It is advised that the host seizes this opportunity. Xiao Erwo. Wang Chufeng's understanding crystallized in an instant. This must be the so-called wasteful fiancé who had been rejected by Mu Qing'er. A fortune of 4,500 points. And this target for conquest. Wang Chufeng's gaze towards Xiao Yi transformed into that of a hunter, resolute and determined to succeed. Mu Qing'er. Xiao Feng's voice dripped with suppressed anger and humiliation as he fixated on the ethereal figure aboard the flying vessel. What a coincidence! Who would have thought I would encounter such a noble personage in this desolate wilderness? Do you think that the annulment of our engagement is insufficient, and wish to witness how I, a worthless individual, struggle to survive? In 5 years, I shall seek justice from you. Mu Qing'er's expression darkened instantly, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Xiao Erwo, do not utter nonsense. Our ties have long been severed. Step aside at once. Do not obstruct my path. Her voice was cold and piercing, laced with the arrogance of a family's legitimate daughter. Obstructing your path? Xiao Erwo let out a bitter laugh. His eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. Is this road yours? As I pass through here, have I ever blocked your way? Miss Mu, you think too highly of yourself. Beside him, Xiao Yi nervously tugged at Xiao Erwo's sleeve, timidly glancing at the imposing figures aboard the flying vessel. Insolence! A chilling rebuke rang out. Xiao Yi opened his eyes, his gaze like a sharp, icy sword aimed at Xiao Erwo. How dare a mere foundation-building insect speak disrespectfully to a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect? Get lost. The final word carried the terrifying weight of a perfected golden core, crashing down upon Xiao Erwo. With a thud, Xiao Erwo was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his complexion instantly turning pale as paper, blood spurting forth violently as he was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the mountainside, debris cascading around him. Erwo brother! Xiao Yi cried out in heart-wrenching despair, rushing towards the gravely injured and unconscious Xiao Erwo. Humph! Foolish and oblivious to danger. Xiao Yi retracted his oppressive aura, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Watching the critically wounded Xiao Erwo, Mu Qing'er's gaze flickered momentarily. but was swiftly masked by her icy demeanor as she turned away. Just as Xiao Yi prepared to command the flying vessel to directly crush these bothersome insects, a figure moved. Wang Chufeng appeared like a specter before Xiao Yi, precisely blocking Xiao Yi's cold, indifferent gaze. He stood with his back to Xiao Yi, facing the injured Xiao Erwo and the weeping Xiao Yi, his voice laden with a deliberately suppressed indignation. Senior brother Xia, hold on a moment. Xiao Yi and Mu Qing'er simultaneously furrowed their brows and turned their gazes toward him. Wang Chufeng took a deep breath, pivoting to face Xiao Yi. His expression tinged with disapproval, and spoke aloud. Senior brother Xia, they are merely passing through this place. Even if their words are somewhat abrasive, does it warrant a death sentence? As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, wielding your strength against the weak, is it not unbecoming of our Xiantian sword sect's righteous demeanor? His words rang with authority, as if genuinely advocating for the oppressed. Wang Chufeng, what are you to instruct me? Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly turned sharp as a blade, a far more terrifying pressure locking onto Wang Chufeng. Do you wish to stand up for them? Not at all. Wang Chufeng's body sank under the weight of the oppressive force, akin to carrying a mountain. Yet he held his ground, steadfastly meeting Xiao Yi's gaze. I merely believe that as cultivators, we ought to uphold justice with our swords, rather than bully the weak. One of them is gravely injured and on the brink of death, while the other poses no threat. Such actions by you, senior brother Xia, if made public, might tarnish your reputation and further damage our sect's standing. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. He had not anticipated that this newly ascended Golden Core Junior would dare to confront him so boldly, particularly from a position of supposed moral superiority. A woman's compassion. Hypocrisy. Mu Qing'er interjected coldly, her gaze toward Wang Chufeng filled with disdain. Engaging with such trash is a sheer waste of time. Senior brother Xia, Qing'er, let us depart. Xiao Yi fixated on Wang Chufeng for several seconds, seemingly weighing the repercussions of publicly executing a true disciple of the sect. Ultimately, he snorted dismissively. Wang Chufeng, remember your words today? In the secret realm, take care of yourself. With that, he averted his gaze from Wang Chufeng, ignoring the gravely injured Xiao Eru and the weeping Xiao Yi, propelling his flying vessel into a streak of light that vanished at the valley's end. Mu Qing'er followed closely behind, never once glancing at Xiao Feng. Xiao Qianqian wished to leave, but felt it inappropriate to abandon Wang Chufeng, who shared the same peak, and thus remained. Left behind were Wang Chufeng, Xiao Qianqian, the unconscious Xiao Eru, and the tearful Xiao Yi, who clutched Xiao Eru tightly. He turned around, his countenance instantly transforming into one of warmth and concern, hastening to kneel beside Xiao Yi. Do not be afraid, young lady. Quickly, allow me to assess Xiao brother's injuries. Xiao Yi lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at the handsome youth who had just bravely spoken up for them. His caring eyes and gentle tone starkly contrasted with the aloof and callous demeanor of Xiao Yi and Mu Qing, akin to a warm ray of sunshine piercing through her heart. Please, I implore you, save my brother Eru. I beg you. Xiao Yi choked out, as if grasping onto the last lifeline. Wang Chufeng patted Xiao Yi's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall do my utmost. Young lady, please step aside. He meticulously examined Xiao Eru's wounds, his brow furrowing in concentration. The strike of gratitude was fueled by rage, brutally severing several vital meridians of Xiao Erwo, inflicting grievous harm upon his internal organs. Had it not been for Xiao Erwo's seemingly unique constitution and the fortuitous support of 4,500 points of destiny, he would likely have perished on the spot. Wang Chufeng retrieved several precious healing elixirs from his storage ring, cautiously administering them to Xiao Erwo while channeling his spiritual energy to dissolve the medicinal properties and safeguard his heart meridian. After completing this task, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Young master, brother Erwo, Xiao Yi anxiously observed, her large eyes brimming with tears. Though his life was temporarily spared, his injuries were severe, necessitating rest and further treatment. Wang Chufeng spoke gravely, gazing at Xiao Yi's pure and unblemished face, now etched with worry. A fleeting sense of calculation within him was momentarily overshadowed by an unusual compassion. Miss, this place is rife with miasma, and it would be unwise to linger. Where do you intend to go? If it is not too much trouble, may I suggest that you accompany us for the time being? I am Wang Chufeng, a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect from the Heavenly Sword Peak, and I am here with my fellow disciples to undertake a mission in the Wanzhong Valley. Once our task is complete, I can escort you to a safe haven near our sect. Xiao Yi hesitated, glancing at the unconscious Xiao Erwo, then at the gentle Wang Chufeng, who had just rescued her brother. Ultimately, her instinct for survival and concern for Xiao Erwo outweighed her other reservations. She timidly nodded. Thank you, senior brother Wang, for saving our lives. We have no fixed destination. We shall rely on your arrangements. Very well. Wang Chufeng nodded, rising to his feet. his gaze sweeping over the surroundings before settling on the complex expression of Xiao Qianqian, who had remained silently observing from a distance. Chapter 8. The envy of Xiao Erwo. Xiao Qianqian witnessed the entire sequence of events. She observed Wang Chufeng stepping forth, advocating for justice, even daring to confront Xiao Yi in his determination to save a life. This was markedly different from the timid and inconspicuous brother she had known. Especially striking was his patient care for Xiao Erwo and the gentle reassurance offered to the distressed young girl, which stirred something unusual within her. Junior sister Qianqian. Wang Chufeng addressed her, his tone calm. Senior brother Xie and senior sister Mu will proceed ahead. Our pace will slow as we escort these two. Would you prefer to go ahead, or would you rather stay with me to look after them and then catch up with the others at Wanzhong Valley? Xiao Qianqian regarded Wang Chufeng's profound eyes, then glanced at the unconscious Xiao Erwo and the pitiable Xiao Yun'er. She bit her lip, stepped forward, and spoke softly yet clearly. I will stay to help. In that moment, her perception of Wang Chufeng underwent a subtle yet significant transformation. She found him less disagreeable than before. She chose to align herself with those who were saving lives. Wang Chufeng, observing the flicker of acknowledgement in her eyes, felt a barely perceptible smile curve at the corners of his mouth. Excellent, he thought, sensing that Xiao Qianqian's goodwill was beginning to thaw. Wang Chufeng said, Junior sister, please take care of Miss Xiao. The twilight sun cast a golden hue over the valley. Wang Chufeng cautiously shouldered the still unconscious Xiao Erwo, while Xiao Qianqian supported the somewhat weakened Xiao Yun'er, shaken by fear and sorrow. The four of them traversed the rugged mountain path in silence. Advancing towards the ominous Wanzhong Valley, Wang Chufeng led the way, listening to the soft murmurs of the two girls behind him, his mind preoccupied with the immense fortune of 500 points belonging to Xiao Erwo and contemplating how to gain complete control over the pure orchid by his side. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian's occasional glances at him were imbued with a newfound curiosity and complexity. As night descended and the first stars began to twinkle, the mysterious and perilous Wanzhong Valley awaited their arrival, opening its enigmatic embrace. After settling Xiao Erwo in a relatively clean hollow in the mountainside, Wang Chufeng retrieved a luminescent healing pill and offered it to the slowly awakening Xiao Erwo. The pill emanated a gentle aura, clearly indicating its exceptional quality. Brother Xiao, this is a spirit-infused healing pill, which will aid in your recovery. Please take it, Wang Chufeng said in a calm tone. However, Xiao Erwo's gaze was icy, filled with unmasked hostility and wariness as he struggled to lift his head, recognizing the pill in Wang Chufeng's hand. Take it away, he croaked, his voice laced with unmistakable disdain. Who knows what your intentions are? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he violently swiped at the pill, sending it crashing to the ground with a sharp sound, where it rolled into the dirt, tainted and soiled. Wang Chufeng's hand froze midair, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. Observing Xiao Erwo's demeanor, akin to a startled bird, brimming with animosity, he simply withdrew his hand with a faint shake of his head, choosing silence over confrontation, as if deeming the other's reaction irrational and unworthy of debate. Brother Erwo, what are you doing? Xiao Yun'er exclaimed, hastily picking up the fallen pill. Though dirty, she tenderly wiped it clean before turning to Wang Chufeng, her face filled with apology and guilt as she deeply bowed. Brother Wang, I am truly sorry. Brother Erwo, he did not mean it. He has just endured too much these past few years and is wary of everyone. Please do not take offense. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quavering. Clearly distressed by Xiao Erwo's rudeness, feeling utterly embarrassed, Wang Chufeng regarded her flustered apology with a gentle smile, as if genuinely unbothered by the incident. It's quite all right. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. Miss Xiao, there is no need for such concern. It is only natural for Brother Xiao to harbor some grievances. Perhaps my approach was indeed inappropriate. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still hostile Xiao Erwo before returning to Xiao Yun'er, his voice as soothing as a spring breeze. The pill is now tainted and cannot be used. I have others. Let us wait until Brother Xiao regains his composure before discussing it further. Traveling is of utmost importance. We must set off early to catch up with Senior Brother Xie and the others. This statement was delivered with an air of composure, showing no signs of resentment from previous humiliation, but rather a hint of self-reflection. As Xiao Yun'er observed Wang Chufeng's graceful demeanor in contrast to Xiao Erwo's rudeness, a wave of guilt swept over her, coloring her cheeks crimson. She lowered her head and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang, for your magnanimity. All right, let us tidy ourselves and depart. Wang Chufeng said no more, turning first to organize his belongings. Xiao Qianqian watched silently from the side, taking in the entire scene. She felt that Wang Chufeng seemed to have changed, yet remained the same, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Xiao Erwo let out a cold snort, struggling to rise on his own. but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Ultimately, with Xiao Yi's assistance, he managed to stand. Though his gaze towards Wang Chufeng remained filled with suspicion and hostility, yet he refrained from uttering any further harsh words. Thus, the four of them embarked on their journey towards the Wanzhong Valley. Wang Chufeng led the way, carrying a simple pack and scouting the path. Xiao Yi supported Xiao Erwo in the middle, occasionally inquiring about his condition with concern. Xiao Qianqian brought up the rear, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Wang Chufeng's back. However, her thoughts were often elsewhere. Consumed with worry for the gravely injured Zhao Qian, the initial days passed with relative tranquility. Xiao Erwo, still recovering, remained mostly silent, though his eyes often darted like a viper towards Wang Chufeng. Wang Chufeng appeared oblivious, occasionally stopping to explain the characteristics of various spiritual herbs by the roadside, or to share some foundational breathing techniques and amusing anecdotes from his experiences in the world of cultivation. His extensive knowledge and engaging conversation transformed mundane topics into captivating tales. Xiao Yi, being innocent and grateful for Wang Chufeng's life-saving assistance, gradually let down her guard and conversed with him happily, her face frequently adorned with a genuine smile. She found this senior brother Wang not only powerful but also gentle and amusing, a stark contrast to the disgraceful members of the sect that Xiao Erwo had described. To Xiao Erwo, however, all of this was akin to a sharp thorn in his side. Jealousy, like a rampant poison vine, swiftly ensnared his heart. Why? Why should this disciple of the Xiantian sword sect be so close to Yi? Why should he bask in such glory? After enduring humiliation for years, having been rejected by the Mu family, and stagnating in cultivation, now injured, while this Wang Chufeng appeared to be a natural victor, he watched as Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yi engaged in lively conversation, witnessing the long-lost, carefree smile on her face that was not meant for him. And a surge of anger boiled within him. Chapter 9. 2 Walking Power Banks. Yi, come here. Xiao Erwo suddenly spoke, his voice cold and commanding. Xiao Yi was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Brother Erwo? What is it? There is nothing of significance. I am fatigued. Assist me to that stone over there to rest. Xiao Eru pointed towards a nearby rock, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wang Chufeng, brimming with provocation. Wang Chufeng appeared oblivious to his stare, continuing to smile at Xiao Yi. Please, Xiao, your injuries are not yet healed. You ought to rest more. Reluctantly, Xiao Yi helped Xiao Eru to the stone, feeling a mix of helplessness and regret over his sudden outburst. Casting a glance back at Wang Chufeng, her eyes were filled with apology. Wang Chufeng responded with a gentle, understanding look, then turned away to quench his thirst from his water pouch, exuding an air of innocence, as if he were merely an unsuspecting bystander. This demeanor only fueled Xiao Eru's ire. He believed Wang Chufeng was deliberately humiliating him, flaunting his superiority. Wang Chufeng. Xiao Eru could no longer contain himself, his tone harsh. Do you take pleasure in this? Because you saved us, do you think you can dictate to Yi? Let me tell you, don't assume I am unaware of your sordid intentions. Wang Chufeng paused mid-drink, looking at him with a bewildered expression. Xiao brother, why such accusations? I do not comprehend. I merely find Xiao girl to be wise and kind, and our interactions have been quite harmonious. Harmonious? I see you as a weasel wishing a hen good fortune, harboring ill intentions. Xiao Eru spat through clenched teeth. Brother Eru, please cease. Xiao Yi, both indignant and anxious, tugged at Xiao Eru's sleeve. Brother Wang acted out of kindness to save us. How can you speak of him so? I do this for your sake, Yi. You are too naive. Those in the sect are all untrustworthy. Xiao Eru shouted. Brother, such words are unjust, Wang Chufeng said, his smile fading, a hint of grievance and confusion in his tone. I understand you may harbor biases against sect cultivators, but to condemn an entire group based on prejudice seems rather unfair. The more innocent Wang Chufeng appeared, the angrier Xiao Eru became, while Xiao Yi felt increasingly exasperated by Xiao Eru's irrationality, deepening her guilt and sympathy towards Wang Chufeng. I apologize, Brother Wang. Brother Eru truly does not mean to target you. Xiao Yi nearly wept, repeatedly apologizing to Wang Chufeng. It is quite all right, Xiao girl. There is no need for apologies. Wang Chufeng waved his hand, sighing. I understand. Brother Eru has grievances that he wishes to express. Let us continue on our journey, striving to reach the Wanzhong Valley as soon as possible. With that, he took the lead, as though the earlier discord had never transpired. Xiao Qianqian followed silently behind, observing everything without uttering a word, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was evidently captivated by Wang Chufeng. In the days that followed, similar scenes unfolded intermittently. Xiao Eru would consistently find ways to mock Wang Chufeng over trivial matters, while Wang Chufeng maintained his composure, either dismissing the remarks or feigning innocence, thereby amplifying Xiao Yi's feelings of guilt. Her fondness for Wang Chufeng subtly increased under the persistent encouragement of Xiao Yi. At last, on the evening of the 5th day, a valley shrouded in dense miasma, with peculiar luminescent mist swirling about, came into view before the four. The valley of 10,000 miasmas. We have arrived. Xiao Yi gazed upon the enigmatic expanse, her eyes betraying a hint of curiosity and wariness. Wang Chufeng's gaze was sharp, piercing through the miasma, sensing the tumultuous and potent spiritual energy within. He understood that the entrance to the secret realm lay deep within this miasma. Indeed, this must be the place. Brother Xie and the others must have already ventured inside. Wang Chufeng declared, "We shall rest for the night, and at dawn, we will seek out the entrance and enter the secret realm." That evening, the four set up camp in a relatively safe hollow outside the valley. Xiao Yi's injuries had somewhat healed, and he silently meditated. Xiao Yi quietly tended to the campfire for Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian. As night deepened, although Wang Chufeng appeared to be resting with closed eyes, his consciousness delved into the system panel. The moment they approached the vicinity of the valley of 10,000 miasmas, a system prompt sounded. Detected target Xiao Yi's fortune points. 1350, proceeding to a hidden cave. Opportunity to be gained in 3 days. This is a significant opportunity. By seizing this opportunity, one can acquire Xiao Yi's fortune points. 300. Detected strong fortune correlation between target Xiao Yi and the core region of the valley of 10,000 miasmas in 5 days. The remaining scroll of the burning sky technique will be obtained. By seizing this opportunity, one can acquire Xiao Feng's fortune points. 300. Wang Chufeng's heart surged with joy. Xiao Yi 300 points. Xiao Feng 300 points. This was fortune delivered right to his doorstep. He could not help but chuckle softly to himself. Given Xiao Yi's situation, I can hardly be blamed. Haha. This valley of 10,000 miasmas is truly a treasure trove tailored for me. Surrounded by sources of fortune, this sensation is utterly delightful. He opened his eyes, gazing into the depths of the miasmian-shrouded valley, his eyes shimmering with determination. Tomorrow marks the day of his grand harvest of fortune. On the following morning, with his keen senses and adept judgment of the flow of spiritual energy, Wang Chufeng soon halted before a mountain wall where the miasma was relatively thin and faint light patterns danced. The entrance should be here. He placed his hand upon the wall, channeling a wisp of spiritual power. With a hum, the light patterns on the wall instantly illuminated, intertwining to form an ancient portal. Beyond the portal lay an even denser mist, imbued with an alluring strangeness. Let us proceed. Wang Chufeng glanced back at Xiao Yi and the others. Xiao Yi snorted coldly and stepped forward into the luminous gate. Xiao Yi followed closely, not forgetting to nod at Wang Chufeng before entering. Xiao Qianqian cast a glance at Wang Chufeng and also stepped inside. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chufeng entered the portal. After a dizzying sensation of vertigo, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The dense miasma vanished, replaced by a vibrant expanse of primordial forest, suffused with spiritual energy, so rich it almost materialized. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sun, while exotic flowers and rare grasses flourished, their fragrances mingling in the crisp air. Was this the interior of the Miasma Valley's secret realm? The spiritual essence is astonishingly potent. Xiao Yi exclaimed in awe. Exercise caution. The places that appear most secure often harbor the greatest dangers, Wang Chufeng cautioned, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. Let us first ascertain our bearings. Then seek the whereabouts of Senior Brother Xie, or perhaps pursue our own opportunities. His emphasis was clearly on the latter. After a brief discussion, the four decided to delve deeper into the forest. Although Xiao Yi held grievances against Wang Chufeng, he recognized the peril of acting alone in this unfamiliar realm and begrudgingly chose to stay with the group. As they progressed, Wang Chufeng, armed with an extraordinary awareness and an instinct for danger, deftly avoided several concealed beast lairs and toxic traps. Along the way, they encountered some low-grade spiritual herbs, which Wang Chufeng generously allowed Xiao Yi to collect, earning her heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Yi observed this with a growing sense of jealousy. Yet he understood that now was not the time to act on his resentment. He suppressed his anger, quietly surveying their surroundings as if in search of something. Wang Chufeng surmised that he had likely sensed the direction of the so-called sky-burning technique. After approximately half a day's journey, Wang Chufeng's consciousness suddenly detected the fierce clash of spiritual forces not far ahead, one of which bore the unmistakable aura of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was engaged in a fierce battle with an ice-armored earth dragon, already wounded. This was the perfect opportunity to seize fortune. An opportunity has arisen, Wang Chufeng thought. Turning to his companions, there are sounds of combat up ahead. It seems to be Senior Brother Xie. Let us investigate. With that, he hastened ahead towards the source of the tumult. Senior Brother Xie, Wang Chufeng shouted, rushing forward. Upon seeing Wang Chufeng and the others, Xiao Yi's expression shifted from surprise to wariness and displeasure. What took you so long? Hurry and lend a hand. Understood, Wang Chufeng replied. Yet instead of charging directly at the ice-armored earth dragon, his gaze fixated on the Xianbing's spiritual essence. He addressed Xiao Yuner and Xiao Qianqian, saying, Junior Sister Qianqian, Miss Xiao, take care of yourselves while I assist Senior Brother Xie. Before his voice had faded, he deftly maneuvered past the fray, darting toward the lair of the ice-armored earth dragon. Wang Chufeng, what are you doing? Xiao Yi exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger washing over him. It dawned on him that Wang Chufeng was not there to help, but rather to seize the Xianbing's spiritual essence for himself. Naturally, I am aiding Senior Brother in acquiring that essence. Wang Chufeng chuckled, drawing his sword as the formless sword intent surged forth, striking at the icy defenses of the cavern's entrance. Roar! The ice-armored earth dragon sensed an intrusion into its lair and let out a furious roar, abandoning the offerings. Its massive form, exuding an aura of chilling cold, charged fiercely towards Wang Chufeng. Come at me. Wang Chufeng was already prepared. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His swordplay elusive and unpredictable. He deftly dodged the dragon's frontal assault, while simultaneously unleashing a few sharp sword energies from his fingertips to disrupt Xiao Li's pursuit. Xiao Li, both furious and anxious, was taken aback by Wang Chufeng's audacity to seize opportunities right under his nose. He swiftly turned around, intent on stopping Wang Chufeng, yet was momentarily hindered by the ice-armored earth dragon's relentless attack, making it difficult for him to approach. Xiao Erwo, witnessing Wang Chufeng's impending success, succumbed to jealousy and made a choice. With a low shout, he brandished a rusted iron sword and attacked Wang Chufeng from the side. Thinking to take advantage? Wang Chufeng sneered, having already sensed Xiao Erwo's movements. His footwork shifted, allowing him to simultaneously repel Xiao Erwo with one sword while driving the other with greater ferocity towards the mysterious ice spirit essence. Forced back, Xiao Erwo retreated and hastily fled, ignoring Xiao Yuner's calls, racing away into the distance. With a swift motion, the sword light sliced through, shattering the ice, encasing the ice spirit essence. Wang Chufeng seized the cold, piercing crystal without hesitation, stowing it away in his storage ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering Xie Li's opportunity. Ice spirit essence. Plundered Xie Li's luck points. 300 points. Current total luck points. 20, 300, 320 points. Xie Li's remaining luck. 1,050 points. At last, it was his. Wang Chufeng felt an immense joy swelling within him. After securing his prize, he had no desire to linger. With a swift shift of his form, he retreated towards Xiao Yuner and Xiao Qianqian, calling out to them, This place is not safe. We must leave. Xiao Yi watched in disbelief as the ice spirit essence was taken from him, his fury boiling over as he roared, Wang Chufeng, I will kill you. He disregarded everything to break free from the ice-armored earth dragon and madly pursued Wang Chufeng. The dragon, enraged by the loss of its treasure, roared ferociously, pursuing them both, engulfing Xiao Li and Xiao Feng in its wrath. Quickly, Wang Chufeng grasped Xiao Yuner and Xiao Qianqian, exerting all his effort to flee deeper into the dense forest. Xiao Yuner's face flushed with shyness, while Xiao Qianqian showed evident reluctance. The furious shouts of Xiao Li and the dragon's roars gradually faded behind them. After running a considerable distance, feeling safe at last, the trio paused to catch their breath. Senior Brother, did you truly seize Senior Brother Xie's opportunity? I wonder how you will explain this to the sect master. Xiao Qianqian said helplessly, astonished by Wang Chufeng's boldness. Xiao Yuner's face was also filled with concern and embarrassment due to Xiao Erwo's interference. Wang Chufeng, however, remained composed, even sporting a slight smile. Opportunities are destined. The capable shall prevail. I have long found his arrogant demeanor intolerable. This time, it seems we are even. As Xiao Yuner gazed at his confident smile, her worries inexplicably began to ease. She recalled the actions of Xiao Erwo and the enmity that Wang Chufeng had incurred with Xiao Li for the sake of their well-being. A wave of guilt washing over her. At that moment, the figure of Xiao Erwo staggeringly approached the heart of Wanzhong Valley, his eyes filled with resentment and reluctance. Ding! Detecting that Xiao Erwo is nearing the Flame Heaven technique, located in a lava cave 10 miles ahead. Excellent. The next power bank shall be you, Xiao Erwo. Wang Chufeng glanced back at Xiao Yuner, who was nervously biting her finger. Yuner, let us first seek out Brother Xiao Erwo. His cultivation level is merely at the foundation establishment stage. This place is fraught with danger, and he is likely in peril alone. Xiao Yuner nodded gently. Wang Chufeng then turned his gaze to Xiao Qianqian, who also nodded in agreement, and the trio set off in pursuit of Xiao Erwo. Before long, the sounds of a scuffle and shouting reached their ears. Xiao Erwo, how could you take advantage of another's misfortune? It was the voice of Senior Sister Mu. Let us go investigate. Xiao Qianqian, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Mu Qing'er had grown up alongside Xiao Qianqian, and was one of her few close friends. The three hastened their pace, only to find Mu Qing'er covered in blood, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, while Xiao Erwo brandished a long sword. Ready to strike. Stop! Xiao Qianqian shouted. Upon seeing them, Xiao Erwo hesitated for a moment but then turned to flee. Xiao Yun'er cried out in alarm, "Wait, Brother Erwo!" But her pleas fell on deaf ears as he did not halt. They gathered around the gravely injured Mu Qing'er and upon inquiry, learned that she had encountered a late-stage golden core ferocious beast and had barely escaped with her life, only to be met by Xiao Erwo, who, due to their prior conflict, had intended to strike her down. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time to save her. Junior sister Qing'er is severely injured, Qianqian. You should take her back to the sect for recovery. I shall go with Yun'er to find Xiao Erwo. Xiao Qianqian nodded, and the two groups parted ways. Wang Chufeng realized that in order to win over Xiao Yun'er, he must seek opportunities to be alone with her. As for Xiao Qianqian, her aloof demeanor made significant progress unlikely at this moment. Xiao Yun'er, however, was simple and unassuming, making her the ideal target for his affections. With this thought, Wang Chufeng casually glanced back at the somewhat flustered Xiao Yun'er. Their eyes met, and a delicate blush crept across her face, reminiscent of the hues of sunset. Ahem, Yun'er, Brother Xiao should not be far off. Let us quicken our pace, and we shall soon catch up with him. Xiao Yun'er, her cheeks flushed, nodded softly. Wang Chufeng led her, navigating through the dense, primordial jungle, following the faint traces left by Xiao Erwo. Yun'er, watch your step, Wang Chufeng reminded her periodically. Noticing her distracted demeanor, the young girl's thoughts were clearly still ensnared by the image of Xiao Erwo's resolute departure, her eyes reflecting confusion and hurt. Ding. Target Xiao Erwo's fate-related item, the Flame Heaven technique, has been located, situated 3 miles ahead in a lava cave. The host may intercept it in advance. The cold prompt echoed in Wang Chufeng's mind, serving as the most precise navigation. His gaze sharpened as he discreetly adjusted his direction. Yun'er, there seems to be some activity over here. Let us investigate. Unaware, Xiao Yun'er nodded obediently. The two hastened their pace and soon arrived at a sunken area. The air had grown searingly hot and dry, a faint scent of sulfur wafting through. Before them loomed a deep cave entrance, its surrounding rocks charred black, with a subtle red glow emanating from within. This must be the place, Wang Chufeng murmured, stepping into the cave first. Inside, the temperature surged dramatically. Jagged stones adorned the path, and the deeper they ventured, the more intense the red light became, waves of heat crashing upon them. Before long, a vast underground lava lake unfolded before their eyes, the molten magma flowing languidly, exuding an oppressive heat and blinding crimson radiance. On the edge of the lava lake, upon a prominent black rock, lay a palm-sized jade slip, neither metal nor jade, entirely red and adorned with patterns of flames. An ancient and ferocious surge of fire energy emanated from it. The Burning Heaven technique. A spark of brilliance ignited in Wang Chufeng's eyes. He darted towards the stone and seized the red jade slip in his grasp. Notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the fragment of the Burning Heaven technique from Xiao Erwo. Acquired Xiao Erwo's luck points, 300 points. Current total luck points, 320. 300, 620 points. Remaining luck points for Xiao Erwo, 200 points. With a substantial influx of luck points, Wang Chufeng's heart soared with elation. However, he refrained from immediately enhancing his cultivation. He contemplated reserving the luck points for future needs. This expedition into the Misty Valley had yielded far more than he had anticipated. Brother Wang, what is this? Xiao Yun'er inquired, catching up and peering curiously at the red jade slip in his hand. It's a legacy technique left by a predecessor. Fire-based and immensely powerful, Wang Chufeng briefly explained, stowing the jade slip away. His gaze swept across the lava lake, soon spotting traces of an activated formation in a corner close to the cave wall. It was a confinement formation, pulsating with a yellow-brown glow, forming a solid barrier of light. Within, Xiao Erwo was frantically assaulting the formation's barrier, his face contorted with anxiety, rage, and frustration. Clearly, he had arrived slightly later than Wang Chufeng, only to be ensnared by this protective formation, helplessly watching as Wang Chufeng claimed what he believed should rightfully belong to him. Brother Erwo, Xiao Yun'er exclaimed, rushing over. Wang Chufeng, hand it over. That belongs to me. It is my opportunity. Xiao Erwo's eyes blazed with fury as he saw both Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yun'er, especially the latter's action of securing the jade slip. His voice, strained with rage and despair, echoed through the barrier. Wang Chufeng approached the formation, scrutinizing it closely. It was a remarkably intricate earth-fire binding formation, utilizing the geothermal fire energy to confine its prey. Possessing the skill Heaven's gaze and Earth's insight, his understanding of formations far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Soon, he located the heart of the formation, a dark red crystal embedded in the rock face. With a finger pointed like a sword, A formless sword energy shot forth with precision, striking the crystal. Crack! The crystal shattered as expected, and a yellowish light barrier flickered violently before dissipating like a bubble. The formation was breached. Xiao Erwo emerged from his confinement, yet he exhibited no gratitude. Instead, his eyes burned with a feral rage as he lunged at Wang Chufeng. Return the burning heaven technique to me, Wang Chufeng. You despicable scoundrel. You have stolen my opportunity. Wang Chufeng effortlessly sidestepped his attack, his brow slightly furrowed. Brother Xiao, opportunities are not owned. They belong to the capable. I arrived first, broke the formation, and obtained it. How can that be considered theft? Nonsense. Xiao Erwo trembled with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Chufeng. You clearly relied on your superior cultivation to snatch it away. That thing has been calling out to me all along. It is mine. Return it to me. Brother Erwo, please calm down. Xiao Yi could no longer bear it. Feeling immense embarrassment and disappointment at Xiao Erwo's unreasonable accusations towards their savior. If Wang Xixiang found it first, then it rightfully belongs to him. How can you act so irrationally? I am being irrational? Xiao Erwo whipped around, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Xiao Yi. Yi, are you siding with him too? Have you forgotten the suffering I have endured over the years? Have you forgotten that he is from the Xiantian sword sect? He sees me as an easy target. I am not taking sides. Xiao Yi exclaimed, her eyes reddening with urgency. I just think you are being unfair to Wang Xixiao. He saved us and helped you break the formation. Unfair? Ha! Xiao Erwo let out a chilling laugh, his eyes brimming with the pain of betrayal and madness. Ah, what a fine Wang Xixiao. Yi, how long have you known him? Is it because he possesses greater cultivation and a handsome appearance that you have become infatuated? You speak nonsense. Xiao Yi, both embarrassed and furious, could no longer hold back her tears. Wang Chufeng observed Xiao Erwo's hysterical demeanor and then glanced at the tearful Xiao Yi. A hint of helplessness and magnanimity crossed his face as he turned his palm, revealing the crimson burning heaven technique jade slip. Enough, Wang Chufeng sighed, his tone laced with fatigue and disappointment as he extended the jade slip toward Xiao Erwo. Since you firmly believe this item to be your opportunity and are so deeply attached to it, I shall give it to you. However, I hope you understand that while opportunities are valuable, one's character is of greater importance. This gesture of retreating to advance was executed with great finesse. Xiao Erwo stared at the jade slip offered before him, momentarily stunned before erupting into a more humiliating fury. Yi, look, he is mocking me. Xiao Erwo was completely enraged, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wang Chufeng. Fine, fine. You are a hypocrite, and you are a heartless ingrate. I, Xiao Erwo, do not covet your charity. From this day forth, you, Xiao Yi, and I shall sever all ties. After bellowing, he shot a venomous glare at Wang Chufeng. Casting a disappointed glance at the weeping Xiao Yi, he turned away and rushed out of the lava cave, his figure swiftly vanishing into the dim corridor. Brother Eru! Xiao Yi cried out desperately, taking a few steps in pursuit, yet Xiao Eru had long since disappeared. The immense blow weakened her legs, causing her to collapse onto the scalding ground, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably, while the heavens outside responded with a timely downpour. Wang Chufeng approached her, crouching beside her and gently patting her trembling shoulders, his voice imbued with a poignant tenderness. Yi, do not weep. He is not worth it. Those words, not worth it, struck her like the final straw that broke the camel's back. All the grievances she had harbored over time, her disappointment in Xiao Eru, and her reliance and guilt towards Wang Chufeng erupted in that very moment. With a sudden movement, she turned and, as if clutching a lifeline, threw herself into Wang Chufeng's embrace, burying her tear-streaked face against his chest and weeping openly. The warmth of her tears instantly soaked his garment. The delicate form of the girl pressed against him, her faint fragrance mingling with the scent of her tears, invaded his senses. Wang Chufeng's body stiffened slightly. Her helpless cries and unguarded dependence stirred his nerves intensely. Yi, he uttered, his voice becoming hoarse and deep. Xiao Yi remained engulfed in her profound sorrow, oblivious to the change in Wang Chufeng's demeanor. Do not cry, I am here. As he spoke words of comfort, he gently caressed her cheek, his touch seemingly tender yet imbued with an irresistible strength. Xiao Yi quivered, finally sensing something amiss. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes meeting Wang Chufeng's face, where the flames of intensity burned within his profound gaze, startling her. Wang Xixiang you. Xiao Yi's beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. How can Xiao Eru compare to me? Wang Chufeng's deep voice echoed, insidiously eroding her fragile psychological defenses. Confusion and helplessness replaced the clarity in her eyes. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the wind ceased and the rain subsided outside. Wang Chufeng regarded the girl, delicate as a tender blossom. She had her eyes closed, tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. Chapter 12. No extra rooms available. The shadows of the lava cave had not yet fully dissipated from her heart, and Xiao Yi trembled slightly. Wang Chufeng's low voice resonated in her ear, carrying an undeniable reassurance. That Xiao Eru is ungrateful, having squandered your sincere affection. From now on, I will be by your side. Xiao Yi experienced a tumult of emotions, the sting of Xiao Eru's betrayal still fresh. The man before her, as gentle as jade, had forcefully breached the emptiness of her heart in a manner almost brutal. She felt an overwhelming dependence, akin to a drowning person grasping for a piece of driftwood. Wang Xixiang, her voice was a mere whisper, tinged with the raspiness that followed her tears. Call me Chufeng. Wang Chufeng interrupted her, gently caressing the tear-stained traces on her cheek with his fingertip, his touch tender. From this moment forth, Xiao Erwo shall have no further entanglements with you. As I, Xiao Yi, met his profound gaze, one that seemed capable of ensnaring souls, an unusual tranquility washed over my tumultuous heart. Ultimately, I merely nodded softly. Ding. Host has successfully acquired target. Xiao Yi. Affection increased. Can plunder Xiao Erwo's luck points. 500 points. Do you wish to plunder? Wang Chufeng's heart soared with joy. 500 points. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to plunder. Plunder successful. Current total luck points. 620,500,1120 points. Xiao Erwo's remaining luck points. 3,700 points. The substantial influx of luck points prompted Wang Chufeng to calculate that it was sufficient for a swift ascension to the divine realm. Yet he stifled the impulse to break through immediately. Luck points were a strategic resource. Accumulating them bore immense significance for cultivation and seizing opportunities, proving invaluable in critical moments. He was also intrigued by the system lottery that opened upon reaching 2,000 points. With Xiao Erwo's remaining 3,000 points, it was prudent to gather more for himself. Yinner, let us depart from here. Wang Chufeng assisted her to her feet. It was not wise to linger. They should exit the secret realm at once. The two left the searing lava cave and returned to the perimeter of the miasmic Wanzhao Valley. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened. Following the traces of human presence, they eventually found an inn named Chun and located at the edge of a small town before nightfall. The inn was modest in size, but reasonably clean. Wang Chufeng and Gu Yun'er entered the hall, where a shrewd innkeeper promptly greeted them with a beaming smile. Esteemed cultivators, will you be dining or seeking lodging? Wang Chufeng swiftly scanned the somewhat desolate hall, having already formulated a plan in his mind. He stepped forward, and 2 pieces of softly glowing low-grade spirit stones slipped into the innkeeper's rough hand. 2 quiet rooms, please. His voice was low yet imbued with an undeniable authority, and he cast a sharp glance at the innkeeper. The innkeeper felt a weight in his palm. The smooth texture and potent spiritual energy sent his heart racing. These were indeed spirit stones from the celestial realm. A mere mortal like him might not even touch one in a year. Glancing back at the young cultivator's sharp eyes, he instantly comprehended the implication. His smile broadened, brimming with respect, and his voice rose a notch to ensure that Xiao Yi, who was following behind and awkwardly gazing at her shoes, could hear. Alas. Esteemed cultivator, I truly apologize. It appears you have arrived at an unfortunate time. For some reason, we have an unusually high number of guests today. The best room we have left is the very last one. Might I trouble you esteemed cultivators to share it? I assure you, it is spacious and pristine. Or perhaps you would prefer to look for accommodations elsewhere. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yi abruptly lifted her head. Her petite face instantly flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe cherry. Only one room left. What shall we do? In a flurry of anxiety, she glanced towards Wang Chufeng, her eyes brimming with embarrassment and bewilderment. Wang Chufeng furrowed his brow slightly. Only one room remains. He turned to look at Gu Yun'er, his voice softening with a soothing undertone. Yun'er, the night is late, and it seems there are no other decent inns nearby. How about we make do for tonight? His words were sincere and considerate, offering the choice to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi gazed at the darkened sky outside, reflecting on Wang Chufeng's gentle demeanor. The flicker of her resistance gradually dissipated. With her head bowed, she emitted a barely audible agreement, her small head nearly buried in her chest, her ears aflame with embarrassment. Very well, we shall take this room, Wang Chufeng said to the innkeeper. Right away. Please follow me, esteemed guest. The innkeeper, understanding the situation, led the way with an exceptionally bright smile. The room was indeed, as the innkeeper described, quite spacious and tidy, with a window offering a view of the distant twinkling lights of the town. After the innkeeper delivered warm water and simple fare, he discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. The atmosphere within the room shifted, becoming subtly charged. The candlelight danced, illuminating Xiao Yi's flushed visage as she stood awkwardly by the table, unable to meet Wang Chufeng's gaze. Yun'er, you've had a long day. Please, rest on the bed. I will be right here. You needn't worry, he said gently, indicating the bedding laid out on the floor. Xiao Yi glanced at the humble bedding and then at the soft, inviting bed. No, Brother Chufeng. You should take the bed while I sleep on the floor, she protested. Nonsense, Wang Chufeng interrupted, his tone firm yet laced with concern. You are weary and have been through a fright. How can you sleep on the floor? Be obedient and rest. He approached the bed and personally lifted the quilt for her. Unable to oppose him and genuinely exhausted, Xiao Yi, her cheeks aflame, reluctantly shuffled to the bedside, removed her shoes and socks, and quickly burrowed under the covers. She cocooned herself snugly, revealing only her large, glistening eyes, which darted nervously at Wang Chufeng like a frightened little rabbit. Wang Chufeng extinguished the candle on the table, leaving only a dim wall lamp in the corner. The room was enveloped in a hazy twilight. Xiao Yi's heart raced, tightly closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. As time passed slowly, she found her consciousness blurring amidst her overwhelming anxiety and fatigue. Just as she was on the verge of drifting into slumber, she suddenly felt a weight beside her on the bed. Startled awake, she opened her eyes to find Wang Chufeng seated at her bedside, his deep-set eyes piercing through the dim light as they gazed intently at her. Brother Chufeng, Xiao Yi gasped, instinctively retreating. Yinner, I cannot sleep, Wang Chufeng insisted, firmly grasping her cool hand that lay outside the covers. Moreover, I fear you might be frightened sleeping alone. His palm was warm and strong, sending a rush of heat throughout Xiao Yi's body. No, I am not afraid, she thought, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find it gripped tighter. Wang Chufeng leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Be obedient, come chat with me for a while. Chapter 13. A reluctant farewell. The two of them did not awaken until midday. Wang Chufeng learned that Xiao Yi did not actually bear the surname Xiao. Instead, her family name was Gu, and she was the esteemed daughter of the Gu family from the Qingyu Immortal Kingdom, residing with the Xiao family for certain special reasons. Noticing that Yi refrained from divulging the details, Wang Chufeng chose not to pry further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Now that she had quarreled with Xiao Erwo and wished to distance herself from the Xiao family, Wang Chufeng resolved to escort her back to her ancestral home. In the following days, the two journeyed westward toward the Gu family's residence in the Qingyu Immortal Kingdom. Following that night, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. With the arrival of nightfall, whenever they lodged in an inn, there was no need for words. Gu Yun'er would shyly follow Wang Chufeng, a blush adorning her cheeks. As they entered the same room together, Wang Chufeng no longer needed to concoct excuses for the remaining single room. The innkeepers seemed particularly perceptive to their unvoiced needs. In her gaze, reliance deepened, the initial anxiety replaced by a profound affection. 10 days later, the majestic, undulating mountain range loomed on the horizon. At the foot of the mountains lay a grand and vibrant complex of buildings, with soaring eaves and numerous pavilions, the protective array of the mountain shimmering under the sunlight. This was the Gu family, one of the paramount powers of the Qingyu Immortal Kingdom. A few miles from the Gu family's mountain gate was a quaint town, designed for weary travelers and cultivators. Wang Chufeng selected a tavern with the highest vantage point, securing a room on the top floor. Upon opening the window, he faced the direction of the Gu family and could see the iconic, resplendent pavilions within the core area of the family. The twilight sun bathed the Gu family structures in a warm golden hue, with wisps of smoke curling upward, evoking a celestial atmosphere. Gu Yun'er leaned against the window frame, gazing dreamily at the familiar lights, her expression a tapestry of emotions. There was a touch of trepidation at returning home, a longing for her kin, and a profound anxiety regarding the impending separation and the uncertain future. How would she explain the recent events to her family? How could she mention Wang Chufeng? If her family were to learn of him, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her shoulders from behind. Wang Chufeng's deep voice resonated beside her ear, tinged with reluctance. Yun'er, it's truly beautiful. Is that your home? Gu Yun'er's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, leaning back against his shoulder, softly murmuring in response. We return tomorrow? Wang Chufeng inquired, his tone laced with reluctance. Yes, Gu Yun'er's mood visibly dipped. Wang Chufeng tightened his embrace. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Brother Chufeng, we are by the window, someone might see, she said nervously, attempting to turn back. And if they do? Wang Chufeng's voice held a hint of defiance. Before Gu Yun'er lay a home illuminated by myriad lights, while behind her stood the robust arms of Wang Chufeng. You wish to forsake life. Revealing yourself to the family will surely spell your doom. Gu Yun'er felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency. The evening breeze caressed her, yet it could not dispel the profound sorrow of parting. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, revealing the lingering fatigue and heartache etched upon Gu Yun'er's countenance. She stood at the threshold, casting a backward glance at Wang Chufeng, whose gaze bore a deep intensity. Brother Chufeng, I am leaving. Her voice trembled with emotion. Wang Chufeng rose and approached her, gently smoothing the disheveled strands of hair at her temples, his touch tender. Yes, go. Remember my words. Take care of yourself. And come back in due time for a reunion. Gu Yuner nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes, yet her resolve shone brighter than ever. I will surely introduce you to my father and the elders when the opportunity arises. It was as if she was encouraging herself, as well as making a promise to Wang Chufeng. He waved his hand. Go now, Yuner. Gu Yuner cast one last, profound glance at him, as if to etch his image into her heart, then resolutely turned and pushed the door open to depart. Her delicate silhouette bore a hint of determination as she set forth on the journey home. Wang Chufeng approached the window, watching as Gu Yuner's figure gradually faded along the path leading to the Gu family's gate. A trace of reluctance emerged on his face, evidently. This simple and naive girl had left a profound imprint upon his heart. After bidding farewell to Gu Yuner, Wang Chufeng discerned his direction and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the Xiantian sword sect. Upon stepping into the domain of Tianjin Peak, a fiery figure met him. Xiao Qianqian, you have returned, she exclaimed, a hint of impatience on her face. The sect leader summoned you. You are to see her at the main peak, Xiantian Hall, immediately. Wang Chufeng's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained unaffected. Oh, do you know the reason? What else could it be? Always stirring up trouble for Tianjin Peak. Xiao Qianqian lowered her voice, laced with indignation. It's about Xiao Yi. He suffered a loss in the Wanzhong Valley and must have gone to the sect leader to slander you. The sect leader has favored Xiao Yi over the years, so you'd best be cautious. Understood. Wang Chufeng nodded, his gaze contemplative, anticipating Xiao Yi's complaint. He did not immediately make his way to the main peak, but instead looked up at the sky. The remnants of the sunset bathed Tianjin Peak in a golden hue. Qianqian, you should return first. I will check on Mistress, then proceed to the main peak. Wang Chufeng addressed Xiao Qianqian. She shot him a disapproving look. Clearly surprised that he still wished to visit Murong Xue at such a time, yet seeing his calm demeanor, she acquiesced with a nod. Wang Chufeng swiftly and silently slipped into the Peak Master Hall. Inside, Murong Xue sat alone by the window, gazing at the evening glow, her figure appearing somewhat solitary. Upon hearing the faint footsteps, she turned abruptly, and when she recognized Wang Chufeng, her once troubled eyes sparkled with joy. Chufeng. In that moment, she forgot her status. Forgetting all decorum, Wang Chufeng gazed at her countenance, and a flame ignited within his heart. Master, tomorrow I shall meet the sect leader, Lung Qingqiu. He whispered into her ear, uncertain of the fortune that awaited him on this journey. Chapter 14. The frigid Lung Qingqiu Murong Xue stiffened, her eyes filled with greater concern. Wang Chufeng lifted her chin with one hand, compelling her to meet the blaze in his eyes. What if I do not return tomorrow? Who will care for you, master? Do not speak such nonsense. Murong Xue exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and urgency washing over her as she hastily covered his mouth. Her beautiful eyes reflecting both ire and a hint of fear. Although the sect leader has shown some favoritism towards Xiao Yi in recent years, she is fundamentally just and fair and would not unjustly punish you. Do not frighten yourself. Let us hope so, Wang Chufeng replied, gently removing her hand. Yet I remain troubled by the thought of not being able to care for you. The following day, as dawn broke, Wang Chufeng, feeling invigorated, departed from the heavenly sword peak. He did not head directly to the main peak's Xiantian Hall, but sought a secluded cliff instead. Settling into a meditative posture, he delved into the system, consuming 100 fortune points, activating the skill, Heavenly Insight. He intoned silently. Target, sect leader of the Xiantian sword sect, Lung Qingqiu. I shall divine the past 50 years. Ding. Consumed 100 fortune points, skill activated. Target locked, Lung Qingqiu. A surge of profound information flooded Wang Chufeng's mind. Countless blurred fragments of light began to coalesce, forming a coherent narrative, racing through the depths of his consciousness like a flickering lantern. He beheld the might and aloofness of Lung Qingqiu, extending back 2 decades. The vision crystallized in a dark and eerie secret realm. Lung Qingqiu, renowned for her icy detachment and formidable prowess, was unexpectedly afflicted by a peculiar poison, her body burning with fever, her consciousness clouded. A shadowy figure, malevolent and indistinct, lunged at her, followed by harrowing scenes of violation. The scene shifted. Within a secluded cave, Lung Qingqiu endured tremendous agony and humiliation, giving birth to a male infant. Her gaze upon the child was fraught with complexity, deep-seated hatred intertwined with an inextricable blood bond. Ultimately, she took it upon herself to slay the cultist who had defiled her, publicly claiming to be in seclusion for a breakthrough, while the child born was none other than Xiao Yi. As the visions faded, Wang Chufeng abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance igniting within them, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if all was within his grasp. So it is Xiao Yi, your illegitimate child. No wonder there has been such favoritism all these years. Having absorbed this revelation, Wang Chufeng resolved to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 200 fortune points. Cultivation level elevated to the early stage of the nascent soul, remaining fortune points, 820. Observing his dramatically increased prowess, he rose, adjusted his robes, and with resolute determination, transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the Xiantian Hall on the main peak. The Xiantian Hall loomed vast and solemn, imbued with an intangible pressure. At the far end of the grand hall, a woman sat regally upon a lofty jade throne. She adorned herself in a gown as pure and white as freshly fallen snow, the hem trailing gracefully upon the ground, untouched by the dust of the world. Her long, raven tresses were simply held up by a single white jade hairpin, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her visage was nothing short of stunning, yet it resembled the eternal frost of ancient ice, exquisitely flawless, yet devoid of any warmth of humanity. Those profound eyes, akin to a timeless, frigid pond, held the power to freeze one's very soul with but a casual glance. In the early stages of the nascent soul realm, she was none other than Wang Chufeng, the esteemed leader of the Xiantian sword sect. As Wang Chufeng stepped into the grand hall, an overwhelming and formidable pressure descended upon him, as vast as the abyss and as heavy as a mountain. Simultaneously, a notification echoed, "Ding. System task issued. Conquer Lung Qingqiu to receive a reward of 500 fortune points. Current fortune points, 1050. Before Wang Chufeng could fully comprehend the system's task, the oppressive aura emanating from Lung Qingqiu struck him like an invisible, towering iceberg, crashing down upon his spirit and body. He gasped, feeling as if he had been struck with tremendous force. His complexion turned ashen, and blood surged up his throat. Had he not expended 200 fortune points to elevate his cultivation to the initial stage of the nascent soul, the weight of this pressure would have surely rendered him gravely injured, collapsing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the blood that threatened to spill, and a formless sword intent emanated from him, forming an invisible, sharp barrier. Standing tall and resolute, like an unyielding spear, he met the icy gaze of the figure seated upon the jade throne. Disciple Wang Chufeng pays respects to the sect leader. His voice, laced with a hint of suppressed hoarseness, resonated clearly throughout the vast hall. Lung Qingqiu's gaze pierced through him like tangible ice shards, as if she sought to see through his very essence. Internally startled, she mused, "Early nascent soul? I had thought Xiao Yi was the foremost among his peers in the Xiantian sword sect, yet it appears there are indeed others beyond." Moreover, this young man managed to remain standing under the deliberate pressure she exerted. It was quite peculiar. "Wang Chufeng," she spoke, her voice striking like ice against jade, clear, frigid, and devoid of emotion. "I have heard that within the Wanzhong Valley secret realm, you seized the Xianbing spirit essence that your fellow disciple Xiao Yi had already acquired. Is this true?" She addressed him directly, her tone accusatory. Despite the immense pressure bearing down on him, a calm smile graced Wang Chufeng's face. "Respectfully, sect leader, I cannot agree with the term seized." He maintained an even tone, neither obsequious nor arrogant. "Within the secret realm, opportunities are destined by fate, and the capable shall claim them. The Xianbing spirit essence is an unclaimed treasure. I merely relied on my abilities to breach the guardian beast's defenses to obtain it. How can this be termed as seizing?" He paused, meeting Lung Qingqiu's unfathomable cold gaze, and added pointedly, "If we are to discuss precedents. When senior brother Xie discovered the essence, the guardian beast, the ice-armored earth dragon, was not his possession. If we follow this reasoning, should not everything within the secret realm belong to the first who enters?" Cunning words. Lung Qingqiu's gaze grew even colder, and the temperature within the hall seemed to plummet further. "You twist the truth and show disrespect to your seniors. It seems you believe that by ascending to the nascent soul stage, you may act presumptuously before me?" The terrifying pressure intensified once more. The ground beneath Wang Chufeng groaned under the immense weight, fissures appearing in its surface. His body swayed violently, a fresh trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. He could no longer endure this pressure. The moment had arrived. Wang Chufeng inhaled deeply, bracing himself against the crushing force that threatened to obliterate him. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming like a sword, piercing directly into Lung Qingqiu. He did not utter a word, but summoned a fragment of his soul power to convey a message telepathically. An intangible force of soul energy swiftly coalesced, precisely penetrating Lung Qingqiu's consciousness. The identity of Xiao Yi is known to the disciple. 20 years ago, in the 10,000 Poison Cave, the Evil Heart Sovereign. Boom. As the words 10,000 Poison Cave and Evil Heart Sovereign reverberated like thunder in Lung Qingqiu's mind, the expression of the ancient sect master, resembling a timeless iceberg, transformed for the first time, no longer cold, but drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. Within those profound, icy eyes, an unprecedented horror erupted, disbelief mingling with an overwhelming intent to kill and a deep-seated humiliation. The terrifying aura of the refining void stage spiraled out of control. Akin to a dormant volcano erupting after millennia, the entire Xiantian hall trembled violently. Every jade pillar and ornament within the hall emitted a resonant hum under the unbearable strain. Wang Chufeng found himself at the epicenter, feeling as though he were a fragile boat amidst a furious tempest, on the verge of being utterly torn apart. Chapter 15. Midnight on the back mountain. At this critical juncture, Wang Chufeng, stifling his pain, summoned his soul power once more to convey a second message. With an undeniable warning, he forcefully transmitted it into Lung Qingqiu's chaotic consciousness. If the disciple wishes to flee, the sect master cannot impede him. Moreover, should any misfortune befall the disciple, this secret will spread far and wide in an instant. The sect master should think twice. This final warning pierced through Lung Qingqiu's boiling intent to kill like a chilling blade. Spread far and wide. Then she, Lung Qingqiu, sect master of the Xiantian sword sect, a powerhouse of the refining void stage, would become a laughingstock in the cultivation world. The illustrious reputation of the Xiantian sword sect would be obliterated in an instant. Xiao Yi would have no place left to stand. She fixed her gaze on the young man below, blood trickling from his mouth, his expression unervingly calm like that of a devil. Her chest heaved violently, the overwhelming aura slowly subsiding as if pressed down by an invisible hand. The tremors of the grand hall ceased, yet the oppressive silence that ensued was even more suffocating than before. Lung Qingqiu's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to crimson, ultimately deepening into a chilling shade that appeared almost to exude water. She bit her lip fiercely, a trickle of crimson seeping forth. Wang Chufeng observed her expression, his heart racing, his back drenched in cold sweat. What do you intend to do? Lung Qingqiu spoke darkly. Wang Chufeng felt as if a colossal stone had crashed down in his heart. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. He had won the gamble. He suppressed the overwhelming elation and rapid heartbeat stemming from his narrow escape, maintaining a facade of calmness, even exuding a hint of confidence, as if victory were assured. He slightly inclined his body, his voice clear and serene, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Disciple dares not harbor any extravagant wishes. I implore the sect master to visit the cliff at the back mountain tonight at midnight. I have matters of great significance to discuss, pertaining to your esteemed reputation. Do you choose the location? Cold Qingqiu's voice dripped with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed. Wang Chufeng raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the hazy luminescence, seemingly locking onto those icy, beautiful orbs. If the sect master comes, all can be negotiated. Should you choose not to attend, I shall have no choice but to allow those who should know to become acquainted with certain long-buried tales. A stark threat, the aura around them pulsed once more, evidently reigniting Cold Qingqiu's ire. Yet, she ultimately refrained from making any further moves. Leave. A chilling word escaped from the glow, laden with suppressed fury. Wang Chufeng recognized that it was unwise to linger. His objectives had been achieved. He bowed once more, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Disciple takes his leave. Tonight at midnight, the back mountain cliff awaits your esteemed presence. With that, he did not tarry, turning away and stepping out of the perilous hall with measured strides. Each footfall upon the frigid jade floor echoed clearly, reverberating against the taut strings of Cold Qingqiu's heart. Her once aloof and serene eyes now blazed with a fierce wrath and an overwhelming intent to kill. She uttered Wang Chufeng's name through clenched teeth. Her delicate hand balled into a fist, knuckles whitening from the pressure, emitting faint cracking sounds. When I seize the opportunity, you shall find no solace nor escape. With a sudden flick of her sleeve, a terrifying chill swept through the grand hall, freezing the ground beneath into a thick layer of ice. She needed to release this nearly explosive urge to kill, to momentarily suppress the surging bloodlust within her breast. The back mountain cliff? Midnight. Very well. Cold Qingqiu inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure, her eyes glinting with a cold and perilous light. I shall see what waves you, an insignificant insect, can stir. The murderous intent brewed within her heart, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. After departing from the Xiantian Hall, Wang Chufeng did not return to the Tianjin Peak, but sought refuge in a secluded ravine. He settled cross-legged, allowing his consciousness to delve into the system. Upon opening the system panel, he found the unfinished tasks. Task 1. Conquer Xiao Qianqian to plunder 200 fortune points from Zhao Qian. Task 2. Conquer Cold Qingqiu to plunder 500 fortune points. Current remaining fortune points, 820 points. Wang Chufeng stroked his chin. It seemed that the esteemed master of the refining void stage would not provide an opportunity anytime soon, thus redirecting his focus to his junior sister. After much contemplation, he resolved to elevate his cultivation further, expending 200 fortune points to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Current remaining fortune points, 620 points. As the thought solidified, The figure of the nascent soul materialized instantaneously, ascending in stature. The sword aura enveloping the nascent soul became increasingly refined and sharp, exhaling a chilling brilliance that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. At mid-stage of the nascent soul, success. Feeling the surging power within his body, Wang Chufeng's lips curled into a cold, enigmatic smile. As the hour of the rat approached, the moon concealed itself and the stars dwindled. A frigid wind swept across the sheer cliffs of the back mountain, rustling the ancient pines at the precipice. Lung Qingxiu had long awaited in this desolate autumn. Clad in a simple white palace robe, her figure stood tall like a solitary pine on a snow-capped peak. The moonlight casting an ethereal, yet icy silhouette that seemed to meld with the shadowy cliffs. Wang Chufeng's figure appeared at the opposite edge of the cliff like a specter, maintaining a distance of several zhang from Lung Qingxiu. His steps were unhurried, even carrying a hint of nonchalance, as if he were not attending a life-and-death rendezvous with a formidable opponent, but rather engaging in a leisurely conversation beneath the moonlight. Lung Qingxiu's frigid gaze immediately locked onto him, akin to two piercing arrows of ice. Just as she was about to reprimand him for his apparent negligence, her consciousness swept over Wang Chufeng, causing her pupils to constrict in astonishment. Mid-stage of the nascent soul, just during the day at the Xiantian Hall, he had evidently emanated the aura of a nascent soul at the initial stage. In just a few short hours, he had achieved another breakthrough? Such a feat was inconceivable. Even a prodigious talent would require vast resources and time to hone their abilities, unless he possessed an unfathomable power behind him to bestow enlightenment, or he himself harbored an astonishing secret. This thought coiled around Lung Qingxiu's heart like a venomous vine. Her original plan to suppress him with overwhelming force and extract information, thereby eradicating him completely, was suddenly shrouded in immense trepidation. Wang Chufeng's persona grew more mysterious, yet perilous in her eyes. The sect leader has been waiting long, Wang Chufeng remarked, seemingly oblivious to the suspicion in Lung Qingxiu's gaze, his countenance adorned with a grin that evoked her utmost disdain. A smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely mocking, as he even took a few steps closer. The chilling aura surrounding Lung Qingxiu surged, and just as she was about to admonish him to halt, a sharp, resounding clap pierced the silence of the cliff, starkly jarring in the stillness. Wang Chufeng's hand moved with lightning speed, landing squarely on the pert form of Lung Qingxiu's posterior. This peculiar sensation coursed through her body like an electric current. She, a formidable master at the refining void stage, the supreme leader of the Xiantian sword sect, had been struck on the rear by a mere junior at the nascent soul stage in this desolate wilderness? A moment of stunned silence ensued. Her mind went blank. An unprecedented wave of shame crashed over her, drowning all reason, followed swiftly by an inferno of rage capable of incinerating the heavens. You seek death. Lung Qingxiu's shriek cleaved through the night sky. The terrifying spiritual pressure of a refining void master was akin to a powder keg primed to explode. Ah, sect leader, please calm your fury. It was merely a jest. Just a jest. Wang Chufeng maintained his mischievous grin, as if that exceedingly audacious act had been nothing more than a playful prank. As the night deepens and the atmosphere grows tense, the disciple merely seeks to lighten the mood, lest the esteemed leader become overly strained and jeopardize her health. His words may be nonsensical, yet his gaze is as sharp as an eagle's, fixated intently on Lung Qingxiu's beautiful eyes, which blaze with barely restrained fury. Her chest rises and falls violently, her exquisite features contorted in profound indignation. She glares at Wang Chufeng, her eyes seething with a desire to rend him apart. Yet, she ultimately refrains from striking again. Lightening the mood? Utter nonsense. This is a blatant humiliation, a test of her limits. However, Wang Chufeng's bizarre ascent in power and the secret he possesses, one capable of utterly ruining her reputation, serve as cold chains that bind her burgeoning murderous intent. Wang Chufeng. Lung Qingxiu's voice is as frigid as the depths of the abyss, each word laced with lethal intent. What do you truly desire? Should you dare to overstep again, I shall ensure your utter annihilation, even at the cost of my own destruction. I wouldn't dream of it. Wang Chufeng quickly gestures in denial, his smile fading to a more serious demeanor. This disciple sincerely wishes to engage in a meaningful conversation with you, esteemed leader. The Xiantian Hall is crowded and inappropriate for such discussions. Talk. What could you possibly offer to this seat? Lung Qingxiu retorts with a cold smile, her gaze still piercing. Let us discuss cooperation, a win-win situation, Wang Chufeng asserts, meeting her icy stare with unwavering resolve. I ask for but two things. He extends one finger. Chapter 16. The marriage proposal to Xiao Qianqian, my master, Xiao Yi, has long since departed this world, leaving the position of the Tianjin Peak's leader vacant amid a power vacuum. I am unworthy, yet I am willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility. safeguarding the legacy of the Tianjin Peak on behalf of my esteemed teacher. Lung Qingxiu furrows her brow, anticipating this request. The position of peak leader is a trivial matter for her. Without hesitation, she responds coldly, "Granted. From tomorrow onward, you shall be the new leader of the Tianjin Peak. Your wisdom is unparalleled." Wang Chufeng slightly bows, then extends a second finger, his expression softening. "Secondly, I have long held affection for junior sister Qianqian. Her innocence and purity have captured my heart. I humbly request, esteemed leader, that you bless our union." A marriage proposal for Xiao Qianqian? A flicker of unnoticeable surprise crosses Lung Qingqiu's eyes. She had expected Wang Chufeng to present more outrageous demands, such as claiming treasures of the sect, core techniques, or even seizing greater power. She did not foresee this request. The relationship between Xiao Qianqian, daughter of Xiao Yi, and Wang Chufeng, her disciple, is already delicate. Is he seeking to completely control the Tianjin Peak, or is there another motive? She is unaware that Wang Chufeng's request stems from a desire to complete a task and earn the 200 fortune points from Zhao Qian. Nevertheless, compared to other potential demands that could destabilize the sect's foundation, a disciple's marriage is a trivial concern for her as the leader. If this can temporarily placate this dangerous individual, the chilling autumn air remains as frigid as ever. "Tomorrow, I shall issue a decree to bestow marriage upon the two of you. Thank you, sect leader, for your benevolence." A joyful smile graced Wang Chufeng's face as he bowed once more. However, as Lung Qingxiu observed his demeanor, her disdain intensified, and she yearned to flee from this place that filled her with humiliation. "If this is all you seek, I have consented. If there is nothing further." Her words trailed off as she prepared to turn away when slap. Another resounding crack echoed through the air. Wang Chufeng's wicked hand struck Lung Qingxiu's shapely form again. The force even greater than before. "You." Lung Qingxiu was on the verge of exploding with rage. "Wang Chufeng, I shall ensure your demise without a grave." Yet, just as her fury threatened to engulf him, his mocking laughter rang out. "Haha, sect leader, do temper your anger. Until next time." With a flash of light, he seemed to meld into the shadows, as if consumed by the very fabric of space, swiftly vanishing from sight. Standing on the icy precipice, her fury simmering, Lung Qingxiu scanned the vicinity with her mind, watching Wang Chufeng retreat into the distance, struggling to suppress her anger. Humph! A cold snort, laden with humiliation and rage, reverberated like the mournful cry of an ancient ice phoenix in the back mountains of the Xiantian sword sect. Wang Chufeng, her exquisite visage turned pale, her eyes ablaze with icy flames. "The position of peak master? The marriage decree? Take them all. I hope you do not court disaster further." Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, amidst a rugged forest, the air shimmered slightly as Wang Chufeng's figure materialized, excitement mingling with trepidation in his eyes. He rubbed his tingling palm, savoring the remarkable elasticity and sensation, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The rear of a formidable cultivator was truly worth it. The thrill of conquering such an aloof beauty as Lung Qingxiu was utterly intoxicating. Wang Chufeng moved stealthily, like a specter cloaked in night, approaching the peak master's hall. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the anxious figure of Murong Xue pacing back and forth. She turned sharply at the sound, relief flooding her features upon recognizing Wang Chufeng, and she hurried towards him. "Chufeng, you have finally returned. Did the sect leader trouble you? How are you?" Her voice trembled slightly, delicate hands gripping his sleeve tightly as she scrutinized him, fearing he might be harmed in the slightest. She had not noticed that Wang Chufeng had already advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Her only concern was his safety. Wang Chufeng grasped her cool hand, offering a reassuring smile, radiating the calm of a victor. "Do not worry, master. The sect leader is wise and did not trouble me, merely assigning me 2 tasks." "Oh, what are they?" Murong Xue's heart eased slightly as she inquired with curiosity. Firstly, Wang Chufeng grasped Murong Xue's hand and led her to the main seat within the hall, where he took his place before her, leaning slightly forward, his gaze ablaze with intensity. "The sect master has commanded me to assume the position of the peak master of Tianjin Peak starting tomorrow to oversee its affairs." "Peak master?" Murong Xue's beautiful eyes widened, astonishment mingling with an incredible joy. This signified that Tianjin Peak finally had a new master, no longer a drifting weed without roots. She gazed at the man before her, once her disciple, now transformed into a formidable peak master, her heart a tumult of emotions. "How wonderful! Chufeng, this is what you deserve." If Xiao Yi were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely find peace with this. "Let us not dwell on him." She promptly halted her words, a flicker of complexity crossing her face. Secondly, Wang Chufeng's voice was deep, yet his eyes were firmly locked onto Murong Xue's reaction. "The sect master mentioned that the naive Shimi Qianqian possesses a pure and innocent disposition, and tomorrow, he will issue a decree to marry you to her." "Marry?" Murong Xue's smile instantly froze, as if doused in icy water. An indescribable bitterness and sense of loss clutched at her heart. Qianqian. She instinctively withdrew her hand from Wang Chufeng's grasp, slightly turning away to evade his fervent gaze. The atmosphere in the hall grew delicate and stagnant. Murong Xue remained silent for a few moments, striving to suppress the turmoil within, forcing out a semblance of a smile, though it was tinged with evident reluctance and desolation. Indeed, you and Qianqian seem well matched. However, she paused, her voice diminishing, infused with a barely perceptible tremor and resolve. However, it appears that Qianqian has long harbored affections for Zhao Qian. This matter requires further contemplation. Moreover, she inhaled deeply, as if summoning immense courage. Finally directing her gaze back to Wang Chufeng, her eyes reflecting a complex struggle and a glimmer of pleading relief. Chufeng, now that you are the peak master and have secured an engagement with Qianqian, please refrain from visiting me henceforth to avoid misunderstandings, if you will. Her voice bore an air of supplication and an undeniable distance, as though she sought to delineate the boundaries between them. Refrain from visiting? A sly smile curled at the corners of Wang Chufeng's lips. He suddenly stepped forward, an overwhelming aura enveloping Murong Xue, emanating an irresistible pressure. In the midst of her astonished gaze, he seized her slender wrist. Chapter 17. I will not marry you, Chufeng. What are you doing? Let me go? Master, is this the distance I receive for my devoted care? Please rest, master. Murong Xue's hands, which were ready to push him away, fell helplessly to her sides. The following morning, as dawn broke, Murong Xue slowly awakened to the sight of Wang Chufeng's profile, softened by the morning light. An indescribable complexity surged within her heart. There was confusion, a fear of the future, but more than that, an unusual sense of attachment. This man had intruded into her life in the most domineering manner, becoming the only support she could currently grasp. The sword peak yearns for him, and it seems she desires him as well. She gently shifts her body with utmost caution. At that moment, Wang Chufeng, seated not far away, hears the subtle rustling and slowly opens his eyes. Turning his gaze, he sees Murong Xue, resembling a docile kitten, her exquisite face adorned with the languor of awakening. Awake? His voice, husky from slumber, carries an unusual tenderness. Murong Xue softly replies, not raising her head but burying her face deeper. After a moment of silence, as if resolved to share a secret, she speaks with a barely audible, trembling voice. In truth, Qianqian is not my biological daughter. Wang Chufeng pauses slightly. Murong Xue lifts her gaze, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, locking onto his with a mixture of nostalgic sorrow and relief. She is the daughter of my distant cousin. Shortly after giving birth to Qianqian, my cousin passed away under unfortunate circumstances, and the child's father disappeared without a trace. Upon seeing the tiny, pitiful Qianqian in her swaddling, I took her back, declaring her to be the child of Xiao Yi and myself, raising her ever since. With a gentle sigh, she gazes at Wang Chufeng, her expression complex. A flicker of understanding passes through Wang Chufeng's eyes. So that is it. You have endured much, Xue. For the first time, he affectionately calls her by name. Infused with compassion, Murong Xue shivers slightly. This endearment ignites a warm current within her heart. Then, henceforth, Wang Chufeng's voice lowers. Yet Murong Xue's cheeks flush a deep crimson as she meets his eyes, aflame with familiar intensity. The faint struggle within her appears feeble in the face of Wang Chufeng's resolute declaration. She remains silent, slowly closing her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. You may come and go as you please. I fear not the whispers of others. Time passes, and Wang Chufeng observes Murong Xue, who has drifted back into a deep slumber. He rises cautiously. However, as soon as he stands, an indescribable ache radiates from his lower back, prompting an involuntary gasp as he instinctively supports himself. I've been sitting too long. He chuckles softly, a smile gracing his eyes. He turns back for a lingering glance at the sleeping beauty, tucking the blankets around her securely. With a hand still on his aching waist, he stealthily departs from the Peak Master's hall. Sunlight bathes him as the newly appointed Master of Sword Peak, soon to be a groom, moves with a slightly unsteady gait. At noon, a brilliant golden decree soars from the Xiantian Hall, transforming into a streak of light across the sky, suspended above Sword Peak, radiating a dazzling brilliance. A voice of authority, reminiscent of thunder, reverberates throughout Sword Peak, by the decree of the sect leader, Wang Chufeng, disciple of Sword Peak, endowed with exceptional talent and commendable cultivation, is hereby promoted to the new Master of Sword Peak, entrusted with the lineage. Furthermore, as Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian share a profound bond, a marriage contract is bestowed upon them. A propitious date for their union shall be chosen. The decree was issued, causing an uproar within the sect. It was the first time witnessing such a young sect leader. Inside the hall of the sect leader, Wang Chufeng was enjoying lunch with Murong Xue. Upon hearing the content of the decree, Murong Xue's jade chopsticks trembled slightly. Yet she continued to serve dishes to Wang Chufeng as if nothing had happened, her lowered eyelids concealing a swirl of complex emotions. "Chufeng, eat more," she said softly, her tone laced with a deliberate detachment. Just as Wang Chufeng was about to respond, the doors to the hall were suddenly thrust open. Xiao Qianqian rushed in with red eyes, her fiery red dress resembling blazing anger. She fixed her gaze on Wang Chufeng, her voice tinged with a sob. "I refuse to marry you." Wang Chufeng set down his chopsticks, a look of harmless resignation on his face. "Qianqian, this decision was made by the sect leader. I have no desire for this either, but we have no choice." "Nonsense." Xiao Qianqian trembled with anger. "You could have refused. You did this on purpose." Murong Xue stood up and approached Xiao Qianqian, gently stroking her long hair. "Qianqian, Chufeng has entered the nascent soul stage at such a young age. Marrying him is most agreeable to me." "Mother." Xiao Qianqian gazed at Murong Xue in disbelief. "How could you?" Murong Xue's eyes flickered momentarily before regaining composure. "Chufeng is now the sect leader and harbors deep affection for you. This marriage is indeed favorable." Observing her mother's stance and Wang Chufeng's feigned innocence, Xiao Qianqian suddenly felt as if the entire world had turned strange and absurd. She forcefully shook off Murong Xue's hand and stormed out of the hall. "I will check on her," Wang Chufeng declared, rising with a glint of determination in his eyes. Murong Xue hesitated, then gently nodded. Chapter 18. Does this girl have a masochistic tendency? Wang Chufeng trailed behind Xiao Qianqian at a distance, watching as she dashed towards Tianqing Peak. Could it be that she intends to betray me? Wang Chufeng narrowed his eyes, his spiritual sense quietly spreading. Within a secluded chamber of Tianqing Peak, Zhao Qian lay in bed recuperating from injuries. When Xiao Qianqian burst in with red-rimmed eyes, he was initially taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you I don't wish to see anyone from Tianjin Peak?" Zhao Qian's tone was unfriendly. "Zhao Xixiang," Xiao Qianqian's voice trembled. "The sect leader has appointed Wang Chufeng as the new sect leader, and I am to marry him." Zhao Qian shot upright, wincing in pain from his injuries, yet shock and jealousy eclipsed his discomfort. "What? He actually became the sect leader?" Xiao Qianqian was momentarily stunned. "Is this what you care about?" Only then did Zhao Qian realize. Waving his hand impatiently, "Whether you marry or not is none of my concern. Leave. Don't disturb me while I recover." "Zhao Xixiang, why are you always so cold to me?" Tears brimmed in Xiao Qianqian's eyes. "How could you get out?" Zhao Qian let out a furious roar, striking Xiao Qianqian's fair face with a resounding slap, his eyes brimming with twisted jealousy and rage. "I do not wish to see anyone from Tianjin Peak." Xiao Qianqian staggered backward, her face devoid of color. She cast one last glance at Zhao Qian before turning and fleeing through the door, tears blurring her vision. In the distance, Wang Chufeng observed the entire scene, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This girl seems to have a touch of masochism. The harsher one is to her, the more devoted she becomes. His smile took on a sinister edge. This makes things rather simple. Xiao Qianqian stumbled down the mountain, her tears clouding her sight. She was unaware of her destination, only feeling an overwhelming heartache. Since childhood, she had been adored by many, yet Zhao Qian had always treated her with indifference. However, it was precisely his aloofness, his refusal to pander to her, and even his frequent scolding that drew her to him. She truly did not wish to marry the man she had once despised, and whose recent slight improvement in her opinion did not change her true feelings. Suddenly, a warm, powerful hand seized her wrist. "Let go of me." Xiao Qianqian struggled and turned to face Wang Chufeng's profound gaze. "Crying like this, how unappealing," he remarked coldly, a stark contrast to his usual gentleness when in the presence of Murong Xue. Xiao Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, forgetting her struggle. Wang Chufeng released her, looking down at her with unabashed disdain. "Do you think running to plead with Zhao Qian will be of any use? What is he? Just a defeated pawn." "You." Xiao Qianqian trembled with anger. "You have no right to speak of Zhao Xixiang like that." "Humph," Wang Chufeng sneered. "You are to marry me, yet you still protect him? Truly a wretched soul." His words pierced through her heart like a sharp dagger. She raised her hand to strike him, but he effortlessly grasped her wrist. "What? Am I mistaken?" Wang Chufeng stepped closer, his breath hot against her face. "You grovel before Zhao Qian like a dog. What else could you be but wretched?" Tears streamed down Xiao Qianqian's face once more, this time fueled by fury. "Wang Chufeng, you bastard." "Indeed, I am a bastard." Wang Chufeng suddenly released her, stepping back and donning an innocuous expression. "And I shall be even more of a bastard in the days to come. You shall reap what you sow." He turned as if to leave. "I can hardly wait to bring you into my household, to ensure that I properly discipline you. You wretched thing." He paused, glancing back at her with a significant look. "In truth, I have no desire to marry you. However, as an elder brother figure, albeit merely a Xixiao, I feel a responsibility to impart some manners upon you. Return to Tianjin Peak post-haste, or do not blame your Xixiang for lacking compassion. Xiao Qianqian stood frozen, watching Wang Chufeng's retreating figure, a tumult of unprecedented emotions surging within her. Anger, humiliation, resentment, and a hint of loss that even she herself had not yet recognized enveloped her. Wang Chufeng stepped away, a triumphant smile curving his lips. He understood this psychology all too well. The more unattainable the desire, the stronger the yearning, and the more one suffers, the harder it is to let go. Just wait. Little girl, he murmured softly to himself, it won't be long before you come crying to me, begging me to marry you. As dusk descended, Wang Chufeng returned to the hall of the Peak Master, only to find Murong Xue anxiously waiting at the entrance. Chufeng, have you found Qianqian? How is she? Murong Xue hurried towards him, her eyes filled with concern. Wang Chufeng nodded. I found her. She needs time to accept it. Murong Xue sighed in relief, but her expression turned complex as she gazed at Wang Chufeng. Are you truly going to marry Qianqian? Wang Chufeng did not answer directly. Instead, he reached out to caress Murong Xue's cheek. What is this? Are you jealous? Nonsense. Murong Xue swatted his hand away, her cheeks flushing slightly. I am worried about Qianqian. Rest assured, Wang Chufeng said, drawing her into his embrace and whispering in her ear, I will take good care of both of you. Murong Xue shivered, a mix of embarrassment and anger causing her to hit him lightly. You are shameless. Wang Chufeng laughed heartily, lifting her effortlessly. There are even more shameless things. In the stillness of the night, Wang Chufeng stood by the window, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, his expression profound. After returning to Tianjin Peak, Xiao Qianqian had secluded herself, remaining indoors until the wedding day approached. On this day, the hall of the Peak Master was adorned with red silk and filled with guests. At the high dais, Lung Qingqiu's demeanor was as frosty as ice, while the senior members of the Xiantian sword sect sat on either side. Within the hall, Xiao Qianqian donned a lavish wedding gown, her veil concealing her face, standing rigidly beside Wang Chufeng. Her fingers were white from clenching, and the melancholic emotions from her days of seclusion had now transformed into an overwhelming sense of indignation and humiliation. Bow to heaven and earth, the officiant announced loudly. With a composed smile, Wang Chufeng was about to bow when stop. A thunderous cry filled with rage and jealousy suddenly shattered the festive atmosphere. Zhao Qian, supported by two disciples from Tianjin Peak, burst in, pale yet exuding an imposing presence, his gaze fixed like a venomous snake upon Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian. I do not approve. Zhao Qian's voice was hoarse, laced with deep-seated hatred. I, Zhao Qian, shall be the first to oppose this marriage. The hall erupted in an uproar. All eyes instantly turned to him. Xiao Qianqian trembled violently. Beneath the veil, her eyes widened in disbelief, tears spilling forth. Senior brother Zhao has come. He is here to claim me. He holds feelings for me. A wave of immense grievance and self-pity engulfed her. Zhao Qian disregarded the crowd, pointing directly at Xiao Qianqian, his tone dripping with a condescending arrogance. Who does not know that Xiao Qianqian has always been enamored with me, though I have never explicitly responded? It is not your place, Wang Chufeng, to interfere. If you marry today, what will become of my reputation? Do you doubt me? Ask her yourself. Xiao Qianqian, you have explicitly declared to everyone whom you wish to marry. Is it not Zhao Qian? All eyes, including the icy gaze of Lung Qingqiu from the high seat, turned towards the striking figure clad in red. Chapter 19. Zhao Qian dares to seize the wedding. Xiao Qianqian's heart raced violently, nearly bursting forth from her chest. A surge of courage, intertwined with a tragic resolve to fight for love, compelled her. She abruptly raised her hand, tearing away her crimson veil. Tears glistened in her eyes. Her lips parted slightly, trembling yet resolute. She proclaimed, Yes, I wish to marry. A resounding clap echoed through the grand hall, akin to thunder crashing. Wang Chufeng moved with the swiftness of a specter, leaving none to witness how he struck. Just as Xiao Qianqian uttered Zhao's name, a fierce blow landed at the nape of her neck. The overwhelming force rendered her vision dark, her remaining words lodged in her throat, and she toppled backward like a marionette with severed strings. Gasps of shock erupted. Wang Chufeng, expressionless, extended his arm, catching the collapsing Xiao Qianqian. His gesture seemingly gentle, yet imbued with undeniable control. Mu Qing'er opened her mouth to chastise Wang Chufeng for his brutality, but was silenced by his cold, piercing gaze, infused with a warning and murderous intent. Instantly, she felt as though plunged into an icy abyss, her words frozen on her tongue, her complexion pale. Take the lady to rest. Wang Chufeng's voice remained calm, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. Two handmaidens, trembling with trepidation, promptly approached to support the unconscious Xiao Qianqian, hastily retreating to the inner hall. Wang Chufeng, how dare you? Zhao Qian's eyes bulged with fury, the fire of anger igniting within him, heedless of his injuries as he lunged forward. Wang Chufeng did not even glance in his direction, casually waving his robe towards Zhao Qian. Boom! An overwhelming surge of formidable spiritual power erupted. Like an invisible hammer, it struck fiercely against Zhao Qian's chest. PFF. Zhao Qian barely had time to scream before blood gushed forth, his body hurtling backward like a discarded sack, crashing violently against the stone pillar of the grand hall. The sound of shattering bones echoing clearly as he succumbed into unconsciousness, his breath faint. Qianer! A heart-wrenching roar resounded. Zhao Wujia's hair stood on end, a terrifying pressure sweeping through the entire hall like a tempest. His eyes glowed crimson, resembling a ferocious beast protecting its young. And he locked onto Wang Chufeng with a frenzied intent to kill. Elder Zhao. Wang Chufeng's voice remained tranquil, yet he slightly tilted his head. A glint of amusement and depth in his gaze directed towards the high seat occupied by Lung Qingqiu. Just as Zhao Wujia's furious strike was about to be unleashed, enough. Lung Qingqiu slammed down on the armrest, instantly reducing it to dust. A terrifying pressure, belonging to a transcendent being, descended like a chilling current from the heavens. It instantaneously froze Zhao Wujia's raging spiritual energy, solidifying the very air within the grand hall. Zhao Wujia. Lung Qingqiu's voice resonated like ancient ice, imbued with boundless authority and indignation. Do you still regard me as your sovereign? Do you still respect the regulations of the Xiantian sword sect? Today, I preside over this wedding. You, of Tianqing Peak, first disrupted the ceremony, and now your peak master dares to act violently in public. Do you truly believe that the Xiantian sword sect is your playground? Each word struck Zhao Wujia like a heavy hammer, his complexion shifting from crimson to azure, and finally to pallor. Under the oppressive force of the refinement void stage and the authority of the sect master, his seething rage and murderous intent were forcefully quelled. His body trembled slightly, and ultimately, he could only lower his head in resentment, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. I dare not, he managed to utter, his voice laced with profound humiliation. Humph. Lung Qingqiu scoffed, casting a sweeping glance over the hushed crowd. The wedding shall proceed. The officiant, trembling with fear, hastily proclaimed, the rites are complete. To the bridal chamber. This farcical wedding concluded abruptly amidst an oppressive and bizarre atmosphere. Guests departed hastily, none daring to utter a word. Lung Qingqiu cast a final, cold glance at Wang Chufeng, her expression inscrutable, before vanishing like a streak of white light. As the commotion dissipated, only disarray remained. The Peak Master's hall returned to silence. Murong Xue emerged from the inner chamber, her face etched with deep concern and heartache. Chufeng, her voice bore a hint of pleading. Please do not force Qianqian. She is still young and does not understand. Give her some time. Wang Chufeng turned, his previously icy demeanor softening into an unusual gentleness. He reached out, patting Murong Xue's shoulder, his fingers radiating a comforting warmth. Rest assured. Xue, his tone was deep and tender. I know my limits. You should return and rest. Murong Xue felt the undeniable authority in his voice. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently nodded and turned to leave. Wang Chufeng watched her depart, his gaze instantly reverting to a profound depth. He straightened his robe, wrinkled from Murong Xue's embrace, and walked steadily towards the side hall, the festively adorned bridal chamber. The red candles burned brightly, illuminating the room in a blinding crimson. Xiao Qianqian remained unconscious, laid upon the spacious bridal bed. The red wedding gown contrasted sharply against her fair skin, her hair cascading over her cheek, presenting a picture of a sleeping beauty. Wang Chufeng approached the table, seizing a jug of cold wine, and without a shred of mercy, splashed it upon Xiao Qianqian's face. Coughing violently, the icy shock jolted her awake. As her consciousness returned, a torrent of humiliation, fury, and concern for Zhao Qian erupted within her. She struggled to sit up, her gaze locking onto Wang Chufeng's face, which evoked both hatred and fear, and with a scream, she attempted to leap from the bed to escape. Zhao Xixiao. I must see Zhao Xixiao. Wang Chufeng's expression hardened, his arm extending effortlessly to pull her back, slamming her down onto the bed. Who are you looking for? He leaned closer, his towering figure casting an overwhelming shadow over her, his voice cold as ice. It seems that this cup of ice wine has yet to awaken you. Release me. Wang Chufeng, you scoundrel. Xiao Qianqian, like an enraged little beast, kicked and clawed with all her might, her eyes filled with a frenzied hatred. Slap. A merciless blow echoed, leaving Xiao Qianqian's ears ringing and her vision clouded with golden stars, her struggles ceasing in an instant. It appears you truly enjoy being struck. Wang Chufeng's voice dripped with a cruel mockery. The sound of silk tearing pierced the silence of the room. No. Xiao Qianqian fought desperately, crying out. But in response, she received Wang Chufeng's relentless slaps. Slap. Slap. Each act of defiance was met with a heavier punishment. You are my legitimate wife. What is there to refuse? Gradually, Xiao Qianqian's struggles weakened, her cries transforming into soft sobs. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the disheveled bed. Xiao Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, wincing at the ache coursing through her body. Memories of the previous night surged like a tidal wave, nearly drowning her in a torrent of emotions. Struggling to rise, she yearned to escape this suffocating place immediately. Come here and help me change. Wang Chufeng's voice suddenly resonated, imbued with an undeniable command. Xiao Qianqian's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to refuse, yet her feet seemed to move of their own accord, slowly approaching the bedside. Wang Chufeng observed her instinctual submission, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this girl is a masochist. Chapter 20. Wang Chufeng's dominance. Wang Chufeng, clad in a dark robe of the sect leader, stood tall and imposing. He turned, his gaze falling upon Xiao Qianqian, who shrank in the corner. He stepped closer, his large hand like an iron claw suddenly gripping her slender neck. Ugh! Caught off guard, Xiao Qianqian gasped for breath, her face quickly flushing from lack of oxygen. Her hands instinctively clawing at Wang Chufeng's wrist, yet it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Wang Chufeng leaned in, his handsome face drawing near to hers, now reddened from pain, his voice low and chilling as the winds of the abyss, each word crashing into her ears. Listen well. Xiao Qianqian, from this moment forth, your name shall bear my surname, Wang Chufeng. Should you harbor even the slightest thought of seeking Xiao Qian, his grip tightened further, and Xiao Qianqian's eyes rolled back, her throat producing desperate gasps as her feet flailed helplessly. You will reap the consequences, understand? Just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Wang Chufeng suddenly released her. Coughing violently, fresh air flooded her lungs as Xiao Qianqian collapsed onto the bed, curling into a ball, choking and retching, tears streaming uncontrollably. She gasped for breath, her delicate neck marred with red marks. She lifted her gaze to Wang Chufeng, who stood at the bedside, looking down upon her. The haughty defiance she once possessed had now been replaced with a profound, almost numbed submission. She did not retort, nor did she cry out. She merely nodded slightly, her movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Rising, she prepared herself. Wang Chufeng cast a cold command and turned to exit the room. Xiao Qianqian shuddered slightly, struggling to rise from the bed, resembling a marionette. Silently, she approached the dressing table, gazing at her reflection and the crimson marks on her neck, a faint sense of submission stirring within her heart. As Wang Chufeng led Xiao Qianqian into the main hall, Murong Xue was already seated at the dining table. The table was adorned with exquisite congee and small dishes, steam wafting gently. Upon seeing Xiao Qianqian enter, Murong Xue's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Qianqian, she said, rising with concern, are you all right? Your complexion seems a bit. She hurried forward, intending to grasp Xiao Qianqian's hand for a closer inspection. Before Xiao Qianqian could respond, Wang Chufeng naturally took his seat in the main position, his tone nonchalant as he answered on her behalf. There is no need for concern, mistress. She simply requires a few days of rest. He lifted his bowl with an air of composure, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue shot a quick glance at Wang Chufeng, then looked at her daughter, who sat with her head bowed in silence, her heart a tumult of emotions. Reluctantly, she sat down as well, picking up her chopsticks to begin her breakfast. The only sounds at the table were the occasional gentle clinking of bowls and utensils. At that moment, Murong Xue felt a soft foot clad in a boot brush against her calf beneath the table. Startled, she nearly toppled her bowl of congee. She quickly raised her gaze to Wang Chufeng, only to find him leisurely picking up a piece of side dish and placing it in his mouth, his demeanor unchanged, as though the happenings beneath the table were of no concern to him. Murong Xue was both alarmed and furious, her cheeks flushing crimson. She attempted to withdraw her foot, but it was firmly held in place, even receiving a teasing caress. She dared not make a scene, nor look at Xiao Qianqian, instead biting her lip tightly. Struggling to suppress her growing anxiety, she endeavored to maintain an exterior calmness, forcing herself to consume this excruciating breakfast. After the morning meal, Wang Chufeng took Xiao Qianqian and departed from Tianjian Peak to pay respects to the other peaks. Dubbed a courtesy visit, it resembled more a display of authority by the newly appointed peak master and his bride. He and Xiao Qianqian visited each major peak of the Xuanshan sect. At each location, the peak masters, elders, and core disciples received them with utmost respect. Wang Chufeng, with his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation and new title, commanded a presence that was not to be underestimated. He conversed with ease, his demeanor polished, yet inadvertently emanated a powerful aura that caused those who might have previously underestimated him due to his youth to reconsider their perceptions. Xiao Qianqian followed half a step behind Wang Chufeng, her head bowed and demeanor submissive, remaining taciturn. She concealed the marks on her neck with a silk scarf, yet the inherent submission radiating from her along with the occasional complex glances cast toward Wang Chufeng's back, did not escape the notice of the discerning. All present understood implicitly that this newly appointed peak master Wang was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed extraordinary means of control over others. Only at Tianqing Peak did Wang Chufeng's steps remain unceasing as he deliberately bypassed it. This act of intentional disregard inflicted a deeper humiliation and chill upon the inhabitants of Tianqing Peak than any overt provocation could. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, dusk had already fallen. The main hall of the peak was aglow with light. Murong Xue awaited in the main hall, and upon seeing the two return, she exhaled in relief and hurriedly inquired, "Are you tired? Have you had dinner yet?" "We dined at Yuheng Peak, so there is no need for concern, master," Wang Chufeng replied, his tone gentle. Xiao Qianqian also responded softly, "Yes, mother, we have eaten." "That's good," Murong Xue said, observing her usually haughty daughter now so obedient. Her voice softened. "Qianqian, you've had a long day. Quickly return to your room to rest." "Yes," Xiao Qianqian, as if granted a reprieve, bowed her head and swiftly walked toward the side hall's bridal chamber. Watching her daughter disappear around the corner of the corridor, Murong Xue was about to say something to Wang Chufeng when he suddenly pulled her into his embrace. "Ah," Murong Xue gasped. "Let go. What if Qianqian comes out and sees this?" "Why?" Wang Chufeng replied, his gaze laced with teasing. "Is Xuaner feeling jealous? Have I not been attentive enough lately?" Murong Xue's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "What nonsense. Who is jealous? I merely want you to spend more time with Qianqian." Her voice grew softer, tinged with a hint of pleading. Seeing her in such a state, a flicker of desire ignited within Wang Chufeng. In a husky tone filled with dissatisfaction, he conceded, "Very well, considering Xuer's virtuous nature, I shall comply." He released her. Murong Xue sighed in relief. Yet an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her as she hurriedly straightened her slightly disheveled attire. Wang Chufeng opened the door to the side hall's bridal chamber. Inside, only a dim wall lamp was lit. Xiao Qianqian sat at the edge of the bed, and upon hearing the door open, she sprang up like a startled rabbit. Seeing her expression as if confronted by a great terror, Wang Chufeng's suppressed possessiveness flared to life. "Am I truly that frightening?" Wang Chufeng's voice turned icy. He stepped forward and grasped Xiao Qianqian's neck with precision, lifting her off the ground and forcefully pressing her against the cold wall. "Ugh! Cough, let go!" Xiao Qianqian's feet dangled above the floor as she futilely beat against Wang Chufeng's arm. The sensation of suffocation surged over her once more. Wang Chufeng gazed at her flushed face, fragile yet irresistibly alluring, further igniting the flames within him. "It seems I have yet to teach you the proper etiquette," he murmured close to her ear, his voice akin to a devil's whisper, loosening his grip just enough to allow her a breath, yet insufficient to escape his control. With his other hand, he tore a piece of gauze from the bedside, binding her wrists together and suspending her from the beam. Wang Chufeng released his hold on her neck, observing her delicate little feet barely touching the ground, supported only by her toes, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Chapter 21. The successful conquest of Xiao Qianqian. At this moment, Xiao Qianqian's hands were suspended high above her, the voluminous sleeves of her garment cascading down, revealing her arms as fair and delicate as jade. Wang Chufeng's gaze was like a sticky spider's web, ensnaring her entirely. The hour was still early. As an elder brother is akin to a father, it is imperative that I teach you the art of being a proper wife. With that, he tore a corner from his robe, twisting it into a short whip. Before Xiao Qianqian could utter another word, he flicked his wrist, and the whip, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck harshly against her back, which was enveloped in a gown of moonlight white, as pristine as jade. A soft moan escaped Xiao Qianqian's lips, her body jolting violently. Intense pain surged through her back, igniting a searing sensation. She shuddered uncontrollably, her long, dark hair cascading down, sticking to her sweat-drenched forehead, while her bright eyes brimmed with tears. Each lash left her frail form trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. Her long eyelashes quivered gently, droplets of sweat beading on her smooth forehead. Vivid red marks quickly emerged, overlapping with previous wounds, creating a tableau of crimson blooms upon her unblemished back, akin to plum blossoms flourishing in the snow. "Master, I shall no longer see Zhao. Let me go." Her voice was faint, laden with an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Master?" Wang Chufeng clearly disapproved of this title. "From now on, let someone call me husband, and no one shall refer to me as master." As he spoke, his hand rose once more. Uncertain how much time had passed, the only sounds echoing were Xiao Qianqian's stifled breaths and the rhythmic drip of sweat hitting the ground. Time trickled by. Each second felt like a torturous ordeal. The pain in her toes had long since dulled, replaced by the spasms of her muscles and an overwhelming sense of weakness. Her delicate legs trembling uncontrollably, causing her body to sway gently in the air. The moonlight white gown, soaked in perspiration, clung tightly to her skin, accentuating her alluring curves. Her once bright eyes were now veiled in a mist, while sweat trickled down her jawline, pooling on the sheer fabric of her gown, creating darkened circles that spread outward, trailing down her neck toward her collarbone, disappearing into the depths of her attire. Her body swayed gently due to fatigue, each movement tugging at her aching muscles, compelling her to emit soft gasps. Wang Chufeng pressed his lips together. How should I be addressed? With that, he gently lifted Xiao Qianqian's chin with 2 fingers, gazing at the sweat-laden face of Lu Yi. Speak. How shall you address me from now on? Xiao Qianqian's voice was as faint as a whisper. Master, let me go. Wang Chufeng chuckled. Such a good girl. Very well. I shall release you. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes. Xiao Qianqian, trembling, took 2 hesitant steps backward before collapsing onto the ground. Observing this, Wang Chufeng extended his hand, grasping her delicate neck, lifting her as one would a small kitten. He applied no force, yet he could feel the rise and fall of her breath and the pulse at her neck as he lifted her. Placing her gently at the edge of the bed, Xiao Qianqian, struggling to breathe, found her face, as delicate as sheep-fat white jade, flushed slightly from the exertion, evoking within her an inexplicable sense of pathological dependence. She gently wrapped her arms around Wang Chufeng's robust waist. In his heart, Wang Chufeng silently scoffed. Realizing that his initial assessment was correct, Xiao Qianqian exhibited a classic inclination towards masochism, reminiscent of a psychological condition he had encountered before, known as Stockholm Syndrome. Contemplating this, his hands remained active. Having fully confirmed Xiao Qianqian's situation, it was merely a matter of time before he seized control over her. Under his relentless influence, Xiao Qianqian gradually began to take the initiative. The following morning, Xiao Qianqian curled up in Wang Chufeng's embrace like a docile kitten. As Wang Chufeng awoke, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding. Host has successfully dominated Xiao Qianqian, completing the system task. 200 fortune points have been transferred from Zhao Qian. The plunder is complete. Current fortune points, 820. Awakened by Wang Chufeng's laughter, Xiao Qianqian gazed at him with eyes brimming with affection. She nuzzled against his neck, signaling that it was time for her master to rise. Observing her obedient demeanor, a sense of accomplishment slowly swelled within Wang Chufeng, igniting an insatiable desire. With a firm grip, he seized her neck, teasing, "Are you asking for a beating again, little one?" Xiao Qianqian's already flushed face deepened in color due to her labored breathing, her murmurs barely audible to Wang Chufeng, whose grip softened slightly. Taking a deep breath, she expressed her yearning for her master's punishment. Wang Chufeng, unable to withstand such provocation, was drawn deeper into her allure. As the sun rose high in the sky, Murong Xue, having waited for Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian to finish breakfast, sighed softly and returned to her quarters. By noon, Xiao Qianqian dutifully dressed Wang Chufeng, and together they made their way to the main hall. Upon seeing them, Murong Xue noticed the blissful smile on Xiao Qianqian's face, and her heart understood. Chufeng, news has arrived from the previous sect leader, requesting you to lead the disciples of Tianyun Peak, alongside Master Lu Qingyao, to participate in the grand competition of sect disciples at the Qingyu Fairyland Taya sect. As Wang Chufeng took his seat, he nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, "When do we depart?" While serving Xiao Qianqian some food, Murong Xue replied, "In 2 days. Use this time to prepare." Xiao Qianqian remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wang Chufeng, filled with profound reluctance and dependence. Murong Xue, noticing her expression, offered reassurance. "Qianqian, be good. Chufeng will return soon. Besides, as the master of a peak, he bears this responsibility." "Understood, mother." Xiao Qianqian responded with a sweet smile. The trio then lapsed into silence, focusing on their meal. However, amidst their concentration, Wang Chufeng's restless foot wandered beneath the table, leaving both women blushing and unable to meet each other's eyes. Over the course of 2 days, Wang Chufeng transformed into a relentless scholar, diligently immersing himself in study, while time swiftly passed in the realm of practice. The varying degrees of marks on Xiao Qianqian's skin became the badges of his teaching achievements. On the eve of departure, Wang Chufeng quietly slipped out of the side chamber of the wedding room, glancing at the slumbering Xiao Qianqian, whose fatigue had left her in a deep sleep, damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. He stealthily made his way into Murong Xue's bedroom. Upon witnessing the serene profile of the beauty in slumber, a mischievous impulse surged within him. With a playful smirk, he extended his finger, gently tickling the most sensitive spot at her waist. "Ah, stop it." Murong Xue awakened with a start, squirming to evade the annoying tickle, her suppressed laughter resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. Her face flushed, and eyes glistening with tears. "Please, spare me. Don't let Qianqian hear. She might misunderstand." Her voice was low, laced with panic and pleading as she instinctively grasped Wang Chufeng's hand that was causing the mischief. "Fear not," Wang Chufeng replied with a wicked grin. "That little girl is utterly exhausted. She is sleeping like the dead." Right now, it's your turn to be tickled. His soft chuckle rippled through the darkness. Chapter 22. The favor of Lu Qingyao late into the night. Having exhausted himself with the playful tickling, Wang Chufeng contentedly tucked the blanket around Murong Xue before stealthily returning to Xiao Qianqian's side. As soon as he lay down, a furry little head burrowed into his neck, and Xiao Qianqian unconsciously nuzzled him, smacking her lips softly before drifting back into a deep slumber. Wang Chufeng chuckled softly, gently ruffling her hair before succumbing to sleep himself. Early the next day, Wang Chufeng set off, and 3 days later, his party arrived at the venue for the sect competition, the Taihe sect of Qingyu. Accompanying him was Lu Qingyao, the spirited leader of Tianjin Peak, who was indeed as lively as the rumors suggested. Clad in a red sheer outfit with her hair tied high in a ponytail, her single eyelids were contrasted by her fiery personality. She chattered incessantly, brimming with curiosity about the sights along the way, frequently tugging at Wang Chufeng to inquire about various matters. Her movements were as nimble as the wind. Those who dared to provoke her would either find themselves at a loss for words against her sharp tongue or face her swift and decisive strikes. Brother Wang, doesn't that person look like a colorful peacock? What is wrong with you? Not satisfied? Oh, look at that cloud ahead. Isn't it beautiful, like cotton candy? In the presence of this exuberant, seemingly carefree Yuan-ing stage female leader, Wang Chufeng, accustomed to aloof female cultivators or submissive companions, felt his head buzzing and a headache brewing. He could only maintain a fa-ade of politeness, offering non-committal responses while inwardly grumbling. Is this woman a sparrow? What vexed him even more was Lu Qingyao's radiant smile, her unguarded closeness, and the extraordinary curves that occasionally emerged as she bounced along, which stirred the repressed fire within him, threatening to overflow. How troublesome, Wang Chufeng silently cautioned himself, suppressing the inappropriate stirrings in his heart. Cultivation was arduous. One must tread carefully and cherish the journey. He quietly circulated his cultivation method, striving to maintain a state of tranquility. The one responsible for receiving them was Herenjia, a direct disciple of the Taihe sect's leader. The individual before us exudes an impressive demeanor, adorned in a moon-white brocade robe that accentuates his tall stature. His smile radiates warmth and gentleness, and his comportment is marked by refined courtesy, evidently at the nascent stage of his nascent soul cultivation. He appears to be a meticulously nurtured prodigy of his sect. Masters Wang and Lu, your journey has been arduous. I am Herenjia, sent by my master to welcome both of you and the esteemed members of the Xuanqiansword sect. Your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow me, he states with a sincere smile and eloquent words, leaving no room for critique. Wang Chufeng offers a slight nod, discreetly appraising the youth, whose demeanor is as gentle as jade. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyao, with her characteristic boisterousness, waves her hand dismissively. Oh, He Xixiang, you are far too courteous. Lead the way, for I am utterly exhausted after our long journey. The guest quarters arranged by the Taihe sect are serene and elegant, suffused with abundant spiritual energy. After ensuring the disciples are comfortably settled, Wang Chufeng retreats to his solitary abode. Observing the vacant room, he finds himself once again stirred by the pent-up frustration that had been exacerbated by Lu Qingyao's incessant chatter over the past few days. Oh, while the solitude is indeed tranquil, the monotony of life is rather stark. Pacing restlessly, his mind unwittingly drifts to the frail, submissive dependency of Xiao Qianqian. Even recalling the fiery silhouette of Lu Qingyao, he shakes his head, compelling himself to sit cross-legged and channel his cultivation. Cultivation, that is the essence. His current realm was acquired through the system. Henceforth, he must prioritize his own training. Days later, the grand sect competition unfolds at the Taihe sect's martial arena. Elite disciples from various sects take turns showcasing their talents, with treasures gleaming and spells resonating, creating a scene both magnificent and intense. Seated atop a high platform as one of the leading peak masters, Wang Chufeng observes the contest with a tranquil demeanor, occasionally exchanging tactical insights with Lu Qingyao, who, despite her vivacity, approaches serious matters with diligence and astuteness. However, just as an intense duel concludes and the arena's formations flicker with residual energy, the cold mechanical voice resonates within Wang Chufeng's mind. Key target detected, Lu Qingyao. Affection for Herenjia is rapidly ascending, nearing a critical point. Interception task activated. Task details. Immediately intervene to disrupt Lu Qingyao's deepening affection for Herenjia and garner her favor. Task success reward. Acquire 400 points of Herenjia's fortune. Current total fortune value, 1,800 points. Wang Chufeng is momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting the necessity of further exertion. 400 points. The temptation is indeed overwhelming. His gaze shifts to the guest seating below, where he observes Lu Qingyao, having seemingly left the high platform, standing at the edge of the arena. animatedly gesturing as she relishes the excitement of the recent duel. Meanwhile, Renjia has quietly approached her, their proximity remarkably close. His signature gentle smile gracing his face as he leans slightly towards Lu Qingyao, whispering something to her. Lu Qingyao tilted her ear to listen, her radiant face first reflecting surprise, which then blossomed into a brilliant smile of sudden realization. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and warmth. What a clever tactic! Wang Chufeng scoffed inwardly. How could Renjia, in merely a few days, have endeared himself to Lu Qingyao to such an extent? He had adeptly struck at the core of her excitement, observing the admiration and affection gleaming in Lu Qingyao's eyes. Wang Chufeng felt a pang of urgency. This was no ordinary situation. Although Renjia and he bore no grievances towards each other, the prospect of sacrificing 400 fortune points was an unavoidable dilemma. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Chufeng's eyes as he made up his mind. He rose abruptly, with a measured motion, and approached the two, his voice ringing out clearly to interrupt Renjia's private whispers to Lu Qingyao. Senior sister a disciple from the Tianqing Peak, has sustained serious injuries. As the team leaders, we should go check on them. Lu Qingyao, engrossed in their conversation, was caught off guard by Wang Chufeng's sudden interjection, her attention swiftly redirected. Are all of the attendees core disciples of the sect? This warrants our immediate attention. Let us proceed. After bidding farewell to Renjia, Lu Qingyao followed Wang Chufeng without hesitation. Renjia watched the departing pair, resentment evident in his gaze. Although their interaction had been interrupted, Wang Chufeng understood that this was merely a temporary setback. Lu Qingyao had clearly been swayed by Renjia, and he needed to strategize swiftly. Upon returning to his quarters, Wang Chufeng resolved to expend 100 fortune points to activate, gaze into heaven and earth. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. He initiated the skill, mentally reciting the incantation. In an instant, his fortune points were deducted. Ding. Skill activated. Target locked. Renjia. Scanning. Current remaining fortune points, 720. A torrent of information surged into Wang Chufeng's mind, countless fragmented images flashing before him. The trajectory of Renjia's growth unfolded in Wang Chufeng's consciousness until the imagery solidified within a hidden ancient cultivation cave. Deep within the cave, it was not some earth-shattering treasure that lay concealed, but rather a jade slip emanating a peculiar pink glow. Upon the slip, several archaic characters were distinctly visible, reading Wandering Cosmos Restoration Technique. Following this, more vivid scenes unfolded. Renjia flitted between several female cultivators of varying beauty, his own cultivation steadily advancing. Most of these female cultivators appeared content, yet slightly fatigued afterward. Finally, he witnessed Renjia fervently assuring Lu Qingyao, "Qingyao, I swear to cherish only you. You alone reside in my heart." Although Lu Qingyao professed that they had only recently met and needed further understanding, the gradual persistence would undoubtedly yield results. So it seemed imperative to hasten his own progress. A newfound clarity dawned upon Wang Chufeng, eliciting a sense of absurd camaraderie. This fellow relies on charm to get by. Moreover, this Wandering Cosmos Restoration Technique not only enhances oneself, but is indeed a remarkable find. It must be secured. In an instant, a plan took shape in Wang Chufeng's mind. He glanced down at Renjia, who was striving to maintain his composure, his gaze turning both playful and frigid. In the ensuing days of competition, Wang Chufeng remained inscrutable. Several times, Renjia sought to draw near, only to be deftly interrupted by Wang Chufeng. Though Renjia maintained a facade of gentleness, Wang Chufeng could sense the anxiety and resentment lurking beneath his smile. One day, upon observing Renjia enter a female cultivator's cave, he recognized that the opportune moment had arrived. After a significant contest concluded, the crowd took a brief respite. Seizing the moment, Wang Chufeng feigned casualness and murmured to Lu Qingyao, "Hasn't Daoist he hurriedly come this way to seek you out? Odd that he hasn't spoken with you." Although this ploy was rather rudimentary, it proved remarkably effective. Lu Qingyao raised an elegant brow at his words. "Indeed. How curious that I haven't seen him today. Perhaps he is with by Xuejia of the Harmony sect. They appeared quite intimate yesterday." Wang Chufeng feigned confusion. Could it be so? Lu Qingyao's bright smile abruptly faltered, a surge of anger igniting within her. She had always held a naive belief in matters of the heart and despised those who were fickle. The thought of Renjia's previous tender words followed by his intimate actions with another female cultivator filled her with disgust. "I shall confront him," she declared, visibly incensed. And she dashed towards the eastern courtyard. Wang Chufeng watched her fiery figure retreat, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips as he followed at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the bamboo grove path, Lu Qingyao beheld Renjia with his back turned, gently embracing a charming young woman, his head bowed as he whispered sweet nothings. Their demeanor exceedingly intimate. The young woman appeared coy, both rejecting and welcoming his advances. Ren. Jia. Lu Qingyao's roar resounded like thunder. He Renjia froze. Turning abruptly to find Lu Qingyao, her fury palpable, and behind her stood Wang Chufeng, arms crossed, and wearing an expression of amusement. In that instant, He Renjia comprehended the scheme that had unfolded against him. The woman in He Renjia's embrace, by Xuejia, blushed and swiftly extricated herself, hastening away. As she departed, He Renjia anxiously called out, "Junior Sister Lu, allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive." "Explain? How can you profess affection to me while embracing another woman?" "Junior Sister Lu, it is a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding." He Renjia attempted to clarify further. "A misunderstanding, indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You hypocrite. Scoundrel. I, Lu Qingyao, must have been blind to think you a gentleman." Lu Qingyao unleashed a torrent of furious accusations, feeling profoundly sickened and aggrieved. She shot a fierce glare at both He Renjia and Wang Chufeng, who she believed to be equally untrustworthy, before turning on her heel, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Chufeng immediately pursued her. Upon reaching her guest quarters, Lu Qingyao slammed the door with a resounding thud, leaning against it as the tears she had held back finally cascaded down her cheeks. "Knock, knock, knock. Leave. All of you leave. There isn't a single good man among you." Lu Qingyao shouted, her voice laced with sorrow. "Sister Lu, it is I, Wang Chufeng." A tranquil voice emanated from outside the door. Lu Qingyao abruptly flung the door open. Her eyes, flushed with emotion, glared at Wang Chufeng. "What do you want? You're no saint either. Don't think I didn't notice that you intentionally informed me about He Renjia today. You're just like him." Wang Chufeng, observing her tear-streaked yet resolute demeanor, felt the flames of his own emotions rekindle. Rather than feeling anger, he stepped inside and firmly closed the door behind him. "Lu Qingyao." He called her name directly, his voice deep and earnest, infused with an unusual candidness. "I am indeed different from He Renjia. What difference is there? You are all just scoundrels, eyeing what you cannot have." Lu Qingyao retorted indignantly. "Yes, I am a scoundrel," Wang Chufeng conceded without hesitation, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "I, Wang Chufeng, do not deny this fact. However, is there any esteemed cultivator in the cultivation realm who does not have multiple wives? I will speak frankly. I have several confidants, and there will be more in the future, but thus far, my only wife is my beloved Qianqian." Lu Qingyao was taken aback by his unabashed declaration of being a scoundrel, momentarily forgetting her tears. She had encountered countless hypocrites, but never had she met someone like Wang Chufeng, who wore his pride in being a scoundrel so openly. Wang Chufeng advanced a step closer, his formidable presence enveloping her. "Moreover, I never deceive. Do you believe me?" He reached out, lifting Lu Qingyao's chin, compelling her to meet the intensity in his eyes. "You undoubtedly hold a place among my confidants. If you wish, you may be my dear friend. Make your choice." His audacious and domineering words struck Lu Qingyao's chaotic heart like thunder. "But you never said you wouldn't want it, did you? What now?" she inquired, at a loss for words. Wang Chufeng flashed a charming smile. "In my world, the notion of unwillingness does not exist." His unreserved and almost feral candor formed a stark contrast to He Renjia's gentle demeanor. The overwhelming impact left her mind in a blank state. Faced with Wang Chufeng's shameless bravado, the thread of rationality within Lu Qingyao, overwhelmed by anger, grievance, shock, and an odd thrill, finally snapped. "You madman! Scoundrel! Arrogant fool!" She stammered furiously, yet her body remained rooted, unyielding. "Have you made your choice then?" Wang Chufeng smirked devilishly. "Ding! Successfully gained target. Lu Qingyao's affection. Plundered He Renjia's fortune points. 400 points. Current host's fortune points. 1,120 points. He Renjia's remaining fortune points. 1,000 points." Wang Chufeng quietly soothed Lu Qingyao, who had just suffered emotional turmoil and was now in disarray. The next morning, as he gazed at Lu Qingyao, exhausted and still bearing traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, he felt a sense of triumph. Fortune points had been harvested, a new power bank acquired. Now, only the coveted universal restoration technique remained. He gently shook Lu Qingyao awake. Lu Qingyao groggily opened her eyes and saw Wang Chufeng. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she indignantly grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. "You scoundrel! Why haven't you left yet?" Wang Chufeng effortlessly caught the pillow, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "I need a favor. Arrange for He Renjia to meet you alone at the Loxia Ping on the back mountain. Tell him you want to hear his explanation and have important matters to discuss. Set the meeting for the hour of Shun." Lu Qingyao paused, her eyes widening in surprise. "What are you planning? I dislike him, but I wouldn't go so far as to kill him. Besides, he is from the Taoist sect. Don't worry, I won't harm him." Wang Chufeng interrupted her, exuding confidence. "I have my own reasons. Just lead him there, and the rest is up to me." He pinched Lu Qingyao's cheek playfully. Feeling Wang Chufeng's domineering presence, she gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll help you, but you better not do anything reckless. This is the Taoist sect. At the hour of Shun, at the Loxia Ping on the back mountain, He Renjie received Lu Qingyao's message and felt a surge of joy. He was certain that with his charm, a little explanation would surely win back this innocent little firecracker. He meticulously tidied his appearance and arrived at the appointed place, filled with anticipation. However, instead of Lu Qingyao, he was met by a ghostly figure and a swift gust of energy. Who? He Renjie barely had time to react before a sudden blow struck the back of his neck. He didn't even catch a glimpse of his assailant's face before darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground. Wang Chufeng's figure emerged, deftly searching He Renjie's body. Soon, he discovered a storage ring sealed by spiritual consciousness. Forcefully breaking the seal, he found a jade slip emanating a peculiar pink glow. Wuxiang Butianju. Eureka! A flash of ecstasy crossed Wang Chufeng's eyes as he swiftly inscribed the contents of the jade slip into his consciousness before returning the ring to He Renjie's embrace, leaving him merely unconscious. With everything complete, he vanished into the twilight. When He Renjie groggily regained consciousness, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck and quickly searched for his belongings. Did Lu Qingyao knock me out? Why would she do that? He felt the storage ring. Everything was intact, oblivious to the fact that the Wuxiang Butianju had been secretly learned. He looked around in confusion, but Lu Qingyao was nowhere to be found. In the late night, within Wang Chufeng's room, he eagerly began to comprehend the Wuxiang Butianju within his consciousness. This technique was indeed profound. It not only elaborated on guiding yin and yang energy through dual cultivation for self-enhancement, but also recorded numerous methods for nurturing meridians and strengthening the body. It was truly vast and profound, far beyond the rudimentary paths he had previously explored, especially the methods for body strengthening. Wang Chufeng mused. Qianqian is truly fortunate. He gazed intently at Lu Qingyao, who was meditating beside him, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Qingyao, what are you doing? Lu Qingyao cautiously opened her eyes, her heart racing at the sight of Wang Chufeng's gaze. In the stillness of the night, she wished to cultivate for a while and sought her senior sister's assistance. Wang Chufeng grinned mischievously, akin to a cat that had stolen a fish. Before Lu Qingyao could voice her objections, Wang Chufeng seized her hand and initiated their practice. This time, following the principles of the myriad phenomena restoration technique. He guided his own spiritual energy, allowing it to flow in an esoteric trajectory. Lu Qingyao immediately sensed a profound difference. Is this what you refer to as cultivation? She was taken aback. Focus, senior sister. One must not become distracted during cultivation. Wang Chufeng chuckled softly, as if he had unlocked the door to a new realm. His cultivation steadily advanced, and he simultaneously infused Lu Qingyao with pure spiritual energy, creating a remarkable cycle. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wang Chufeng energetically pushed open the door, inhaling the fresh air as he faced the rising sun. Miraculously, under the influence of the myriad phenomena restoration technique, his mid-stage nascent soul showed signs of breaking through to the late stage. His spiritual energy was abundant and harmonious. His waist felt no strain, his legs no fatigue, and he seemed utterly rejuvenated. He glanced back into the room, where Lu Qingyao struggled to prop herself up, uttering a soft groan before collapsing back onto her bed. Supporting her slender waist, she glared at the spirited Wang Chufeng at the doorway, exclaiming with mock annoyance, Wang Chufeng, you beast. You cultivate so earnestly, yet I see no breakthroughs from you. Her tone remained fiery, yet her voice was soft and hoarse, lacking any real threat. Wang Chufeng, observing her state in contrast to his own vitality, couldn't suppress a hearty laugh, filled with the exhilaration of triumph. Senior sister, it must be that you've been meditating for too long, or perhaps you've lost your focus in your cultivation. As the upcoming competition approaches, one must strive even more diligently. He strode out of the courtyard with great satisfaction, leaving Lu Qingyao to pound her pillow in frustration. Wang Chufeng felt confident. With the myriad phenomena restoration technique, he was destined to become the future god of war. The Qingyu Xianbang would undoubtedly bear the legend of him, the Master Wang. Little did He Renjie imagine that he would encounter such a kindred spirit in Wang Chufeng. Each time Wang Chufeng saw He Renjie, he felt an unusual sense of camaraderie. As time passed, 10 days went by, and on this particular morning, the air in Qingyu Xianbang was imbued with a moist spiritual aura. Wang Chufeng opened the window, stretching his limbs, feeling invigorated. The barrier of mid-stage nascent soul was on the verge of crumbling under his relentless diligence. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he prepared to step outside for a breath of fresh air when a clear voice resonated from beyond the courtyard gate. Brother Wang. Good morning. It was none other than He Renjie. Surprised, Wang Chufeng pushed the door open. He beheld He Renjie dressed in a moon-white, cloud-patterned robe. Gently fanning himself with a folding fan, his face adorned with a knowing and gentle smile, devoid of the resentful and brooding demeanor from days past. Brother He? What a rare visit. Wang Chufeng clasped his fists, his gaze filled with curiosity. What scheme was this fellow plotting? Hirenjia took a few steps closer, lowering his voice. With a smile that bore a hint of admiration understood only among men. Brother Wang, you are impressive. Junior sister Qingyao has a fiery temperament, lively and charming. And I pride myself on having met countless people, yet I was left in defeat. I never expected that within just a few days, you would have won her over. I am truly in awe. He placed particular emphasis on the word won, his gaze filled with ambiguous meaning. Wang Chufeng paused in surprise, but soon understood. The awkwardness he felt from having encroached upon Hirenjia's fortune dissipating significantly. Instead, a sense of camaraderie emerged. He chuckled heartily and lowered his voice as well. Brother He, you misunderstand. I merely practiced alongside Sister Lu. There is nothing more to it. His vague response did little to conceal the pride that graced his expression. You are being overly modest, Brother Wang. In truth, I have noticed that recently, Junior Sister Lu has been quite close to you, and I must admit, I feel a tinge of jealousy. Hirenjia waved his fan, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in his eyes. I wonder if Brother Wang has any spare time? I have some insights into the principles of natural laws that I would like to discuss with you, to advance together. The prospect of exchanging insights piqued Wang Chufeng's interest. He had once casually glimpsed into Hirenjia's past, noting that he had numerous wives and concubines, suggesting that this man must possess unique qualities. The more friends, the more paths to explore, especially with someone of like-minded ambition, he thought. I would be honored. I dare not impose. Wang Chufeng replied enthusiastically. Please, Brother He. The two exchanged knowing smiles, sharing a sense of mutual appreciation, as if lamenting the time lost before their meeting. They avoided the bustling crowd and sought a secluded pavilion, erecting soundproof barriers before beginning their whispered conversation. From the subtle intricacies of spiritual energy manipulation to their past experiences, the dialogue flowed effortlessly, evolving from tentative exchanges to candid discussions, with each occasionally expressing admiration or deep contemplation. This marked Wang Chufeng's first genuine friendship since his arrival in this realm, one where he could communicate openly, even finding inspiration in certain aspects. Though the foundation of this friendship was somewhat convoluted, he felt an uncommon sense of ease and joy. He resolved silently that, having already encroached upon Hirenjia's fortune once, having seized 400 fortune points, and acquired the universal restoration technique, he would no longer harbor intentions toward this fellow cultivator. However, this rare camaraderie and delightful mood were soon scorched away by a wave of overwhelming jealousy. Upon bidding farewell to the amiable Hirenjia and returning to his guest quarters, he found Lu Qingyao already awake, seated before her vanity, her back turned to him. The reflection in the copper mirror revealed a sulky visage, her grip on a jade comb so tight that her knuckles turned white. Oh, our esteemed leader Wang has returned. Lu Qingyao did not turn around, her voice as icy as shards of ice. You seem to have quite the delightful conversation with Hirenjia. Was it a case of lamenting the time lost? Wishing to form a blood oath in brotherhood? Chapter 25. The end of the grand competition. Wang Chufeng's footsteps faltered, sensing impending trouble. It appeared that Lu Qingyao had witnessed his earlier clandestine discussion with Hirenjia. Ahem, Qingyao, you are awake? How do you feel? Wang Chufeng attempted to divert the conversation, moving closer in an effort to embrace her shoulder. Don't touch me. Lu Qingyao forcefully shook off his hand, turning around with her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Wang Chufeng, what do you mean by this? Just moments ago, you cast aside another as your lover, and now you wish to befriend me as if nothing happened? Her anger escalated, her chest heaving violently. Or perhaps you wish to learn how to attract more female cultivators. Fine, go seek someone else. Don't come to me for cultivation anymore. With that, she stood up in a huff, ready to storm out. Wang Chufeng, swift of hand, grasped her tightly. Qingyao, it's all in the past. There's no need to be so furious. I won't listen. Let me go. You scoundrel. Pervert. Lu Qingyao struggled fiercely, striking out with fists and kicks. With a fiery and straightforward temperament, she felt utterly betrayed by both, which ignited her fury. Wang Chufeng, overwhelmed by her outburst, held on to her tightly, allowing her petite fists to rain down upon him, while he hurriedly explained, Qingyao, please calm down. It is not what you think. He cupped her flushed face in his hands, gazing intently into her eyes, his tone resolute. I would never seek another for cultivation. I assure you that the method of the myriad realms will not be practiced with anyone else. Furthermore, regarding He Daoyu, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman's attention, which only speaks to your charm. Moreover, he did not succeed in deceiving you, did he? His words softened her struggles. Biting her lip, her eyes still red, she glared at Wang Chufeng. Are you serious? You're not lying to me? This isn't merely to placate me into continuing our cultivation? Why would I, Wang Chufeng, resort to falsehood? He declared with pride, his fingers gently brushing away the moisture from her tear-streaked cheeks. Leaning closer, his voice low and enticing, he added, as for cultivation, do you not desire it? I have noticed you are on the brink of a breakthrough. Lu Qingyao trembled at his candid words, her cheeks flushing crimson. Rationality reminded her that he was a notorious flirt, meant to be just a companion in cultivation, progressing together as fellow practitioners. Yet emotionally, his unabashed demeanor left her disoriented. You rogue. Lu Qingyao pushed him in frustration, though lacking the strength to make it impactful. Who wants to cultivate with you? I've been practicing so frequently lately that my dantian feels ready to explode. Wang Chufeng keenly sensed her softening stance and chuckled inwardly, realizing the moment was ripe. He ceased further words, directly taking her hand and leading her toward the quiet chamber for cultivation. Lu Qingyao symbolically struggled a couple of times before temporarily casting her grievances aside. Wang Chufeng mused to himself, this spirited and possessive little firecracker is not easily appeased. Amidst Wang Chufeng's arduous cultivation, the grand competition concluded, and the disciples of the Xiantian sword sect reaped bountiful rewards, marking the day of their return to the sect. On the eve of their departure, Heranjia hosted a farewell banquet for Wang Chufeng and Lu Qingyao at an elegant waterside pavilion. By the lakeside pavilion, the moonlight gently envelopes the surroundings. Exquisite wine and delectable dishes accompany the melodious strains of silk and bamboo. Yet, the atmosphere at the table is somewhat delicate. With Wang Chufeng and Lu Qingyao seated together, facing Heranjia and Bai Xuejia. Upon seeing Bai Xuejia, Wang Chufeng's heart stirred with understanding. It seems his companion has once again charmed a young lady. At that moment, Heranjia raised his glass, his smile as warm as ever. Brother Wang, junior sister Lu, it is indeed a rare fortune for me, to have the pleasure of meeting and befriending both of you during this grand competition. Especially you, Brother Wang. Your profound understanding of Taoism and unique insights have greatly benefited me. I raise this cup to both of you, wishing for a safe journey home and hoping for our paths to cross again in the future. Wang Chufeng smiled and raised his own cup in return. Brother you are too kind. It has been a delight to discuss the way with you. I, too, feel invigorated. When time allows, I shall certainly impose upon you once more. Their eyes met, each reflecting an unspoken camaraderie, and their cups clinked lightly before they drained them in one go. Lu Qingyao sat beside them, her fingers gripping her chopsticks, absently poking at the spiritual bamboo shoots in her bowl. Her delicate face was taut, cheeks slightly puffed, resembling a disgruntled pufferfish, as she listened to their mutual compliments. Particularly Wang Chufeng's enthusiastic exchanges with Heranjia, an uncomfortable sensation surged within her. She huffed loudly and turned her head to gaze out at the moon, deliberately ignoring them. Bai Xuejia, seated nearby, also lowered her head in silence, her chopsticks idly stirring the dishes before her. Heranjia, being a perceptive individual, quickly discerned the discomfort of Lu Qingyao and Bai Xuejia. He sighed inwardly but feigned ignorance on the surface. Wang Chufeng, too, sensed the palpable tension radiating from the petite firecracker beside him. Quietly, he reached under the table to offer a comforting squeeze of her hand, only to be met with a sharp slap as Lu Qingyao rebuffed him, accompanied by an exaggerated eye roll. With a resigned smile, Wang Chufeng could only share a wry grin with Heranjia, who chuckled lightly, indicating his understanding. The meal concluded amidst the awkwardness between Lu Qingyao and Bai Xuejia and the unspoken camaraderie shared by the two men. As the evening drew to a close, Heranjia warmly invited, "The night is already deep. Why not stay in my side hall for the night, Brother Wang and junior sister Lu? It would not be too late to set off tomorrow." Wang Chufeng, seeing the opportunity, readily agreed. "Very well, I shall impose upon you, Brother He." The side hall arranged by Heranjia was tranquil, adjacent to the main chamber. Wang Chufeng pulled a reluctant Lu Qingyao inside. As soon as the door closed, she yanked her hand away, fuming as she seated herself on the edge of the bed. "Humph. Why did you drag me in here? Are you not afraid of your Chantian misunderstanding?" Wang Chufeng chuckled and approached her, attempting to wrap an arm around her shoulders. "Qingyao, your jealousy is rather excessive, don't you think?" Before he could finish his sentence, a series of peculiar sounds resonated clearly from the adjacent room. In the stillness of the night, it was alarmingly distinct. The noise ignited a fire within Lu Qingyao. Her face flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and anger. "Listen, how vulgar, shameless. And you still maintain a good relationship with him." Before she could finish her tirade, Wang Chufeng's eyes sparkled with mischief, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he swiftly pulled her closer. "What are you doing? Let me go. There's someone next door." Lu Qingyao was both astonished and infuriated, struggling with all her might. "What happens next door is none of our concern." Wang Chufeng pressed his finger against her protesting lips, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Qingyao, we must cultivate. You perverse fiend. The commotion from our cultivation could be misconstrued." Lu Qingyao felt utterly humiliated by his unconventional thoughts. Her delicate fists fell upon him like a torrential downpour. Yet they could not deter Wang Chufeng's fervent aspiration towards the path of cultivation. Wang Chufeng devotedly channeled the myriad phenomena restoration technique, his spiritual energy surging more vigorously than ever before. Chapter 26. A contest of equal strength. As Wang Chufeng exerted himself fully, the spiritual energy coursed rapidly through his meridians, stirring the ambient spiritual essence in the room, resulting in crackling bursts of spiritual explosions. In an instant, the two adjacent chambers transformed into a battleground where the first to achieve silence would concede defeat. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and Lu Qingyao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. She muttered softly to herself, "Brother Wang, it appears your cultivation method is undoubtedly on par with the ancient marvel, the myriad phenomena restoration technique." Her tone was infused with the delight of encountering a worthy adversary. The following morning, as dawn broke gently, Wang Chufeng, invigorated and spirited, pushed open his door. In contrast, Lu Qingyao's charming face still bore the blush of embarrassment, her posture slightly awkward from prolonged meditation. Her gaze towards Wang Chufeng was a blend of ire and fatigue. Bai Xuejia remained in deep slumber, while he Renjia personally escorted Wang Chufeng to the gates of Tai's sect. Observing the spirited Wang Chufeng and the occasional furtive glare from Lu Qingyao, he wore a knowing smile. "Brother Wang, Sister Lu, may our paths cross again amidst the towering mountains and flowing waters. Brother He, please take care. Until we meet again," Wang Chufeng replied earnestly. Their eyes met once more, this time not merely as comrades, but with a deeper acknowledgement of each other's prowess. Witnessing their bittersweet farewell, Lu Qingyao huffed heavily, turning her head away. Reflecting on the mischievous tendencies of the two men, she was the first to leap onto the flying vessel of the Xiantian sword sect, voicing her discontent. As the vessel ascended, leaving the confines of Tai's sect, Wang Chufeng approached the sulking Lu Qingyao at the bow of the ship. "Qingyao," he began. "What?" Lu Qingyao retorted sharply, still refusing to meet his gaze. "I need to depart for a few days. You should return to the sect and report to the disciples." Wang Chufeng stated calmly. "What?" Lu Qingyao suddenly turned, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, jealousy surging within her. "Where are you going? Are you off to see your paramour?" The words slipped from her lips, dripping with acidity. Wang Chufeng looked at her fiery demeanor, not in anger, but finding her surprisingly endearing. He chuckled softly, pulling her close despite her protests, whispering, "Has the little vinegar jar turned over again?" Cultivation requires a balance of effort and rest. If you pursue rapid progress relentlessly, your small dantian might burst. Return and take the time to digest and solidify your gains. "You perverse fiend. Shameless. Not long ago, it seemed you were the one incessantly urging me to remain diligent in my cultivation." Lu Qingyao pouted. "I simply cannot abide your flirtatious nature. I fear you may go and bring mischief upon that young lady." All right. Wang Chufeng gently pinched her puffed cheeks, his voice laced with reassurance. "I promise, once I have dealt with my matters, I shall return immediately. Be good and wait for me at the sect. Upon my return, I will guide you in your cultivation, for I sense a breakthrough is imminent." He leaned closer to her ear and whispered. Lu Qingyao's charming face flushed crimson in an instant, and in a mix of embarrassment and irritation, she stomped on him fiercely. "Leave. Who needs your guidance?" Yet the force of her struggle diminished considerably, clearly indicating her tacit acceptance. Wang Chufeng coaxed her a bit more, and when the flying boat passed over a chain of mountains, he no longer hesitated, leaping forth as a streak of light. He detached from the group and sped towards the direction of the Qingyu immortal clan's ancient residence. Watching his figure vanish into the horizon, Lu Qingyao stood at the bow of the ship, stomping her foot in frustration. "Scoundrel! When you return, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Though her tone was fierce, a trace of anticipation lay hidden deep within her gaze, one she herself was unaware of. Days later, at the familiar inn in the vicinity of the ancient clan, it was once again that room by the window. Wang Chufeng gazed at the nervous and blushing Guyuner, whose cheeks bloomed like freshly blossomed peach flowers. The young girl lowered her head, twisting the hem of her garments, her clear eyes brimming with bashfulness at this long-awaited reunion. "Brother Chufeng," she spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper, carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. Wang Chufeng's heart softened, instantly filled with a surge of tenderness. He thought to himself, this girl remains as socially anxious as ever, shy in the presence of others. He stepped forward, his tone unprecedentedly gentle. "Yuner, how have you been lately?" Without excessive words, the emotions of their long separation flowed silently between them. A layer of enchanting mist enveloped Gu Yuner's clear eyes, filled with complete trust and reliance. Blushing from her shyness, even her neck turned a shade of pink. That extreme modesty and bashfulness only deepened Wang Chufeng's affection. He felt a warmth distinctly different from the fiery temperament of Lu Qingyao. For 3 entire days, Gu Yuner's gentle demeanor was like flowing water, and they shared a multitude of conversations. From land to sea, from ancient times to the future, from hobbies to aspirations. On the morning 3 days later, Wang Chufeng stood at the inn's entrance. Gu Yuner reluctantly tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Yet, understanding, she did not attempt to hold him back. Merely whispering, "Brother Chufeng, be careful on your journey, and do visit me whenever you have the chance. Take care of yourself." Wang Chufeng ruffled her hair gently, no longer lingering, and turned to transform into a beam of light, soaring towards the direction of the Xiantian sword sect. Gu Yuner remained in place, gazing at the figure that had vanished into the horizon, unwilling to depart for a long while. She gently stroked the spot on her head he had touched, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She turned, glancing back 3 times as she walked towards the grand entrance of the ancient clan, her silhouette gradually merging into the familiar glow of lights. Days later, at the Xiantian sword sect, atop Tianjin Peak, the familiar silhouette of the main hall came into view, stirring a warm sense of homecoming within Wang Chufeng. Just as he descended from his ethereal flight before the hall, the doors creaked open. 2 graceful figures clad in red emerged like fluttering butterflies, filled with eagerness and joy. Leading the way was Xiao Qianqian, adorned in a light, flowing red gauze gown that accentuated her snow-white skin. The once haughty expression on her face was replaced by an almost reverent delight as she exclaimed, "My dear husband, you have returned." Her voice rang clear, unabashedly filled with affection. Following closely was Murong Xue, elegantly draped in a dignified crimson veil, which elegantly outlined her well-formed figure. She offered no words, merely advancing with quickened steps, her soulful eyes fixed deeply on Wang Chufeng, conveying a multitude of longing and tenderness in a silent gaze. Wang Chufeng opened his arms, and Xiao Qianqian dove into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, nuzzling her small head against his chest. Murong Xue, maintaining her composure, paused just a step in front of him, her eyes brimming with concern. "Yes, I have returned," Wang Chufeng replied with a smile, winking at Murong Xue. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and soon the 3 entered the main hall. Once seated, Xiao Qianqian dutifully poured warm spirit tea for Wang Chufeng and Murong Xue, her movements gentle and focused, devoid of any hint of her former arrogance. This striking contrast ignited a sense of satisfaction within Wang Chufeng, a feeling of control over everything. "My dear husband, the journey must have been tiring. Please enjoy some tea," Xiao Qianqian offered, presenting the teacup with soft reverence. Murong Xue also lifted her cup, her gaze tenderly resting on Wang Chufeng. "Was the journey smooth? Are Shimi Qingyao and the others well?" Wang Chufeng briefly recounted his experiences from the competition, omitting any mention of his deep friendship with Yurenjia, stating only that all went smoothly. Xiao Qianqian nestled beside him, quietly listening, occasionally glancing up with eyes full of admiration and affection. After a brief exchange, the sky outside gradually darkened into twilight. Murong Xue set down her teacup and turned to Wang Chufeng, her voice gentle. "Chufeng, you've traveled far and must be weary. It's getting late. You should rest with Qianqian." Her words were considerate. Wang Chufeng nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. Qianqian, please return to your room and prepare. I will join you shortly." "Yes, my husband," Xiao Qianqian replied, immediately rising to bow to Wang Chufeng and then gracefully curtsying to Murong Xue. "Mother, I take my leave." She then turned and walked briskly toward the side hall. Only Wang Chufeng and Murong Xue remained in the hall. As Xiao Qianqian's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, Murong Xue's poised demeanor crumbled instantly. She rose and glided forward, grasping Wang Chufeng's hand. "Chufeng." Her voice carried a barely perceptible quiver, laden with deep yearning. "At long last, you have returned. Quickly, go and keep Qianqian company during your month-long absence. She has missed you dearly, though she speaks little of it," gazing vacantly towards the mountain gate each day. Wang Chufeng chuckled mischievously, asking, "And what of Xue? Do you miss me?" Murong Xue, playfully blushing at his teasing, lightly struck his chest and chided, "How annoying. You are the peak master now, yet you still lack decorum. Go on." She gently nudged him away. Wang Chufeng chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. "Understood, my esteemed aide at Tianjin Peak." No longer teasing her, he turned and strode towards the side hall. As he pushed open the familiar door adorned with bright red auspicious characters, the scene before him took his breath away, igniting the suppressed flames within him. Inside, the red candles flickered, the warm curtains hung low, and a delicate fragrance filled the air. Most strikingly, kneeling on the soft carpet was Xiao Qianqian. She had exchanged her ethereal red silk gown for a maid's outfit, one that Wang Chufeng had sketched before his departure, instructing her to wear it for him upon his return. The pristine white, knee-length dress was complemented by a matching lace-trimmed apron, accentuating her slender waist. Beneath the hem, her straight, jade-like legs were enveloped in white stockings. What sent Wang Chufeng's blood racing was her current posture. Kneeling with a straight back, she raised her hands high, palms up, delicately holding a slender, gleaming pink whip. Her head was slightly bowed, exposing her swan-like neck, with long eyelashes casting gentle shadows upon her cheeks. Flushed with a tipsy hue, embodying a blend of submissive reverence and bashful allure. Her voice, as faint as a whisper, trembled yet resonated clearly in Wang Chufeng's ears. Please punish me. This meticulously prepared scene and the stark contrast it presented shattered all of Wang Chufeng's reason in an instant. His gaze deepened with fervor, and with a decisive motion, he slammed the door shut behind him. Any weariness from his journey dissipated at that moment. He advanced boldly, seizing the pink whip from Xiao Qianqian's grasp, while his other hand lifted her chin, compelling her shimmering, timid eyes filled with yearning to meet his own. Qianqian. His voice emerged hoarse yet possessive. You are truly obedient. You have not disappointed your master. Before his words could fully escape, the whip in his hand struck down with precision. The red candles burned out, leaving only the hazy moonlight filtering through the window. Wang Chufeng gazed at the slumbering Xiao Qianqian in his embrace. She lay on her side, revealing her smooth back. Faint red whip marks adorned her skin like plum blossoms on snow, embellishing her flawless complexion. Her damp, dark hair clung messily to her back, resembling plum trees cradling those delicate blossoms, gently rising and falling with her steady breaths. He observed the transformation of his once headstrong and willful junior sister into such a docile figure, molded by his own hands. Reflecting on her past, an ineffable sense of accomplishment welled within him. He bowed his head and gently pressed a tender kiss upon her damp forehead, cradling her as he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as Wang Chufeng began to rouse, he sensed movement beside him. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, he beheld Xiao Qianqian, already risen, draped casually in a sheer nightgown, kneeling delicately at the bedside, holding the robe he had shed the previous day. Upon noticing his awakening, Xiao Qianqian instantly brightened with a radiant smile, her voice smooth as silk. Master, you are awake? Qianqian is here to assist you with your attire. With gentle precision, she unfurled the robe and adorned Wang Chufeng with it, meticulously fastening the belt and smoothing every crease. Her focused and submissive demeanor suggested she was engaged in the most significant task imaginable. Wang Chufeng allowed her to attend to him, his gaze resting on her lowered brows and compliant profile. The morning light accentuated her delicate features, and the heartfelt dependence she exhibited starkly contrasted with her past haughty demeanor. Observing Xiao Qianqian's devoted and attentive side, a profound sense of satisfaction surged within Wang Chufeng, nearly overflowing with the feeling of mastery overall. He extended his hand, his fingertips brushing lightly against her smooth cheek, causing her lashes to quiver and her cheeks to flush a deeper hue. Master, she murmured softly, her voice sweet and tender. You are doing splendidly. Continue your excellent work. Wang Chufeng praised, his tone imbued with a lazy magnetism. He felt the surge of spiritual energy within him. Since cultivating the universal restoration technique alongside Lu Qingyao, the barriers of his nascent soul had loosened considerably, and he was now tantalizingly close to reaching the later stage of nascent soul cultivation. It was time to address matters within the sect. It would be unjust to burden Xue alone. Wang Chufeng contemplated, just as he intended to rise and visit Murong Xue. Upon stepping into the outer chamber, a disciple rushed in to report. Peak Master, the Peak Master of Tianyun Peak, Lu, has sent word requesting your immediate presence at Tianyun Peak. There are pressing matters concerning the allocation of resources following the recent competition that require your direct deliberation. At this, Wang Chufeng felt a slight twitch at his temples. Deliberation? Nonsense. That little firecracker, Lu Qingyao, was clearly using official business as an excuse to summon him for training again. Truly a model of diligence. He could easily envision Lu Qingyao, hands on her hips and cheeks puffed, questioning him. Why didn't you come to find me first? Sighing, Wang Chufeng rubbed his forehead in resignation. Indeed, Xue was the exemplary support he inherited from his master at the Tianjin Peak. Without her, this peak might very well face closure. Despite his sentiments, he knew he had to go. He swiftly arranged his robe and instructed Xiao Qianqian. Qianqian, I am heading to Tianjin Peak. Should any urgent matters arise within the sect, please seek out the mistress. Yes, Master, Xiao Qianqian replied obediently, watching as he transformed into a fleeting light and departed. Chapter 28. How does it compare to my useless master? Tianjin Peak, Peak Master S Hall. As Wang Chufeng stepped through the palace doors, a fiery red figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, rushed towards him. A delicate fist landed unapologetically on his chest. Wang Chufeng, you heartless wretch. You return without seeking me out. Have you become so enraptured in your gentle abode that you've forgotten your elder sister? Indeed, that tone, dripping with jealousy, matched with Lu Qingyao's pouting face, was a vivid portrayal of a spilled jar of vinegar. Qingyao, you and your tangy temperament are inseparable. This little chili pepper paired with aged vinegar is truly a remarkable combination. Wang Chufeng seized her mischievous hand, grinning mischievously. Bah, who's jealous? Lu Qingyao retorted, though her body betrayed her, refusing to struggle, merely glaring at him fiercely. Speak. Is it that shallow niece of yours? Has she stolen your soul? Wang Chufeng chuckled heartily, offering no explanation as he pinched her incessantly chattering mouth with 2 fingers to quell the fiery spirit of this vivacious little chili pepper. Nothing was more effective than an invigorating session of cultivation. Wang Chufeng once again showcased the formidable strength of the myriad phenomena sky mending technique, as well as his unwavering resolve towards the Tao. It was not until the sun began its descent that Lu Qingyao, having harnessed the momentum to break through her realm, finally bid farewell to Wang Chufeng, who felt refreshed, leaving the exhausted and slightly envious Lu Qingyao behind as he returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak. The twilight glow bathed the Heavenly Sword Peak in a warm golden hue. Outside the main hall, Murong Xue remained seated behind her desk, her delicate jade fingers holding a jade brush, deeply engrossed in reviewing scrolls of jade slips. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if pondering a complex dilemma, and her focused profile appeared particularly gentle in the soft light. Wang Chufeng approached quietly, observing her furrowed brow from a distance. A wave of warmth surged within him. It was precisely because she managed everything so diligently that he could devote himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Back already? Murong Xue sensed his presence, lifting her gaze. The worry in her expression instantly replaced by tenderness. How did your discussion with Sister Qingyao go? Have you dined yet? I have eaten, Wang Chufeng replied, moving beside her, his eyes scanning the piled scrolls on the desk, compassionately grasping her hand. You've worked hard, Xue. What of Chanqian? She made plans with that girl Mu Qinger to go to the market below the mountain to buy some things. She will likely return later, Murong Xue answered softly, attempting to withdraw her hand. You've been busy all day. You should rest. I will handle these matters. Before she could finish, Wang Chufeng swiftly extended his arm, lifting her from her chair. Ah, Murong Xue exclaimed, her cheeks instantly flushed. Chufeng, put me down. What would others think if they saw us? Xue, don't tire yourself. Sit and rest for a moment. Wang Chufeng placed her on the nearby table, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. You've worked so hard. Let me massage your legs. Murong Xue, both embarrassed and flustered, pounded his sturdy chest. You are in the main hall. Someone will come. Chufeng, how is it that you return even more audacious than before after going out? Murong Xue exclaimed, incredulous. More audacious? Wang Chufeng wore a smile laced with a hint of pride. How does he compare to my incompetent master? You, Murong Xue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. Her words a muddled reprimand. You're impressive. Perhaps the most impressive. Is that satisfactory? In the days that followed, Wang Chufeng focused on self-cultivation, managed the affairs of the peak, and spent time with Murong Xue and Xiao Qianqian, occasionally responding to the summons from Lu Qingyao. Under the meticulous care of Murong Xue and the gentle service of Xiao Qianqian, Tianjin Peak thrived, its reputation steadily rising. During this period, Wang Chufeng, through his cultivation of the Wanxiang Butian Ju with Lu Qingyao, seamlessly broke through his bottleneck. Having advanced to the late Yuaning stage, a torrent of formidable energy surged within him, his sword intent becoming increasingly refined and sharp, while the range of his divine consciousness expanded dramatically. Standing atop the peak, he reveled in the significant enhancement of his strength, filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, witnessing the growing pile of documents on Murong Xue's desk and the occasional fatigue that crossed her features, he resolved to take action. It is ultimately too exhausting for Xue to manage the affairs of the peak alone, Wang Chufeng pondered. Tianjin Peak was in a period of revival, ripe for the recruitment of talent. A few days later, the sect would hold a grand ceremony for the selection of disciples. Perhaps a few recruits could relieve some of Xue's burdens. Within the Xiantian Hall, Lung Qingxiu received the news, a flicker of inscrutable complexity flashing through her icy gaze. She directed her attention toward Tianjin Peak, her fingers unconsciously tapping against the cold jade armrest of her throne. Hasn't Tianjin Peak always been reluctant to recruit disciples? How curious that they would actively seek participation this time. Days later, the grand disciple selection ceremony of the Xiantian Sword Sect commenced, a spectacle held once every decade. The vast training ground was teeming with young talents from various realms, all eager to knock upon the gates of immortality and embark upon the path of longevity. On the high platform, the peak masters of the Xiantian Sword Sect gathered, Wang Chufeng clad in a dark robe of the peak master, his figure tall and imposing, surveying the throng below with a blend of languidness and sharp vigilance. Lu Qingyao, donned in fiery red attire, sat at a distance, occasionally casting him a glare, evidently still miffed by his abrupt departure after their recent training session. The other peak masters held their own thoughts, each hoping to discover promising talents for their respective peaks during this grand event. Murong Xue, as the de facto leader of Tianjin Peak, stood diligently at Wang Chufeng's side, her focus unwavering as her delicate fingers tapped upon the jade slips, noting the outstanding candidates. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in Wang Chufeng's mind. Ding. Target, pure spirit body, sister. Destined opportunity. Xiantian Sword Sect Master Lung Qingxiu, designated personal disciple. Intercept notification, successful interception. The host may obtain sect fortune points, 500 points. Xiantian Sword Sect Fortune, 50,000 points. Sect Fortune? It seems that, as the sect master, Lung Qingxiu is closely tied to the sect's fate. Well, one should seize every opportunity. Those 500 points are invaluable. Wang Chufeng's heart raced, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk as he swiftly scanned the crowd. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous uproar erupted in the center of the training ground. Heavens, what is that light? Pure and unblemished, my spiritual energy flows seamlessly. Behold those sisters. It is their aura that radiates. The crowd parted like waves, revealing two inseparable maidens at the center. The elder sister, 19, with her hair styled in a bun, possesses a graceful and mature figure, her simple purple gauze attire unable to conceal her voluptuous form, exuding a gentle elegance. The younger sister, 18, also sports a bun, albeit tilted to one side, her pink gauze gown accentuating her cuteness. Although she is 18, she appears merely 15 or 16, her delicate face sculpted like porcelain, embodying the quintessential doll-like visage, her large, expressive eyes curiously and anxiously surveying her surroundings. Both sisters emanate a soft, pure milky white halo, as if their souls had been cleansed by the clearest spiritual spring. Those who drew near felt an unparalleled tranquility, their spiritual energies quickening. Chapter 29. Apprenticing the Sister Flowers, a pure spiritual body. Furthermore, a twin pure spiritual body, a rarity encountered once in a millennium. It is said that such a physique possesses full affinity for spiritual energy, allowing for unimpeded cultivation. Heaven bless our Xiantian Sword Sect. The high platform erupted with fervor. Several peak masters could no longer contain their excitement, rising almost simultaneously, their gazes fixated on the sisters, an overwhelming aura exuding from them, each eager to extend an olive branch at the first opportunity. These two maidens are fated to join my Xiafeng. Nonsense. Our Xiafeng was the first to take notice. Young friends, join my Xiafeng, and you may select any resources or techniques you desire. The scene descended into chaos, with peak masters bickering fervently, nearly resorting to physical confrontation to claim the girls. Amidst this tumultuous uproar, a voice as cool as a mountain spring resonated throughout the venue, instantly silencing all commotion. Silence. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, akin to a winter chill sweeping through, rendering everyone mute with trepidation. Clad in a plain white palace robe, Lung Qingxiu had appeared at the main seat of the high platform, her beauty breathtaking, yet her demeanor as frigid as ancient ice. With a calm gaze sweeping over the sisters who had caused such a stir, she spoke softly. These two maidens possess pure spiritual bodies and exceptional talents. I, the sect master, intend to take them as my personal disciples and guide them with utmost care. Do any of the peak masters have objections? The prospect of the sect master personally accepting disciples, especially as her direct prot-gs, carried immense weight. The peak masters, who had just been embroiled in heated disputes, exchanged glances, their reluctance evident, yet the sect master's formidable presence loomed large. Who would dare defy her? They could only clasp their hands and force smiles, saying, "The sect master possesses discerning eyes. This is a great fortune for our sect. Congratulations on finding such outstanding disciples. We have no objections." Lung Qingxiu nodded slightly, unperturbed by the outcome. Just as she was about to announce her decision, a languid yet amused voice unexpectedly interjected. "Hold on, sect master." All eyes instantly focused on the speaker, Wang Chufeng. He approached with a signature mischievous grin, leisurely striding forward and clasping his hands before the frigid Qingxiu. His tone laced with a hint of admonition. "Esteemed sect leader, as you are well aware, Master Xiao Yi of the Heavenly Sword Peak has never favored taking disciples, resulting in a dwindling lineage, a lament for our sect. In this time of reconstruction, it is imperative to infuse fresh blood, particularly with talents as extraordinary as these sisters, to rejuvenate our prestige. As the helm of the Xiantian Sword Sect, I trust you, sect leader, to show compassion to your subordinates and act justly. Surely, you would not wish to witness the continued decline of my Heavenly Sword Peak. I beseech you to graciously bestow these sisters upon me." His gaze bore a blatant amusement intertwined with an undercurrent of menace, locking onto Qingxiu's icy stare. Beneath her flowing sleeves, her jade-like hands clenched tightly, her knuckles paling from the exertion. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a delicate frost began to crystallize imperceptibly upon the armrest of the jade throne. Wang Chufeng's expression and his insinuating words instantaneously unearthed a hidden secret buried deep within her heart, one that she was loath to reveal, a leverage held by Wang Chufeng. She fixated on his infuriatingly smug face. Her heart, encased in ice, surged with tumultuous waves of humiliation, fury, and murderous intent. Yet, beneath the collective gaze of the assembly, under Wang Chufeng's silent threat, she found herself unable to refuse. The atmosphere grew so tense that one could hear a pin drop. All were astonished by Wang Chufeng's audacity. How dare he publicly vie for disciples from the sect leader? Lu Qingyao widened her beautiful eyes, thinking that this rogue was far too brazen. After a few heartbeats of silence, Qingxiu gradually released her grip, and the ice upon the armrest quietly melted away. Her face remained inscrutable, her voice devoid of any tremor. As if she were merely stating an inconsequential fact. What the Peak Master says bears some truth. The Heavenly Sword Peak indeed requires exceptional talent. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the bewildered sisters below before finally resting on Wang Chufeng, her eyes colder than frost, as if they could freeze a soul. Very well. These two shall join the ranks of the Heavenly Sword Peak. I trust Peak Master Wang will guide them well, lest you squander this pure spirit. The last few words she uttered slowly, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The sect leader had actually relented? Peak Master Wang had genuinely seized this rare pair of pure spirit sisters from the sect leader's grasp. Thank you, sect leader, for your generosity. Wang Chufeng beamed, seemingly oblivious to the frost in Qingxiu's eyes, and called out to the still-dazed sisters below, Lin Wanxue and Lin Wanyue. Come forth and pay your respects to your master. The sisters, as if awakening from a dream, hurried through the throng and knelt before Wang Chufeng, their voices quivering with excitement. Disciple Lin Wanyue, Lin Wanxue, greets master. Wang Chufeng nodded in satisfaction, sweeping his robe dramatically as a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifted the two girls. Excellent. Let us return to Heavenly Sword Peak. He disregarded the envious and resentful gazes of the other peak masters, as well as the nearly lethal glare from Lung Qingxiu, and raised an eyebrow with smugness towards Murong Xue and Lu Qingyao, accompanied by his newly accepted disciples. He swaggered through the myriad complex looks and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Sword Peak. At the Sword Peak, within the main hall, Murong Xue and Xiao Qianqian had long awaited their arrival. Wang Chufeng entered the hall with Lin Wanxue and Lin Wanyue. The sisters, visiting such a solemn and majestic celestial hall for the first time, felt nervous, their palms sweating as they clung to each other. Xue, Qianqian, allow me to introduce you. Wang Chufeng beamed. These two are my newly accepted direct disciples, elder sister Lin Wanxue and younger sister Lin Wanyue, both possessing the rare pure spirit body. He placed particular emphasis on the term pure spirit body. Murong Xue smiled gently and stepped forward, her soft gaze assessing the pair of sisters with distinct temperaments. Welcome to Sword Peak. I am Murong Xue, your master's wife, and you may call me your grandmaster. There was a hint of awkwardness in her tone. Her gaze lingered a moment longer on Lin Wanxue, who embodied a blend of gentleness and resilience, and she nodded inwardly in approval. Xiao Qianqian, curious, leaned closer. Though young, she was already Wang Chufeng's woman, and she endeavored to adopt the demeanor of a master's wife, offering a sweet smile. I am your mistress, so feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. She couldn't help but want to pinch Lin Wanyue's adorably round face. Upon seeing their mistress, who was of a similar age, the two sisters were momentarily taken aback. Lin Wanxue was the first to recover, quickly pulling her sister to bow once more. Wanxue, Wanyue, pays respects to the mistress. We pay respects to our grandmaster. They could sense the warmth and grace of Murong Xue and the vivacious kindness of Xiao Qianqian, which eased their tense feelings somewhat. Wang Chufeng observed this scene with a knowing smile curving his lips. Ding. Successful interception. Gained 500 points of sect fortune. Current fortune points, 1,620 points. By accepting this pair of pure spirit body sisters, he had thwarted Lung Qingxiu and significantly bolstered the sect's fortune. More importantly, the future of Sword Peak brimmed with promise. Yet, he wondered what tales this sister duo would weave in the annals of Sword Peak. He regarded Lin Wanxue's hidden resilience and Lin Wanyue's curious, innocent eyes, feeling a subtle anticipation in his heart. Meanwhile, far away in the Xiantian Hall, Lung Qingxiu sat alone upon her cold jade throne, the chill of the hall pervasive. She gazed towards the direction of Sword Peak, her eyes filled with a palpable aura of malice and humiliation. Wang Chufeng, you are truly something. Chapter 30. The schedule for outdoor training with the addition of these pure spirit body sisters, Sword Peak, seemed to have been infused with a vibrant and lively energy. Wang Chufeng had also outlined his plans for them with great clarity. Elder sister Lin Wanxue, with her gentle and serene disposition, approached tasks with clarity and meticulous thought. Wang Chufeng allowed her to follow Murong Xue, assisting in the increasingly burdensome domestic affairs of the peak. In late autumn, with a calm demeanor, she stayed beside her grandaunt. Learning and observing, sharing in the trivial tasks. Lin Wanxiu's respectful bow was accompanied by a gentle voice. Yes, master. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, not to disappoint your trust. Her gaze towards Murong Xue radiated both reverence and familiarity. Murong Xue, equally fond of this gentle and understanding disciple, quickly guided her through various matters. Lin Wanxiu adapted swiftly, soon becoming a reliable aid to Murong Xue, significantly alleviating her burdens. As for Lin Wanyue, Wang Chufeng regarded the girl before him, sporting a slanted bun atop her head. Her delicate features reminiscent of a painted doll, and could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This girl not only possessed an exceedingly deceptive doll-like visage, but also exhibited a temperament akin to that of an immature child. When faced with the slightest setback during practice, she would pout, and upon receiving a few words of admonishment, would turn away, silently protesting with her signature bun angled in Wang Chufeng's direction. Wang Chufeng imparted the Qing Tian Yi Jian sword technique, acquired through the system. This technique emphasized the principle of piercing through the surface by concentrating strength at a single point, unleashing tremendous power, yet it demanded exceptional comprehension and temperament. During the instruction, Lin Wanxiu listened intently, humbly seeking clarification on any uncertainties, demonstrating rapid progress through her ability to analyze and apply concepts. In contrast, when Wang Chufeng pointed out a minor flaw in Lin Wanyue's energy flow, the little girl immediately pouted, her mouth resembling a bottle cap. Wanue. Wang Chufeng feigned a stern expression, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. Lin Wanyue's small frame trembled slightly as she slowly turned back, her large, watery eyes brimming with unshed tears, looking at him with a pitiful expression as if she had suffered a grievous injustice. Observing her demeanor, Wang Chufeng's feigned anger evaporated, leaving him in a state of bemusement. He sighed helplessly and summoned a servant. Go, prepare some of her favorite spiritual fruit snacks. Yes, Peak Master, the servant replied promptly. Upon hearing of the food, Lin Wanyue's tears vanished in an instant, her bright eyes sparkling as her small face transformed from sorrow to joy. The swiftness of her change astounding Wang Chufeng. He reached out to ruffle her fluffy bun, playfully admonishing, all you think about is food. Focus. MHM. Thank you, master. You're the best. Lin Wanyue exclaimed, akin to a kitten contentedly nuzzling against his arm, sweetly calling him master, entirely forgetting her earlier grievances. Wang Chufeng observed her innocent and guileless demeanor, then glanced at Lin Wanxiu, who was gentle, serene, and remarkably perceptive, and could only shake his head in resignation. Musing, one is too understanding, while the other is too oblivious. What a disparity. He turned his gaze back to Lin Wanxiu, his eyes filled with approval and satisfaction. Lin Wanxiu's perception of her master's gaze made her bow her head slightly, a serene smile gracing her lips. Time, like a fleeting white steed, had swiftly passed, marking the end of yet another month. Wang Chufeng's days remained as bustling and fulfilling as ever. During the day, he guided his two disciples in sword practice atop the peak, occasionally tending to urgent summons from Lu Qingyao under the pretext of official business. The nights were spent in role-playing with Xiao Qianqian, creating a harmonious blend of labor and leisure. However, observing Lin Wanxiu's growing composure and skillful swordplay under Murong Xue's tutelage, and contrasting it with Lin Wanyue's slower progress, though her cherubic face and carefree demeanor brought joy, Wang Chufeng felt a flicker of unease within. Sitting by the window of the main hall, he gazed out at the shifting clouds, unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his sword at his waist. Ever since acquiring the system, his cultivation had largely relied on plundering. He had experienced pitifully few instances of drawing his sword in real combat. A soft sigh escaped his lips, and he inwardly lamented. While other protagonists engage in battles and breakthroughs at the brink of life and death, why does my path of cultivation feel so hollow? This cannot continue. I must prioritize the training of the Burning Heaven decision. I should also visit the ghost fog forest that Renja mentioned previously. Furrowing his brow, he tapped his fingers against the window frame. If this continued, he feared he might lose even the instinct to draw his sword. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. He abruptly stood, his gaze sharpening. He must venture forth. If this persists, I, the master of the heavenly sword peak, fear I shall become a mere ornamental pillow. Resolving this, he immediately summoned Lin Wanxiu and Lin Wanyue. The sisters soon arrived in the hall. Lin Wanyue still held a half-eaten spirit cake in her hand, crumbs adorning her mouth. Master, Lin Wanyue called out, her words somewhat mumbled. Her large eyes filled with curiosity as they fixed on Wang Chufeng. Unable to suppress a smile at her appearance, he maintained a serious demeanor and declared, the path of cultivation requires more than mere isolation. True strength is forged through trials of blood and fire, life and death. Your foundations are now solid. It is time to venture out and validate your learning through practical experience, honing your character along the way. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanxiu's expression turned grave. and she immediately bowed in response, saying, Master's teachings are etched in my heart. I shall diligently train and live up to your expectations. Lin Wanyue, however, blinked her large eyes, glancing between her stern master and the remaining piece of spirit cake in her hand. Pouting, she instinctively turned her head, her messy bun once again pointing towards Wang Chufeng, mumbling softly, Humph, Master stays comfortably on the peak all day. Why doesn't he go out to train himself? Though her voice was low, Wang Chufeng heard her clearly. Wanyue, do not be disrespectful. Lin Wanxu's expression shifted slightly, hastily reprimanding her sister in a hushed tone. Wang Chufeng, feeling choked by this rebellious disciple, could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. He deliberately adopted a stern countenance, his voice resonating with authority. Rebellious disciple. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Speak back again, and beware the rules of the sect. You shall reflect upon your misdeeds at the cliff of contemplation for a month, subsisting solely on the bitter herbal pills. The mention of the sect's punishment caused Lin Wanyue's petite frame to shudder visibly. Though she was innocent and carefree, she understood well that her master was serious about discipline, especially regarding the ordeal of consuming bitter pills, which was a veritable nightmare for a foodie like her. Lin Wanxu's quick wit kicked in. She was well aware of her younger sister's impetuous nature and recognized that their master was merely feigning anger at this moment. She swiftly stepped forward and covered her sister's mouth to stifle any further protests, addressing Wang Chufeng with the utmost respect. Master, please forgive her. Wanyue is young and ignorant, with an unfiltered tongue. I shall take it upon myself to educate her properly. Regarding the trials, I shall heed your command and go to the mission hall tomorrow to accept a suitable low-level task, taking my sister down the mountain for training. With her mouth covered, Lin Wanyue's large eyes quickly glistened with unshed tears, casting a pitiful glance at Wang Chufeng, yet she dared not utter another word. Her bun, slightly askew, drooped forlornly, betraying her discontent. Observing the sister's reactions, the flicker of irritation in Wang Chufeng's heart dissipated. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, off you go. Once you keep a close watch on her. Remember, safety comes first. Do not take unnecessary risks and report back promptly. Yes, master. Lin Wanxu responded with reverence, leading the still aggrieved Lin Wanyue out of the grand hall. Watching the sisters depart, Wang Chufeng stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation dancing in his eyes. With his disciples embarking on their training journeys, it was high time for him, as their master, to also venture forth. The outside world awaited his exploration. Chapter 31. The courtesan of Drunken Blossom Pavilion. With Lin Wanxu's diligent presence and Lin Wanyue's chirpy chatter absent, Tianjin Peak had grown unexpectedly quiet. After managing several pressing matters within the sect, Wang Chufeng felt an intensified yearning for adventure. It was indeed time to stir from his repose. Standing atop the peak, he gazed into the horizon where the clouds rolled tumultuously. If he lingered any longer, he might as well rust. The Ghost Mist Forest, as mentioned by his friend Herenjia, would be his next destination. Subsequently, Wang Chufeng sent a message to Herenjia, arranging to meet in Blackstone Town. On the eve of his departure, Xiao Qianqian nestled in his embrace, resembling a devoted kitten. Observing her gentle and obedient demeanor, his gaze fell upon her meticulously styled twin buns, and an impulsive urge surged within him. He reached out, grasping each bun delicately, and with a gentle tug, he turned her around to face away from him. Ah, master. Xiao Qianqian gasped, caught off guard by the slight pull at the nape of her neck, instinctively letting out a brief exclamation. The following morning, under Xiao Qianqian's reluctant and wistful gaze, Wang Chufeng transformed into a streak of light, departing from Tianjin Peak. Days later, he arrived at the chaotic locale of Blackstone Town, situated on the border of Qingyu Xianbei. This is the final supply point before entering the Ghost Mist Forest, a place rife with both dragons and snakes, where the air is thick with a pungent blend of blood, sweat, and low-grade spiritual liquor. In a bustling tavern named Broken Blade, Wang Chufeng encountered his long-awaited companion, Herenjia. Brother Wang, ha, I have finally awaited your arrival. Herenjia, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, appeared strikingly out of place amidst the murky surroundings. Yet, his warm smile remained unchanged, as if the chaos around him was merely a backdrop. He rose with enthusiasm to greet Wang Chufeng. My apologies for keeping you waiting, brother he. Wang Chufeng chuckled as he took his seat. The two exchanged cups, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Naturally, their conversation gravitated towards the perils of the Ghost Mist Forest and their respective ambitions. The Nine Nether Inferno is a wondrous fire birthed by the heavens and the earth. Remarkably powerful. I once stumbled upon it in the Ghost Mist Forest, yet I am curious, Brother Wang. For what purpose do you seek it? Herenjia inquired. Raising his cup, Wang Chufeng replied with a smile. To be honest, Brother he, I am cultivating a technique that requires unique fire for assistance. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for the yin-yang harmony herb that you seek, It is said to balance the yin and yang, nurturing the very essence. Such an opportunity is indeed worthy of our brotherhood's collaboration. The two exchanged hearty laughter, embodying the spirit of shared ambition. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the night deepened. With a hint of inebriation, Renja leaned closer to Wang Chufeng, lowering his voice and casting a suggestive glance. Brother Wang, though Blackstone Town is dilapidated, there exists a delightful establishment known as the Drunken Blossom Pavilion. It is said that the maidens within possess an extraordinary charm. As the night is long, why not indulge in a visit? It may serve to bolster our spirits for tomorrow's venture into the forest. Wang Chufeng, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of reluctance. He held little interest in such frivolous pursuits and certainly did not wish to entangle himself in romantic debts in such a place. He waved his hand gently, declining the invitation. I appreciate your kind offer, brother He. However, I have never been fond of such indulgences. I would prefer to sit in meditation here, replenishing my energy for what lies ahead. Renja was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression morphed into a complex mix of surprise, understanding, and teasing. He clapped Wang Chufeng on the shoulder, his tone laced with exaggerated admiration. Brother Wang, how admirable. I did not expect you to uphold such principles. While maintaining your honor at home, you remain untainted by the world outside. I am truly impressed. He emphasized the phrase upholding principles, clearly recalling Wang Chufeng's past entanglement with Lu Qingyao. At this moment, he half-jokingly, half-seriously pointed it out. Wang Chufeng, amused, laughed heartily and refrained from defending himself. Brother He, do not jest. Since you are in such high spirits, I shall accompany you to the Drunken Blossom Pavilion today, if that pleases you. Haha, excellent. Brother Wang, your willingness is delightful. Renja exclaimed joyfully, pulling Wang Chufeng out of the tavern. They headed straight for the most luminous three-story wooden building in Blackstone Town, the Drunken Blossom Pavilion, where the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments played alluringly. Inside the Drunken Blossom Pavilion, the fragrance of cosmetics was thick in the air, and the sweet sounds of laughter and chatter filled the atmosphere. The turtle merchant, upon noticing the extraordinary demeanor and lavish attire of the two gentlemen, immediately approached them with a sycophantic smile and ushered them to an elegant private room on the second floor. As soon as they settled in, they ordered a selection of exquisite delicacies and fine spirits. A procession of alluring and voluptuous female companions, clad in revealing garments, entered one after another, their sultry glances and soft voices surrounding them. Renja, clearly a seasoned connoisseur, embraced the attention, engaging in lively conversation and laughter with several of the ladies. In contrast, Wang Chufeng appeared somewhat disinterested, merely sipping his drink while his gaze casually swept over the scene, showing little inclination towards the deliberately fawning courtesans. Noticing this, Renja's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he waved the ladies away slightly. Addressing the turtle merchant with a commanding voice, bring forth your finest treasures from the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Gold and silver are of no concern. What I seek is true beauty. The turtle merchant hesitated, rubbing his hands apologetically. Esteemed guest, I must sincerely apologize. Our esteemed courtesan, Yueshang, possesses a lofty spirit and does not judge individuals by their wealth. Her company is dependent solely on affinity. She is currently en route to the Lanyu Pavilion on the second floor and will appear shortly. You may proceed there, but a fee of 100 taels of silver is required as a guiding fee. Whether you experience a fleeting moment with Yueshang ultimately depends on her heart's desire. Ding. Key target detected. Yueshang, courtesan of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Gain Yueshang's favor to seize Renja's fortune points. 200 points. Will you intervene? The cold, mechanical prompt echoed in Wang Chufeng's mind, akin to the most enticing of temptations. 200 fortune points. His heart raced, and his gaze instinctively shifted towards the Lanyu Pavilion, veiled in delicate silk curtains. At that moment, a lady emerged, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy. A beauty mark at the corner of her left eye accentuated her charm. Clad in a light purple off-shoulder gown adorned with golden patterns, a bright yellow sash around her waist highlighted her graceful figure. Her slender waist swayed as she walked gracefully, the flowing fabric of her dress dancing gently with her movements, revealing shoulders as white as jade. In every gesture, her allure was palpable, captivating all who beheld her. She possessed an innate beauty that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. This woman, while not the absolute epitome of beauty, radiated an enchanting charm that Wang Chufeng had come to appreciate in this world. However, his eyes drifted to Renja, who was eagerly anticipating the encounter, his hands itching with excitement. Considering their friendship and the fact that he had previously seized 400 fortune points from him, Wang Chufeng resolved to refrain from interference. Enough. Wang Chufeng bit his lip, making a decisive choice in his heart. Almost without hesitation, he internally selected, ignore. Having already taken advantage of Renja once, he could not bring himself to do so again. Suppressing the stirring of instinct and the system's prompt, He restored his calm demeanor and said to Rinja, "Brother He, it seems your fortune has arrived. I shall not intrude. Go swiftly, lest the fair lady grows weary of waiting." Rinja, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and, without hesitation, generously handed a silver ingot to the turtle merchant. "Lead the way." With a casual clasp of his fist, Wang Chufeng exclaimed, "Brother Wang, your noble character is commendable. I shall now seek an audience with Miss Yueshang." Having said that, he followed the turtle-headed figure, striding towards the mysterious Lanyue pavilion on the second floor amidst a throng of envious gazes. Wang Chufeng remained in the bustling private room, pouring himself a drink. The clamor below seemed to be separated by a veil. He appeared nonchalant, yet his attention was irresistibly drawn to the happenings on the second floor. He observed that most of the guests who had ascended earlier lingered only briefly at the pavilion's entrance or just outside the screens before being courteously ushered out by the maidservants, their faces adorned with expressions of either regret or displeasure. As time passed, only Rinja had entered, and the door of Lanyue Pavilion gently closed, remaining so thereafter. After a considerable while, a melodious voice, like pearls cascading onto a platter, faintly resonated from the direction of the pavilion, clearly echoing through the now somewhat subdued Zuihua building. "Our fate concludes here for today. I bid you all farewell." Wang Chufeng understood, setting down his cup and rising to depart from this realm of indulgence, seeking refuge in a nearby clean inn. However, as the night deepened and silence enveloped him, the captivating glimpse of that ethereal figure haunted his mind. Amidst the gentle flutter of sheer fabric, a strikingly graceful silhouette in purple emerged, the breathtaking outline accentuated by the golden silk begonia pattern shimmering under the lantern's glow, a beauty that transcended the mundane and struck at the very soul. He forced himself to quell the intensifying stirrings of regret within, bitterly smiling to himself. This Yueshang truly is a femme fatale. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with. After repeating this mantra several times, he reluctantly managed to calm his restless spirit. The following morning, in the inn's main hall, Wang Chufeng had just seated himself to enjoy a light breakfast when Rinja, radiating joy, strode in, accompanied by a woman. This was indeed the very Yueshang for whom Rinja had expended nearly all his savings to secure her freedom. Clad in a pale purple long skirt adorned with matching sheer fabric, she was a vision of elegance, moving with the grace of a willow swaying in the breeze. Her hair flowed like clouds, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, adding to her allure. Her visage was nothing short of breathtaking, especially her autumnal eyes, clear yet imbued with a subtle detachment that hinted at her understanding of worldly affairs, sparkling as she glanced around. "Brother Wang, good morning," Rinja called out, his voice resonant with unmistakable pride and joy as he took Yueshang's hand and approached Wang Chufeng's table. Come, Brother Wang, this is Miss Yueshang." "Yueshang, allow me to introduce you to my dearest friend, Wang Chufeng, the esteemed peak master of the Xiantian sword sect." Yueshang performed a graceful curtsy, her voice akin to a clear spring striking upon stone, melodious and enchanting. "I am honored to meet you, Peak Master Wang." She raised her gaze, momentarily meeting Wang Chufeng's eyes, a flicker of subtle surprise passing through her. "Peak Master Wang," she said, a gentle smile gracing her lips, one that could make 100 flowers pale in comparison. "Having missed the opportunity to meet yesterday, it is only upon this encounter that I realize Lang's words were not in vain. Your demeanor is truly remarkable, Peak Master Wang. I am most humbled." She paused, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of playfulness and sincerity. If yesterday had not been for Lord Wang Feng's arrival, Miss Yueshang would undoubtedly find herself in a precarious position. Upon hearing these words, Rinja's smile faltered momentarily, a hint of awkwardness evident as he cleared his throat. Wang Chufeng felt a subtle stir within him, but quickly suppressed it. Rising to return the gesture, he maintained a composed demeanor, his expression imbued with sincerity. "Miss Yueshang, you flatter me. Your discerning eye is commendable, and I, Wang, sincerely wish both of you well." At this, Yueshang's beautiful eyes sparkled with even greater brilliance. She gazed deeply at Wang Chufeng before breaking into a radiant smile, her beauty now illuminated with an authentic glow. Naturally, she linked her arm with Rinja's, resting her delicate head against his shoulder, softly stating, "Lord Wang speaks the truth. Before yesterday, fate was undecided. After yesterday, in my heart, there is only Lang." At last, Rinja exhaled a sigh of relief, his gratitude for Wang Chufeng's nobility overwhelming him, as he heartily clapped Wang Chufeng on the shoulder. "Brother Wang, a true friend." The trio shared a harmonious breakfast. During the meal, Yueshang's conversation flowed with elegance, her insights into the path of cultivation reflecting both depth and wisdom, proving she was no mere ornamental beauty. Wang Chufeng silently praised Rinja's good fortune while momentarily setting aside the tumult stirred within him by Yueshang. After their breakfast, the three set forth towards the edge of the ghost mist forest. Given her modest cultivation level, it was clear that Yuechong was ill-suited for the treacherous terrain. He Renjia ensured her safety by settling her at a relatively secure temporary camp established by several major trading houses, where skilled guardians were stationed, providing supplies and information exchange. Wait for me here, and please be cautious. Brother Wang and I will return swiftly with the spiritual herbs, he Renjia gently urged, holding her hand. Rest assured. He Lang and Lord Wang, please exercise utmost caution, Yuechong replied, her eyes filled with concern as she offered a graceful bow to Wang Chufeng. Wang Chufeng clasped his fists. Do not worry, Mississippi. I shall ensure brother He's safety. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Yuechong, Wang Chufeng and he Renjia walked side by side, formally entering the realm of the ghost mist forest. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, while a dense, grayish-white mist flowed like a living entity among the trunks, swirling and undulating, compressing visibility to less than 10 paces. The air was thick with the sense of decaying foliage, damp earth, and a faintly sweet, brackish aroma. Inhaled, it brought a slight chill and a sense of obstruction, as if even the flow of spiritual energy had slowed. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. The only sounds were the crunch of their footsteps on the thick layer of detritus and the hissing whispers of the mist, reminiscent of ghostly murmurs. In the dim light of the forest, the mist appeared in strange shades of gray, twisting and writhing as though concealing countless unspeakable shadows. Thick vines coiled around ancient trees like constricting serpents, and the gnarled roots formed natural traps. The soft, loamy layer beneath their feet concealed untold ages and hidden dangers. Brother Wang, be cautious, he Renjia warned. The sinister mist not only obscured vision and spiritual awareness, but was also rumored to breed inner demons, stirring deep-seated fears and gradually eroding protective auras. He Renjia wore a grave expression, clutching a jade pendant that emanated a gentle white light, which formed a protective barrier around the two. Stay close to me. Do not stray, he urged. Wang Chufeng nodded, the formless sword intent swirling around him, creating an invisible yet razor-sharp shield that silently severed and dispersed the encroaching mist. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the sweet, decayed scent, which did not discomfort him but instead awakened a long-dormant thrill for danger and challenge. With his gaze piercing through the thick fog like lightning, Wang Chufeng peered into the depths of the forest. I am coming. Soon, their figures were entirely consumed by the relentless, swirling gray-white mist. From deep within the forest, the haunting echoes of long, mournful beast roars emerged, adding an air of solemnity and unknown peril. The true trial had only just begun. Chapter 33. The successful acquisition of spoils. Wang brother, this mist is indeed malevolent. He Renjia spoke in a low tone, as the gentle light emanating from his jade pendant was steadily eroded by the mist, producing a faint hissing sound. His spiritual awareness was severely suppressed, rendering even objects 10 paces away indistinct. Yes, caution is paramount, Wang Chufeng replied, the formless sword intent slicing through the encroaching mist. Yet, he felt an invisible pressure weighing upon his mind, as if countless whispers lingered in his ears, attempting to evoke his deepest fears. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze sharply scanning the distorted shadows around him. The journey ahead was fraught with peril. They were besieged by a pack of mist wolves, exuding a foul stench, their eyes glowing crimson like ghostly flames. These creatures moved with astounding speed, their claws laced with poison, appearing and vanishing within the fog. They narrowly avoided stepping into a seemingly tranquil, yet unfathomable, soul-devouring swamp. Had Wang Chufeng not sensed the anomaly in advance, the two would have surely become mere bones. Each crisis drained copious amounts of spiritual energy and mental fortitude. He Renjia's warm smile had long since vanished, replaced by a look of gravity and fatigue. Wang Chufeng too felt the weight of pressure. Although his formless sword intent was potent, the relentless erosion of the insidious mist and the continuous assaults exacted a tremendous toll. After arduous days of trekking, the fog deepened in color, shifting from grayish-white to a leaden hue tinged with deathly energy. The ancient trees grew taller and more twisted, their gnarled branches resembling ghostly claws. The air was thick with a cloying, sweet scent, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers through the soul. Wang brother, look, he Renjia suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a precipice to the left. Through the dense mist, a peculiar area became vaguely visible. The mist there took on a strange lavender hue, shrouding a small depression. At the center of the depression, a curious little plant swayed gently in the breeze. It bore 2 leaves, one as black as ink, twinkling with ethereal light, the other pure white as snow, radiating a soft, milky glow. Surrounding the grass, wisps of yin and yang energy circulate endlessly, creating a delicate balance of the atmosphere. The harmonious union of yin and yang ignites an ecstatic brilliance in the eyes of the two individuals. After enduring numerous trials, their goal is finally within reach. However, just as Renjie could no longer contain his excitement and prepared to harvest, Wang Chufeng abruptly seized him. Wait! Wang Chufeng's gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, fixed intently on an inconspicuous black rock beside the extraordinary herb. The rock appeared ordinary. Yet under Wang Chufeng's innate perception of the heavens and earth, it emanated an extreme chill, one that seemed capable of freezing the soul, accompanied by a sense of impending doom. A chilling hiss pierced the air. The rock suddenly cracked open, revealing a pair of blood-red compound eyes. Following this, a massive scorpion, entirely black with ethereal blue flames coursing along its carapace, emerged. Its size was comparable to that of a grinding stone, with its tail raised high, the tip pulsating with an unpredictable azure glow, radiating a lethal aura. The infernal fire-poison scorpion, guardian beast of the nine nether inferno. Wang Chufeng inhaled sharply, instantly recognizing this fearsome creature. This scorpion was immensely toxic, and more terrifying was the trace of nine nether inferno contained within its tail, igniting upon contact, capable of incinerating souls and eroding bones. The aura of a peak nascent soul. Renjie turned pale, his earlier joy dissipating entirely. He was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, while Wang Chufeng had revealed himself to be at the late stage. Against this guardian beast, their chances of victory seemed bleak. Roaring in anger, the infernal fire-poisoned scorpion, evidently disturbed, transformed into a streak of black lightning, engulfed in bone-chilling cold and ethereal blue flames, charging towards the two. Its tail sliced through the air, trailing a lethal blue light. The spirit of combat ignited in Wang Chufeng's eyes as he unleashed the essence of formless sword intent to its utmost. With a clear, resonant clang, a meticulously refined, formless sword chi tore through the leaden-gray mist, accurately cleaving towards the scorpion's compound eyes. Where the sword chi passed, ghostly mists were momentarily repelled. Renjie, realizing it was a moment to fight for their lives, felt the jade pendant in his grasp surge with radiant light, transforming into a luminous shield to protect him, while simultaneously summoning a green jade ruler. The ruler's shadow, heavy with vitality, struck toward the joints of the scorpion, attempting to disrupt its movements. Boom, bang, sizzle. The sword chi clashed with the ethereal blue tail, producing the sound of metal striking metal, sparks flying. The luminous shield was violently struck by the scorpion's pincers, shaking fiercely. Renjie let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The shadow of the jade ruler struck against the scorpion's shell, leaving only faint white marks, which only served to enrage the creature further. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The infernal fire-poisoned scorpion possessed immense strength, its shell impenetrable, and its tail both cunning and vicious. Wherever the ethereal blue flames reached, even the ground's humus layer was frozen and subsequently incinerated to ashes. Wang Chufeng pushed the dexterity and sharpness of his formless sword intent to the limit, his figure flickering in and out of visibility within the mist. The sword chi weaving through the air, targeting the scorpion's joints and compound eyes, its vulnerable spots. Meanwhile, Renjie exerted all his effort in support, using the jade ruler to distract, the luminous shield to defend, and occasionally unleashing binding spells to create opportunities for Wang Chufeng. Wang Chufeng narrowly evaded the lethal stinger of the scorpion, the ethereal blue flames grazing past him, inducing a chilling sensation that momentarily stilled his blood. Renjie's luminous shield shattered repeatedly, relying solely on his agility to escape, leaving him in a state of disarray. Brother Wang, strike 3 inches below the base of its tail. There lies a fissure in the carapace from an old wound. In the midst of the fierce battle, Renjie, utilizing a detection artifact, finally discerned a minuscule crack on the poisonous scorpion's shell. Wang Chufeng's spirit surged, seizing the moment, as the scorpion's tail once again lunged towards him. He thrust forward with unwavering determination. With a sword imbued with the essence of the heavens, a nearly corporeal, translucent sword aura, accompanied by a piercing howl that split the void, he precisely targeted the minute crack indicated by Renjie. With a resounding thrust, the sword aura pierced through like a heated iron into ice. A heart-wrenching shriek echoed throughout the forest. The massive body of the underworld fire scorpion suddenly froze, its ethereal blue flames dimming instantly. At the sight of the crack, the black carapace was completely breached, and a foul, dark green blood mixed with wisps of blue flames gushed forth violently. It's done, Renjie exclaimed with elation, suppressing his injuries, and summoned a jade ruler that transformed into a streak of emerald light, striking fiercely at the scorpion's injured head. Taking advantage of its plight, Wang Chufeng hesitated no longer, merging with his sword, transforming into a stunning celestial flash, unleashing his formless sword intent to its utmost. Countless invisible sword energies surged forth like a tempest towards the wounded scorpion. With a thunderous roar, under the combined might of their relentless assault, the formidable guardian beast at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm emitted a final, unwilling wail. Its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsing a few times before succumbing to silence. The ethereal blue flames that had enveloped its body extinguished rapidly, leaving behind a chilling aura and toxic remnants. Both men were panting heavily, their spiritual energy nearly depleted, their bodies marred with wounds, tainted by poisonous blood and frigid air, appearing quite disheveled. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of survival and the thrill of accomplishment. Hurry, gather the herb. We should not linger here. Wang Chufeng took a deep breath. Swiftly dashing to a low area, cautiously using a jade box to pluck the yin-yang harmonizing herb that emanated dual energies. Dividing it in two, he handed a portion to Hirenjia. Hirenjia accepted it with excitement, securing it carefully. Thank you, Brother Wang. Without you, my life would have been forfeit. We are brothers. No thanks are necessary. Wang Chufeng waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze was fervently drawn to the corpse of the underworld fire scorpion. There lay a fist-sized crystal, entirely black, with deep violet liquid seemingly flowing within, exuding an aura of extreme cold and destruction, the 9 nether underworld flame seed. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, activating the technique recorded in the heavenly burning art to absorb the miraculous fire. This process was fraught with peril, as the icy cold and destructive forces of the 9 nether underworld flame retaliated violently, attempting to freeze and incinerate his meridians and dantian. Wang Chufeng's forehead pulsed with veins, his body enveloped in a thin layer of black-violet ice crystals, only to be instantly melted by the surging power within, a cycle of agony repeating endlessly. Hirenjia stood anxiously beside, diligently focusing on his breathing to restore his energy. Time slipped by unnoticed until the icy crystals enveloping Wang Chufeng's body finally vanished completely. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and within the depths of his pupils flickered 2 clusters of deep violet flames. A more refined and chilling aura of formidable spiritual power surged from him. Chapter 34. The Divine Maiden of the Divine Maiden Palace. Pinnacle of the Nascent Soul. The first layer of the Burning Heaven technique has been mastered. Congratulations, Brother Wang. Your cultivation has vastly improved, and your divine skills have been perfected. Hirenjia, sensing the more potent and perilous energy radiating from Wang Chufeng, offered his heartfelt congratulations, tinged with a hint of envy. Wang Chufeng reveled in the absolute control over flames bestowed by the Burning Heaven technique, his heart brimming with ambition. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed dramatically. Who goes there? Hirenjia shouted simultaneously. An indescribable and terrifying pressure descended upon them like a colossal mountain. The intensity of this pressure far surpassed any they had encountered before, even causing Wang Chufeng, who had just broken through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul, to feel suffocated, his very soul trembling. The surrounding ghostly mist momentarily froze under this overwhelming force. From the surging fog ahead, several figures appeared silently. Leading them was a tall and graceful figure clad in a luxurious and mysterious light purple palace gown. Her face was veiled by a flowing fabric sparkling like stars, revealing only a pair of pristine, clear eyes. Those eyes were calm and serene, as if reflecting the eternal starry sky, exuding a sense of indifference and purity that looked down upon all beings. Merely by standing there, the faint glow emanating from her dispelled the surrounding ominous mist, creating a realm of sanctity. Behind her stood 4 female guards in silver armor, their profound auras as deep as the ocean. Each one radiated spiritual energy that sent chills down the spines of Wang Chufeng and Hirenjia, evoking fears of the transformation stage. The Divine Maiden of the Divine Maiden Palace is here. Who are you? One of the silver-armored maidens stepped forward, her voice cool and clear, like ice pearls dropping onto a jade plate, carrying an undeniable authority. The Divine Maiden Palace. A tempest surged within Wang Chufeng and Hirenjia's hearts. This was the legendary top-tier immortal sect that had remained hidden from the world. How could it appear in the heart of this ghostly mist forest? The gaze of the purple-clad divine maiden swept over the two of them like a tangible force. Wang Chufeng felt as if his very essence had been laid bare. Even the 9 nether underworld flame that had just merged with him seemed to stir restlessly. Alarmed, he immediately exerted all his strength to operate the Burning Heaven technique, firmly locking the aura of the underworld fire deep within his dantian, simulating the fluctuations of an ordinary fire attribute technique. At the same time, he discreetly tucked the jade box containing half a yin-yang harmonizing herb deeper into his sleeve. The Divine Maiden's gaze lingered on Wang Chufeng for a moment, a flicker of faint curiosity flashing across her countenance before it shifted to Hirenjia, more precisely, to the storage pouch at his waist that contained half a yin-yang harmonizing herb. Her gaze remained indifferent, yet Wang Chufeng perceptively detected a nearly imperceptible hint of disdain. What brings you here? Have you sensed the presence of the nine nether inferno? The voice of the goddess was ethereal and enchanting, reminiscent of celestial melodies. Hirenjia, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, felt cold sweat instantaneously saturate his back. I, Hirenjia of the Taihas sect, alongside my companion Wang Chufeng of the Xintian sword sect, have ventured here at great peril solely to seek a rare herb, the Yinyang harmonizing grass. As for the extraordinary nine nether inferno, we have not sensed its presence. In his urgency, he produced a jade box containing half a stalk of the Yinyang harmonizing grass, presenting it with both hands to substantiate his claim. The gaze of the purple-clad goddess fell upon the half-stalk emanating dual energies, and the corners of her lips, barely discernible beneath the veil, seemed to twitch ever so slightly. Observing this, her attendant stepped forward, exclaiming coldly, "Umph. You rogue, to take such risks for the Yinyang harmonizing grass is utterly foolish." Wang Chufeng, noticing the goddess's silence, implored, "O divine maiden, we seek only the herb. We have not encountered the nine nether inferno." The purple-clad goddess swept her gaze over Wang Chufeng once more, a fleeting hint of doubt reappearing before being swiftly replaced by indifference. Internally, she scoffed at the two reckless adventurers, incredulous that they would endanger themselves for such a tonic of vitality. Furrowing her brow, she declared, "This place is no longer suitable for your lingering. Depart swiftly." Her voice retained its enchanting resonance. Wang Chufeng and Hirenjia, suppressing the discomfort wrought by the overwhelming pressure, fled back the way they came. It was not until they had traversed several dozen miles and felt the terrifying aura dissipate that they finally halted. Is that truly the goddess of the divine maiden palace? Hirenjia thought, tinged with trepidation yet filled with yearning. She was akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, her presence truly one to be admired from afar, never to be trifled with. His eyes brimmed with awe at the noble figure, a blend of astonishment and longing for that which was beyond reach. Wang Chufeng, too, felt a tumult of emotions. The recent peril had sent chills down his spine. Recalling the goddess's indifferent gaze, he chided, "Let us depart, brother He, the celestial maiden. Our lives are at stake." He felt immense relief, realizing that the burning heaven technique was indeed extraordinary, allowing him to conceal the already refined nine nether inferno from even the goddess of the divine maiden palace. After orienting themselves, the two channeled their remaining spiritual energy to the utmost, making their way toward the outskirts of the ghost mist forest. They walked for some distance before beginning to converse. Hirenjia inquired, "Brother Wang, are you familiar with the Divine Maiden Palace?" Wang Chufeng nodded, explaining that the Divine Maiden Palace is reputed to be one of the continent's most prestigious hidden immortal sects, with unfathomable depth. Its regulations are stringent, particularly prohibiting any romantic entanglements between the women of the palace and men. Violators face severe punishment, with annihilation of their souls considered a lenient fate. The Palace Master, a legendary figure of earthly immortality, possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan and immense powers, gazing down upon the mortal realm. As the heir apparent of the Palace Master, this goddess's cultivation is likely to have reached the great ascension stage, merely a step away from the supreme path of immortality. The realm of Mahayana is one that he currently finds utterly unattainable. He recalls those indifferent eyes, as serene as the starry sky yet imbued with an ineffable sacred radiance, along with the breathtaking beauty revealed in a fleeting glance, seemingly alien to the mortal world. A complex ripple stirs within his heart, but this thought is swiftly extinguished. Such an existence is far beyond the realm of his current aspirations. He chuckles ruefully and muses, "Who is Hirenjia?" filled with dreams. That elegance is indeed something to sigh over. To behold it even once in this life would render the journey worthwhile. His tone is laden with profound regret and a sense of longing that feels utterly out of reach. Wang Chufeng deeply resonates with this sentiment. The beauty of the goddess transcends the mundane, untouched by the dust of the earth, akin to the luminescent moon of the nine heavens, captivating the hearts of all who behold it. He gently pats Hirenjia's shoulder, saying, "Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering. It is time to return. Your Moonshang must be anxiously awaiting you." At the mention of Moonshang, Hirenjia's spirit is instantly invigorated, a renewed light sparkling in his eyes. Yes, the moon is still waiting for me at the camp." The two no longer delay, quickly orienting themselves and hastening towards the temporary encampment at the forest's edge. Although still vigilant, their mood is considerably lighter compared to the tension they felt when delving into the depths. Within the camp, Moonshang paces anxiously. Upon seeing the familiar figures approach, her beautiful eyes brighten, sparkling like stars, as she swiftly strides forward, exclaiming, "Helang, Wang Fengzhu, you have finally returned. I was so worried." Her gaze sweeps over Hirenjia with concern. Hirenjia takes her hand, offering a smile that conveys relief after a harrowing ordeal. Moon. It's all right now, we are back. Chapter 35. It is time to check on my disciples. Wang Chufeng observes the joy of their reunion with a smile. Yet he feels an inexplicable emptiness within, particularly after traveling together for several days. The sounds that emanated nightly from the adjacent room nearly drove him to the brink of despair. On the following morning, he, Moon's Hang, and Wang take their leave. Wang Chufeng suppresses the flutter in his heart and offers a respectful fist salute. Brother Wang, are you departing already? He Renjia inquires, somewhat surprised. That is well. I am grateful for your assistance this time. I shall certainly pay you a visit in the future. Moon's Hang, let us see Brother Wang off. Moon's Hang bows gracefully, saying, Wang Fengzhu, travel safely, may we meet again. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Chufeng soars away on his sword, heading east towards the Qingyu Immortal Kingdom. He refocuses his mind, his gaze regaining its sharpness. Although the journey through the ghost fog forest yielded significant gains, it also laid bare his lack of practical experience. The feeling of helplessness, especially when confronted with the absolute dominance of the goddess, has only strengthened his resolve to undergo further training. Simultaneously, he finds himself somewhat concerned for his two disciples, Lin Wanxue and Lin Wanyue, who are venturing eastward. Days later, Wang Chufeng arrives at a bustling city known as Qinglan City in the eastern region of the Qingyu Immortal Kingdom. This city serves as a vital transportation hub and resource distribution center in the eastern area, teeming with people from all walks of life. He prepared to take a brief respite, seeking to gather information in hopes of tracing the whereabouts of his two disciples. After exchanging several unnecessary spoils at the Grand Wanbao Pavilion for some spirit stones and a detailed map of the eastern region, Wang Chufeng strolled into a rather elegant tea house. He ordered a pot of spiritual tea and settled into a window seat on the second floor. As he savored the tea, he quietly unfurled his consciousness like Mercury, capturing the myriad streams of information flowing both inside and outside the tea house. Have you heard? Things have been tumultuous over in the Misty Marsh. It seems there are signs of a rare treasure emerging, drawing several groups of people, and some even claim that a Yuaning elder has appeared to contend for it. A treasure? More like a harbinger of doom. That cursed place is rife with toxins and ferocious beasts. Most who enter seldom return. However, I heard that a couple of days ago, two factions clashed on the outskirts of the marsh. It got quite fierce. One side appeared to consist of two young female cultivators, one wielding a sword with remarkable skill, while the other seemed like a child, a baby-faced one. Is one of them sporting a side bun? Yes, precisely that. Do you know her? Not personally, but I caught a glimpse of her at the city gate a few days ago. She was exceptionally beautiful, leaving a deep impression. Wang Chufeng's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, his gaze sharpening instantly. The side bun, the baby face, Lin Wanyue, Lin Wanxue. They were indeed in the east and seemingly embroiled in trouble. The Misty Marsh? He swiftly pinpointed the vast expanse of marshland marked in deep crimson as a danger zone on the map, located northeast of Qinglan City. Setting down his teacup, he tossed a few spirit stones onto the table and vanished from the tea house in a flicker. 300 miles northeast of Qinglan City, on the edge of the Misty Marsh, the air was thick with a damp, putrid sweetness. A gray-green miasma floated like a veil over the forested marsh, severely obstructing visibility. The ground beneath was treacherously muddy, riddled with perilous bogs and puddles, occasionally releasing bubbles from the black sludge that would burst, emitting an even more nauseating stench. Lin Wanxue, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a bluish glow, pointed its tip toward the ground, her delicate face set with frost as her vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. Her light blue disciple robe bore several tears, stained with mud and dark red blood, her breath slightly ragged, clearly a testament to a fierce battle. Behind her, Lin Wanyue's small face was ashen. She clutched her sister's garment with one hand while the other pressed against a shallow cut on her left arm, from which beads of blood began to seep. Her side bun was somewhat disheveled, her large eyes brimming with tears, reflecting fear and lingering dread, while her pink gauzy attire was sullied with mud, evoking a sense of pity. Opposing them stood three sinister cultivators. At the forefront was a burly one-eyed man, a menacing scar etched across his face, wielding a massive ghost-headed blade that emanated the aura of a nascent golden core. Behind him stood two men, one tall and thin like a bamboo pole, wielding a poisoned hook scythe, the other short and sturdy, hefting a heavy mountain axe. Both were at the pinnacle of chi refinement. The three of them emanated a sinister aura, clearly ruthless marauders who thrived on bloodshed. Hey there, little ladies. Your swordplay is rather impressive. However, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 7-leaf corrupted bone herb you picked by the poison dragon pool. Perhaps we might spare your lives if you entertain us a bit. The one-eyed brute licked his lips, his lascivious gaze roving over Lin Wanxue's graceful figure and Lin Wanyue's innocent, cherubic face. Not a chance. Lin Wanxue retorted angrily, her sword humming with energy, a vibrant azure light radiating from it. We discovered and harvested that spiritual herb first. You scoundrels are nothing but highway robbers. If you want the herb, you must first reckon with my sword." Though her cultivation was only at the 8th level of qi refinement, her pure spiritual body granted her an abundance of refined energy. And the sword technique sky-piercing sword imparted by Wang Chufeng was exceptionally fierce. Previously, she had temporarily repelled their advances through her exquisite swordplay and a willingness to exchange injury for victory. Her sister, Lin Wanyue, was pale and trembling, her voice quavering. Although she possessed the 6th level of qi refinement, her lack of practical experience rendered her nearly helpless in the face of such formidable foes. And her childlike disposition made her susceptible to panic, nearly endangering her sister in the process. Refusing to drink the wine of friendship, you shall taste the wine of punishment. The one-eyed brute cackled menacingly. Brothers, let us take them down together. This pair of sisters, one is enticing, the other is tender. They are perfect for our enjoyment. With a fierce swing of his broadsword, he unleashed a wave of ghastly green energy, charging forward. The tall man with the hook scythe struck silently and swiftly at Lin Wanchuo's lower body, while the stocky man brought his mountain axe crashing down towards her head. The trio coordinated their assault with lethal precision, instantly sealing off any avenue for Lin Wanchuo to evade. Her pupils constricted in realization of the imminent peril. She clenched her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. The power of her pure spiritual body surged wildly, channeling all her energy into her sword. "Wanue, stay safe," she cried out, choosing to face the axe head-on, her sword aimed directly at the heart of the one-eyed brute, embracing a life-or-death gamble. She sought to severely injure or even slay one of them to create a sliver of hope for her sister. "Sister, no," Lin Wanyue screamed, her spirit shattered with fear. In that critical moment, a voice as chilling as the winds of the netherworld echoed through the air. Imbued with a power that seemed capable of freezing souls, "My disciple is not someone you filthy scum can lay a finger on." The voice, though not loud, resonated clearly above the clash of weapons and cries for blood, striking the hearts of the three marauders like a heavy hammer. An indescribable pressure of terror descended upon them, as if an invisible hand had come crashing down. Thud, thud, thud. The three assailants were as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Their forward momentum abruptly halted, and they crashed into the muddy ground like broken sacks. The one-eyed brute, at the forefront, spat forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes brimming with unfathomable terror and disbelief. He felt as though his very organs had been displaced by the overwhelming pressure. Lin Wanchuo and Lin Wanyue also sensed the formidable force, yet curiously, it enveloped them like a gentle spring breeze, imparting a sense of familiar safety. The sisters abruptly lifted their gazes. Before them, the miasma parted as if by an unseen hand, revealing a tall figure, walking through the void with deliberate steps. Clad in a pristine dark robe, his countenance was strikingly handsome, but his gaze was as cold as eternal ice, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Resembling a death deity returned from the underworld, it was Wang Chufeng. "Master." Lin Wanyue was the first to react, her heart swelling with overwhelming joy that eclipsed her fear, and she cried out with a voice choked with emotion, tears cascading like a string of pearls. Lin Wanchuo's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, her long sword clattering to the ground as her body swayed slightly. Upon seeing that familiar figure, her eyes filled with tears as she stammered, "Master, you have come." Wang Chufeng's gaze swept over his two disheveled and injured disciples, and upon noticing the blood on Lin Wanyue's arm and the tattered clothes of Lin Wanchuo, the chill in his eyes solidified into something palpable. A fierce killing intent surged forth like a tempest, instantaneously forcing the three struggling assailants back to the ground, rendering them immobile. He stepped forward, his figure appearing like a specter before the one-eyed brute, towering above him. His voice devoid of any human emotion. "Which hand dared to touch my disciple?" The one-eyed brute felt as if he were being stared down by a primordial beast, his blood turning to ice, his teeth chattering in terror. "Forgive me, senior. I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. Please, crack, crack." The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed simultaneously. Wang Chufeng did not even lift a finger, with a mere narrowing of his eyes, too invisible. Razor-sharp sword energies sliced through the air. The one-eyed brute emitted a shriek so anguished it seemed inhuman, his arms severed at the shoulders. The severed ends were smooth as mirrors, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The other two assailants, witnessing their leader's instant demise, were paralyzed with fear, losing all control, desperately bowing and pleading for mercy. "Senior, please spare us. We shall never dare again. It was he who instigated us. Please spare us." Wang Chufeng paid no heed to the two insignificant insects, his gaze fixed upon the one-eyed brute, who was pallid from excruciating pain and blood loss, as if he were merely a piece of refuse. "In your next life, keep your eyes wide open," he said calmly, then flicked his fingers. A tiny spark of deep purple fire, faint as a dot, gently landed on the severed arm of the one-eyed brute. Boom! That tiny spark ignited explosively. The deep purple flames, imbued with an aura of chilling desolation and destruction, spread across the entire body of the one-eyed brute like a parasitic maggot. He scarcely had time to utter a second scream before his entire form was consumed by the terrifying purple fire, reducing him to a mere wisp of black ash that scattered with the wind, leaving not even a trace of his soul behind. Chapter 36. Seizing Opportunity. This harrowing spectacle shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining two ruffians. "Spare us." The lanky one and the stout man, terrified beyond belief, bowed their heads in frantic supplication. Wang Chufeng, his expression impassive, waved his sleeve nonchalantly. In an instant, two invisible sword energies pierced through their foreheads. Their bodies stiffened, the light in their eyes dimming rapidly as they slumped softly into the mud, following in the footsteps of their fallen leader. Having dealt with these three nuisances, Wang Chufeng's murderous intent and imposing aura gradually receded. He turned around to face his two trembling yet exhilarated disciples. "Master." Lin Wanyue could no longer contain herself. She dove into Wang Chufeng's embrace like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, bursting into tears. "Wu, I was so scared. They were so fierce. And my sister was injured, Wu." Wang Chufeng gently patted the back of his weeping disciple, an uncharacteristic softness gracing his actions. He glanced at the approaching Lin Wanshou. "Wanshou, how are your injuries?" With slightly reddened eyes, Lin Wanshou held back her tears and respectfully replied, reporting to Master, "I merely sustained some superficial wounds and excessive depletion of spiritual energy. It is of no consequence. Thank you for your timely rescue." Her gaze was filled with gratitude and lingering fear. "Then all is well." Wang Chufeng nodded, his attention drawn to the injury on Lin Wanyue's arm, his brow furrowing slightly. He extended a finger, a thread of gentle, pure spiritual energy swirling around its tip, and lightly brushed over the not-so-deep scratch. The icy yet strangely revitalizing energy seeped in, inducing a mild, tingling sensation at the wound, as the blood swiftly coagulated and began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Wanyue ceased her sobbing, gazing curiously at her arm, feeling no pain whatsoever. "Wow, Master, you are incredible." She broke into a smile, tears still glistening on her cherubic face. Yet her innocence and cheerfulness returned as she snuggled against Wang Chufeng's arm. "Did Master come specifically to find us?" Wang Chufeng observed his carefree little disciple, then glanced at his composed and sensible elder disciple. The remnants of his earlier ire, sparked by the peril his disciples faced, dissipated entirely, replaced by a gentle warmth and a sense of responsibility as a teacher. He ruffled Lin Wanyue's bun, this time on the other side, and chided playfully, "I merely passed through this area to see how your training was progressing. What was the outcome? You nearly became lambs for slaughter. Certainly, my master acknowledges his oversight. Your strengths remain insufficient, and venturing out alone poses great peril." Upon hearing Wang Chufeng's words, Lin Wanyue pouted and huffed, exclaiming, "It's all the fault of our master." "I was just about to say it, and you had to." Before Lin Wanyue could finish her sentence, Lin Wanshou hurriedly covered her mouth. "Very well. Then let me accompany you both on this journey of training," Wang Chufeng remarked, a glimmer of profound intent flickering in his eyes. "The luminous treasures deep within the misty marsh. It is fortuitous. It is high time to take my disciples on an adventure." Wang Chufeng led his two disciples, following the clues he had previously gathered, towards the direction where the treasures were said to manifest within the depths of the misty marsh. The further they ventured, the more potent the noxious miasma became. The stench was almost palpable, while the marshy ground beneath them resembled a monstrous maw eager to devour, concealing countless venomous insects and demonic entities. Ordinary cultivators would have long retreated, yet for Wang Chufeng, who had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and wielded the formless sword intent along with the 9 nether flame, these challenges were merely trifles. The intangible barrier of his sword intent shredded and dispersed the toxic miasma, while any lurking creatures that dared approach were incinerated into ashes by a wisp of deep purple flames. Lin Wanshou and Lin Wanyue followed closely behind him, feeling the pressure dissipate, allowing them to observe this treacherous realm with greater clarity, their respect for their master deepening significantly. Days later, the trio arrived at a peculiar area. Here, the mist manifested in an eerie pale golden hue, no longer flowing but akin to solidified amber. An ancient, sharp yet lifeless aura permeated the air, starkly contrasting with the murky filth of the marsh. Scattered across the ground lay several remains of cultivators, their garments varied, with wounds exuding a fierce sword intent, evidently having perished not long ago. "Master, this place." Lin Wanshou gripped her long sword tightly, sensing the powerful energy fluctuations and the palpable aura of slaughter that lingered in the atmosphere. Wang Chufeng's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his consciousness sweeping the area. They have just endured a brutal battle. Exercise caution, he instructed, signaling the two women to stay close as they stepped into this pale, golden realm of silence. Delving no more than 100 yards, they were suddenly met with the intense sounds of spiritual energy colliding and the jarring clang of metal. Two figures were locked in a desperate struggle on a relatively dry patch of ground. One wore a dark green outfit, his demeanor sinister, employing a vicious and cunning sword style, clearly at the late stage of the nascent soul. The other individual, causing Wang Chufeng's pupils to constrict, was a youth appearing to be merely in his early 20s, clad in a faded blue robe, his face resolute, and his gaze akin to burning ice. Imbued with a reckless fervor, he wielded no weapon, engaging barehanded against his opponent's serpentine longsword. With each clash of fist and blade, brilliant sparks erupted accompanied by thunderous reverberations. What astonished Wang Chufeng further was that this youth, despite revealing only the early stage of the nascent soul, unleashed a combat prowess that approached the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Each evasion and counterattack was executed with instinctual precision, radiating a fierce momentum of ferocity and desperation. Beep. Key target detected. The Child of Destiny, He Yuan. Current luck points, 4,600. Cultivation level, early nascent soul. The chilling notification reverberated in Wang Chufeng's mind. The coveted light and shadow twin swords, one long and one short, are up for grabs. You may seize 200 luck points, 4,600 points. Early stage of the nascent soul. Child of Fortune. In an instant, Wang Chufeng comprehended the formidable potential of the youth in the azure robe before him. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the ground, not far behind the sinister cultivator, where two swords were diagonally embedded. One sword, approximately 4 feet long, boasted a slender blade that shimmered with a silvery luminescence, as if crafted from moonlight. The other, merely a foot in length, was compact and fierce, its blade dark and profound, reminiscent of a shadow that devoured light. Though the swords were separate, there existed an obscure connection between them, exuding a piercing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The light and shadow twin swords. The sinister cultivator clearly coveted them as well, frantically assaulting Wang's son while attempting to approach the twin blades. Get away, that sword is mine, He Yuan roared, his fists growing increasingly ferocious, forcing the sinister cultivator back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged toward the celestial swords like a bolt of lightning. Just as He Yuan's hand was about to grasp the hilt, a voice, haunting as a specter, echoed, "This item is fated to be mine, my friend. I must take it." Wang Chufeng's figure blurred into motion, his peak nascent soul cultivation erupting without reservation. He left behind a mere shadow, his speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The formless sword intent converged at his fingertips, unleashing an invisible yet razor-sharp sword chi that precisely struck towards Wang Sen's wrist. Reaching for the hilt, with a swift motion, his other hand grasped the air, an overwhelming force instantly enveloping the twin swords. He Yuan's expression drastically changed. He had entirely failed to perceive the terrifying presence lurking beside him. The sword chi aimed at his wrist exuded a palpable sense of lethal threat. He had no doubt that if he persisted in claiming the swords, his hand would surely be severed. In a fleeting moment, a flicker of unyielding madness and resentment flashed in his eyes. He abruptly halted his advance, twisting his wrist at an impossible angle, narrowly evading the deadly sword chi. Simultaneously, he unhesitatingly relinquished the easily attainable divine sword, propelling himself backward like a cannonball. With a whoosh, the sword chi grazed his wrist, leaving a trail of blood and a gash deep enough to reveal bone. Meanwhile, the twin swords were securely grasped in Wang Chufeng's hands. Excellent. Truly excellent. He Yuan steadied himself several dozen yards away, clutching his bleeding wrist. His gaze resembled that of a wounded lone wolf, fixated on Wang Chufeng. The hatred and murderous intent in his eyes nearly palpable. You concealed your intentions and snatched my opportunity. I shall remember you. I vow to avenge this grievance 100-fold. He howled, showing no inclination to linger, his form transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the dense fog. His speed of escape far surpassed that of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 37. Journey to Yunxian's sect. The sinister cultivator was already dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, witnessing He Yuan's retreat. Wang Chufeng's icy gaze swept across the room, and with a shriek, he abandoned all thoughts of the celestial sword and turned to flee for his life. He did not pursue. Instead, he gripped the dual swords in his hands, which were cold yet imbued with immense power, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The venomous glare and vow of vengeance from Wang's son lingered in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. This was an exceedingly perilous foe, brimming with potential and possessing a relentless desire for retribution. Ding. Successfully acquired the flowing light and shadow sword. Plundered He Yuan's fortune points, 200 points. Current host's fortune points, 1,420 points. Wang Xin's remaining fortune points, 4,400 points. The system's notification brought him little joy. Wang Chufeng gazed in the direction of He Yuan's disappearance, his expression grave. He activated his skill without hesitation, Sky Seer. Target locked, He Yuan. He sought to unveil the true nature of this dangerous individual. Ding. Skill activated. Target locked, He Yuan. Due to the target's exceedingly high fortune, 4,400 points. Only the last 50 years of experience can be probed, deducting 100 fortune points. Current remaining fortune points, 1,320 points. An overwhelming torrent of fragmented information surged into Wang Chufeng's mind, flashing rapidly before him. He beheld He Yuan emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his eyes burning with profound hatred. He witnessed He Yuan living in obscurity, enduring countless trials of life and death, all for the sake of vengeance. The scene ultimately focused on a woman of gentle grace. Clad in the robes of the Yunxian sect, she possessed an exquisite beauty and a temperament that was serene and refined, like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Her gaze towards He Yuan was filled with unabashed concern, tenderness, and profound affection. In the vision, she tended to He Yuan's wounds, speaking softly to comfort him, preparing cultivation resources, and silently waiting outside his secluded chamber. She was Li Wan, the current leader of the Yunxian sect, the only person close to He Yuan, perhaps even the sole one he trusted. Yet, in He Yuan's eyes, only the flames of hatred burned bright, rendering him oblivious to Li Wan's feelings. He would often retreat for years, even decades, leaving Li Wan alone in the sect, only to entrust her with the soul blood of several nascent soul elders before his departure, so she could restrain them. Li Wan, the Yunxian sect, mid-stage golden core. Wang Chufeng murmured, a sense of melancholy filling his heart. Such a beautiful soul, devoted and sincere, yet He Yuan remained a blockhead, oblivious to romance. His singular focus on revenge caused him to neglect even such breathtaking beauty, unwilling to spare her a moment's company. This was a true waste of divine grace. The image of Li Wan's gentle and considerate silhouette surfaced in his mind, starkly contrasting with He Yuan's indifference, giving rise to a peculiar emotion within him. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected the host's insight into the connection between the Fortune's child, He Yuan, and Li Wan. Triggering a special quest. Win over Li Wan. Quest details. Successfully win over Li Wan to gain favor. Quest reward for success. Plunder 500 fortune points from He Yuan. 500 points. Wang Chufeng's heart raced. The temptation was overwhelming. Moreover, winning over a gentle and considerate woman like Li Wan, who was solitary and vulnerable, seemed far from impossible. Even contemplating He Yuan's menacing words sends a thrill through him. Yet, a dilemma arises. The Yunxian sect lies millions of miles away, even at the peak of his nascent soul cultivation. It would be utterly impossible to make a round trip in less than a year and a half. Here at Tianjin Peak, with Murong Xue, Xiao Qianqian, Lu Qingyao, and the two newly accepted disciples, along with the formidable adversary He Yuan, he cannot possibly be absent for such an extended period. In the system shop, Wang Chufeng's thoughts raced. A shimmering virtual interface unfolded within his consciousness. He swiftly perused the myriad of items before him. He fixated on two particular treasures. Chuan Yun Su, priced at 300 fortune points. It allows one to ignore spatial distances and instantly teleport to a designated location whispered in one's heart. Note, for the sole use of the host. Qian Huan Huan Qi Shu, technique priced at 200 fortune points. It enables a flawless transformation of one's appearance, physique, aura, and spiritual fluctuations, imperceptible to anyone of a lower realm than the host. Duration sustained by spiritual energy. What splendid items. Truly essential for any Sea King. Cough, an indispensable artifact for inter-regional endeavors. A gleam of determination sparkled in Wang Chufeng's eyes. The Chuan Yun Su resolves the issue of distance, while the Qian Huan Huan Qi Shu addresses the matter of identity. With these two in hand, he could traverse the realms undetected, though it pained him to expend 500 fortune points, 200. The thought of the 500 points in rewards provided some solace. Gritting his teeth, he declared, exchange. Chuan Yun Su, Qian Huan Huan Qi Shu. Ding. Exchange successful. 500 fortune points deducted. Obtained item. Chuan Yun Su X1. Obtained technique. Qian Huan Huan Qi Shu, automatically comprehended to entry level. Current remaining fortune points, 820. A stream of arcane information surged into his mind, detailing the cultivation methods and application techniques of the Qian Huan Huan Qi Shu. Simultaneously, a delicate silver shuttle adorned with spatial runes materialized in his storage ring. As he absorbed the newly grasped technique, a devilishly charming smile crept across his lips. Brimming with ambition, he turned to his two somewhat bewildered disciples, raised the resplendent twin swords in his hands, and bestowed one upon each. The crisis had passed. Fortune was acquired. This place was no longer safe. They must return to the sect. Yes, master. Lin Wanxiu responded with reverence, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Wanyue gazed curiously at the exquisite swords, momentarily forgetting her earlier fright. Wang Chufeng did not linger, swiftly leading the two women away from this land of turmoil. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, he entrusted the still trembling Lin Wanxiu and Lin Wanyue to Murong Xue and Xiao Qianqian for care and comfort, briefly recounting the events of the Misty Marsh. Observing the orderly affairs under Murong Xue's management, he felt a sense of relief. With a thought, he retrieved the Chuan Yun Su, its silver body cool to the touch, the internal spatial runes swirling incessantly. He closed his eyes, concentrating his formidable spiritual awareness. Vividly delineating the scene near the entrance of the Yunxian sect, coordinates derived from the fragmented memories of He Yuan that he had glimpsed through celestial divination. His destination lay beyond the gates of the Yunxian sect. Wang Chufeng silently recited this in his mind as he channeled his spiritual energy into the cloud-piercing shuttle. With a resounding hum, the shuttle erupted in a dazzling silver light, enveloping him entirely. A powerful force of spatial distortion surged forth, twisting and blurring the scenery before him, morphing into a kaleidoscopic passage of light. In less than a breath's time, the brilliance faded, and the sensation of being torn asunder vanished. Wang Chufeng opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar valley, surrounded by verdant mountains, rich in spiritual energy. He beheld the ethereal palaces and cascading waterfalls of the Yunxian sect veiled in mist. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air rivaled even that of the Xiantian sword sect. What a magnificent Yunxian sect! Wang Chufeng mused inwardly, swiftly suppressing his aura. He activated the 1,000 illusions breathing technique, disguising himself as an inconspicuous qi refining period cultivator. Rather than approaching the mountain gate recklessly, he chose to lurk, akin to the most patient of hunters, beginning his observations. After several days of scrutiny, coupled with the sporadic information gleaned from his previous divinations, Wang Chufeng acquired a rough understanding of the surroundings of the Yunxian sect. Li Wan, as the sect master, resided on Tsuju Peak, rarely venturing out except for essential sect matters. A close companion of hers, affectionately referred to as Xiaolin, was Xiaolin, a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Seemingly her disciple, Wang Chufeng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. The breakthrough lay within Xiaolin. Opportunity soon presented itself. One day, Xiaolin received a sect mission and descended the mountain to procure a batch of alchemical materials from Yunxi Gathering, a marketplace a few miles from the Yunxian sect. Wang Chufeng silently trailed behind him. Yunxi Gathering was bustling with activity. Xiaolin navigated through various shops, acquiring the necessary items without sensing he was being followed. Upon completing his purchases, he entered a relatively secluded alley leading out of the marketplace when an unexpected turn of events transpired. A shadow darted forth from the corner of the alley like a specter. The speed was akin to lightning. Xiaolin felt a sudden numbness at the back of his neck as an overwhelming force of confinement surged into his body, sealing his meridians and consciousness. He couldn't even utter a cry before darkness engulfed him, and he lost all awareness. Wang Chufeng's figure materialized, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Xiaolin as though he were merely a sack of goods, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the alley. He had already found a concealed cave in the nearby mountains. Inside the cave, it was cold and damp. Wang Chufeng discarded Xiaolin onto the ground, meticulously examining his features, physique, and sensing the unique aura and spiritual fluctuations characteristic of a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Then, he activated the 1,000 illusions breathing technique once more. Musculoskeletal adjustments, facial contour alterations, and subtle modifications in height and physique transpired in mere breaths. And soon a figure almost indistinguishable from the unconscious Xiaolin on the ground stood within the cave. Wang Chufeng, embodying the likeness of Xiaolin, moved his limbs to acclimate to this new vessel. Approaching the true Xiaolin, he crouched down, summoning a flicker of the 9 nether inferno at his fingertips. My apologies. He murmured softly, for the greater plan, you must endure a period of seclusion. The deep purple flame gently grazed Xiaolin's brow, the chilling essence of the 9 nether inferno cautiously penetrating, not to obliterate, but to weave a profound seal, temporarily freezing Xiaolin's spirit and vitality into a deep slumber. Having completed this task, Wang Chufeng concealed the unconscious, in truth, deeply sealed, Xiaolin within the depths of the cave, establishing a simple concealment array. He adjusted his attire, which belonged to Xiaolin as an inner disciple of the Yunxian sect, ensuring there were no flaws. And a hint of Xiaolin's reserved yet expectant smile graced his face. He strode out of the cave, heading toward the mist-shrouded entrance of the Yunxian sect. The mountain guards inspected his identity token, failing to detect any anomalies. Wang Chufeng successfully entered the Yunxian sect, ascending the stone steps of Xue Bamboo Peak. The mountain breeze caressed him, causing the verdant bamboo to sway gently, rustling softly. As he absorbed the pure spiritual energy and tranquil ambience surrounding him, a tempest stirred beneath the calm surface of his heart. Li Wan, I have arrived. He lifted his gaze toward the elegant courtyard belonging to Li Wan. Nestled amidst the bamboo, a determined curve forming at the corners of his mouth. With Xiaolin's youthful visage adorning his face and the aura of a mid-foundation cultivator simulated within him, a sense of pride welled up inside. This breathing technique was indeed miraculous, nearly convincing him that he was the very Xiaolin he had rendered unconscious and confined in the desolate cave. The architecture of the Yunxian sect, refined and imbued with spiritual essence, was truly a splendid locale for quiet cultivation. Navigating the path to Li Wan's residence, Jingzhu Cottage. With the ease of familiarity from his previous reconnaissance, he encountered several low-ranking disciples engaged in cleaning, all of whom respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Senior Brother Xie. Wang Chufeng emulated the slightly bashful demeanor of Xiaolin, nodding in response, while secretly contemplating his next move. Jingzhu Cottage was ensconced within a lush grove of spiritual bamboo. The environment serene, interrupted only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. Taking a deep breath, he composed his expression and lightly rapped on the bamboo door. Come in. A voice emerged from within, cool yet tinged with warmth. It was Li Wan. Wang Chufeng pushed the door open to find the interior simply and elegantly furnished. Immaculately clean. A woman clad in a moon-white robe stood with her back to him, intently polishing a short sword that glimmered with a cold light at the table by the window. Her graceful figure, cascading black hair, and the mere sight of her back emanated an aura of ethereal beauty. Indeed, it was the Li Wan he had glimpsed during his divinations. Master. Wang Chufeng imitated Xiaolin's voice and tone, respectfully calling out, while swiftly assessing in his mind the prowess of the mid-golden core stage. With a demeanor that was both restrained and steady, emanating a chillier sorrow than depicted in the divination. There was a hint of frailty, and beneath that calmness lay a profound longing and a barely perceptible sense of desolation. Li Wan did not turn around, but inquired coolly, Have you completed today's assignments? Her voice was tranquil, revealing little emotion. Yes, Master, it is done. Wang Chufeng replied dutifully, striving to recall Xiaolin's customary reports. Li Wan acknowledged, finally setting aside the short sword and turning to face him. At the moment their eyes met, even Wang Chufeng, accustomed to the beauty of women, could not help but silently commend her. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair as snow, particularly her pair of eyes seemed veiled in a thin mist, exuding a subtle detachment and an unshakable melancholy. This sorrow did not diminish her beauty, but rather enhanced an air of poignant allure. Wang Chufeng's confusion regarding He Yuan's lack of appreciation deepened. To guard such a beauty without cherishing her, while indulging in thoughts of violence, was indeed a grievous waste. Li Wan's gaze settled on Xiaolin, pausing momentarily. Wang Chufeng's heart skipped a beat. Could she have detected a flaw? He immediately suppressed his aura further, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Your aura seems somewhat disordered, Li Wan observed, looking at Xiaolin, and spoke slowly. The path of cultivation values a gradual and steady progression, with a solid foundation. Hastening to succeed may harm the very roots. I shall heed your teachings, Master, Wang Chufeng quickly replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared he had managed to evade detection for the time being. Li Wan nodded, seemingly wishing to conclude the conversation. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Wang Chufeng understood that lingering would only increase the risk of exposure, so he respectfully bowed and took his leave. Yes, Master. I shall take my leave. As Wang Chufeng, as Xiaolin, exited the tranquil bamboo cottage with reverence, he remained internally vigilant of Li Wan's keen perception. He did not venture far, instead seeking a secluded spot on Cuelong Peak. While appearing to meditate, he quietly unfurled his immense consciousness, akin to Mercury spilling forth, silently enveloping the entirety of Yunxian sect. The pinnacle of nascent soul stage, his perception was pure and refined beyond imagination. He resembled an invisible specter, surveying this vast sect from above. Streams of information flowed into his awareness. Disciples training, conversing, arguing, elders lecturing, refining alchemy, and secluding themselves, all swiftly filtered through his mind. For in the mid-nascent soul stage, and none in the late stage, Wang Chufeng quickly pinpointed the 4 highest-ranking individuals within the Yunxian sect. For elders, all with hair and beards white as snow, their auras solid and profound. They each presided over one of the 4 main peaks, while their presence was formidable to him. They resembled slightly stronger ants. With these 4 old fools tied together, they wouldn't suffice for even a single strike of my sword. Wang Chufeng's heart settled, as he cast aside all doubts, allowing his consciousness to explore with unrestrained audacity, primarily focusing on the abodes of the 4 elders. Chapter 39. The Cloud Immortal Sect is a hell. At that moment, two distinct fluctuations of consciousness caught his attention. They belonged to two of the elders. One, a stout man with a ruddy complexion, known as the Fire Cloud Real Person, Huiyan. The other, a tall and gaunt figure with a hawk-like gaze, named Xianin. The upper man, Injuyo. Astonishingly, the two had gathered within Huiyan's Fire Cloud Peak cave dwelling, exchanging cups and laughter, utterly devoid of any elderly demeanor. Wang Chufeng's consciousness, as delicate as the finest dust, clung to the cave's prohibitions, clearly capturing the voices within. Ha! Brother Hua, do you think that Li Wan is foolish? Injuyo's voice, thick with the scent of liquor and lewdness, echoed. She actually believed our nonsense and voluntarily returned the soul blood that once controlled us. Ha! Huiyan took a swig of spiritual wine, slapping his thigh in raucous laughter. Indeed, pitifully foolish. If she hadn't returned the soul blood of her own accord, how would my brother and I dare to indulge as we do now, able to seek her favor at any moment? TSK, TSK, TSK. He licked his lips. A lecherous expression of indulgent reminiscence plastered across his face. Suddenly, Wang Chufeng's consciousness quivered violently, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone. He could scarcely believe his ears. Soul blood? Li Wan. He forcibly suppressed the boiling rage and shock within him, straining to listen further. Hee. Injuyo lowered his voice, his tone growing increasingly vile. Brother Hua, what do you think about the child in her womb? Is it yours or mine? Ha! Huiyan, inebriated, waved his hand dismissively. Who cares whose it is? She is pregnant now. Let her bear it. Tai Wen and Ouyang, those old turtles, are as timid as mice. They keep talking about fearing that scoundrel He Yuan might return to take revenge, and have repeatedly obstructed us, yet now they dare not utter a word. Humph. Tai Wen and Ouyang, those good-for-nothings. Injuyo spat disdainfully. He Yuan? That brat has been out for nearly 20 years. If he were to return, he would have done so long ago. He might have already perished in some corner, feeding a beast. What is there to fear? The information struck Wang Chufeng like a thunderclap in his sea of consciousness. Even with his vast experience, he was momentarily stunned. Pregnant? And these two beasts are elders? This is no sect. It is clearly a den of demons, and Li Wan is a pitiable captive, tormented beyond measure. That fool He Yuan. In pursuit of an elusive revenge, he abandoned such a devoted woman to these wolves and tigers for 20 years. Despicable. The murderous intent within Wang Chufeng surged like volcanic lava, nearly breaking through his facade. Yet he restrained himself, his consciousness firmly locking onto the cave. This is unbearable. Brother Hua, the more we discuss it, the more I desire her. Especially that tearful, defiant expression of hers. Injuyo's eyes burned with wicked fire as he abruptly stood, declaring, I shall go find her now. Huiyan, flushed and frantic, grasped Injuyo's arm. Wait. Old In. She is now with child. We cannot proceed this time. Be cautious. Injuyo forcefully shook off Huiyan's hand, his face a mask of impatience. What do I care? Whether you go or not is of no concern to me. I am determined to go. With that, he transformed into a gust of shadowy wind, eagerly rushing out of the cave dwelling, heading straight for the direction of the quiet bamboo cottage on Shuizhu Peak. Huiyan cursed under his breath. While Wang Chufeng's consciousness remained tightly locked onto Injuyo, he observed as that sinister figure boldly breached the protective barrier of the quiet bamboo cottage, rendering it ineffective before the Yuaning elder. Inside the quiet bamboo cottage, Li Wan was not asleep. She was lost in thought, gazing out at the swaying bamboo shadows. Her delicate face bore an unshakable melancholy and weariness. Suddenly, the barrier was forcefully triggered, and a familiar, nauseating aura instantly filled the room. She trembled violently, her complexion turning as pale as paper, her eyes brimming with sheer terror and despair. She instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Elderine? What do you want? Injuyo closed the door behind him and cast a soundproof barrier, observing Li Wan's frightened expression like a startled deer, his smile widening. Oh, Wanner, little sect master, what do you think I have come for? He advanced step by step, his gaze brazenly roaming over her form, lingering momentarily on her slightly protruding abdomen, a flicker of brutality flashing in his eyes. And no, tears welled up in Li Wan's eyes as she desperately shook her head and retreated until her back pressed against the cold wall, with no escape left. Please, spare me. If He Yuan returns, He Yuan. Injuyo's fury was instantaneous, his face contorting as if he had been stepped on. He struck Li Wan hard across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed harshly in the silent room. Li Wan's head whipped to the side, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her vision filled with golden stars. You wretched girl. How dare you mention that short-lived wretch? If it weren't for him forcibly collecting our soul blood back then, how could you possibly be the sect master now? Injuyo seized Li Wan by her collar, glaring down at her, his spittle nearly hitting her face. What if he returns? Do you still have the audacity to tell him that you carry my child? The utmost humiliation and fear caused Li Wan to tremble violently, akin to a leaf in the wind. She curled up on the ground, her hands tightly shielding her abdomen. Silent tears flooding forth, her gaze hollow and despairing, as if all light had been extinguished. She understood that resistance was futile. The chasm between Yuan Ying and Jindan was insurmountable. Countless times she had wished for death, yet was bound by constraints. She could only despairingly close her eyes, her teeth sinking deep into her lower lip, tasting the iron tang of blood, bracing herself for the impending, familiar nightmare. Now that's more like it. Do not resist. Yin Jiuyu, witnessing Li Wan's surrender, grew more exhilarated, reaching out to tear apart her moon-white robe. I am in a good mood today, but if you dare to disobey again, do not blame me for being rude. The sound of fabric ripping echoed sharply in the air. At the very moment when Yin Jiuyu's hand was about to touch Li Xiaowan's clothing, an unforeseen change occurred. The tightly shut windows of Jingzhu Cottage were shattered as if struck by an unseen force. Amidst the flying wooden splinters, a figure darted in like a wraith. The speed was so astonishing that even the mid-stage nascent soul elder, Yin Jiuyu, could only catch a fleeting shadow. A chilling, concentrated beam of deep purple sword light, exuding an aura of utter annihilation, appeared as if shot from the depths of the netherworld, without warning or sound. Its target was the back of Yin Jiuyu's heart. A wave of terror surged through Yin Jiuyu. The imminent sense of crisis made every hair on his body stand on end. He desperately attempted to turn around and summon his protective artifact, but it was too late. The power and velocity of that sword light surpassed his wildest imagination. With a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the deep purple sword tip pierced through Yin Jiuyu's chest, accompanied by a flicker of a soul-chilling flame. Yin Jiuyu's movements froze instantly. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze to behold the gaping hole in his chest, charred at the edges. A passage clear through to the other side. No blood gushed forth, for the wound had been entirely incinerated by that terrifying purple flame, carbonized in an instant. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, his eyes filled with profound horror and bewilderment. Yet, no sound escaped his lips. The deep purple flame rapidly spread from the hole in his chest to engulf his entire body. There were no screams, no struggles. This mid-stage nascent soul elder transformed silently into a small wisp of black ash, scattered by the wind. Not even the nascent soul could escape. Chapter 40. Do you harbor hatred? In the room, only the faint hissing of the flames remained, mingled with the noxious scent of charred flesh and a chilling atmosphere. The transformation occurred with such swiftness. From the moment the window shattered to Yin Jiuyu's vanishing into thin air, it was but the blink of an eye. Crouched on the ground, eyes closed, Li Wan was jolted awake by the deafening noise and the sudden surge of terrifying heat. She opened her eyes to see the familiar figure of Xiaolin. He stood in the center of the room, his back to her, holding a long sword with its tip pointed toward the ground, a strand of deep purple flame slowly extinguishing. His silhouette was as upright as a pine tree, radiating a chilling and terrifying aura she had never sensed from Xiaolin before, akin to an abyss of death. Xiaolin? Li Wan's voice trembled with shock and disbelief as she weakly inquired, You killed Eldarine? How is this possible? Xiaolin slowly turned around. As Li Wan caught a glimpse of his eyes at that moment, the remaining words lodged in her throat. Those were not the eyes of Xiaolin. His gaze was one of reverence, restraint, occasionally tinged with a hidden admiration. Before her stood a person whose gaze was as profound as a cold pool. Serene yet concealing an indifference akin to looking down upon mere ants, intertwined with a complex emotion that eluded her comprehension. As if he could see through all her despair and suffering. That gaze was piercingly sharp and deeply penetrating, as though it could penetrate all her facades, reaching the very depths of her humble soul. You are not Xiaolin, Li Wan exclaimed in shock, struggling to retreat, her eyes filled with fear and vigilance. Who are you? Wang Chufeng observed Li Wan, who was crumpled on the ground, her clothes tattered, cheeks swollen, tears still glistening, and her eyes wide with panic and despair, albeit with a flicker of defiance. The overwhelming murderous intent that had arisen from Yin Jiuyu began to subside, replaced by an ineffable complexity of emotions. Was it compassion, or an indignation at witnessing such beauty being ravaged? He did not respond to her inquiry. Li Wan's pupils dilated suddenly. He was certainly not Xiaolin. Wang Chufeng noted the astonishment and fear in her eyes, realizing that pretense had become futile. With a subtle shift in thought, he gradually ceased the operation of the Qian Huan Huanqi Shu. The aura surrounding him began to transform, his facial muscles shifting as he reverted to his former handsome and imposing appearance. His dark robes billowed without wind, carrying the unique pressure of a peak Yuanian cultivator. Though he deliberately restrained much of it, leaving only a disquieting steadiness. He regarded Li Wan, who was curled upon the ground and did not answer her question, instead speaking directly, his voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. Regardless of who I am, I pose but one question to you. Do you harbor hatred? Hate? Li Wan trembled, fury igniting in her eyes as she struggled to lift herself, despite her tattered garments and swollen cheeks, her gaze radiating a stubborn brilliance. I do not know you. Why would you help me? What is your ulterior motive? Ulterior motive? Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to her. Looking down from a height. I will slay the beast that has tormented you, and then you shall accompany me. He leaned down, his fingertips gently tracing the clear imprint of a hand upon her cheek, his touch unexpectedly tender. If you believe I have ulterior motives, then what of the one who left you trampled and humiliated, disappearing for decades? What could his motives possibly be? No, that is not true. Senior brother is not like that. Upon mentioning He Yuan, Li Wan's composure shattered in an instant. Tears surged forth once more, her voice quaking with emotion, as if she were both defending and reassuring herself. He has his reasons. He seeks revenge. He will surely return. Reasons? Wang Chufeng scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Can revenge justify the abandonment of you? The world of cultivation is rife with wolves, and he knowingly left you, vulnerable, at the mercy of the predatory Yunxian sect for decades, if not a century. Is that what you call a reason? He pointed to her slightly protruding abdomen and scanned her pale, haggard face. Do you truly believe you can wait for his return? It seems that before that day arrives, I shall transform into a mere wisp of dust within this tranquil bamboo dwelling. Each word strikes at the very heart. Li Wan trembled as he spoke. Her lips moved, yet no words of defense could escape her. Wang Chufeng voiced the harsh truths she had buried deep within, too fearful to confront. The grievances, fears, and despair of these years were laid bare in that moment, leaving her gasping for breath. Come with me. Wang Chufeng's tone softened, yet retained an undeniable certainty that brooked no refusal. I promise, you shall suffer no more grievances. I will protect you and avenge you. He straightened, averting his gaze from her. Consider it. I shall deal with the other beast and return for your answer. With that, he vanished like a wraith through the window, leaving only a faint dark silhouette behind. Li Wan slumped to the ground, silent tears soaking her tattered garments. Wang Chufeng's words struck her heart like a hammer, her long-held beliefs teetering on the brink before the brutal reality. Could she truly wait? In but the span of a mere incense stick burning, a muffled explosion echoed from outside, quickly followed by an eerie silence. In the next moment, Wang Chufeng reappeared at the door, casually discarding a bloodied head that rolled to the floor. It was none other than the lecherous and grinning figure of Huyen, the Fire Cloud Master. Gazing at the familiar yet loathsome head, Li Wan's pupils constricted, her stomach churning. Yet, amidst the terror, an odd sense of relief washed over her. Now come with me. Wang Chufeng approached her, bending down to extend his hand. Let us leave this place and find a quiet sanctuary where you can nurture the child. He paused, adding, after all, the child is innocent. Li Wan looked at his outstretched hand, its knuckles defined, unexpectedly instilling a sense of reassurance. She lifted her tear-filled gaze to meet Wang Chufeng's profound eyes. Sniffling, her voice hoarse yet remarkably clear, she declared, I promise you. A flicker of gentleness passed through Wang Chufeng's gaze, and without further ado, he scooped her into his arms. Li Wan gasped, instinctively attempting to struggle. But he pressed her back gently, a wave of soothing energy flowing into her, stabilizing her erratic breath. Her cheeks warmed as she ultimately relaxed. Resting her head against his chest, the long-frozen corners of her heart began to thaw. Wang Chufeng held her close, a surge of sword intent erupting from him, instantly tearing through the protective array of the Yunxian sect, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky, vanishing without alerting a soul. Days later, in a secluded mountain far from the turmoil, Wang Chufeng established an elegant cave dwelling. Within, the air pulsed with spiritual energy, simply adorned yet inviting. The stone bed was laid with soft spiritual cotton, fresh spiritual fruits adorned the stone table, and a fragrant incense burned in the corner, warding off the chill and calming the spirit. Li Wan sat upon a stone bench, now clad in a clean, comfortable moon-white gown, though her complexion remained pale. It was a marked improvement from her days at the Yunxian sect. She gazed out at the waterfall cascading down with fervor, her expression a blend of bewilderment and serenity. Wang Chufeng entered, carrying a bowl of warm, nourishing porridge, and placed it before her. Drink it while it's hot. It's made from 1,000-year-old snow lotus and spiritual rice, beneficial for the fetus, he urged. Li Wan looked up at him, accepting the jade bowl and sipping delicately. The porridge, infused with gentle spiritual energy, glided down her throat, spreading warmth throughout her limbs, seemingly calming the child within her. In recent days, Wang Chufeng had been exceedingly attentive, personally preparing nourishing meals to support her, harmonizing her chaotic spiritual energy, and procuring rare herbs to restore her ailing body. He spoke little, yet consistently met her needs with uncanny precision. Occasionally, he would be away for a few days, returning with a different aura, and although Li Wan felt curious, she refrained from prying. Certainly, even with the cloud shuttle, he had not forgotten the heavenly sword peak, tirelessly shuttling back and forth. Yet his recent focus remained steadfastly on her. Li Wan sensed the depth of his complex past and formidable strength, and his genuine care for her stirred an unsettling feeling in her heart. As the days turned into months, the spirit flowers outside the cave bloomed and withered. Yet Wang Chufeng's unwavering attention gradually thawed Li Wan's frozen heart. She no longer exhibited the same trepidation as before, occasionally engaging in conversation with him, discussing the mountain scenery or inquiring about cultivation. One day, Wang Chufeng entered the cave with a basket of fresh spiritual fruits and several golden roasted spirit birds. As he stepped inside, he found Li Wan seated by the stone bed, her shoulders gently trembling as she wept silently. His heart tightened, and he hastened over. Placing his belongings down and tenderly stroking her head, his tone laced with subtle concern. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Li Wan lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes meeting his, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. "Why are you so kind to me?" She choked out, her voice thick with emotion. "I finally understand what it feels like to be cherished, yet I am in such a state. Please, leave." As she spoke, her sobs grew more intense, as if she were trying to expel all the grievances and insecurities of the years past. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, Wang Chufeng felt a pang of compassion pierce through his previously steely heart. He sighed, gently enveloping her in his embrace, treating her as delicately as a fragile treasure. "Silly girl, if you don't mind, call me Brother Wang. I will care for you as I would for a beloved sister," he murmured, his voice imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "The past is behind us. From now on, you have me." In his arms, she stiffened momentarily before leaning closer, the long-suppressed cries finally erupting, not in despair, but as a heartfelt expression of relief and dependence. Within the cave, warmth enveloped them, and the scent of precious jade lingered. Li Wan nestled in Wang Chufeng's embrace, the traces of tears still evident on her exquisite face, yet the despair that once consumed her had begun to fade. Her delicate fingers unconsciously twisted the fabric of his clothing, akin to a drowning soul clinging to the sole piece of driftwood. "Brother Wang." Her voice barely rose above a whisper, laden with a heavy nasality. In my current state, I feel utterly depleted." Her words were choked with emotion, tears silently cascading down, soaking into Wang Chufeng's chest. He tightened his hold around her, resting his chin against her cool forehead. His voice deep and resolutely firm. "The past is not your fault. Surrounded by wolves, surviving alone is a stroke of fortune. Do not belittle yourself further." He gently lifted her chin, compelling her tear-filled, crystalline eyes to meet his. "As for your feelings of depletion," a glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes, "I shall find a way to remedy that." As she absorbed the warmth of his embrace and the strength in his words, the frozen ice within Li Wan's heart, which had remained for decades, seemed to finally crack open. She recalled the meticulous, albeit somewhat clumsy yet utterly sincere care he had provided over the past month. Moments that coalesced into a warmth she had never experienced with He Yuan. This realization deepened her sense of guilt. "But do not dwell on the past." Xiao Wan. A flicker of sternness crossed his gaze. "From now on, if you suffer even the slightest grievance, it will be my fault." His words, like molten lava, instantly melted away the last remnants of her frozen inferiority. She gazed at him, captivated by the genuine tenderness and dominance in his eyes. An overwhelming sense of happiness and security washed over her like a tide. "Brother," she choked, once more plunging into his embrace, this time with complete reliance and relief. "I was wrong. I shall no longer speak of it. As long as you do not disdain me, I will follow you, even unto death." Ding. Successfully captured target, Li Xiaowan. Plundered He Yuan's fortune points, 500 points. Current host fortune points, 1,320 points. He Yuan's remaining fortune points, 3,900 points. She expressed her innermost fervent emotions, innocent and resolute, like a moth drawn to the flame. Upon hearing the system prompt, Wang Chufeng felt a surge of emotions. He held her tightly, feeling her unreserved affection. "Do not speak foolishly." He gently caressed her hair, his voice imbued with a subtle tenderness. "With me here, you shall not perish. You will be well." As night fell, Wang Chufeng prepared to meditate beside the jade couch, as usual. Just as he settled into position, he heard Li Xiaowan's frail voice drift from behind the gauzy curtain. "Brother Wang, please do not meditate on the ground tonight, okay?" Wang Chufeng paused, lifting his gaze. Behind the dimly lit curtain, Li Xiaowan lay on her side, revealing half of her blushing cheek. "Xiaowan, be a good girl and rest well." He hesitated, aware that while she had recovered considerably, she was still with child. I am fine." Li Wan hurriedly spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Brother Wang, do you dislike me? The words lingered unspoken, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Wang Chufeng, observing her tearful visage, felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow within his heart. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and rose to approach the bedside, lifting the gauzy curtain. Beneath the moonlight, Li Wan was clad only in a thin nightgown, the gentle curve of her slightly rounded abdomen softly outlined, her delicate face bearing a trace of anxiety. Silly girl, listen to me. You must rest well. He sighed, sitting beside her. Sleep now. I shall watch over you. Li Wan pressed her face against his leg, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security and happiness, soon drifting into a deep slumber, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Yet, Wang Chufeng found himself unable to sleep, his mind restless until the latter half of the night. Li Wan, with her drowsy eyes, opened them to see Wang Chufeng still awake, her cheeks flushing crimson. Brother Wang, are you unable to sleep? It's all my fault, she murmured. Wang Chufeng pinched her cheek gently. You should rest well. Do not blame yourself. Li Wan felt the warmth of his tenderness, opening her mouth as if to speak, but no words came forth, as if she had made a silent resolution. Watching her struggle to voice her thoughts, time seemed to accelerate for Wang Chufeng. When he finally discerned her expression, Li Wan, blushing fiercely, licked her lips, momentarily catching him off guard. Little Wan, you must not act this way in the future. In a few days, I shall take you to Tianjin Peak. That is my home. Internally, he grumbled about the two old rascals, Xiao Yi and Hui Yan, who had led the young girl astray. He gently pinched her apple-red cheeks, gazing at her as she peacefully slumbered. Chapter 42. Crisis at Tianjin Peak. On the following morning, the cave was filled with the fragrant aroma of spiritual essence. Wang Chufeng opened his eyes to find Li Wan deep in slumber, her furrowed brow seeming to ease slightly. He cautiously withdrew his arm from beneath her neck. At that moment, a jade talisman within his storage ring trembled gently. Scanning his consciousness, he discerned the message from He Renjia. Brother Wang, great news. I have been honored by the Elder Council of Taiha Sect and officially promoted to the position of Law Elder. A celebration will be held at the sect on the 9th day of the month. I hope you can spare some time to attend and share a drink. He Renjia Law Elder? Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. He, my friend, is indeed climbing the ranks swiftly. It was the perfect opportunity to take Qianqian out for a stroll, he mused, as such a formal occasion would be most fitting and would also showcase the prestige of Tianjin Peak. He dressed himself neatly and prepared to depart. Just as he reached the cave entrance, he heard Li Wan's soft, sleepy voice behind him. Brother Wang, are you leaving again? Turning around, he saw Li Wan sitting up, wrapped in a light blanket, her pale nightgown slipping slightly and revealing her smooth shoulder. She gazed at him with drowsy eyes, resembling a startled fawn, filled with reluctance. He returned to her side, pinching her pert little nose gently, and said softly, Yes, there are matters to attend to at the sect, and I may be away for 2 days. Stay here quietly. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing Wang Chufeng's words, Li Wan offered no further reply but extended her delicate, fair arms to gently embrace his. She nestled her cheek against him, reluctant to release her hold. The sensation radiating from their contact ignited an involuntary warmth within her. Wang brother, how infuriating. Li Wan quickly noticed his change, her small face flushing crimson in an instant. Wang Chufeng gazed down at her, captivated by her bashful demeanor, frail yet alluring, which stirred a deeper affection within him. The desire for beauty is universal. Do not take offense, dear Wan. Li Wan, ever obedient, refrained from retorting, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she lowered her gaze in shyness. She allowed Wang Chufeng to caress her cascading, lustrous black hair, dispelling the lingering drowsiness of the morning. With her jade-like fingers, she delicately wiped the corner of her mouth. Wang Chufeng observed as she sucked on her own finger. Her eyes, misted with fatigue yet imbued with a languorous charm, captivated him further. Her frail and submissive appearance made him reluctant to part. He held her for a long while, personally administering a nourishing elixir to her, offering gentle reassurances until she fell into a deep slumber. Only then did he quietly depart the cave, enveloped in affection, summoning the cloud-piercing shuttle. A flash of silver light distorted the space, and in the next moment, Wang Chufeng found himself within the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect at Tianjin Peak. Xue, Qianqian. A heaviness settled in his heart as he extended his consciousness, enveloping the entire peak. Xiao Qianqian's presence was absent, while the gentle yet faint aura of Murong Xue emanated from the inner chamber. He swiftly crossed the threshold, his form like lightning, arriving at the doorway of the inner chamber. The sight before him nearly shattered his composure. Murong Xue lay lifelessly on the cold floor, her moon-white gown soaked through with dark crimson blood, her complexion as pale as gold leaf, her breath so faint it seemed nearly extinguished. Beneath her lay a small pool of blood, not yet fully congealed, a shocking sight. Xue, Wang Chufeng roared, his voice cracking with anguish. He nearly lunged to her side, cautiously avoiding her wounds, lifting her gently. Her touch was icy, and her weak heartbeat was almost imperceptible. A chill surged from his feet to his head, mingled with an overwhelming fury and dread. He swiftly laid Murong Xue on the bed, his trembling fingers finding her pulse. It was chaotic and erratic, her vitality draining like water from a broken vessel. Moreover, a malevolent, icy energy ravaged her meridians, gnawing at her very essence. Who has harmed you? Wang Chufeng's eyes reddened instantly, uncontrollable murderous intent radiating from him, causing the temperature of the inner chamber to plummet, the air itself seeming to solidify. He forced himself to regain composure. Now was not the time for rage. Saving her was paramount. This injury of Xue's was beyond the remedy of ordinary elixirs. Her life force was collapsing. System. Marketplace. Find me something that can save her. At any cost. Wang Chufeng screamed inwardly. The dazzling virtual interface unfurled in an instant, revealing a plethora of items flashing by at remarkable speed. Wang Chufeng's consciousness acted like the most precise sieve, swiftly locking onto a target. 9 turns resurrection pill, replica, priced at 100 fortune points. It harbors immense life force, capable of forcibly extending life and stabilizing injuries. This is it. Without hesitation, Wang Chufeng proclaimed, exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Deducted 100 fortune points. Acquired item, 9 turns resurrection pill, replica, X1. Current remaining fortune points, 1220. A pill, the size of a longan, glimmering in verdant hues and emanating a potent vitality along with peculiar patterns, materialized in the palm of his hand. At the moment of its appearance, the blood-soaked stench that pervaded the inner chamber was somewhat diluted by this overwhelming life force. Wang Chufeng carefully placed the pill into Murong Xue's mouth, using his pure and potent nascent soul energy to activate its medicinal properties. He guided the surging life force to nourish her shattered meridians and safeguard her flickering heartlight. As the pill dissolved upon entering her mouth, the vast life force flowed like a gentle spring through Murong Xue's battered meridians. A faint blush finally emerged on her pallid visage, and her barely perceptible breath steadied slightly. Although she remained fragile, that heart-wrenching sense of impending loss was momentarily stifled. Life was, for now, preserved. Wang Chufeng gazed at Murong Xue's tightly shut eyes and furrowed brow, feeling no relief, only a deeper anguish and a seething desire for vengeance. Xue, do not worry, I will ensure your safety. Wang Chufeng grasped her icy hand, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. He needed to uncover the truth, to find the true culprit, and to track down Xiao Qianqian and his 2 disciples. He concentrated fiercely, invoking his skill, heavenly sight. Without hesitation, he commanded within his heart. Target, Murong Xue. Retrace the moments before her injury. Reveal to me the identity of the one who struck. Ding. Skill activated. Target locked, Murong Xue. Retracing events from a specific time point deducts 50 fortune points. Current remaining fortune points, 1170. A torrent of information surged into Wang Chufeng's mind like a flood breaching its dam. Countless fragments of imagery flashed past, finally crystallizing into a scene from not long ago within the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Peak. Chapter 43. Xiao Qianqian's Declaration, Zhao Qian. That insect that should have been crushed ages ago. His face contorted with rage, eyes wild. He stood alongside a figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe, their face obscured by a sinister mask. Zhao Qian roared, Why? Why betray me? Xiao Qianqian, you once adored me. How dare you associate with that Wang Chufeng now? Murong Xue positioned herself protectively in front of the trembling Xiao Qianqian, blood trickling from her lips, clearly suffering from internal injuries, yet still mustering the strength to reprimand. Zhao Qian, you have lost your mind. This is the Heavenly Sword Peak. Depart at once. Depart? Ha ha. Zhao Qian cackled, his gaze filled with malice as it swept over Murong Xue. You wretched woman. You are no better. Aiding the wicked. Today, you shall all perish. Seize her. As his voice faded, the figure clad in black sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of a wraith. Although Murong Xue valiantly attempted to defend herself, her golden core cultivation was as ineffective against the black-clad adversary, who was at the nascent soul level, as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With a single strike, the malevolent and chilling spiritual energy of the black-clothed man shattered her defenses, landing mercilessly upon her chest. With a gasp, Murong Xue was struck as if by a heavy blow, blood erupting from her lips as she was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the door of the inner chamber, losing consciousness in the process. Mother! Xiao Qianqian screamed in despair, attempting to rush forward, but was rendered unconscious by Zhao Qian, who carried her away. Wang Chufeng stepped back from his divination, realizing it was Zhao Qian, accompanied by a masked figure. Xiao Qianqian had been abducted, but what of his 2 disciples? Where were they in this unfolding scene? Releasing his spiritual sense, he discovered his two disciples were safe at Tianyuan Peak with He Qingyao, allowing a slight easing of his heart. Yet, a tide of murderous intent surged forth. Zhao Qian, that insignificant insect in his eyes, should have been eliminated long ago. He swiftly sought Xiao Qianqian's presence, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he expended 50 luck points to activate his divination, targeting Zhao Qian. Beep. Skill activated. Target locked. Zhao Qian. 50 luck points deducted for tracking his last known whereabouts. Current luck points remaining, 1,070 points. The scene unfolded before him, revealing the black-clad figure manipulating Zhao Qian and binding Xiao Qianqian to a cave meant for his father's cultivation, fortified with layers of restrictions to conceal her presence. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chufeng materialized as a beam of light at the location. Inside the cave, Zhao Qian stepped closer, brutally seizing Xiao Qianqian's wrist. His gaze wild and avaricious. Qianqian, you are mine. You must be. Let go of me. Zhao Shixiao. Let go. Xiao Qianqian cried out desperately, her eyes filled with terror and resolve. I am already promised to another. My heart, my life, belong to him. Give up. Ha ha. Excellent. Your resistance and words only serve to stoke the flames of my wrath. Zhao Qian's eyes hardened as he violently tore at the fabric of her shoulder. Then today, I shall ruin you. Let us see if Wang Chufeng still desires you, a withered flower. At that critical moment, an icy sword light, imbued with annihilating intent, tore through the air without warning, precisely slicing through Zhao Qian's neck. The scene froze, capturing the madness and disbelief on Zhao Qian's face, along with his severed head soaring through the air. In the next instant, Wang Chufeng's figure appeared within the hall, enveloping the still-shaken Xiao Qianqian in his protective embrace. Master, Wu, you have finally come. Xiao Qianqian clung to Wang Chufeng like a frightened creature, weeping openly. It's all right, Qianqian, I am here. Wang Chufeng's voice, tinged with a trace of lingering fear, softly soothed her as he gently patted her back. A frigid gaze swept over the decapitated corpse of Zhao Qian lying on the ground, as well as the lingering aura of the phantom-faced man that had dissipated into black smoke. Scurrying vermin. An overwhelming intent to kill surged within Wang Chufeng, exclaiming, very well. I shall remember this debt. He retracted his consciousness, forcefully suppressing the urge to pursue the specter. The immediate priority was to ensure the safety of everyone involved. Qianqian, do not weep. We shall return, he said, observing her pale countenance and tattered garments. A profound sense of tenderness and dread filled his eyes. He swiftly retrieved his outer robe, carefully wrapping her within it, holding her tightly as they made their way back to Tianjin Peak. At Tianjin Peak, within the inner chamber of the Lord's Hall, Murong Xue finally awoke, having been nurtured by Wang Chufeng's relentless infusion of spiritual energy. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, meeting the sight of Wang Chufeng's face, etched with concern. Chufeng, her voice was weak and hoarse. Xue, you have awakened. Wang Chufeng exclaimed with uncontainable joy, grasping her hand and gently channeling pure, gentle energy into her. Do not speak, simply rest. All is well now. As Murong Xue felt the warmth and strength emanating from his palm, her heart warmed at the sight of his caring gaze. Yet, recollections of the peril she faced before losing consciousness flashed through her mind, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Qianqian, rest assured, all is well now. Wang Chufeng reassured softly. Qianqian is resting next door, and Wanqiao and Wan you are safe with Qingyao. Zhao Qian, the one who harmed you, is utterly obliterated. At last, the tension within Murong Xue relaxed completely, a wave of weariness washing over her. She nodded gently and sank back into a deep slumber, her features now more at ease. In the adjacent room, Xiao Qianqian, under Wang Chufeng's comforting presence and the effects of medicinal herbs, gradually stabilized her emotions. She nestled in Wang Chufeng's embrace, resembling a small cat seeking refuge. Master, Zhao Qian, her voice trembled with humiliation. I am aware. I witnessed everything, Wang Chufeng interjected, gently stroking her silky hair, his tone resolute. He is dead, thoroughly so. No one shall harm you again. The last remnants of gloom dispersed from Xiao Qianqian's heart as she nodded vigorously, burying her face deeply in his embrace, drawing strength from the safety he provided. Upon hearing the news, Lu Qingyao personally returned with Lin Wanqiao and Lin Wanyue. Upon witnessing the devastation within the peak and the injured Murong Xue, Lu Qingyao's brows furrowed in fury, vociferously condemning Zhao Qian as a beast beneath contempt. Fortuitously, you returned in time. Those two girls were terrified upon learning of the incident at Tianjin Peak. Observing Xiao Qianqian cradled in Wang Chufeng's arms, Lu Qingyao's tone bore a hint of jealousy, yet was mostly filled with relief and gratitude. Lin Wanqiao and Lin Wanyue rushed to the bedside of Murong Xue, who had fallen asleep once more, their small faces adorned with worry and guilt. Lin Wanyue's eyes brimmed with tears. It is all our fault for not being home. After soothing everyone and addressing the chaos within the peak, it was already deep into the night. Wang Chufeng stood alone atop the peak, gazing into the profound night sky. His eyes cold as iron. He arrived directly at Tianqing Peak and swiftly eliminated Zhao Wuji, ensuring no lingering threats remained. Lung Qingxiu, sensing the situation, coldly transmitted a message, casually slaying the peak master, Wang Chufeng. Do you still regard me as the sect leader? Wang Chufeng explained the circumstances, promising to visit and provide a detailed report to the sect leader in due time. Lung Qingxiu refrained from further comment. Upon returning to Tiandao Peak, Wang Chufeng wore a frown. Although Zhao Qian and his son had perished, the enigmatic figure in the black robe remained elusive, like a venomous serpent in hiding. This individual possessed at least nascent soul cultivation, adept at concealment, and had seduced Zhao Qian with a clear focus on those around him. No matter who you are, no matter how deeply you hide, Wang Chufeng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I shall make you pay a price 100-fold more horrific than that of the Zhao father and son. Chapter 44. Diligence and cultivation. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Xiao Qianqian already asleep. Wang Chufeng gently sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the slumbering beauty. He couldn't help but recall the words Xiao Qianqian had spoken to Zhao Qian, filling his heart with warmth as he affectionately stroked her small head. Xiao Qianqian, drowsily opening her eyes and seeing Wang Chufeng, nuzzled her round little pigtails against his hand. Exhausted from the day, Wang Chufeng soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, just as he exited the Peak Master's hall, a disciple rushed over in a flurry. The Peak Master Lu has summoned you. Please proceed immediately to Tianjin Peak's Master Hall. Urgent matters await discussion. Upon hearing this, Wang Chufeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth, reflecting inwardly. Great. I almost forgot about this jealous cultivation fanatic. With a resigned shake of his head, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Tianjin Peak. Upon stepping into the Master Hall, an all-too-familiar, fiery voice greeted him. Oh, Peak Master Wang, you actually decided to show up. I thought you had been ensnared by the allure of gentle surroundings, abandoning your cultivation altogether. Lu Qingyao stood in the hall, clad in vibrant red attire. Hands on her hips, her frosty face and piercing phoenix eyes glaring at Wang Chufeng, clearly harboring considerable resentment. Before she could finish, Wang Chufeng appeared before her like a wraith, deftly wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Little firecracker, don't be so fiery. One must balance work and rest in cultivation. Wang Chufeng whispered into her ear. As for the affairs of Tiandao Peak, you know well enough. I've been rather busy lately, leaving little time for cultivation. Wang Chufeng mused. Fiery and vibrant, Lu Qingyao undoubtedly stood out among the women he had encountered. Perverted creep. Let go of me. Who gave you permission to touch me? Lu Qingyao feigned struggle, playfully punching his chest with her delicate fists, though her strength was feeble. Despite her protestations, she did not genuinely attempt to escape. Wang Chufeng, well aware of how to handle this energetic and jealous little firecracker, refused to release her. By the time their cultivation session concluded, Lu Qingyao had completely exhausted her energy to feel jealous. Sitting in meditation, she was too fatigued even to move her fingers. Wang Chufeng gently secured the door behind her, fatigue from his labors transforming into a fleeting shadow as he returned to the peak of Tianjin. The main hall was ablaze with light. Murong Xue, feeling somewhat better, was busy attending to documents alongside Lin Wanxiu. Wang Chufeng felt a pang of compassion as he observed them. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian sat quietly in meditation, while Lin Wanyue had already fallen into a blissful sleep. Upon his return, the three ladies approached him with warmth. You're back? Yes, I am. Wang Chufeng replied with a smile, his gaze resting on Xiao Qianqian. Qianqian, prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall visit the Taihe sect of Qingyu Xianbang. At his words, Xiao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, my husband. To Taihe sect? What is the occasion? Rin Jiexing has been promoted to the position of law elder, and a banquet is to be held in celebration. I wish to take you along for a brief appearance, Wang Chufeng explained, his tone laced with affection. Instantly, a radiant smile, tinged with a hint of pride, blossomed on Xiao Qianqian's face as she knelt gracefully. I will obey, my lord. She began to ponder which exquisite gown she would wear. Murong Xue smiled gently. It is indeed time to take Qianqian out for a stroll. You need not worry about the affairs within the peak. I will handle them. Lin Wanxiu also offered her respectful wishes. May master and mistress have a successful journey. Wang Chufeng nodded, taking in the warm scene before him, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, a result of his diligent practice. As he neared the threshold of transformation, rubbing his brow, he proceeded to the quiet chamber. All right, you all should rest early. Tomorrow, Qianqian will accompany me to the market to procure some gifts before we head directly to Taihe sect. After resting briefly in the quiet chamber and organizing his thoughts, He rose and made his way to his quarters. Just as he reached the door, intending to knock, it creaked open slightly from within. A faint floral fragrance wafted out. Through the narrow opening, the silhouette of Xiao Qianqian flickered in and out of view, clad in a gossamer white veil that shimmered translucently under the moonlight. Her long, slender legs, adorned with black silk, were breathtakingly elegant. Barefoot on the cool floor, her delicate toes curled slightly, betraying a hint of nervousness and anticipation. She lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes, her cheeks tinted with a captivating blush. Master, I was careless in my cultivation and was captured by Zhao Qian, who tore my clothes. Please punish me. Wang Chufeng's breath caught in his throat. Even though he had long become accustomed to her artistic expressions of attire, this moment still sent tumultuous waves through his usually tranquil heart. This girl, ever since she had unlocked the doors to a new world, she had become utterly enchanted. Each day, she crafted a myriad of bizarre outfits based on his sketches, and every time she completed one, she eagerly sought his approval. Wang Chufeng's eyes darkened with intensity. He stepped into the room, swiftly closing the door behind him, sealing off the outside world. Punishment? His voice was low, as he gently lifted her delicate chin with his finger. Qianqian, this is not merely a lack of diligence in your practice. You are clearly attempting to entice your master, which is a transgression of a greater degree. Indeed, with a light-hearted acceptance of her punishment, Xiao Qianqian could only present herself to her master. It was only right that her transgressions should warrant even greater repercussions. She bit her lip. The following morning, Wang Chufeng emerged from his quarters, radiating vitality. Xiao Qianqian had donned a meticulously prepared attire, a long, wide-sleeved gown of bright red adorned with golden cloud patterns. The hem of her dress trailed elegantly behind her, enhancing her already graceful figure. The neckline and cuffs were embroidered with intricate entwined lotus motifs, exuding an air of dignity and grace while perfectly concealing the varying shades of crimson marks on her skin. The rosy hue on her cheeks had faded, restoring her usual cool demeanor. However, the lingering affection and submission in her gaze when she looked at Wang Chufeng were more pronounced than ever. Murong Xue had long prepared the flying boat. As she watched the two board, she smiled gently, her eyes lingering momentarily on Xiao Qianqian's resplendent red gown. A hint of understanding and subtle envy in her expression. She softly wished them a safe journey. Chapter 45. Foot massage. As time flowed on, the two arrived at the grand entrance of the Taihe sect in the Qingyu immortal realm. The sect was festooned with decorations, radiating a jubilant atmosphere. At the mountain gate, Hirinji had been waiting for quite some time. Clad in a brand new silver-threaded ceremonial robe, he stood with an imposing presence beside Yushang, who was adorned in a delicate lavender gown that accentuated her natural allure, her eyes sparkling with charm. Ah, Brother Wang, sister-in-law, how I have awaited your arrival. Hirinji boomed with laughter as he approached, his gaze sweeping over Wang Chufeng before settling on Xiao Qianqian. Even though Yushang was a beauty beyond compare, Xiao Qianqian's entrance at that moment caused a flicker of undeniable astonishment in Hirinji's eyes. The vivid red of her gown accentuated her already stunning features, resembling a peony in full bloom, exuding an air of opulence. What captivated attention further was her unique aura, for her brows bore an innate pride and haughtiness. Her eyes, cold as the plum blossoms atop a snowy peak, were reminiscent of roses blooming in the height of summer, keeping others at bay. Yet, when Xiao Qianqian glanced at Wang Chufeng, revealing a hint of submissive dependence, it formed a striking contrast. Hirinji's gaze instinctively lingered on Xiao Qianqian a moment longer, his mind marveling at the transformation. He recalled encountering this young lady from the Xiao family several years prior at the Xiantian sword sect, where she had been nothing short of willful and domineering. He was taken aback to see such a markedly different grace emanating from her now, standing beside Wang Chufeng. So, this must be my sister-in-law. Hirinji collected himself, beaming as he clasped his hands in greeting. I have long heard of the illustrious Xiao fairy. Upon meeting you today, your elegance is indeed unparalleled. Brother Wang truly has a treasure concealed in his abode, hidden from view. Xiao Qianqian offered a slight nod, gracefully executing a flawless courtesy befitting a noblewoman, though her tone remained somewhat distant. Xiao Qianqian pays her respects to sect master He and extends her congratulations on your promotion to elder of enforcement. Her demeanor was polite, yet aloof, her gaze flitting away from Hirinji after a fleeting moment, epitomizing the essence of pride. Beside them, the graceful Yushang offered a delicate bow, her beautiful eyes flitting between Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian, adorned with a hint of curiosity and playful amusement. I have had the pleasure of meeting Master Wang and Fairy Xiao, she remarked. Wang Chufeng observed Xiao Qianqian's demeanor, noting her haughty facade in the company of others contrasted sharply with her usual docility. A wave of satisfaction surged within him. He chuckled heartily, clasping his hands in salute. Brother He, you flatter me. Congratulations on your ascension to the esteemed position of Law Elder, a well-deserved honor. Haha, it is a joy to have you here, Brother Wang. Truly enriching our humble abode. Renjia warmly ushered the two inside, where accommodations had already been arranged in the tranquil and elegant Tingtao courtyard. Situated just behind the law hall, the surroundings were sure to delight both Wang and his sister-in-law. They exchanged pleasantries as they navigated through the lively and festive atmosphere of Tai's sect. Xiao Qianqian maintained her poise and pride, her gaze unwavering, exuding an air of elegance. Only when Wang Chufeng occasionally spoke to her in hushed tones did she slightly tilt her head, a faint yet genuine smile gracing her lips, meant solely for him. This subtle disparity in treatment did not escape Renjia's notice, stirring a profound admiration within him. As Renjia escorted Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian to the entrance of Tingtao courtyard, he said with a smile, "Brother Wang, sister-in-law, please take a moment to rest. The celebration will be held tomorrow at the main hall, the Chengwang Hall. I have some mundane matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Please, brother he." Wang Chufeng replied with a nod of appreciation. Xiao Qianqian also inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement, returning to their room at Wang Chufeng's suggestion. As Renjia turned to leave, he paused, seemingly recollecting something. He glanced back, a knowing smile gracing his face, and lowered his voice to Wang Chufeng, "Brother Wang, you are indeed remarkable. The once headstrong and willful fairy Xiao has been transformed under your guidance, akin to tempered steel becoming supple. I am truly in awe." He offered a respectful bow, his gaze filled with admiration. In response, Wang Chufeng merely smiled, a subtle curve of his lips. His eyes meeting Renjia's with an unspoken understanding. Watching Renjia and Yushang depart, Wang Chufeng turned and opened the door. Upon seeing him enter, Xiao Qianqian's icy demeanor melted away like snow, replaced by a radiant and innocent smile. She quickly stepped forward, embracing Wang Chufeng from behind as he closed the door, her cheek resting against his broad back, akin to a playful kitten seeking affection. The signature twin buns atop her head gently brushed against Wang Chufeng's back, creating a delightful tickling sensation. Her voice, soft and sweet, carried a playful tone of inquiry. "Master, how did I perform just now? Did I meet your expectations? I hope I did not bring you shame." Wang Chufeng turned to gather her into his arms, playfully pinching her pert nose. Looking down at the woman who had transformed from an icy figure into a spring blossom in his embrace, he chuckled softly, "My dear Qianqian, you were simply splendid. You maintained your grace in public and behind closed doors." He intentionally elongated his words. "You are ever so charming. Just look at how many were captivated by your presence today." Xiao Qianqian was playfully amused, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Humph, I don't care how others perceive it. I only wish for my master to see." After a brief pause, she tilted her little face upwards, her eyes filled with concern. "Master, after your long journey, you must be weary. Allow me to massage your feet to relieve your fatigue." Wang Chufeng did not decline her offer, smiling in agreement as he settled down at the edge of the bed. Xiao Qianqian immediately knelt gracefully at his feet, her movements gentle yet remarkably adept as she removed his cloud-patterned boots and socks. She cradled Wang Chufeng's left foot, her delicate fingers applying just the right amount of pressure on the acupressure points on his sole. "Master, is it comfortable?" she inquired, her gaze sparkling with a hint of eager anticipation. "Indeed, your skills are commendable," Wang Chufeng replied, closing his eyes in pleasure. After a while, he felt an odd tingling sensation in his feet. "Qianqian, you should wash them. They are sweaty and have an odor." Xiao Qianqian paused, looking up at him with utmost seriousness. "Master's feet do not smell at all." Wang Chufeng observed her strikingly contrasting yet utterly natural reaction, a myriad of emotions welling up within him. This young lady, proud and haughty before others, was as gentle and clingy as a most affectionate kitten in his presence. This striking contrast was a unique scenery that belonged solely to him, causing Wang Chufeng to chuckle softly as he pretended to withdraw his foot. "No." Xiao Qianqian tightened her grip, her cheek resting against his slightly sweaty foot, her eyes dreamy yet resolute. "I love the scent of my master." Witnessing her almost obsessive devotion ignited a flicker of desire within Wang Chufeng. He suppressed his impulse, allowing her to linger for a while longer. After some time, Xiao Qianqian reluctantly set down his foot, meticulously wiping it dry before donning a fresh pair of cloud socks and boots, her movements as gentle as if handling fragile porcelain. "Master is clean now," she announced, standing up to smooth out the creases in his robe. "Would you like to rest a while? There is still some time before the banquet." Wang Chufeng glanced outside at the early evening sky and shook his head. "No need, the sky is still bright. Come with me for a stroll to familiarize yourself with the surroundings of Tai's sect." "Yes, master," Xiao Qianqian promptly replied, a radiant smile returning to her face as she naturally linked her arm with his, leaning against him like a little bird. The two exited the Tingtao courtyard. Strolling along the cobblestone path, The pavilions and towers within Taihe sect were nestled among the lush flora, creating a serene landscape. As they approached the law enforcement hall, they spotted He surrounded by a group of congratulatory disciples and caretakers, busily occupied. Wang Chufeng, wishing not to intrude, guided Xiao Qianqian to bypass the commotion and head towards the quieter back mountain. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky in a splendid hue of orange-red. They reached an octagonal pavilion perched on the edge of a cliff at the back mountain. The pavilion's elevated position offered a broad view, with the evening breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, refreshing the spirit. Chapter 46. The moon rises above the willow tips. Master, please take a seat. Xiao Qianqian guided Wang Chufeng to sit upon a stone bench, then gracefully positioned herself behind him, her delicate hands resting upon his shoulders, applying a gentle yet invigorating massage. Master has toiled throughout the day. Let me alleviate your fatigue, she offered. Wang Chufeng relaxed into her ministrations, savoring the tranquility of the vibrant twilight sky, his heart enveloped in peace. However, this serenity was soon disrupted. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and the moon ascended above the willow treetops, the silence around the pavilion deepened. Xiao Qianqian's rhythmic kneading gradually slowed, her body instinctively drawing closer to Wang Chufeng's back. In the stillness of the night, under the comforting presence of the enchanting maiden, he abruptly turned, seizing her slender neck with an irresistible force. Ah! Xiao Qianqian gasped, startled by the suddenness of his action, her complexion paling instantly. Yet, in the next heartbeat, as she met the familiar flames flickering in Wang Chufeng's eyes, her initial fright swiftly transformed into submission. With a gaze glazed in allure, her red lips parted slightly, emitting a sultry whisper, Master. Wang Chufeng's eyes darkened. With a swift motion of his other hand, he formed a seal, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the pavilion, isolating it from the sounds and sights beyond. Inside, the stone table felt cold beneath the bright moonlight, when, suddenly, a faint yet hauntingly familiar sound pierced the stillness. Through the hastily erected barrier, not entirely impenetrable, the sound reached his ears. That voice. Wang Chufeng's movements halted abruptly, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his features. Following the source of the sound, his formidable consciousness pierced through the fragile barrier, sweeping towards the dense flowers not far beneath the pavilion. The next moment, even someone as worldly as Wang Chufeng found himself momentarily stunned. Among the flowers, the signature pale purple gown of Yushang lay disheveled on the grass, her presence reminiscent of a blossoming begonia. The other figure was He. The two appeared utterly lost in their own world, oblivious to the gaze from the pavilion nearby. Wang Chufeng was struck by a wave of silent incredulity. Truly, He was deserving of the title of his brother. This scene brought to mind a verse. As the moon hangs above the willow treetops, lovers meet after dusk. Yet, did this fellow not know how to set a proper barrier? If any passing disciples were to witness this, what face would he have left? At that moment, Xiao Qianqian, nestled in Wang Chufeng's embrace, sensed the anomaly. Following his gaze, her curiosity led her to the sight concealed within the flowers, and upon recognizing the vivid scene, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, instinctively letting out a short gasp. Ah! This exclamation rang out crisply against the backdrop of the quiet night. Who? In the flowers? He reacted swiftly, springing up to shield the flustered Yushang behind him. His piercing gaze shot towards the pavilion like lightning, his spiritual energy surging. Infused with indignation at the interruption, Yushang, blushing with embarrassment, felt as though she could vanish into the earth itself, her cheeks flushed crimson. A mix of embarrassment and anger flooded her heart. It was all He Lang's fault. He had clearly been instructed to create a barrier. Yet he insisted that the back mountain was deserted. What now? Wang Chufeng let out a resigned sigh and waved his hand to dispel the barrier around the pavilion. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the two figures standing side by side within. Wang Xiong. Upon recognizing Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian, He fury immediately froze, morphing into profound awkwardness, his face reddening. Wang Chufeng also felt a twinge of embarrassment, but it was more a mix of incredulity and amusement. He and He exchanged glances, each finding in the other's eyes a shared sense of helplessness, understanding, and a hint of unspoken mockery. Ahem. Wang Chufeng cleared his throat, breaking the suffocating tension. He Xiong, what a delightful evening. He snapped back to reality, scratching his head awkwardly, and managed a few dry chuckles. Wang Xiong, it's mutual truly. The scenery here in the back mountain, cough cough, is indeed quite lovely. They shared a knowing look before succumbing to laughter, unable to contain themselves. What a remarkably fortuitous misunderstanding. Yushang and Xiao Qianqian, however, kept their heads bowed, their cheeks flushed like ripe apples, too embarrassed to meet each other's gaze or even glance at their respective partners. Especially Yushang, who, Recalling how Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian witnessed her earlier mortifying predicament, wished fervently to vanish into the earth. Wang Chufeng and he Renjia, with mutual understanding, refrained from mentioning the earlier scenery, quickly shifting the conversation to dispel the peculiar atmosphere. He Xiong, is the preparation for the celebration proceeding smoothly? Wang Chufeng initiated. Rest assured, Wang Xiong, everything is in order, he Renjia replied promptly, a forced smile reappearing on his face. Yet, alas, there are always some old traditionalists within the sect who, relying on their seniority, have voiced their discontent regarding my recent promotion as the law enforcement elder. If not for my master's strong support in the Elders' Council, along with some, strategic maneuvering, I might have struggled to maintain this position. His words carried a hint of weariness and an almost imperceptible edge. Wang Chufeng nodded in understanding. With great stature comes great scrutiny. It is inevitable. He Xiong, your foundation is solid. A few petty clowns cannot stir up significant waves. He offered consolation, though he mentally noted this information. The four stood in the pavilion, the atmosphere remaining subtly awkward and ambiguous. Yu Shang and Xiao Qianqian kept their gazes downcast, occasionally meeting eyes only to quickly avert, both adorned with lingering blushes. After exchanging a few inconsequential anecdotes about the sect, the night deepened, and the chill began to set in. It's getting late, Wang Xiong, and dear sisters, we should return to Tingtao Courtyard to rest. Tomorrow's celebration requires us to be well rested, he Renjia suggested, clasping his hands in respect. Indeed, he Xiong, and Miss Yu Shang, let us all retire early. Wang Chufeng replied courteously. With that, the four parted ways outside the pavilion, each harboring complex sentiments as they walked in different directions. Yu Shang hurriedly stayed close to he Renjia. Her steps quickened as she sought to escape this mortifying place. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian tightly clung to Wang Chufeng's arm, her face still flushed. Returning to the exquisite bedroom of Tingtawan, after a refreshing bath and changing clothes, Wang Chufeng embraced Xiao Qianqian as they reclined on the soft bed. Xiao Qianqian nestled against him like a kitten that had found its haven, soon falling into a deep and even slumber. The day's exhausting travel and the unexpected incident at the pavilion had evidently left her both mentally and physically drained. However, Wang Chufeng found little solace in sleep. He gazed at the cool moonlight streaming through the window, his fingers unconsciously entwining with several strands of Xiao Qianqian's hair that lay scattered upon the pillow. Vivid images flickered through his mind, the scenery beneath the pavilion, the shadow of discontent in he Renji's eyes when discussing the sect's resistance, and the captivating allure of Yu Shang's fleeting glance. Chapter 47. Escorting Li Wan to Tianjin Peak at the Taihe sect's Chengwang Hall. The atmosphere was vibrant with colorful decorations and a throng of guests. Representatives from various sects and prominent families within the Qingyu immortal realm gathered to congratulate he Renji on his promotion to the esteemed position of Law Elder. The hall resonated with the melodious sounds of music and the clinking of cups, embodying a scene of joyous celebration. Wang Chufeng and Xiao Qianqian occupied a prominent seat among the honored guests. Dressed in a resplendent crimson gown, Xiao Qianqian radiated an enchanting aura, her demeanor as cool as frost. Only when she whispered to Wang Chufeng did a hint of warmth break through her icy exterior, drawing the lingering gazes of those around them. He Renji, clad in a silver-embroidered robe of the Law Elder, exuded confidence as he received accolades and toasts from the gathered crowd. At his side, Yu Shang dazzled with her charming smile, her beauty captivating all. Yet, Wang Chufeng keenly sensed that beneath this facade of festivity, an undercurrent of tension simmered unnoticed. His gaze drifted to a nearby seat beneath the main dais, where a middle-aged cultivator, similarly attired in elder's garb, sat. His square visage bore an expression of disdain, his eyes dark and brooding like a frigid pond, with a faintly forced smile playing upon his lips. This was Wu Zhan, the one he Renji had mentioned with veiled criticism, a contender who harbored ambitions for the Law Elder's position but had met with failure. With every toast he Renji received, Wu Zhan's grip on his wine cup tightened involuntarily, his knuckles blanching. Despite his efforts to mask it, the jealousy, resentment, and bitterness roiling beneath the surface of his gaze resembled a venomous serpent. Occasionally, he exchanged glances with a few other elders who wore similarly troubled expressions, the air thick with unspoken hostility. It appeared that the Law Elder's seat was not one of stability. Wang Chufeng raised his cup and took a sip, leaning towards Xiao Qianqian to murmur softly. Following his gaze, Xiao Qianqian glanced at Wu Zhan, her expression tinged with disdain. Merely a petty clown, hardly worthy of the master's attention. The flattery in her words brought a smile to Wang Chufeng's heart, even as he maintained a composed exterior. The ceremony unfolded in lengthy fashion, consisting of the sect leader's address, elder speeches, the bestowal of seals, and various offerings. Wang Chufeng remained patient, though his thoughts wandered far afield. Once the formalities concluded and guests began to mingle freely, He took his leave with Xiao Qianqian, bidding farewell to He Renji. He Renji personally escorted them to the hall's exit, his face flushed with wine and exuberance. Brother Wang, sister-in-law, my apologies for any shortcomings in hospitality. I shall certainly pay a visit to express my gratitude in due course. His gaze swept over Xiao Qianqian, still filled with astonishment, but more so with admiration for Wang Chufeng. Brother He, you are too kind. My heartfelt congratulations, and until we meet again. Wang Chufeng clasped his hands and gracefully departed with Xiao Qianqian. As he left, he discreetly transmitted a message to He Renji. Brother He, beware of treachery after the feast. He Renji maintained his smile, yet a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he subtly nodded. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, Wang Chufeng's unease deepened. The likelihood of the cloaked figure being He Yuan was considerable, looming like a sword suspended above his head. If it were indeed He Yuan, Li Wan's solitary existence outside was perilously risky. She must be brought back at once. Resolute in his thoughts, Wang Chufeng immediately summoned the cloud-piercing shuttle. A silver flash ensued, warping the very fabric of space. In the next moment, he found himself before the cave dwelling where Li Wan was concealed. Brother Wang, Li Wan, lost in thought by the window, gazing at the cascading waterfall, was suddenly elated to see Wang Chufeng and rushed into his embrace, her rounded abdomen pressing against him. Her eyes glistened with mist, filled with longing and dependence. Brother Wang, you have finally arrived. Wang Chufeng steadied her, cautiously avoiding her belly. Xiao Wan, refrain from moving too much. It's rather dangerous with your condition. Gather your things. We are returning to Tianjin Peak. Returning to Tianjin Peak? Anticipation flickered in Li Wan's eyes, quickly followed by a hint of anxiety. Will I be a burden to you? Not at all. Wang Chufeng's tone was resolute. Tianjin Peak is as much your home as it is mine. He succinctly elaborated on the circumstances at Tianjin Peak. When he mentioned Murong Xue and Xiao Qianqian, although unease crossed Li Wan's face, a greater sense of acceptance prevailed. However, the cloud-piercing shuttle could not accommodate another. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chufeng retrieved a delicate spirit jade flying boat from his storage ring. While its speed paled in comparison to the cloud-piercing shuttle, it excelled in stability and comfort, making it ideal for long journeys. You will require someone to tend to you along the way. As he regarded Li Wan, a sudden thought struck him, and his expression turned awkward. Oh no, I almost forgot him. He utilized the cloud-piercing shuttle to reach a secluded corner of a cave, dispelling a concealment barrier he had carelessly set. There, he discovered a disheveled, listless young man curled up, none other than Xiaolin, whom Wang Chufeng had inadvertently left behind after knocking him unconscious. When Xiaolin awoke, he found himself back at Li Wan's residence. Who are you? He mumbled, blinking through confusion upon seeing Wang Chufeng, fear and surprise evident in his eyes. His gaze then fell upon the visibly pregnant Li Wan behind Wang Chufeng, and his eyes widened in shock. Master, is that you? He glanced from Li Wan's abdomen to Wang Chufeng, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, overshadowed by concern and heartache for his master's condition. Xiaolin, Wang Chufeng said earnestly, your master is with child and requires rest. I am Wang Chufeng. You may henceforth address me as your uncle master. This place is no longer safe. I must return to Tianjin Peak to attend to urgent matters. You will escort your master aboard this flying boat to the Xintian Sword Sect's Tianjin Peak. Exercise utmost caution along the way and take good care of your master. He handed Xiaolin the jade talisman to control the flying boat. Xiaolin accepted the jade talisman, gazing at his master, whose face bore a hint of weariness yet radiated a warm glow of happiness. He then turned to Wang Chufeng, whose unwavering gaze instilled a sense of resolve in him. With a slight nod, he straightened his back and thumped his chest with conviction, declaring, Master, rest assured. I, Xiaolin, will stake my life to ensure your safe arrival at Tianjin Peak. It is entrusted to me by my master. Li Wan looked upon her disciple's steadfast demeanor, warmth welling in her eyes. Little Lin, you have worked hard. Let us tidy up and set forth. Master, you overstate it. This is the duty of a disciple. Xiaolin replied hastily. Wang Chufeng observed the sincerity in Xiaolin's eyes and his concern for Li Wan, nodding slightly. This disciple, though somewhat unfortunate, possessed a commendable character and a deep sense of loyalty. Time is of the essence. Wang Chufeng gently assisted Li Wan onto the flying vessel, meticulously instructing Xiaolin on navigation and routes, while bestowing several protective talismans upon him. As the flying vessel ascended slowly, transforming into a streak of light towards the direction of the Xintian Sword Sect, Wang Chufeng activated the cloud-piercing shuttle once more to return to Tianjin Peak. Upon his return, Wang Chufeng immediately set about organizing matters. He first sought out Murong Xue and Xiao Qianqian, briefly explaining Li Wan's circumstances. After listening, Murong Xue met Wang Chufeng's serious gaze with a gentle smile. Chufeng, do not worry. Since she is someone you hold dear, we shall treat her with sincerity. The presence of another at Tianjin Peak will only bring more liveliness, though a hint of bittersweetness lingered in her heart. It was overshadowed by her trust in Wang Chufeng's decision. Chapter 48. Enlarging the belly? Xiao Qianqian, catching Wang Chufeng's gaze, obediently nodded, I understand. I will take good care of her. Despite her proud nature, her obedience to Wang Chufeng bordered on blind loyalty. A month later, the flying vessel guided by Xiaolin finally reached Tianjin Peak. As Li Wan, somewhat apprehensive and supported by Xiaolin, stepped into the master's hall. Murong Xue approached her with a warm smile. So you must be Wan. You have had a tiring journey. Please, take a seat. Murong Xue naturally assisted Li Wan with her other arm, her touch gentle, her gaze falling upon Li Wan's rounded abdomen with genuine concern. How are you feeling? A quiet room has been prepared for you in the peak, conveniently situated beside me for ease of care. Li Wan, gazing at the graceful and exceptionally beautiful Murong Xue, felt the kindness in her words dissipate much of her unease. With slightly reddened eyes, she performed a respectful bow. Little Wan greets you here. I apologize for the trouble caused. Xiao Qianqian stood slightly behind, observing Li Wan and noting the lingering melancholy and frailty in her demeanor. Remembering her experiences, she stepped forward, her voice soft. Sister Wan, just call me Qianqian. Her curious gaze also fell upon Li Wan's abdomen. Qianqian, Li Wan quickly returned the greeting. During the evening meal, the side hall was brightly lit. Wang Chufeng sat at the center, with Murong Xue to his left and Xiao Qianqian to his right. While Li Wan settled beside Murong Xue, Lin Wanxiu and Lin Wanyue were also summoned. Master Uncle, is the baby in your belly a brother or a sister? Lin Wanyue bit her chopsticks, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Wan's belly, innocently inquiring. A gentle blush adorned Li Wan's cheeks as she replied. I do not yet know, Wanyue. How delightful. The peak will be even livelier then. Lin Wanyue clapped her hands and laughed, while Lin Wanautumn revealed a serene smile. Wang Chufeng observed the scene before him, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. He raised his wine glass, about to speak when his gaze fell upon the corner, where the disheveled Xiaolin was engrossed in his meal, causing him to halt abruptly. Wang Chufeng set down his glass, rubbed his brow, and a rare hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Had he forgotten to introduce someone? The eyes of the group turned in unison toward Xiaolin, who was attempting to diminish his presence. Caught off guard by the attention, he nearly choked, quickly standing up in a fluster. Wang Chufeng gestured toward Xiaolin. Ahem. This is Xiaolin, a disciple of Xiao Wan. He then addressed Xiaolin. This is your Shirbois, Xiao Qianqian, and these are your junior sisters, Wanautumn and Wanyue. You will be residing at Tianjin Peak from now on. Xiaolin, overwhelmed by the cascade of titles and the array of beauties before him, quickly bowed respectfully to each one. His movements were stiff, clearly still adjusting to his new identity as a member of Tianjin Peak. Murong Xue, observing his dusty and somewhat disheveled appearance, spoke gently. Please, take a seat. You've had a long journey. We are all family now. There is no need for formalities. Thank you. Xiaolin responded, flustered, as he sat back down. After their meal concluded, everyone retreated to rest. Xiao Qianqian sweetly linked her arm with Wang Chufeng's, and they returned to their room together. Upon entering, Xiao Qianqian took Wang Chufeng's hand and placed it on her belly, her cheeks flushed. Master, I also want my belly to grow. Wang Chufeng was momentarily taken aback by her words, then found himself both amused and exasperated by the girl. He pinched her chin playfully, saying, well, that depends on whether you are obedient. Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's tone turned urgent. I am obedient. I am the most obedient. Wang Chufeng couldn't help but smile at her earnest expression, affectionately ruffling her hair adorned with 2 signature buns. As they settled by the bed, he noticed Xiao Qianqian remained standing in place, puzzled. Qianqian, come here. Why are you just standing there? To demonstrate her obedience, she knelt and slowly crawled toward him. Before long, she was adorably nestled by Wang Chufeng's side, rubbing her little head against his hand resting on his lap. Wang Chufeng often found himself at a loss with her antics, yet he genuinely cherished her. He playfully pinched her cheek, watching her face gradually flush with color. Very good. Qianqian is very obedient. The following morning, Wang Chufeng stretched lazily, having intentionally allowed Xiao Qianqian to sleep in before attending to his duties. After ensuring Li Wan and Xiaolin were settled, Tianjin Peak appeared to regain its tranquility. Yet, the sense of urgency within Wang Chufeng grew ever stronger. He felt the shadow of He Yuan loom over him, while the system remained devoid of new tasks, and the strategy to conquer Linkinkyu was no small feat. To swiftly enhance one's strength and prepare for potential future crises, the most evident objective at present is the extraordinary imperial fire of the Great Yin Dynasty. Known as the Imperial Flame, this fire is unparalleled, imbued with the essence of royal dragon energy, should it be refined and integrated into the celestial flame technique. Its power would be exponentially amplified, thus providing a greater assurance in overcoming the bottleneck of transcendence. The imperial flame resides at the heart of the great Yin imperial city, where the dragon vein converges. Wang Chufeng's gaze sharpened. He was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead, for the great Yin dynasty possesses profound depth, and surely formidable entities guard it. Any forceful attempt would lead to certain demise. Only through cunning could he infiltrate their ranks and seize the opportune moment to act. He promptly began to arrange matters within the peak, entrusting all affairs, large and small, to Murong Xue and Lin Wanqiu. For the sake of prudence, he gritted his teeth and expended 100 fortune points to exchange for a powerful 9-palace spirit lock array from the system's marketplace, which he meticulously laid out in the core area of Tianjin Peak. This array, capable of both offense and defense, would adequately safeguard the safety of all within the peak. With all arrangements in place, Wang Chufeng hesitated no longer and summoned the Cloud Piercer, setting his sights on the capital of the great Yin dynasty, Tianqi City. The Cloud Piercer tore through space with remarkable speed. As Wang Chufeng retracted the Cloud Piercer and concealed his aura, the imposing outline of the grand city, resplendent and teeming with life, came into view. The city walls towered into the clouds, constructed from obsidian infused with spiritual energy, adorned with intricate runes, and faintly exhibiting the silhouette of a dragon, exuding an overwhelming majesty and a chilling aura. The city gates were bustling with a throng of both cultivators and common folk, heavily guarded. Just as Wang Chufeng intended to employ the Thousand Illusions breathing technique to disguise his identity and blend into the city, a long-dormant system notification resonated in his mind, akin to a sudden clap of thunder. Ding. Key target detected. The Child of Fortune, Xiao Yi. Current fortune points, 3,700. Cultivation, mid-stage nascent soul. Target opportunity, Imperial Flame, the great Yin dynasty's national treasure fire. Intercept prompt. Successfully seizing the Imperial Flame will allow the plunder of 400 fortune points from Xiao Yi. Wang Chufeng's pupils dilated in astonishment. Xiao Yi, truly deserving of the title, the Child of Fortune. In such a short span, he had already reached the mid-stage nascent soul, and he too had set his sights on the Imperial Flame. He had even infiltrated the Imperial City. Good heavens! A fierce battle intent ignited in Wang Chufeng's eyes. A cold smirk gracing his lips. Heaven offers a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no doors, yet you dare to intrude. Those 400 fortune points shall be mine. Without further delay, he activated the Thousand Illusions breathing technique, instantly transforming his appearance and aura. He morphed into an inconspicuous middle-aged loose cultivator with only initial foundation establishment strength, melding into the crowd as he stepped into the dragon's lair that was the resplendent imperial capital. Within the imperial city, currents of intrigue swirled. His sights were set squarely on the formidable Imperial Flame. An unspoken contest had already begun. Chapter 49. Inspector Xiao Zizai. After several days of investigation, Wang Chufeng finally discovered the whereabouts of Xiao Yi. He surmised that shadowing this Child of Fortune to seize an opportunity would be far more prudent than searching for the Imperial Flame alone. On this day, Xiao Yi finally took action. Wang Chufeng's aura retracted, solidifying like an immovable stone, his heartbeat nearly stilled. The integration of the Qiuhuan breathing technique and the Wuxiang sword intent allowed him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. Even a cultivator at the void refinement stage would struggle to detect him without deliberate scrutiny. His gaze sharpened as he fixated on the figure of Xiao Yi, who cautiously navigated through the shadows of the towering palaces. Each of Xiao Yi's steps appeared meticulously calculated, evading patrolling guards and the subtle nodes of formations. With a clear objective deep within the imperial palace. No wonder he was the son of fortune. His familiarity with the defenses of this imperial city was remarkable, revealing a certain expertise. Wang Chufeng mused, embodying the most patient of hunters as he silently trailed from a distance. He watched as Xiao Yi employed a peculiar technique, slipping like a specter through a seemingly ordinary side door of a hall, which, unbeknownst to most, was ensconced with an intricately woven spatial formation. The figure vanished from sight, and from beyond the hall emanated the imposing and unique energy fluctuations of the Emperor Yan. Wang Chufeng's eyes narrowed, and he prepared to stealthily follow, utilizing the path Xiao Yi had forged, playing the role of the opportunistic bird awaiting its chance. However, as he moved just a fraction, a warning bell erupted from the depths of his soul. Something was amiss. It was far too quiet. The Emperor Yan was a national treasure, and the security of its vicinity could not possibly rely solely on fixed patrols and formations. Xiao Yi's infiltration seemed excessively smooth. In that moment of rising vigilance, a deep, resonant hum suddenly shattered the stillness, as if it could fracture the very essence of one's soul. Centered around the side hall, the ground, pillars, and palace walls within a 100-foot radius ignited with a multitude of intricate, golden runes interwoven with dragon motifs. An immense, formidable formation, exuding an aura of malevolence and confinement. Was activated in an instant. Radiance surged skyward, sealing off the area completely, as if ensconced within an inverted golden bowl. Bold rodent, how dare you covet the Emperor Yan? Truly unaware of your impending doom. A voice brimming with supreme authority, imbued with the terrifying pressure of a mid-stage transformation god, reverberated like thunder from the heavens. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, his countenance exuding gravitas, appeared without warning above the formation. He stood with arms crossed, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice, emanating an aura that distorted the surrounding space. It was none other than Mo Xingyang, the former emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, the strongest of the royal lineage. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, trapped within the luminous barrier, found himself fully exposed, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. His spiritual power erupted chaotically, hurling talismans and artifacts at the barrier as if they were worthless, yet they sank into the shield like a cow into the sea, causing not even a ripple. Humph! The power of an ant. The great Yin exalted emperor scoffed, not even lifting a finger, with merely a thought. He unleashed a violent surge within the formation. Xiao Yi gasped, as if struck by an invisible mountain. His protective spiritual light shattered instantly, blood gushing forth as he was forcefully pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized, his eyes filled with despair and indignation. Where is Xiao Zizai? The voice of the Yin emperor resonated with an indifferent tone, echoing across the expanse. I am here. A figure swiftly emerged from the distance, kneeling on one knee within the void. Clad in dark armor, his countenance was austere, and his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, revealing that he was indeed Xiao Zizai, the chief inspector of the Great Yin, at the pinnacle of mid-Yuan Ing cultivation. Cast this scoundrel into the demon suppression prison. Subject him to severe interrogation. Uncover his origins, his accomplices, and how he came to know the secrets of the imperial flame. The command was issued with unyielding ruthlessness. Understood. I shall unearth every detail about this rascal. Xiao Zizai's voice was resolute, imbued with a chilling aura of menace. He rose and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed several restraining runes, thoroughly sealing Xiao Yi, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, and lifted him as one would an object. The Yin Emperor's gaze flickered like lightning, sweeping once more over the area enveloped by the formation. His formidable consciousness meticulously probed the surroundings, akin to mercury spilling across the ground, confirming the absence of any anomalies before he let out a cold snort, his form gradually dissipating into the air. The massive formation vanished alongside him, as though it had never existed. Throughout this entire sequence, Wang Chufeng suppressed his aura to its utmost limit, transforming into a lifeless stone. Only when the presence of the great Yan Supreme Emperor had completely vanished did Xiao Zizai, clutching the unconscious Xiao Yi, dart away like a streak of light. Within the imperial city, defenses were multi-layered, and the patrolling guards were clad in formidable armor. He dared not show any hint of carelessness. Activating the illusory breathing technique to its zenith, he maintained the inconspicuous guise of a foundation-building rogue, stepping carefully between shadows and patrols. Xiao Zizai walked with steady strides, exuding a calmness born of long-standing authority. He did not return to the inspectorate's office, but instead headed directly towards the western section of the imperial city, an area encircled by imposing walls, emanating a palpable aura of bloodshed and malice, the demon suppression prison. As he drew nearer, the air grew increasingly frigid, imbued with a chilling essence capable of freezing one's very soul. The high walls were etched with countless suppression runes, shimmering with a dark crimson light, resembling myriad watchful eyes. Upon sighting Xiao Zizai, two guards immediately bowed in unison. We pay our respects to Inspector Xiao. He inclined his head slightly, his expression devoid of emotion, merely instructing. Watch the entrance closely. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter or exit. Understood. The guards responded in unison, their gazes sharp as hawks, scanning the surroundings as an invisible pressure began to permeate the air. Wang Chufeng concealed himself in the shadow of a palace eave several hundred feet away, observing everything unfold. A direct assault would inevitably stir commotion, alerting the divine transformation cultivators. It seemed prudent to consider alternative strategies. Time passed slowly. Within the demon suppression prison, muffled cries of anguish and the jarring sound of dragging chains occasionally echoed, heightening the eerie atmosphere. After a full 2 hours, the heavy iron prison door creaked open once more in silence. Xiao Zizai stepped forth, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves, his expression still indifferent. A fleeting shadow transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the inspection department, vanishing amidst the towering palace structures. As soon as Xiao Zizai departed, Wang Chufeng sprang into action, closely trailing him until he reached the inspection department. Observing the myriad of restrictions surrounding the premises, Wang Chufeng resolved to bide his time for an opportune moment to infiltrate. It was not long before he spotted a middle-aged man, clad in the garb of a servant, exiting the inspection department. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly incapacitated the man and employed the art of Qianhuan to successfully penetrate the inspection department. Taking advantage of Xiao Zizai's unguarded moment, he executed a fatal strike and obliterated the remains with the 9 Nether Inferno, effectively usurping the identity of the Great Yan's inspector. Xiao Zizai. The following dawn, he made his way to the demon suppression prison, fully aware that Xiao Eru must possess valuable information, necessitating a thorough interrogation. Chapter 50. The inspector's peculiar interests. Upon entering the demon suppression prison, an overwhelming stench of blood and decay assaulted the senses, mingling with an oppressive aura of despair, malice, and madness that washed over him like a tangible tide. The air was thick and viscous, akin to congealed grease, burning his lungs with each breath. The dim light barely illuminated the passageway, provided solely by the phosphorescent stones embedded in the walls, casting an eerie green glow that rendered the corridor ghostly. On either side of the passage lay numerous, unfathomably deep cells, their stout iron bars stained with dark crimson streaks of dried blood and claw marks. The atmosphere was filled with an array of inhuman sounds, agonizing moans, frenzied ramblings, desperate screams, the clanking of dragging chains, and the dull thuds of whips striking flesh, coalescing into a chilling symphony. Wang Chufeng pressed himself against the cold wall, suppressing his presence to blend seamlessly with the stone, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. The passage twisted downward, seemingly endless, branching off in myriad directions, resembling a colossal ant nest. The suffocating malevolence and the oppressive formations in the air constricted the range of his spiritual senses to less than 10 paces. Navigating through the intricate maze of corridors, he occasionally encountered prison guards who greeted him with a nod, to which he responded in kind. Most of these guards were at the golden core stage, yet their eyes bore the dull cruelty of those long corrupted by the prison's malign energy. Suddenly, from a nearby junction, clear voices and the sound of dragging heavy objects reached his ears. 2 fierce-looking late golden core guards were hauling a bloodied and barely conscious prisoner towards him. The prisoner's tattered garb revealed deep, bone-exposing whip scars and branding marks. Damn it, the hard nut we caught today is tougher than nails. Even Lord Xiao himself broke several bones, yet he hasn't uttered a word. One guard cursed. Humph. Once they enter this demon suppression prison, even the toughest men turn to water. Lord Xiao instructed to keep him hanging for a breath, and tomorrow we'll serve him bone corrosion water. Let us see how long he can hold his tongue. Wang Chufeng's gaze sharpened. The hard nut they spoke of was most likely Xiao Eru. As the 2 guards rounded the corner, they immediately spotted Xiao Zizai, Wang Chufeng. The guards hastily bowed. Greetings, Inspector Xiao, yet the prisoner remained silent. Wang Chufeng deliberately feigned an expression of fury, exclaiming, "Useless wretch, hand him over to me, and be gone." The 2 prison guards, startled by his words, hastily withdrew. After a thorough interrogation, Wang Chufeng had a clear understanding of the situation. On that fateful day, Xiao Eru had not encountered Emperor Yan at all. The leaked aura of Emperor Yan was likely nothing more than a decoy. Wang Chufeng stroked his chin, realizing that the rumors circulating in the outside world were far from reliable. If he wished to locate Emperor Yan, considerable effort would be required. For the time being, his best course of action was to leverage Xiao Zizai's identity for an extended period, while he searched for traces of Emperor Yan. Before departing, he specifically instructed the guards that there was no need to continue interrogating Xiao Eru. It sufficed to keep him imprisoned. Wang Chufeng was determined not to have his luck points squandered before he could harness them, lest this source of power be extinguished. Upon returning to the inspection division, Wang Chufeng sat alone in his study, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the cold, iron table. He opened the system panel to discover he had 970 luck points remaining. Spending 50 of those points, he invoked the gaze of heaven and earth to glean information about Xiao Zizai. His mind replayed various details, knowing that each nuance could be a matter of life and death. Xiao Zizai, the inspector of Dantian, is directly governed by the Supreme Emperor Mo Xingyang, overseeing all officials, ranking just below the emperor, with his only rival in court being the northern king Mo Feng, whose cultivation is on par with his own and with whom he has always been at odds. Mo Feng is known for his volatile temperament, often exhibiting a fierce and passionate affection towards his consort, Chu Xingyan. The emperor of Dantian, Mo Tianxiu, at the early stage of the nascent soul, has long been constrained by both Xiao Zizai and the military power wielded by northern king Mo Feng, harboring grievances towards them but feeling powerless to act. The supreme emperor of Dantian, Mo Xingyang, rarely makes public appearances, being the strongest figure in the Dantian dynasty. His cultivation of dark arts demands the absorption of others, using Xiao Zizai as a fade to prey upon numerous female cultivators. Action must be taken swiftly. The longer one lingers, the more dreams may flourish, Wang Chufeng resolved in silence. As he focused intently, The heavy soundproof door of the study unexpectedly creaked open a fraction. A cool breeze, laced with a subtle, enticing fragrance, wafted in. Wang Chufeng's muscles tensed instantly, yet he maintained the stoic demeanor of Xiao Zizai as he raised his gaze. There, leaning against the doorframe, stood a slender figure. She was clad in a daring, fiery orange-fitted top, her flawless, jade-like arms fully exposed, glistening alluringly under the light. Paired with a long skirt of the same hue, the hem was cut high, revealing glimpses of her long, graceful legs with each movement. Her hair was loosely styled, a few strands cascading down her neck, accentuating her strikingly beautiful visage. Particularly captivating were her slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes, which now expressed a blend of 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts playful reproach, fixed upon him intently. This was Cheng Cheng, the favored concubine of the esteemed minister Gao Ming. Based on the fragmented memories of his encounter with Xiao Zizai, Wang Chufeng recognized her as a gift from Minister Gao Ming, sent to serve Xiao Zizai in order to curry favor. This woman, perceptive and intimately familiar with Xiao Zizai, represented a potential vulnerability. He immediately activated the 1,000 illusions breathing technique to its fullest extent, meticulously mimicking the brooding aura of Xiao Zizai. The voice of Lord Xiao, Cheng Cheng, lingered melodiously as she wafted into the study like a fragrant breeze. Without a hint of hesitation, she leaned forward, her alluring apricot eyes locking onto his. Her crimson lips slightly pouting. You heartless one, having returned yet not showing your face. Hiding in this cold, desolate study, you're nearly growing mold. Speak. Have you been admiring the beautiful wives and concubines of other lords, forgetting about your little Cheng Cheng at home? As she spoke, her delicate fingers, adorned with vivid red polish, reached out and gently hooked under Wang Chufeng's, Xiao Zizai's, chin, applying a subtle pressure that compelled him to lift his gaze. Wang Chufeng struggled to suppress the urge to push her away, his mind racing to recall Xiao Zizai's usual responses to such encounters with her. He could only mimic the memory, furrowing his brow ever so slightly, his voice intentionally laced with a hint of irritation and apathy. Cheng, do not be foolish. I have been exceptionally busy with affairs of state. The Emperor Emeritus has personally inquired. How can I be negligent? Affairs of state. Again with the affairs of state. When you were busy snatching her from that useless Gao Ming, did you mention affairs of state then? Cheng Cheng's beautiful eyes widened, and rather than being intimidated, her indignation flared like a spark igniting a fire, her previous melancholy transforming into playful ire. Every time it's the same excuse. I believe you are not busy with affairs of state, but rather preoccupied with someone else. Her voice rose, edged with sharpness. What rattled Wang Chufeng further was when her fingers, which had been gripping his chin, suddenly slid downward, seizing his wrist, while her other hand swiftly rolled up the sleeve of his official robe. Who in the court does not know of your preferences, my dear Inspector General? She declared, her words accompanied by increasingly audacious actions. Grasping his hand, she parted her lips, revealing a row of delicate teeth, and playfully bit down on his forearm. Wang Chufeng gasped as genuine pain surged through him. This woman did not hold back. He nearly instinctively summoned his spiritual energy to shake her off, but managed to restrain himself. Are you a little dog? Biting at every opportunity? I am indeed a little dog, and I can bark too. Woof, woof, woof. Cheng Cheng released her bite, gazing at the clear tooth marks on his arm, seemingly appeased. Her apricot eyes sparkled with a triumphant and alluring glimmer. She wasted no time allowing Wang Chufeng to respond, forcefully tugging at his arm to lead him outside. What are you still sitting there for? Come back to my room with me. Disobey, and I shall bite you again. Her strength was unexpectedly formidable. Leaving no room for refusal, Wang Chufeng felt a chill run down his spine, internally lamenting. Going back to her room? That would be the easiest way to expose himself. Chapter 51. Eating an orange. Wang Chufeng was nearly half dragged, half pulled back into the bedroom, which was suffused with a sweet fragrance reminiscent of her. The door slammed shut behind them, shutting out the world. Though she often claimed to adore oranges, Cheng Cheng turned around and pushed him onto the edge of the bed. Draped in soft satin, standing before him with hands on her hips, her eyes danced with a provocative glimmer, she declared, Today, I shall make you indulge. As the warning bells rang in Wang Chufeng's heart, the spiritual energy within him flowed silently, his fingers in his sleeves curling slightly, prepared to spring into action and deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Killing to silence was a last resort, but if his identity were to be revealed, he would have no choice. Just as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, calculating the angle of his strike and subsequent measures, Cheng Cheng made a move. She leisurely turned, picking up 2 plump, vibrant oranges, and began to peel them. What are you dawdling for? Didn't you say you liked them the most? You must finish them today, Cheng Cheng declared with a playful pout. Wang Chufeng stared at the heavy oranges in his hands, then at Cheng Cheng, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and an absurd feeling surged within him. As the orange peel was stripped away, A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Cheng leaned beside him, watching intently as he peeled, occasionally directing him. Oh dear. There's still some peel left. Peel it more cleanly, Lord Xiao. Wang Chufeng felt parched, not from excitement, but rather due to the strange and tense atmosphere. He could only mechanically peel the second orange, the sweet juice melting in his mouth, slightly alleviating the dryness in his throat. He never expected this woman would drag him into this situation merely to have him eat oranges. The next morning, light filtered through the window. Cheng propped herself up, her dark hair cascading down, her gaze landing on Wang Chufeng as she scrutinized him for a moment, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh." She slightly furrowed her brows, a hint of curiosity and uncertainty in her eyes. "Lord Xiao, why do I feel like you look a bit different today?" Wang Chufeng's heart tightened, and he replied with a calm, measured tone, "What is different?" Cheng tilted her head, studying him again, seemingly unsure. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's as if you've secretly consumed some miraculous elixir, making you appear younger." Upon hearing this, Wang Chufeng felt a slight relief. He laughed heartily, turning around and adopting a slightly haughty tone reminiscent of Xiao Zizai. "You think I look younger? Huh, that might be a sign that my cultivation has improved, and I am on the verge of breaking through my current realm." Cheng's attention was indeed diverted, her face displaying a mix of surprise and envy. "Really? Then I must congratulate you in advance, my lord." Wang Chufeng, wishing to say no more, responded vaguely and turned to leave the room. Once outside, his expression grew serious. Cheng's keen perception made him wary. Having her by his side was ultimately a risk. His purpose for this journey was to reach the imperial flame, and he must minimize uncontrollable factors to the greatest extent possible. He could not allow complications arising from this woman. With this thought in mind, he immediately ordered, "Summon Minister Gao Ming to see me." Within the span of half an incense stick, Minister Gao Ming hurried into the inspection office, sweat beading on his forehead. His demeanor respectful yet tinged with apprehension. "I am unaware of why Lord Xiao has summoned me. What are your instructions?" Wang Chufeng, emulating Xiao Zizai, sat behind the desk without lifting his eyelids. He gently tapped the surface with his fingertips, his tone indifferent. "Gao Ming, take your beloved concubine Qing back. Your youngest child is not yet a year old and requires care." Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback, nearly kneeling in fear, his voice trembling. "Master, but Qing is merely a child and has offended you. I shall certainly discipline her properly. I beseech you to quell your anger. It has nothing to do with her." Wang Chufeng interrupted, his tone carrying an unmistakable air of detachment. "I must focus on my cultivation in light of the urgent tasks assigned by the Grand Emperor, leaving no room for distractions. Her presence here disrupts my tranquility. Take her back." Gao Ming cast a furtive glance at Wang Chufeng's expression, realizing that he was not truly angry, but rather simply indifferent to the matter, which brought him a slight sense of relief, though he remained submissive. "Yes, I shall obey your command and take her back without allowing her to disturb your peace again." As Gao Ming uneasily led Cheng away from the inspection department, Cheng glared at him with indignation, ultimately stamping her foot in frustration as she was reluctantly taken away. Wang Chufeng stood by the window, watching the fleeting orange-red figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate, shaking his head in resignation. He had resolved one potential trouble, yet the clues regarding Di Yin remained elusive. The true test had only just begun. He needed to exercise utmost caution in leveraging the identity of Xiao Zizai to unearth the legendary flame within this den of dragons and tigers. Days later, in the Dian Imperial Palace, within the grand and solemn Golden Yuan Hall, the hour approached as officials clad in court attire entered in orderly fashion. Wang Chufeng, donning the distinctive black robe of the inspector, entered expressionless. The moment he crossed the threshold, the previously murmuring hall fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Almost every official who met his cold, dark gaze hurriedly lowered their heads, fear gripping them like a serpent's venom, a testament to Xiao Zizai's fearsome reputation and power. Yet amid this silence of reverence and dread, a resounding cold snort echoed, brimming with disdain and provocation. Wang Chufeng turned towards the sound, spotting a robust middle-aged man clad in dark golden armor at the forefront of the military ranks. The man bore a resolute visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Though unarmed, he radiated an aura of blood-soaked battlefields, fiercely contrasting with the court's elegance, yet dominantly asserting his presence. This was the king of northern defense, Mo Feng. Their eyes met, and the air crackled with an invisible tension. Wang Chufeng, recalling memories and intelligence, quickly recognized him. Adopting Xiao Zizai's signature cold and caustic demeanor, he unceremoniously rolled his eyes and let out a slight, ambiguous snort in response to the earlier cold huff. He then turned away, positioning himself at the forefront of the civil officials, standing opposite Mo Feng across the imperial path. The intangible confrontation between the two individuals rendered the atmosphere within the Golden Hall increasingly oppressive, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of many officials. The arrival of His Majesty was heralded by the piercing voice of the inner court attendant, shattering the stalemate. Clad in a dragon robe, Emperor Mo Tianxiu of the Great Yin ascended the imperial steps with measured grace and seated himself upon the dragon throne. Though his visage appeared youthful, a lingering shadow of despair and powerlessness clouded his brow. His gaze swept across the assembly of officials, and when it grazed past Xiao Zizai and Mo Feng, a fleeting glimmer of deep-seated apprehension and disdain flickered in his eyes. Long live our emperor! The officials collectively knelt, echoing their fervent praises. Only Wang Chufeng and Mo Feng slightly inclined their bodies, nodding in acknowledgement. One was the formidable Xiao Zizai, the inspector directly overseeing the officials under the aegis of the retired emperor, while the other was the powerful king of the north, Mo Feng, whose military achievements overshadowed the throne. The emperor's gaze darkened further, yet he feigned ignorance, raising his hand in a gesture of dismissal. All rise. The agenda of the ensuing court meeting, in Wang Chufeng's eyes, resembled the tedious narratives of uninspiring historical dramas he had long forgotten. It comprised merely of officials reporting trivial matters or squabbling over insignificant issues, rendering him drowsy. However, amidst this monotony, a sudden spark ignited within Wang Chufeng. Possessing an extraordinary affinity for fire, his perception of fiery energy surpassed that of ordinary individuals. As Emperor Mo Tianxiu spoke and occasionally shifted, he keenly detected an exceptionally faint yet undeniably potent aura of flames, an aura belonging to the imperial flame. Simultaneously, he sensed a similar essence emanating from the opposite king of the north, Mo Feng. This revelation filled Wang Chufeng with elation. Though his countenance remained a mask of Xiao Zizai's characteristic indifference and impatience, his mind raced, conjuring a plausible excuse to remain within the palace for an extended period to conduct his investigation. Several nights later, under Wang Chufeng's orchestration, a sudden commotion arose from the direction of the palace treasury, though it was swiftly quelled. The following day, news circulated that the outer formations of the treasury had been triggered. While no treasures had been stolen, it was suspected that thieves had infiltrated to spy. Upon receiving this report at the inspectorate, Wang Chufeng, Xiao Zizai, promptly seized upon it, resolutely entering the palace to meet the emperor. Within the imperial study, Wang Chufeng spoke with fervor and authority, presenting the situation in its gravest light. Your Majesty, the treasury is a vital stronghold of the palace. It is alarming that a rogue dared to infiltrate. Though they did not succeed this time, we cannot guarantee they will not attempt it again. This represents a significant lapse in the palace's defenses. For your safety and the stability of the realm, I implore your Majesty to augment the elite forces of the inspectorate within the palace to thoroughly investigate this matter and to bolster the palace's security, ensuring we apprehend this audacious miscreant. Upon hearing this, Emperor Mo Tianxiu furrowed his brow. Instinctively, he was reluctant to allow Xiao Zizai's influence to permeate further into the palace. Yet, confronted with Xiao Zizai's earnest and resolute demeanor, he found himself at a loss for a suitable rebuttal and ultimately had no choice but to concede. Thus, Wang Chufeng, in a logical progression, led a group of adept officials from the supervisory department into the imperial palace, embarking on a rightful mission of vigilance and inspection. Seeking out the suspect, utilizing his position, he was perpetually attuned to the emperor's aura of imperial flame. Soon, he discerned a pattern. Each time the emperor visited the empress's chambers, the faint trace of imperial flame surrounding him would intensify, albeit gradually dissipating afterward. Yet each instance marked a notable enhancement. This revelation ignited a fervor within Wang Chufeng, simultaneously deepening his perplexity. How could a woman of the inner palace, the empress, possibly be linked to the imperial flame? Regardless, the empress's chambers demanded investigation. However, for 2 consecutive days, the gates to the empress's quarters remained firmly shut, citing the pretext of her illness and denying all visits and inspections. With his suspicions mounting, Wang Chufeng resolved not to delay any further. On the following day at midday, under the blazing sun, he summoned 2 trusted attendants and proceeded directly towards the empress's quarters. This time, he bore no intention of announcing his presence or hesitating. Upon arriving at the palace gates, he disregarded the terrified protests of the guarding maidens and unleashed his spiritual power, forcefully shattering the doors open. With a resounding crash, the heavy gates swung wide, revealing the interior in its entirety. The empress, Chu Yaoguang, sat regally upon her phoenix throne, draped in luxurious palace robes. Her countenance exuding an air of classic beauty, though tinged with a subtle pallor and worry. Opposite her sat a strikingly elegant woman clad in dark red military attire, exuding an aura of confidence, the princess of Zhenbei, Chu Xingyan. The 2 sisters were evidently engaged in a hushed discourse regarding some crucial matter. Abruptly interrupted by the unannounced intrusion, Chu Xingyan sprang to her feet, her anger flaring as she recognized the intruder was Xiao Zizai. Xiao Zizai, do you hold the imperial family of Dian in such contempt? Do not take advantage of the former emperor's favor to act recklessly. Ultimately, you are but a dog of the royal family. What emboldens you? Wang Chufeng, upon hearing her words, flashed a devilish smile. Recalling how the Prince of Jinbei had similarly addressed him at the last banquet, the affection between the princess and her husband was indeed palpable, their synchrony unmistakable. Chu Xingyan, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance. It is well known that you have an affinity for married women. Officials in the court are rife with complaints. And here you brazenly storm into the Empress's chambers. Do you harbor intentions towards her? Her voice, cold as ice, was imbued with the lethal aura characteristic of a battlefield general, instantly enveloping the entire palace. Wang Chufeng's gaze swept over the astonished Empress and the furious princess, his perception of the imperial flame's presence growing increasingly vivid. Indeed, it resided here. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, merely inclining his body slightly. His tone frigid. Princess of Jinbei, you have misunderstood. Following a series of thefts and the probing of the imperial flame within the palace, I have been commanded by His Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure the safety of the court. Every corner must be inspected, and the Empress's chambers are no exception. I beseech the Empress's forgiveness for any disturbance caused. He directly brought up the theft and the imperial flame being targeted, effectively silencing them while unabashedly surveying every corner of the hall. Wang Chufeng was astonished to discover that the Emperor Yin had been divided and sealed within the bodies of the Empress and the Princess Consort of the North. It seemed that the unique constitution of these two women allowed them to serve as vessels for the Emperor Yin. Yet it was evident that this had a profound impact on their physical well-being. An answer began to form in Wang Chufeng's mind. Perhaps the Emperor and the Prince of the North were exploiting the women's physiques for their own cultivation, a matter that the retired Emperor must surely be aware of. It appeared that regardless of the severity of the internal strife within the royal family, in the face of the overarching interests of the dynasty, Xiao Zizai, as a mere subject, remained an outsider. Upon returning to the office of the supervisory department, Wang Chufeng, Xiao Zizai, unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table, producing a dull, thudding sound, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. The whereabouts of the Emperor Yin had become clear. Should he act directly to seize it? The thought was swiftly dismissed by Wang Chufeng. Setting aside the heavily guarded palaces of the Empress and the Prince of the North, the commotion that would arise from forcibly extracting the Emperor Yin would undoubtedly alert the entire palace, including the inscrutable retired Emperor Mo Xingyang. At that moment, Xiao Zizai's identity would not only be of no use, but would instead become a harbinger of doom. It was imperative to employ cunning strategy and await a prime opportunity to dismantle the situation piece by piece. Which fruit to pick first? Not the softest, but rather the one most prone to explosion. The Emperor was the most advantageous pawn. A plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He promptly dispatched secret orders for his subordinates to discreetly disseminate vague rumors within the circles of power and the military in the capital. Have you heard? Why has the Princess Consort of the North been visiting the palace so frequently? Is she truly just keeping the Emperor's company? The Emperor seems to be in much better spirits lately. It seems that forcibly taking a sister-in-law is indeed a marvelous deed. Alas, the Prince of the North is stationed at the borders for the nation. But what about his own household? The rumors slithered like the tongue of a venomous serpent, silently spreading and precisely infiltrating the ears of Mo Feng's trusted confidants in the capital. When these vile words finally reached the Prince of the North's residence, Mo Feng shattered his beloved purple clay teapot in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Nonsense! How dare His Majesty humiliate me in such a manner?" In a fury, he donned his armor and prepared to storm the palace to confront the Emperor and reclaim his wife. However, upon reaching the palace gates, he was intercepted by Wang Chufeng, Xiao Zizai, who happened to be leading a patrol. "Your Highness, what could have incited such wrath that you would dare breach the palace's sanctity?" Wang Chufeng feigned surprise, blocking the entrance. "Xiao Zizai, step aside. I must see His Majesty." Mo Feng's eyes blazed with fury, nearly igniting with rage. Yet, Wang Chufeng's expression turned cold, and he spoke with righteous authority. "Your Highness, forgive me. The palace is currently fraught with troubles. The theft case remains unresolved, and the inner palace is under strict lockdown, as per His Majesty's orders. Do you intend to defy the imperial decree?" He deliberately emphasized the Emperor's orders, effectively obstructing Mo Feng's path. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng's heart was filled with even deeper suspicion and his anger flared hotter. His Majesty's strict orders? Who is he guarding against? Me? Could it be that the rumors hold a kernel of truth? Is he guilty of a guilty conscience? He was forcibly stopped outside the palace, his gaze fixed upon the sinister visage of Xiao Zizai, and he felt an uncontrollable surge of malevolence, leaving in a fit of resentment. As the moment of reckoning approached, Wang Chufeng discreetly instructed someone to inform the Emperor's trusted eunuch. The King of the North had recently been meeting clandestinely with his former subordinates, suggesting potential treachery. In Chapter 53, Chu Xingyan lowered her head. Emperor Mo Tianzhou had always been uneasy about Mo Feng's excessive military power, and upon hearing this news, his apprehension deepened. In just a few short days, under Wang Chufeng's subtle machinations, the trust between the emperor and the king of the north completely disintegrated, giving rise to rampant suspicion and resentment. The atmosphere during that day's court session was particularly oppressive. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a sullen expression, while Mo Feng, the king of the north, exuded an air of forbidding intensity, his countenance ashen. Wang Chufeng stood at the forefront of the civil officials with his head bowed, appearing detached from the unfolding drama. When the issue of military funding for the northern troops was raised, the pent-up fury finally found its outlet. Mo Feng, his voice resolute, confronted the emperor regarding the withheld military funds. The already troubled Emperor Mo Tianzhou, provoked by this affront, felt his long-repressed anger and fear erupt instantaneously. He slammed his hand against the armrest of the throne, exclaiming, "Mo Feng, you are audacious. Do you truly believe I would not dare to act against you?" This furious outburst served as a signal. Almost simultaneously, Mo Feng, overwhelmed by days of humiliation and rage, and witnessing the emperor's attitude, lost all semblance of reason. Exclaiming, "Foolish monarch, you dishonor my wife and doubt my loyalty. What use do you have for this kingdom?" In his fury, he momentarily forgot the decorum of a minister and stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of profound spiritual energy that surged uncontrollably from within him. Though he did not genuinely intend to strike, the overwhelming pressure and aura he exuded to the emperor resembled that of an assassination attempt. "Protect His Majesty," Wang Chufeng barked, his figure materializing before the emperor like a wraith, ostensibly to shield him, yet effectively cutting off any possibility for Mo Feng to explain or retreat. He and Emperor Mo Tianzhou struck simultaneously. The emperor acted in self-preservation amidst his fury, while Wang Chufeng executed a premeditated lethal blow. He concealed most of his strength, targeting the vital essence of Mo Feng's dantian. Mo Feng was utterly unprepared for the emperor's genuine attempt on his life. Nor could he anticipate the ferocity of Xiao Zizai's ambush. Caught off guard, he barely managed to deflect the emperor's enraged strike, but was met with Wang Chufeng's palm, firmly imprinting upon his energy reservoir. With a cough, Mo Feng spat forth a mouthful of blood, his once surging spiritual energy dissipating like a punctured balloon, resulting in shattered bones and severed meridians, his cultivation obliterated. His eyes brimmed with incredulity, rage, and profound hatred. Fenger, a hoarse yet commanding roar, imbued with overwhelming authority, echoed from the rear of the hall as the figure of the Grand Emperor Mo Xingyang appeared, but alas, he was a moment too late. He beheld the fallen Mo Feng, utterly incapacitated, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through him as his sharp gaze swept over the emperor and Xiao Zizai. At that moment, the emperor too was momentarily dazed, astonished that a single strike had rendered Mo Feng powerless. Wang Chufeng immediately bowed and interjected, "Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor. The Northern Prince, Mo Feng, has acted inappropriately before the throne, harboring intentions of rebellion. In order to safeguard the realm alongside your Majesty, I was compelled to take decisive action. I humbly beseech the Grand Emperor to mete out punishment." The Grand Emperor's complexion darkened as he gazed at the now incapacitated Mo Feng, then shifted his attention to the shaken emperor and Xiao Zizai. He understood that this matter was far from simple, yet the die was cast. With Mo Feng rendered powerless, the court required stability, and he needed absolute control over Dian. He could not afford to lose the ability to suppress the emperor through Xiao Zizai. Moreover, he harbored a blind confidence in his own strength, believing that someone as insignificant as Xiao Zizai could not escape his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully quelled his rage and finally snorted coldly. "Take this traitor and confine him to the demon suppression prison, under strict supervision. We shall deliberate on this matter later." With that, he swept away, tacitly accepting the outcome. News of this quickly spread. The Northern Prince's consort, Chu Xingyan, upon hearing the dreadful tidings, felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing in despair. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out of the royal residence, heading straight for the supervisory department. "Xiao Zizai, come out. I demand to see him. Let me see Mo Feng." Her once vibrant face was now marked by tear streaks, filled with desperation and madness, as she screamed at the gates of the supervisory department. Wang Chufeng leisurely emerged, observing the consort who had lost all support. Calmly, he calculated his next move. "Consort," he spoke in a flat tone, feigning a hint of pity. "The Northern Prince has committed treason and has been ordered by the Grand Emperor himself to be imprisoned in the demon suppression prison, without the Grand Emperor's edict. No one may see him." Chu Xingyan abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. "I shall plead with the Grand Emperor." "Huh?" Wang Chufeng chuckled lightly, interrupting her. The Grand Emperor is currently in a furious state. No plea will be of use. Moreover, as the consort, what identity do you possess to make such a request? The family of a traitor? A tremor ran through her body, and despair enveloped her once more. Wang Chufeng shifted his tone, scrutinizing her with unabashed aggression, adopting a lascivious tone reminiscent of Xiao Yi. However, I could indeed ponder a way to assist you. After all, you did mention previously that I have a particular fondness for strong-willed consorts such as yourself, with such outstanding grace. You shameless fiend. Chu Xingyan trembled with rage. Having never endured such humiliation, raising her hand to strike him, Wang Chufeng easily grasped her wrist, stepping closer, his voice lowered and laced with threat. Consort. The demon suppression prison is no pleasant place. The guards within are ruthless, and with the prince now bereft of his powers, how long do you think he will endure in such a condition? Releasing her hand, he observed her face turn ashen, and continued in a slow, deliberate manner. I can grant you time to contemplate. However, during your period of reflection, I will take special care of the northern prince. This blatant threat was the final straw that broke Chu Xingyan. She gazed at his venomous and duplicitous face, imagining the torments her husband might suffer in prison. And all her pride and fierceness crumbled to dust. Closing her eyes, silent tears streamed down her cheeks, and she finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Let me see the prince first. Wang Chufeng's lips curled into a barely perceptible arc. However, as he meticulously examined Chu Xingyan's physique, he was struck by a heavy realization. He distinctly sensed a faint yet remarkably pure aura of imperial flame emanating not from an external source, but from the depths of Chu Xingyan's dantian. It intertwined slowly with her own primordial essence and vitality. The imperial flame seemed to be using her body as its fuel, gradually consuming and eroding her. The imperial flame has already fused with her. Is it now rebelling against its vessel? There exists a subtle restriction within her, indicating that these two sisters have been exploited by the royal family. Wang Chufeng's expression darkened. In this predicament, unless the vessel perished, causing the imperial flame to become a masterless entity and separate on its own, forcibly extricating it would equate to directly extracting Chu Xingyan's soul and refining her essence. Moreover, during this process, the imperial flame could very well spiral out of control due to the vessel's intense life fluctuations. Should Chu Xingyan die, that hidden restriction within her would immediately relay the news to the royal family, and he would no longer be able to conceal his intentions to force the princess and scheme for the imperial flame. Even the most foolish of the supreme emperor and the emperor would deduce his true objective. At that time, it would be nearly impossible for him to lurk and seek the imperial flame. It seems he must devise another plan. Chapter 54. The wife of a former archenemy. Wang Chufeng gazed at the trembling Chu Xingyan before him, her body quivering from humiliation and despair. And a flicker of calculation crossed his eyes. Perhaps he could manipulate Chu Xingyan to extract more secrets regarding the imperial flame from Mo. The princess, being so perceptive, would naturally expect him to keep his word. A disingenuous smile graced Wang Chufeng's face as he said, "Come, let me take you to meet your esteemed prince." He gestured for Chu Xingyan to follow. A glimmer of fragile hope ignited in Chu Xingyan's eyes. As long as she could see Mo, even if only for a fleeting moment, it would suffice. The two traversed the foreboding corridors of the inspection department, heading towards the entrance of the underground demon suppression prison. As they drew nearer, the chilling aura of blood and malice grew increasingly palpable. The heavy prison door creaked open, unleashing a wave of cold, damp air. Chu Xingyan shivered involuntarily, her concern for Mo intensifying. Deep within the confines of the demon suppression prison, in a specially designed iron cell, Mo was firmly shackled to the wall by chains as thick as a child's arm, bloodied and weary, yet his eyes burned with unyielding fury like a cornered beast. Upon hearing the footsteps, he laboriously lifted his head. Then, he beheld Chu Xingyan, pale and tear-streaked, her gaze filled with helplessness and terror. Following closely behind Wang Chufeng, Xiao Yi, Xingyan, Mo rasped, struggling to advance, only to be met with the clanking of chains, which tore at his wounds, causing fresh blood to seep forth. Witnessing Mo's wretched state, Chu Xingyan's heart ached as if sliced by a blade. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and instinctively, she yearned to rush forward, exclaiming, "My prince." However, as she took a step, Wang Chufeng extended his arm, effortlessly and domineeringly securing her shoulder, anchoring her firmly by his side. Chu Xingyan's body stiffened abruptly as she sensed the undeniable strength emanating from the arm that gripped her. Instinctively, she attempted to break free. However, Wang Chufeng lowered his head, his lips almost brushing against her ear, and in a voice barely audible to anyone but themselves, he coldly threatened, "I hope the princess refrains from making any sudden moves, lest you put me in a difficult position. Otherwise, it could be quite perilous for you, Prince of Northern Town." At his words, Chu Xingyan trembled, recalling Wang Chufeng's previous threats and the image of Mo Feng enduring torment. All her strength to resist was instantly drained. She ceased her struggles, allowing Wang Chufeng to embrace her, tears flowing more fiercely, each drop splattering onto the cold ground. To Mo Feng, this scene was nothing short of utter betrayal and humiliation. His beloved wife was ensnared so intimately by his sworn enemy, and she offered no resistance. Had she turned to Xiao Zizai the moment he was cast into the depths of despair, Mo Feng's eyes turned crimson in an instant. Resembling a dying beast howling in fury as he fought against his chains, which rattled under his strain, blood gushing forth. "Release her, you beast. I will kill you." Wang Chufeng observed Mo Feng's frenzied state with a malicious grin. Not only did he refuse to let go, but he tightened his grip on Chu Xingmian, even allowing his fingers to caress her shoulder lightly. "My lord, why such anger?" Wang Chufeng spoke with a flippant tone. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. The princess, being such a beauty, understands the importance of choosing the right tree to roost in. It is quite natural. "You speak nonsense," Mo Feng retorted, nearly spitting blood, his eyes wide with fury. "Xingmian, tell him, you are not doing this willingly. He is forcing you. Isn't. Chu Xingmian opened her mouth, yearning to convey to Mo Feng that this was not the case, that she was compelled to act as such to save him. But just as she was about to speak, Wang Chufeng's grip on her shoulder tightened slightly, infusing her with a surge of spiritual power that rendered her mute, leaving her only able to emit a pained whimper as her tears flowed more freely. To Mo Feng, this seemed like a silent acquiescence and shame. "Ha!" Wang Chufeng laughed triumphantly. "My lord, do you see? Why deceive yourself?" Mo Feng fixed his gaze intensely on Chu Xingmian before abruptly turning to Wang Chufeng. His eyes filled with an almost palpable hatred. "Xiao Zizai, you are merely a dog raised by the royal family. How dare you defy your master? I advise you to refrain from harming her. Otherwise, even the Supreme Emperor will not spare you. If anything happens to her, the entire Great Yin will be thrown into chaos. You cannot bear the consequences." "Oh, is that so?" Wang Chufeng feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. "A disgraced criminal's wife, merely a discarded woman, holds such importance? My lord must be out of his wits to speak such nonsense. Her status is unique." "You have no idea," Mo Feng blurted out, then abruptly halted, as if realizing he had spoken out of turn. Wang Chufeng's eyes gleamed with interest, pressing on. "Unique status? Are you perhaps referring to the imperial flame within her?" He deliberately lowered his voice, exuding an aura of ominous insight. Mo Feng's pupils contracted sharply, his face betraying profound shock and disbelief. "How could you possibly know? If you are aware, you should comprehend what Yin signifies to the royal family. To dare to covet her is to court your own demise." "Ha!" Wang Chufeng seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke, breaking into a silent chuckle. "Your Highness, even at this juncture, you still wish to wield the royal family as a weapon against me?" He abruptly shifted his tone, his voice turning cold and cruel. "However, I find myself curious. Since you insist that the identity of the princess is of paramount importance, why is it that I observe her vitality waning, her essence depleted? I presume, due to this Yin, she has at most a decade left to live?" Mo Feng was struck as if by lightning, his complexion turning ghostly pale, his lips quivering, yet he was rendered speechless. Wang Chufeng's words pierced through the facade he had desperately tried to maintain, exposing the deepest pain and guilt buried within him. Mo Feng feigned calm, roaring in anger. "She is merely a vessel chosen by the royal family for Yin. After years of marriage, I have only utilized her for my cultivation. What does 10 years matter? It is her fate." Wang Chufeng observed his reaction with a cold smile, continuing to whisper in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear. "Like a serpent flicking its tongue, it appears that the prince has developed feelings over time? To utter such harsh words is to make me believe you do not care for her, thus allowing you to spare her? Alas, I, Xiao Zizai, have always been most enamored with others' wives, particularly the spouses of former adversaries. The more defiant they are, the more delightful it is to humiliate them, is it not? You seek death. The Grand Emperor will never spare you." Mo Feng completely lost his composure, screaming with the last of his strength, yet he was ensnared by the chains. Utterly helpless. "Ah, then there is no need for your Highness to concern yourself." Wang Chufeng straightened, relishing the expression of despair and rage on Mo Feng's face. Feeling the moment was ripe, he paid no further heed to the howling Mo Feng, gathered the nearly limp Chu Xingmian in his arms, and turned to leave the prison cell. Chu Xingmian had listened intently to their conversation, and upon hearing that she had but 10 years left, she was left utterly bewildered. She was merely a utilized vessel? The realization that the prince had been aware all along dealt a heavy blow, rendering her incapable of coherent thought, as she was led away like a puppet by Wang Chufeng. Chapter 55. Midnight hour. Wang Chufeng brought her back to the supervisory office. instructing his men to escort her to a pre-prepared chamber, fortified with powerful soundproofing and barriers against intrusion. "The princess shall rest here," he said, releasing her, his tone indifferent. "You would do well to behave." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance, the heavy stone door slamming shut, isolating Chu Xingyan from the outside world. Wang Chufeng understood that she required time to acclimate. Chu Xingyan collapsed onto the cold ground, overwhelmed by the deluge of information and despair, unable to contain herself any longer. She covered her face and wept bitterly. After an indeterminate passage of time, the stone door of the secret chamber silently swung open once more. Wang Chufeng returned, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Chu Xingyan, who lay on the ground, sobbing to the point of near exhaustion. "Have you cried enough?" His voice was frigid, lacking any trace of compassion. "Tears resolve nothing. Now, answer my question. How does Mo Feng utilize your cultivation in everyday life? Speak of everything you know regarding the imperial flame." Chu Xingyan lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the man before her, who bore the visage of a demon, filled with fear and resistance. I don't know what the imperial flame is." Her voice was hoarse. "Do you not?" Wang Chufeng's gaze sharpened, an invisible pressure enveloping Chu Xingyan, momentarily stifling her breath. "Princess, my patience is limited. Mo Feng is already a cripple. Do you truly believe the royal family would still protect a vessel rendered useless? Think carefully before you respond." A tremor coursed through Chu Xingyan, her mental defenses shattered completely. She bit her lip and, trembling, uttered, "Mo Feng gave me a technique called guiding flame formula. Every night at midnight, we must sit facing each other, undraped, and operate this technique. He can draw a wisp of intense yang energy from my body for his cultivation. As for the imperial flame, I truly know nothing." Guiding flame formula? Wang Chufeng took the jade slip presented by Chu Xingyan, his consciousness delving into it for a swift examination. Moments later, a flicker of understanding and disdain crossed his eyes. This so-called guiding flame formula, as he suspected, was a rather rudimentary method of borrowing fire. It could only passively draw in the trace amounts of imperial flame aura that escaped from the vessel, failing to reach the essence of the imperial flame, let alone refine it. Its inefficiency and the substantial toll it took on the vessel rendered it tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Compared to the heavenly burning formula he practiced, it was an abyss of disparity. "Humph, the royal family certainly plays a clever game," Wang Chufeng sneered. "With such inferior techniques, they exploit the constitution of you sisters while ensuring that the imperial flame is never truly within the control of outsiders. You sisters have been nothing more than cauldrons and tools for their cultivation from the very beginning." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyan's complexion paled further, although she had long suspected. Being so bluntly exposed to the truth sent a chill through her bones. Wang Chufeng pondered for a moment, a glint of calculation flickering in his eyes. He once again immersed his consciousness into the jade slip, but this time, he did not merely read. Leveraging his profound understanding of the heavenly burning formula, he began to rapidly deduce and modify the operation route of the guiding flame formula. His consciousness was immensely powerful, and his deductive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Within the span of a burning incense stick, a new technique, derived from the guiding flame formula yet fundamentally different, took shape in his mind. This new technique was no longer a one-way, passive guidance. It transformed into a dual-directional refinement. It utilized the core principles of the heavenly burning formula and, through the practice of the guiding flame formula, not only enabled a more efficient absorption of the imperial flame's power, but also nourished the vessel, gradually alleviating the imperial flame's erosion of its essence. Even after the formidable emperor flame was subdued into a weakened state by Wang Chufeng, Chu Xingyan found herself presented with the opportunity to ultimately refine the emperor flame and harness it for her own purposes. Naturally, this intricate process necessitated complete synergy with the vessel and imposed exceedingly high demands on the practitioner's cultivation and fire control. Wang Chufeng imprinted the revised incantations and energy manipulation pathways directly into Chu Xingyan's mind through his consciousness. A torrent of information surged forth, causing her to emit a muffled groan as a splitting headache overcame her. Yet, she soon discerned the profound intricacies of the modified technique. She looked at Wang Chufeng in astonishment. "This is the revised method I have devised," he stated, his tone unadorned yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. "By practicing this technique alongside me, you may completely refine the emperor flame within you, not only preserving your life, but also enhancing your strength." Refining the emperor flame? A flicker of confusion crossed Chu Xingyan's eyes. "The prerequisite is that I must absorb the majority of the emperor flame, leaving only a faint ember for you to refine," Wang Chufeng explained calmly. "Otherwise, all is mere speculation. This is your sole chance." He stepped closer, gazing down at her from his elevated position. "Consider it carefully. When you have made your decision, come to my chamber at midnight." With that, he uttered no more words and turned to depart. leaving Chu Xingyan alone in the secluded chamber, her mind embroiled in turmoil. At midnight, amidst a profound stillness, the inspection division lay cloaked in darkness. Save for the dim flicker of candlelight emanating from Wang Chufeng's room, the door was silently pushed open, and Chu Xingyan's silhouette appeared at the threshold. Clad in her dark crimson attire, the struggle and submission etched upon her brow were unmistakable. She entered slowly, gently closing the door behind her. Her voice soft yet clear, "I agree to your terms." Wang Chufeng, seated upon a couch, opened his eyes upon hearing her words, his gaze tranquil and unwavering. "Having made your decision, cultivate your focus. This process allows for no errors. Otherwise, the backlash of the Emperor Flame could endanger us both." Taking a deep breath, Chu Xingyan approached him. With her back turned to Wang Chufeng, her fingers trembled as she undid the ties of her attire. The fabric slipped away, revealing her back, which glimmered like jade under the soft candlelight, yet conveyed a sense of fragile vulnerability. She swiftly took her place on the bed, sitting cross-legged across from Wang Chufeng, striving to maintain her composure, though her slightly quivering eyelashes betrayed her inner unrest. Can cultivation truly refine the Emperor Flame? She could not help but murmur, disbelief lingering in her eyes. "I have never heard of a technique capable of directly refining such extraordinary fire. Given your current state, it is indeed impossible," Wang Chufeng replied, his tone indifferent as he raised his hand to meet hers. A stream of pure, searing spiritual energy flowed gently into her. "The Emperor Flame is domineering, beyond the control of ordinary techniques. However, by cultivating this method with me as your guide, I will absorb a significant portion of the Emperor Flame's power. Once it is diminished to a certain degree within you, the possibility of gradually refining it and integrating it into your essence will emerge." His words resonated with an assuredness that left no room for doubt. Chu Xingyan sensed an unusual spiritual power emanating from the palm of her hand, gentle yet imbued with an indescribable devouring force. This energy resonated subtly with the turbulent imperial flame within her, providing a momentary relief to the veins that were often scorched by its intensity. "So without you, this technique is rendered utterly ineffective?" Chu Xingyan keenly grasped the crux of the matter, urgency flickering in her eyes. "And what of my sister?" Wang Chufeng observed the concern for her sister reflected in her gaze. His heart stirred, yet his demeanor remained aloof. "I can assure you that, if the opportunity arises, I will endeavor to assist the Empress. However, this will depend on your future actions and worth," he remarked, placing significant emphasis on the word actions. In that moment, Chu Xingyan's body stiffened as she comprehended the cost of such a promise. Closing her eyes, her long eyelashes cast a shadow over the turmoil of pain and helplessness swirling beneath, culminating in a barely audible sigh as she nodded gently. "I understand." The two fell silent, focusing on the technique. Wang Chufeng activated the modified ignition technique, his spiritual energy weaving through Chu Xingyan's meridians like the most delicate guiding threads, cautiously entwining around the domineering golden flame nestled deep within her dantian. The imperial flame seemed to sense this intrusion, surging violently, unleashing a terrifying heat in an attempt to resist the external pull. Chu Xingyan gasped softly, her complexion paling, beads of sweat forming on her brow as her body trembled slightly from the agonizing strain. "Steady your mind. Guide it, do not resist," Wang Chufeng urged, intensifying his energy output as the heavenly burning technique quietly operated, exuding an ancient and searing aura. The agitated imperial flame appeared to encounter its nemesis, though still defiant. Its resistance weakened perceptibly. Wang Chufeng's spiritual power, akin to a ravenous beast, began to extract the pure essence of the imperial flame, flowing steadily into his own body through their joined palms. This process was exceedingly slow and demanded intense concentration. He had to precisely gauge the strength of his absorption, diminishing Chu Xingyan's flame without provoking it to spiral into chaos. Chu Xingyan bit her lip, enduring the throbbing pain and burning sensation as two formidable forces surged through her meridians. She could distinctly feel the flame that had long consumed her vitality gradually weakening. Despite the agony, a sense of unprecedented relief washed over her, as if part of a burdensome shackle had been released. Time drifted by in the stillness of their cultivation. After an indeterminate period, Wang Chufeng slowly withdrew his hand, exhaling deeply. His aura seemed to grow more contained. Yet a flicker of unmistakable joy danced in the depths of his eyes. He had successfully drawn forth the first strand of the imperial flame's essence. Though faint, its quality was exceptional, sufficient to enhance his heavenly burning technique. If he continued on this path, the creation of a new imperial flame was no longer an unattainable dream. Chu Xingyan weakly lowered her arms, her body drenched in sweat, resembling someone just pulled from the depths of water. She sensed within herself that the persistent, searing pain, which had clung to her like a shadow, had indeed lessened somewhat. Although she still felt weak, the overwhelming sense of despair had faded. Her gaze towards Wang Chufeng became exceedingly complex, a mixture of fear, loathing, and humiliation, yet intertwined with a faint, indescribable shock. This man could indeed harness the imperial flame. As dawn broke on the second day, the first rays of light filtered through the window, illuminating the room. Wang Chufeng opened his eyes, acutely aware of the nascent, delicate yet overwhelmingly pure golden flame swirling gently around his primordial spirit, being gradually nourished and integrated by the heavenly flame technique. A wave of joy surged within him. This method was indeed effective. As long as he continued to cultivate alongside Chu Xingyan, constantly absorbing and refining, in due time, he would surely be able to condense the complete imperial flame. At that moment, the power of the heavenly flame technique would undoubtedly soar, and the breakthrough to the divine transformation realm would be within reach. Chu Xingyan had also awakened, silently donning her dark red attire. However, her cheeks still bore the remnants of a night of cultivation, a lingering blush that she could not entirely shed, and she dared not meet Wang Chufeng's gaze. "Let us return," Wang Chufeng said, gathering his thoughts and restoring his usual indifference. "Be cautious, do not let anyone see. If the Supreme Emperor senses anything amiss, we shall both face dire consequences." At the mention of the Supreme Emperor, Chu Xingyan visibly trembled, a flicker of deep fear crossing her eyes. She fastened the last belt of her clothing and responded in a hoarse voice, "Understood. I hope you will keep your promise." With that, she did not linger. Hurrying out of the room as if fleeing from a great danger, her figure swiftly vanishing into the dim light before dawn. Wang Chufeng watched her depart, a trace of concern visible in his eyes. After all, the imperial flame had been divided, and he wondered whether the portion within Chu Xingyan was sufficient for his own ascension. If it were insufficient, he would need to devise a plan to absorb the remaining imperial flame from the queen. As Wang Chufeng pondered these thoughts while gazing out at the morning light, the lingering warmth of the imperial flame still danced at his fingertips. Suddenly, a sharp voice from outside the inspection department broke through his reverie. "Lord Xiao, the Supreme Emperor summons you." His heart stirred, yet he maintained an impassive facade, concealing his aura as he responded in the customary cold tone of Xiao's eye. "Understood." Following the attendant through the palace corridors, they drew closer to the secluded Longyin Hall, where the Supreme Emperor was in seclusion. Upon entering the hall, he saw Mo Xingyang standing beside the alchemical furnace, his golden robes sweeping across the ground. "I, Xiao Zizai, pay my respects to the Supreme Emperor," Wang Chufeng said, bowing. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the frost flowers forming on the furnace wall. This old man must have reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. His aura still unsteady. Mo Xingyang turned, tapping his fingers against the edge of the furnace. His voice colder than the jade tiles within the hall. "I have summoned you today to apprehend the princess of the Northern King." Wang Chufeng's eyelids drooped as his mind raced with numerous thoughts, yet his lips remained tightly sealed. "I obey your command." "Obey?" Mo Xingyang let out a derisive snort, abruptly whisking his robe, causing a resplendent yellow decree to land with a thud at Wang Chufeng's feet. "I command you to immediately go to the Prince of the North's residence and bring that woman here. Find a secluded place to confine her. And no one is to see her, not even the one in the palace." As Wang Chufeng bent to retrieve the decree, a barely perceptible smirk flickered at the corners of his mouth. A secluded place? Surely, his own chamber would suffice for discretion, thus saving him the trouble of back and forth during his nightly practice. "I comply with your command." Just as he acknowledged, Mo Xingyang suddenly stepped forward, his bony finger nearly prodding Wang Chufeng's nose, his gaze as icy as steel. "Moreover, Xiao Zizai, remember your identity. I do not wish to witness another incident regarding the Prince of the North. You are my blade. Do not turn against your master, do you understand?" The warning embedded in his words pierced through Wang Chufeng, yet he accepted it with unwavering composure, bowing without a tremor in his voice. "I understand. I shall heed only the commands of the Supreme Emperor." Mo Xingyang scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, as though attempting to penetrate the very marrow of his thoughts, before finally retreating, producing a heavy tiger talisman from his sleeve and tossing it over. "I shall be in seclusion for a time. Henceforth, this talisman of the Northern Army is entrusted to you. You will command the Northern Army of Dian." The talisman struck Wang Chufeng's palm, its cold bronze pattern biting into his skin, yet he discerned a slight softening in Mo Xingyang's tone. "With this, you are truly second to none. Do not disappoint my trust in you." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the palace wall outside, speaking in a hushed tone. "My son, outwardly compliant, harbors deep cunning within. Keep a close watch on him, and report any unusual movements immediately. Also, I have yet to see you seeking out a few beautiful female cultivators. Do not be negligent." "I shall take heed." Wang Chufeng tucked the talisman into his sleeve, his fingertips brushing its icy surface, barely able to suppress the joy swelling within him. Once he bowed out of the Qianlong Hall and witnessed Mo Xingyang's silhouette vanish beyond the door, he turned the corner. allowing a soft chuckle to escape into the shadows of the palace walls. Not even a fortune-bringing deity could be so considerate. He caressed the talisman in his sleeve, the brilliance in his eyes astonishing. However, where would he find female cultivators for him? Over the years, Xiao Zizai had scoured the royal city for any cultivator of merit. Nevertheless, with the Supreme Emperor in seclusion and the Emperor a mere figurehead, the Dian imperial city had now transformed into his own backyard. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, a cough from an attendant behind him abruptly extinguished his mirth. He immediately composed himself, donning Xiao Zizai's somber demeanor anew, and coldly commanded, "Lead the team to the Prince of the North's residence to apprehend Chu Xingyan." After issuing his orders, Wang Chufeng returned to the supervisory department, tapping a rhythm on the talisman with his fingertips as the carriage rolled over the cobblestone road. Chapter 57. I do not wish for this either. Shortly after Wang Chufeng returned to the supervisory department, Chu Xingyan was unceremoniously shoved into his chamber. Stumbling several steps before regaining her balance, she lifted her head to gaze at the shadowy figure in black, turned away from her, and the last vestige of hope within her was utterly shattered, leaving only an ocean of sorrow and icy despair. "Are you here to silence me?" Her voice was hoarse, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Yet she steadfastly refused to show weakness, scolding herself for her naivety in believing such a notorious scoundrel as him. Upon hearing Chu Xingyan's words, Wang Chufeng felt a sudden surge of malicious amusement and decided to toy with her. He slowly turned around, a mocking and cruel smirk adorning his face, reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. Gradually closing the distance, his formidable aura pressed upon Chu Xingyan, nearly stealing her breath away. "You know too much. It must be this way," he stated coldly, as if merely declaring an established fact. "Rest assured, after your demise, I shall ensure your sister and that useless prince of Northern Town accompany you. On the road to the underworld, you shan't be lonely. You beast. Royal lapdog. How shameless." The imagery conjured by his words inflamed Chu Xingyan's eyes with a fierce red, transforming all her fear into a tempest of rage and despair. She lunged forward, seemingly intent on rending his hypocritical face with her nails. Wang Chufeng effortlessly raised a hand, gripping her slender neck with precision and strength, stifling all her struggles and curses. Chu Xingyan found it suddenly difficult to breathe. Her cheeks flushed from lack of oxygen as her hands futilely attempted to pry away the iron grip. Observing her pain and humiliation, Wang Chufeng's sadistic delight intensified. Leaning closer to her disheveled hair, his voice dripped with icy contempt. Reminiscent of a demon's whisper, "I relish seeing you in this lofty yet powerless state. You, Inimophone, are you not the ones who most enjoy mocking me? Claiming Xiao Zizai is but a dog of the royal family?" He tightened his grip slightly, watching the flicker of pain in her eyes before continuing leisurely. "Now, I offer you a chance. Kneel and bark like a dog. If you satisfy me with your cries, I might consider sparing your sister." "Not a chance." Chu Xingyan forced out a broken refusal through clenched teeth, her eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. To endure such a profound humiliation was worse than death itself. "Oh, quite the spirited one," Wang Chufeng sneered, yet unexpectedly loosened his grip with one hand, then swiftly struck with the other, his fingers forming a blade-like shape, channeling a chilling essence of the 9 nether hellfire, which he swiftly jabbed into her lower abdomen. "Ah!" Chu Xingyan was caught off guard, letting out a piercing scream. The flicker of hellfire did not inflict severe injury, but rather, it provoked the imperial flame within her, akin to the sharpest of ice picks. Provoked by this external force, the imperial flame instinctively erupted in fierce rebellion. Boom! An intensely scorching and unparalleled force instantaneously erupted uncontrollably from within Chu Xingyan, a golden flame flickering briefly across her surface. However, this power did not aim at Wang Chufeng, but instead collided violently within her own being. In that moment, Chu Xingyan felt as though the flames would engulf her. Beads of sweat cascading down her body, her agony palpable. She seemed to be stripped of all her bones, collapsing helplessly to the ground, her body convulsing violently. Wang Chufeng looked down upon her suffering form, as if admiring a breathtaking masterpiece. He slowly crouched down, his icy fingers gripping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "How do you feel now?" His tone remained flat, yet it instilled a greater terror than any threat. "Would you prefer to descend into hell alongside your sister and that useless husband of yours, or will you obey? The choice, dear lady, lies with you." The final flicker of light in Chu Xingyan's eyes was extinguished, replaced by a desolate grayness and a despair that penetrated to her very bones. She gazed at Wang Chufeng's face, adorned with a cruel smirk, as if beholding a genuine demon risen from the depths of hell. The royal family had exploited her. Her husband had abandoned her, and now this fiend sought to trample upon her last vestiges of vulnerability and sacrifice. Her entire existence felt like a grotesque farce. Her voice emerged, raspy and devoid of inflection, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, as if her soul had vacated, leaving but an empty shell. With great difficulty, she knelt. Her formerly proud spine, once a symbol of battlefield glory, now bent with a heart-wrenching crack. She lay prostrate upon the cold ground, her forehead pressed against the chilling stone, disheveled strands of hair obscuring her expression. From her throat, a faint, trembling sound emerged, laced with profound humiliation. Woof. The sound was soft yet struck Wang Chufeng's heart like a heavy hammer, freezing the mocking smile upon his face. Soon after, another sound followed, tinged with a more evident cry and collapse. Woof. Chu Xingyan's shoulders shook violently, the suppressed, shattered sobs spilling forth uncontrollably from her lips. She curled upon the ground, resembling a stray dog with a broken spine, rendered powerless save for enduring this endless humiliation. Wang Chufeng observed the utterly shattered Chu Xingyan, and the dark pleasure he had initially derived from her suffering vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost imperceptible guilt. He had merely sought to intimidate her, to relish in her anger and despair, enjoying the feeling of control. Yet her fierce spirit and protective heart for her sister had compelled her to commit such a degrading act. This woman, indeed, prompted him to release his grip from her throat, his voice taking on a harsher tone, tinged with a hint of indignation. Enough? Yet, Chu Xingyan seemed impervious to his words, lost in a sea of humiliation and collapse, her body trembling incessantly. Wang Chufeng furrowed his brows, bending down and somewhat roughly pulling her from the ground. Chu Xingyan offered no resistance, resembling a marionette devoid of strings, her vacant gaze fixed ahead, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Listen, Wang Chufeng's voice remained cold and firm, though it lacked some of the previous mockery. I, as an official, honor my words. Since you have fulfilled your part, I solemnly vow by my Tao heart that as long as I, Xiao Yi, shall not actively harm the Empress Chu Yaoguang, and will do my utmost to ensure her safety. A vow made by the Tao heart carries immense binding power for cultivators. Chu Xingyan's hollow gaze flickered slightly, as if regaining a trace of faint brilliance, yet it remained a dull gray. Observing her state, Wang Chufeng pulled her to the edge of the bed, his tone brooking no argument. Now, you have two choices. First, continue to wail like a lifeless fish here, imprisoned until death. Chu Xingyan's body trembled. Second, Wang Chufeng fixed his gaze upon her. Suppress your useless tears and pride. Cooperate with my cultivation. Only if you survive and possess a certain strength will you have the opportunity to truly protect those you wish to safeguard in the future. Chu Xingyan abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching his, her lips moving. Can my sister be saved? Whether there is a chance depends on your worth and how long you can endure. Wang Chufeng interrupted her, his tone harsh yet realistic. Now, tell me your choice. Will you continue in impotent fury, or seize the only opportunity before you? Chu Xingyan bit her lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood. The immense humiliation, concern for her sister, the yearning for life, and the fear and hatred towards this demon before her all intertwined violently in her eyes, struggling within her. Ultimately, all emotions coalesced into a nearly numbing despair and resignation. Slowly, she nodded, almost imperceptibly, her voice barely audible. I choose the second path. Very well. Wang Chufeng felt a quiet relief within himself, finally managing to temporarily rein in this wild stallion. He did not wish for it to be this way, but by assuming Xiao Zi's identity, he naturally had to embody his role. Chapter 58. A lesson for the foolish monarch. Wang Chufeng ceased further words and gestured towards the bed. Ascend, focus your mind. It is time to cultivate. Chu Xingyan silently crawled onto the bed like a soulless being, sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes. Though the slight tremor of her eyelashes revealed that her inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected. Wang Chufeng noticed her motionless state. Time was pressing, and he had no leisure to dawdle. Chu Xingyan's body stiffened, the color draining from her face, only to be replaced by a flush of humiliation and anger. She shut her eyes, trembling hands once again humiliatingly loosening her ties. The cultivation process remained long and arduous. Wang Chufeng devoted himself entirely to guiding the spiritual power, absorbing and refining the essence of the imperial flame, while cautiously controlling the intensity to avoid causing irreversible harm to Chu Xingyan. When it concluded, Chu Xingyan once more collapsed in a state of utter exhaustion, drenched in sweat, even more disheveled than the night before. Wang Chufeng withdrew his palm. Sensing the golden flame within his dantian had grown slightly stronger, his mood lightening. He cast a glance at the nearly fainted Chu Xingyan and remarked, "Clean yourself up. I will have someone bring food." Having spoken, he turned and departed the secret chamber, leaving her alone amidst the chaos and the icy grip of despair. As the stone door closed, sealing her off from the outside world, Chu Xingyan curled up on the frigid ground, and after a long while, emitted a suppressed whimper akin to that of a wounded creature. Shame, helplessness, and a faint flicker of a yearning for life intertwined, ensnaring her tightly. She realized that from this day forth, she was no longer the esteemed princess of the north, but merely a clandestine prisoner in the private chamber of the Inspector Xiao Yi, condemned to a life of cultivation in the shadows. Meanwhile, Wang Chufeng returned to the outer chamber, seated himself cross-legged, and once again summoned the domineering golden threads of fire at his fingertips. Having subdued Chu Xingyan, it appeared that the situation was gradually aligning with his strategic designs. Just as Wang Chufeng settled beside the couch, the lingering warmth of the Emperor Flame had yet to dissipate, when suddenly, several swift shadows darted past the window. The slicing wind tore through the paper, hurtling towards his back. Without lifting his eyelids, he flicked his fingers backward, sending forth 3 strands of spiritual energy that struck the wind blades with the precision of serpents emerging from their lairs. A series of muffled thuds resonated as objects shattered outside, followed by the hurried footsteps of intruders who had broken through the window. 3 figures clad in black entered, their garments dampened by the night dew, faces obscured by dark cloth, and wielding short blades infused with a ghostly blue poison. Wang Chufeng glanced at their fluctuating spiritual energy and furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Foundation establishment stage? This was almost an invitation to slaughter. Presently, under the guise of Xiao Yi, he openly resembled a peak mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, his strength reaching the pinnacle of nascent soul perfection. Dispatching a few foundation establishment practitioners would be a trivial matter. Yet, these 3 were clearly not deranged. Upon landing, they did not retreat. Instead, they simultaneously produced crimson ceramic vials from their robes and drained their contents. After a few audible gulps, a blinding red light erupted from their bodies. Their previously disordered spiritual energy surged violently, bones cracking audibly as their stature increased by half a foot, their presence forcefully elevating to the semblance of the false infant realm. However, their aura was tenuous, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural crimson hue, indicating the use of some forbidden technique. Kill! The leader of the black-clad figures howled. The short blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at Wang Chufeng's face. The other 2 flanked him, adopting a ruthless stance, seemingly resolved to perish together. Wang Chufeng remained seated, unmoved, merely twisting his wrist, causing the dark robe's sleeves to billow without wind. With a resounding crash, an invisible barrier erupted, and the 3 false infant cultivators found themselves colliding with an impenetrable wall, their blades flying from their grasp, and their bodies soaring backward like kites severed from their strings. They crashed heavily against the wall, blood mist spraying and staining half of it red. Struggling to rise, the backlash from their forbidden technique began to take its toll, veins bulging beneath their skin as if countless venomous insects were burrowing within, their breath faltering. Only then did Wang Chufeng leisurely rise and stroll towards the trio. Nudging the leader's wrist with his foot, "Speak, who sent you?" The leader of the men in black raised his head, the black cloth soaked in blood, revealing a twisted visage. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Chufeng, the hatred in his eyes nearly overflowing. "Truly deserving of your lofty position, Inspector Xiao. Are we mere subjects, so insignificant that we cannot even capture your attention?" Wang Chufeng, upon hearing this, let out an inward sigh and deliberately adopted a stern expression, mimicking the somber demeanor of Xiao Yi. "I have enemies aplenty. How can I remember each one? Speak quickly, and I may yet spare your lives." Suddenly, the man in black burst into a hoarse, raucous laughter, reminiscent of a broken gong. "You have taken our wives and led our families to ruin. And now you feign ignorance. Xiao Yi, you devil." At this revelation, Wang Chufeng's understanding sharpened. It seemed yet again that Xiao Yi was the source of this turmoil. How many lives had he disrupted in his pursuit of the emperor over the years? However, he maintained his composure, grinding his foot into the chest of the black-clad man, his tone as frigid as frost. "Impudent. Those I desire are fortunate indeed. Do you dare to attempt an assassination, utterly ignorant of the meaning of death? Death." The man in black coughed up a spittle of blood, yet a frenzied light ignited in his eyes. "We have consumed the blood infant pill. We are already doomed. We intended to perish alongside you, hoping to catch you off guard while rumors spread of your injuries. Alas." The 2 other men in black echoed his sentiments with anguished cries, "Alas. We could not slay this beast." Before their words could fade, all 3 suddenly convulsed, the crimson in their eyes rapidly fading. Their heads tilted, and they fell lifeless to the ground, the aftermath of the blood infant pill having ruptured their meridians. Wang Chufeng surveyed the 3 corpses on the floor, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This mess was truly overwhelming, yet as he pondered further, a sense of unease crept in. Although they were merely foundation establishment cultivators, how had they procured such a forbidden substance as the blood infant pill? And to dare breach the inspectorate to assassinate him, there must be some unseen force behind this audacious act. Who could possibly orchestrate such a scheme? With the Northern Guardian now incapacitated, a wry smile crept across his lips. It seemed the emperor was becoming restless. Perhaps, after the fall of the Northern Guardian, He was concerned about Wang Chufeng's control over the Northern Army and his position as inspector. This Mo Tianqiu had sought to probe the waters, yet the trio he dispatched was woefully inadequate. How amusing. Wang Chufeng turned towards the door and called out, "Come here." Two trusted attendants immediately entered, their expressions shifting upon seeing the corpses, yet they refrained from questioning, bowing in anticipation of orders. "Remove these bodies." Wang Chufeng waved his hand, then added, "Oh, and procure me a live deer. If that is unattainable, a dog will suffice, preferably a fierce one." The attendants hesitated for a moment before responding, "Yes, we shall attend to it at once." Once the attendants departed with the bodies, Wang Chufeng approached the window, gazing towards the palace, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Since the emperor wished to test him, he would pay a visit to the court the following day to impart a lesson to this foolish monarch. Chapter 59. Cultivation and Obedience. As night fell, a solitary, dim palace lamp illuminated the bedroom in the back courtyard of the supervisory department, casting a warm glow that outlined the tranquil figure of Chu Xingmian, seated quietly by the bedside. When Wang Chufeng entered, his footsteps momentarily faltered. Typically consumed by thoughts of cultivation, he now found himself captivated by Chu Xingmian, who had shed her martial attire in favor of a simple, white cotton dress, revealing an unexpected serenity. Originally intending to practice in the evening, his gaze lingered longer than anticipated. It dawned on him how remarkably extraordinary Chu Xingmian truly was. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, gracefully framing her face as they blended into her hair. Her long, thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes, which, when lifted, revealed an unyielding sharpness hidden within, akin to a blade gleaming with light. Even in her silent repose, her posture remained impeccably straight, exuding a valor honed through the rigors of battle, while her skin retained the exquisite softness characteristic of a woman. The juxtaposition of her strength and delicacy rendered her utterly mesmerizing. Wang Chufeng cleared his throat, deliberately breaking the silence. "Ahem. Someone, prepare a bucket of hot water." A servant outside responded promptly. Soon, a beautifully carved pearwood bathtub was brought in, filled with steaming water adorned with soothing flower petals. Once the servant withdrew, Chu Xingmian gazed at the tub with a furrowed brow, her eyes brimming with wariness. After being so tightly controlled by him in recent days, she found it difficult to discern what Zai was plotting this time. With her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, she pondered, what does this fellow intend to do now? As she contemplated, Wang Chufeng approached her, beckoning with a casual flick of his fingers, his tone leaving little room for dissent. "Come here." Chu Xingmian stiffened momentarily. Her resistance was genuine, yet the strength to oppose him had been nearly depleted through their previous encounters. Biting her lip, she reluctantly moved to his side, her gaze cast downward. Unable to meet his eyes, Wang Chufeng observed her submissive yet constrained demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He reached out, gently tilting her chin with his fingertip, forcing her to look up. "You haven't taken care of yourself in days. You're nearly unrecognizable. Shall we wash you?" The delicate touch of his fingertips caused Chu Xingmian to flinch as if scalded, yet he held her chin firmly, rendering her immobile. Her clear, bright eyes filled with humiliation. Misty with unshed tears, she bit her lip to suppress her emotions, managing only a low, reluctant hum. As she turned to untie her dress, her movements were slow, akin to a snail, her back tense with anxiety. Suddenly, Wang Chufeng moved behind her, brushing aside her hair, his fingertips grazing her neck as he whispered teasingly in her ear, "Let me assist you with your bath." Before she could react, his hand plunged into the water, his warm fingers gliding over her fair shoulder. Chu Xingmian shuddered, instinctively recoiling as if pricked by a needle, only to be forcefully pressed back against the edge of the bathtub. "What are you doing?" His voice grew deeper, tinged with impatience. "You need to wash thoroughly before we can cultivate. I certainly do not wish for you to sit with me while still covered in dirt." The words left Chu Xingmian utterly speechless. She understood that resistance was futile and could only close her eyes, forcing herself to think of nothing. The warm water enveloped her skin. His touch, though not gentle, bore the calluses of years spent wielding a sword. When it brushed against her arm, it felt slightly irritating yet sent shivers down her spine. Shame surged within her like a rising tide. She bit down hard on her lip until the metallic taste of blood emerged, allowing her to stifle the lump in her throat. After an arduous bath, Wang Chufeng, disregarding her consent, lifted her from the tub with ease. Chu Xingmian gasped as droplets cascaded from her hair, gliding down her collarbone and along her slender legs, leaving a small damp mark on the ground. Before she could secure the thin blanket around her, he clumsily scooped her up and strode toward the bed. With a thud, she was unceremoniously tossed onto the soft bedding, her back colliding painfully against it. Gasping from the sudden jolt, the accumulated grievances within her could no longer be contained. She shot him a glare, her eyes ablaze with resentment. Cannot you? What cannot I do? Wang Chufeng interrupted, leaning closer, his gaze chilling. Do not present this expression to me. He pinched her cheek with a force that was far from gentle. You will either obediently train or be confined until your last breath. Choose. The icy disdain in his eyes sent a shiver through her heart, prompting the words that had risen to her lips to retreat. All her anger and humiliation were extinguished in an instant, leaving her with a profound sense of helplessness. Turning her head away, her voice was hoarse as she murmured, I will train. Satisfied, Wang Chufeng released her, settling opposite her in a cross-legged position, golden flames beginning to swirl at his fingertips. Focus, he commanded, his tone regaining its earlier hardness, devoid of any former jest. Tonight, you must absorb more of the Imperial Flame's power. Do not lose concentration. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xingyan suppressed the turmoil within her and slowly closed her eyes. The moment their fingertips met, the scorching spiritual energy surged into her meridians, awakening the domineering essence of the Imperial Flame once more. She gritted her teeth, enduring the throbbing pain in her channels, yet tears finally escaped from the corners of her eyes, falling silently onto the bedding, creating a small wet patch. The moonlight poured through the window, illuminating their intertwined hands. One side radiated cold control, while the other embodied humiliating submission. Do not think of anything else. Wang Chufeng's deep voice resonated, laced with an undeniable authority. Such thoughts will only cause the Imperial Flame to backfire. Chu Xingyan inhaled deeply, forcibly burying the feelings of humiliation, anger, and fear deep within her, focusing entirely on guiding the Imperial Flame. The golden flicker finally began to weave through her meridians, initially a gentle warmth. But as it delved deeper, the heat intensified, akin to countless needles pricking her veins. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her lips turning into a pale straight line. Wang Chufeng's spiritual energy appropriately intensified, erecting a barrier within her meridians, protecting her from the Imperial Flame's searing touch, while simultaneously guiding the flames along the prescribed path of her cultivation. Following this surge, do not resist. His breath brushed past her ear, imbued with a faint essence of spiritual energy. The Imperial Flame is domineering. The more you rush, the more obstinate it becomes. Chu Xingyan remained silent, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She could distinctly sense that the flame, which had been steadily devouring her vitality, had indeed become somewhat docile under Wang Chufeng's guidance. The searing heat gradually transformed into a gentle warmth, circulating through her meridians before returning to her dantian, replenishing her previously depleted spiritual power. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After an unknown duration, Wang Chufeng withdrew his hand. Chu Xingyan slowly opened her eyes, still slightly misty but much clearer than before. She gazed at Wang Chufeng, her lips moved as if to utter something, but ultimately it manifested only as a faint sigh. Better than last time, Wang Chufeng remarked nonchalantly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. It appears you are not entirely useless. Chu Xingyan clenched her fists. The humiliation she had just suppressed surged back. She turned her head away, unwilling to meet his somewhat teasing gaze, her voice muffled. Is it enough? If so, I want. What do you want? Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow, deliberately provoking her. Are you looking for a place to hide? Or do you wish to vent your frustrations by cursing me? Chu Xingyan abruptly turned to glare at him, her eyes brimming with tears once more. You. Enough. Wang Chufeng said, sensing her rising ire. He waved his hand, signaling that their interaction would conclude for the day. I have arranged for some food to be brought. You should eat something. He stood up and called out towards the door, and a servant soon entered, bearing a food tray, placing it on the table. It contained an exquisite platter of pastries and a bowl of warm meat porridge, the enticing aroma dispelling the oppressive atmosphere of the chamber. Chu Xingyan stared at the food, her stomach betraying her with a rumble, and it suddenly struck her that she had not eaten since her abduction. Wang Chufeng paid her no further mind, instead walking to the window to gaze into the darkened night. Chapter 60. The inept monarch, what are you thinking? Came Chu Xingyan's hesitant voice from behind. Wang Chufeng turned to see her sipping the porridge in small gulps, finally showing a hint of color in her cheeks. He smirked slightly, revealing a smile devoid of warmth. I was contemplating how to hasten your transfer of the Imperial Flame to me, then eliminate you. What else is there to ponder? Chu Xingyan's face paled instantly, her grip on the bowl tightening as she lowered her head, falling silent. Observing her demeanor, Wang Chufeng approached the table, grabbed a piece of pastry, and mumbled with his mouth full, rest assured, I was merely jesting. I have no intention of killing you. After all, he glanced at Chu Xingyan. I cannot bear to eliminate the wife of my former nemesis. Chu Xingyan abruptly set her bowl down, splattering porridge onto her clothing. She lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to let them fall. Xiao Zizai, can't you utter a single humane word? Hear a humane word? Wang Chufeng scoffed. In this imperial city, can such words serve as sustenance? He leaned closer, gripping her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Chu Xingyan, it is imperative that you comprehend this. It is you who seeks my favor, not the other way around. If you desire me to converse with you amicably, you must present a demeanor that satisfies me. Tears finally cascaded down Chu Xingyan's cheeks, landing fervently upon Wang Chufeng's hand. She turned her head away, her voice trembling with emotion. I understand, I understand. Wang Chufeng released her, observing her reddened eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort within. He cleared his throat. Turning to leave, you may rest after your meal. I shall return later. Where are you going? Chu Xingyan unexpectedly inquired. Wang Chufeng hesitated momentarily, refraining from looking back. After uttering his words, he pushed the door open and closed the stone door of the secret chamber behind him. The attendant outside, upon his exit, bowed and reported, My lord, we could not locate the deer you requested. We found only a dog. Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, understood. Bring it with you to court tomorrow. He strode towards his study, the night casting a long shadow behind him. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, Chu Xingyan gazed at the half-bowl of congee remaining on the table, her tears flowing more fervently. She was uncertain how long such days would linger. Nor did she know if Wang Chufeng would truly fulfill his promise to rescue her sister. All she grasped was that from this moment forth, she must endure with gritted teeth. Even if the person before her was a demon, she had to cling to this solitary straw of hope. The moonlight filtered through the crevices of the stone, casting a cold glow upon her. The following morning, Wang Chufeng donned a dark python robe, his expression grim, as if the previous day's clumsy assassination attempt was merely a whisper across a spider's web, failing to perturb him in the slightest. Upon entering the Golden Throne Hall, he immediately sensed the atmosphere was heavier than usual. The officials bowed their heads, their gazes fixed, even their breaths seemed to soften. Emperor Imo Tianqiu, seated upon the dragon throne, appeared particularly upright today, a hint of barely perceptible tension lurking in his gaze. Wang Chufeng, seemingly oblivious, resumed his position at the forefront of the civil officials, behaving as if nothing was amiss. As the court discussions commenced, they continued to revolve around trivial matters. It was only as the agenda neared its conclusion that Emperor Imo Tianqiu casually remarked, his gaze seemingly unintentional, yet landing on Wang Chufeng. Minister Xiao, I have heard that the supervisory office was rather unsettled yesterday. Were there any miscreants disturbing your peace? His voice strove to maintain composure, yet the slight tremor of his fingertips betrayed his inner unrest. A profound silence enveloped the hall, every official's ears perked up. Wang Chufeng stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his tone as devoid of emotion as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Your Majesty need not worry. It was merely a few blind mice that ventured into the office, attempting to pilfer some provisions, but I have dealt with them swiftly, and they posed no disruption to your esteemed ears. Oh, is that so? A flicker of anger passed through Mo Tianqiu's eyes, yet he quickly masked it with a forced smile. If that is the case, then all is well, all is well. My minister, the pillar of the nation, has many enemies. You must exercise caution. While his words seemed caring, they subtly hinted at the multitude of foes Wang Chufeng had garnered. Your Majesty speaks true. Wang Chufeng raised his head, his gaze a blend of mirth and mockery directed at Mo Tianqiu, suddenly shifting the topic. Speaking of enemies, I am reminded of a certain matter. Recently, rumors have circulated in the capital, suggesting that I, am afflicted with hidden injuries and unstable cultivation. I wonder if your Majesty has heard of this. Mo Tianqiu's expression shifted slightly, forcing a smile as he responded, Oh, is that so? I was unaware. It must be the foolish gossip of ignorant individuals. His words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Chufeng. Your Majesty. Wang Chufeng's voice rose sharply, tinged with an icy undertone, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet. I indeed suffer from unstable cultivation and have been seeking medical assistance recently. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand down. Outside the hall, two fierce guards from the inspection division entered, dragging a large, struggling, whimpering mastiff. The dog, evidently drugged, had bloodshot eyes, was agitated, and emitted a low growl. Your Majesty, esteemed colleagues, Wang Chufeng surveyed the room, a cruel amusement dancing on his face. Recently, I have come across a peculiar recipe that requires the fresh, warm blood of a living creature to concoct a potent elixir for healing. After consuming it, my cultivation will be restored instantly. Today, I invite your Majesty and all present to witness this. Before anyone could react, he pointed his finger like a blade and swiftly pierced the mastiff's chest. With a splatter, blood gushed forth. Wang Chufeng's movements were rapid and precise as he extracted a still-throbbing, steaming heart. He held the blood-soaked organ in his palm, channeling his spiritual energy to extract the vital essence, which he dripped into a pre-prepared jade cup filled with wine, the crimson blood instantly swirling through the clear liquid. The entire spectacle was grotesque. Even seasoned warriors present felt their stomachs churn. The civil officials turned pale, nearly retching. Emperor Mo Tianqiu's eyelids twitched. his complexion drained as he fought against his discomfort. Yet Wang Chufeng appeared to treat the act as a trivial matter, lifting the cup of sanguine wine and approaching the imperial steps with a disturbingly respectful smile. "Your Majesty, this wine is highly nourishing. Perhaps you would care to partake first?" He extended the cup towards Mo Tianxiu, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulting his senses. Mo Tianxiu gazed at the viscous, crimson concoction that might still contain fragments of the mastiff's fur. His stomach lurched violently, and his throat tightened, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. His face turned ghostly pale, instinctively recoiling and repeatedly waving his hands. No need. I am quite well. Please, my dear minister, do as you wish." "Oh." Wang Chufeng feigned surprise, quickly adopting a look of realization. "Could it be that your Majesty has heard the rumors and suspects there is something amiss with my wine?" His gaze sharpened like a knife, piercing Mo Tianxiu's heart. "Certainly not." Mo Tianxiu, drenched in cold sweat, hastily denied, "I harbor no such thoughts. You have wronged me." Wang Chufeng retracted the wine cup, his smile unwavering, but his eyes were as cold as ice. In this world, only the wronged subjects existed. There was no such thing as a wronged emperor. He then raised the cup of foul-smelling blood wine before the entire court and drank it down in one gulp. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his lips, which he languidly licked away with his tongue. Coupled with his sinister expression, he resembled a vengeful spirit returned from the depths of hell. The emperor, unwilling to trust his minister, feared the wine might be tainted. Thus, he resolved to drink the cup himself. His gaze swept once more over the pallid face of Mo Tianxiu and the silence of the officials below, who were as mute as frozen statues. He filled another cup, requesting the emperor to indulge him with yet another drink, lest his heart be left cold. In the grand hall, one could hear a pin drop, the only sounds being the occasional faint twitch of the hound's carcass. Anger and humiliation flashed in Mo Tianxiu's eyes, yet he could only grit his teeth and swallow the wine. Following this, Wang Chufeng clapped his hands, disregarding Mo Tianxiu's icy glare, commanding that blood wine be poured for all the officials. He observed as they pinched their noses and grimaced while drinking it down. "How is it, esteemed colleagues? Is this wine to your liking?" The officials dared not utter a word of dissent, all nodding in agreement. "What the supervisor Xiao says is indeed not false. Yes, this wine truly possesses extraordinary effects." Listening to the chorus of flattery from below, Wang Chufeng nodded lightly. After the court session, the emperor nearly fled the golden hall in haste. Wang Chufeng beheld his disheveled figure with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Incompetent. After this incident, the emperor will be utterly marginalized. He did not depart, but instead turned and headed straight for the inner palace, aiming for the queen's quarters. Chapter 61. Directly into the queen's chamber following the cultivation with Chu Xingyan the previous night, he increasingly sensed that although the imperial fire source within her was stirred, its totality seemed insufficient to allow him to fully condense a new imperial flame. The other source of imperial fire resided within Queen Chu Yaoguang. Arriving at the entrance of the queen's palace, the palace maids and eunuchs were so frightened by his presence that they knelt before him, not daring to obstruct his path. Wang Chufeng pushed the door open and entered. The queen, Chu Yaoguang, sat before the window, her face haggard and her eyes swollen from recent tears. She had evidently just been weeping. With her sister missing and herself trapped in the confining palace, Missouri Tianxiu had vented his suppressed rage upon her in recent years, subjecting the esteemed queen to multiple blows that had driven her to the brink of collapse. Upon seeing Wang Chufeng burst in, she rose abruptly, her fear evident as she admonished him with a fierce yet trembling voice. "Xiao Zizai, what brings you here? You are not welcome in this palace." Wang Chufeng paid no heed to her rebuke, shutting the palace door behind him and casting a soundproof barrier. He advanced step by step, a powerful spiritual pressure enveloping the space and rendering Chu Yaoguang breathless, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. "Your Majesty," he spoke with a frigid tone, devoid of any respect. "The princess has been detained. Do you not think, as her elder sister, you should take some action?" Chu Yaoguang's complexion turned ashen. "What do you wish to do with Xingyan?" "I do not wish for anything." Wang Chufeng halted before her, looking down upon her. "I have merely come to inform you that your sister, Chu Xingyan, is faring quite well in the inspection department and is very cooperative." He deliberately emphasized the word cooperative, his tone suggestive and laden with implications. Chu Yaoguang was instantly reminded of Xiao Zizai's notorious proclivities and her sister's fiery temperament. A pang of anguish pierced her heart, and tears streamed down her face. "You beast! What have you done to Xingyan?" "What has been done depends entirely on your Majesty's disposition," Wang Chufeng replied languidly. Whether she would suffer less or even retain her life lay in the hands of the Empress. His words were a blend of truth and deception, serving both as a threat and a test. Completely shattered, Chu Yaoguang collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "What do you want in order to spare my sister?" "Quite simple," Wang Chufeng said, crouching down to gaze at her. "Tell me, How does His Majesty usually practice with you? Speak of everything you know. For her sister's sake. Chu Yaoguang could no longer resist, and began to relay information in fits and starts, which closely mirrored what Chu Xingyan had previously divulged. It was still that rudimentary yin yanju. Wang Chufeng confirmed the information, feeling increasingly assured. He observed the queen before him, her eyes glistening with tears, overwhelmed by despair. He mused that both sisters were pitiable, being exploited for their value. Very well, Wang Chufeng stood up. It seems the Empress is astute. Remember, if you wish for your sister to live, today's events and our conversation must remain a secret. I shall return in due time to seek what I desire. He left her with a frosty gaze, turned, and was about to dispel the barrier when an urgent shout echoed from outside. The Emperor has arrived. Wang Chufeng paused, glancing at the crumpled Chu Yaoguang. You'd better compose yourself. If Mo Tianxiu sees you in this state, he may misunderstand my intentions towards the Empress. Startled at his words, Chu Yaoguang hurriedly rose, wiped her tears, and endeavored to regain her composure. Mo Tianxiu pushed open the palace door and immediately spotted Wang Chufeng, who wore an amused smile not far from the queen. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yiqing, this is rather presumptuous. Does the harem permit an outsider like you to enter at will? Wang Chufeng bowed slightly. Your Majesty, I am merely delivering a few words from the princess to the Empress. Surely, your Majesty can discern the truth and will not blame me. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Chufeng swaggered away, paying no heed to Mo Tianxiu's dark expression. Chu Yaoguang watched the demon depart, her heart brimming with despair, yet she dared not reveal her feelings, fearing for her sister's life. As she contemplated how to rescue Chu Xingyan, a sharp crack echoed throughout the palace. With a frigid expression, Mo Tianxiu struck Chu Yaoguang across the face. Wretched woman, are you now so rebellious as to consort with Xiao Zizai? Do you not acknowledge me as your emperor? With tears in her eyes, Chu Yaoguang fervently protested, Your Majesty. It was he who approached me. Silence. Mo Tianxiu utterly disregarded any explanations. Today, it was merely a chance encounter with me, and in previous days, he was likely oblivious to the events that transpired. You repulse me. Without waiting for Chu Yaoguang to utter another word, Mo Tianxiu dramatically waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Send a decree. Seal off the Empress's palace. From this day forth, she is not permitted to venture outside without my command. Furthermore, should anyone dare to enter the Empress's quarters again, let them face dire consequences. The eunuchs and palace maids on the ground were so terrified that they scarcely dared to breathe. Meanwhile, Wang Chufeng had achieved his objective for the day, and his mood lightened. He returned to the office of inspection, attended to some accumulated matters, and prepared to continue his studies regarding the cultivation with Chu Xingyan, striving to fully absorb the power of the Emperor's flame at the earliest opportunity. However, shortly past noon, a trusted attendant rushed in, whispering urgently, My lord, there has been an incident at the demon suppression prison. Wang Chufeng furrowed his brow. What has occurred? It is that stubborn fellow, Xiao Yi. He seems to have employed some secret method to conjure a peculiar flame that has shattered part of the seals, injuring several guards, and even Prince Xiao Mo, before escaping. Chapter 62. The incapable wrath of Prince Xiao Bei. Wang Chufeng was taken aback. Truly, the child of fortune lived up to his title, but let him flee. I still hope to draw power from these energy sources. However, that strange flame must signify that Xiao Yi has acquired something extraordinary. A visit to the demon suppression prison is essential. Perhaps I can find a clue regarding this fire. Though lost in thought, his visage bore an expression of fury. Incompetent fools. Dispatch orders for a citywide hunt for Xiao Yi. Inform the prison's overseer that this is the first occurrence. But it must never happen again. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. By the way, how did Xiao Mo sustain injuries? Wang Chufeng inquired of his attendant. The attendant quickly relayed all that he knew, mentioning that during Xiao Yi's escape, he attempted to take Xiao Mo with him and pressured him for information. When Xiao Mo refused to answer, he was injured. Oh, is that so? It seems I must pay this relentless rival another visit. Wang Chufeng waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. Attend to the matters I have assigned you promptly. The attendant bowed respectfully and withdrew. Wang Chufeng's fingertips unconsciously tapped on the table, producing a dull thudding sound. The upheaval at the demon suppression prison and the news of Xiao Yi's escape did not overly concern him. Rather, he found himself increasingly intrigued by that strange flame. With a flicker of thought, he commanded, Bring Chu Xingyan to me. Moments later, the door swung open, and Chu Xingyan entered with measured steps. She still wore her plain white dress, her countenance somewhat pale, and an inescapable gloom lingered in her brow. Yet, her gaze was no longer as vacant as it had been initially, now harboring a hint of subtle vigilance. She stood silently, her eyes cast down, refusing to meet Wang Chufeng's gaze. Prepare yourself, Wang Chufeng began, his tone calm and unruffled. We are to visit the demon suppression prison. Chu Xingyan abruptly lifted her head. a clear resistance flashing in her eyes as she instinctively retorted, "I will not go." "Oh." Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow, reclining against the back of his chair. Observing her with a bemused expression, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Not long ago, were you not pleading to see your prince? Now that I am in a good mood and personally offering to take you, why do you refuse?" Chu Xingyan was struck by his words, her face paling as she bit her lip. It was precisely because she had come to realize that she was merely a vessel for the ruthless Di Yan, and because she understood Mo Feng's callous words, that she was even more unwilling to confront the man who had once captured her heart. Now reduced to nothing but disappointment and embarrassment, he would only serve as a reminder of how foolish her past self had been. Turning her head away, her voice was low yet resolute. "Not seeing him is simply that. No reason needed." Wang Chufeng scoffed, rising to his feet and stepping closer to her. A formidable pressure enveloped her, causing Chu Xingyan to involuntarily take a half step back, yet his icy gaze pinned her to the spot. "Here. You do not possess the privilege to refuse." He extended his hand, grasping her slender wrist with a force that made her frown. "There is a purpose to your going. Naturally. Is your cooperation merely for show?" Before Chu Xingyan could struggle or retort, Wang Chufeng unceremoniously dragged her outside. Chu Xingyan stumbled as he pulled her along, her attempts to break free proving futile against his strength. "Let go of me, Xiao Zizai, you scoundrel!" Chu Xingyan exclaimed in a mix of urgency and fury, her voice a low reprimand. Wang Chufeng, however, paid no heed, resolutely pulling her out of the inspection bureau and into the carriage that had long been prepared. Inside the carriage, Chu Xingyan curled into a corner, nursing her reddened wrist, glaring at Wang Chufeng with a look of pure loathing, as if he were a complete demon. Wang Chufeng seemed unfazed, even closing his eyes to rest. The carriage soon arrived at the grim and icy demon suppression prison. Upon disembarking, Wang Chufeng once more seized Chu Xingyan's wrist, drawing her to his side. Chu Xingyan struggled fiercely, attempting to maintain distance. Suddenly, he exerted his strength, pulling her forcefully into his embrace, his hand firmly gripping her waist, anchoring her tightly to his side. "You!" Chu Xingyan froze, her cheeks flushing with anger and shame as she futilely pushed against his chest. "Let go! Do not touch me!" Wang Chufeng lowered his head, his lips almost brushing her ear, his warm breath caressing her neck, yet his voice dripped with cold mockery. "What happened? Just a few days ago, you were quite obedient. Now that you are to meet your prince, you're feeling shy? Or are you afraid he will see you in this position beside me? You are shameless." Chu Xingyan trembled with rage, her eyes reddening, wishing he would at least spare some dignity for him. "And for me?" Wang Chufeng seemed to find this notion utterly ludicrous, chuckling softly as he tightened his grip around her waist, compelling her to press against him. "When you and your husband derided me as a royal lapdog behind my back, did you ever grant me an ounce of dignity?" His voice suddenly turned frigid, his other hand rising sharply to grasp the nape of Chu Xingyan's neck, the pressure firm and laden with warning. "Chu Xingyan, you had best remember your current identity. Cooperate obediently, and if you please me, perhaps you and your sister may yet find a way to survive. Should you dare to defy me again." His fingers tightened slightly, causing Chu Xingyan to emit a painful gasp, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. "Do not blame me for being ruthless." His words pierced through her heart like poisoned ice shards, extinguishing all her struggles and fury in an instant. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling violently, and ultimately ceased her resistance as if resigned to her fate, her body softening in his embrace. She merely turned her face away, unwilling to let him witness the humiliation in her gaze. "Now that is more like it." Wang Chufeng released his grip on her neck with satisfaction and instead wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, almost cradling her as he strode toward the ominous gates of the demon prison, which exuded an aura of bloodshed and despair. He couldn't help but reflect internally. This persona of Xiao Zizai is indeed remarkably easy to embody, almost a natural performance. In the dark, damp corridor, only the sound of their footsteps and the echo of dragging chains could be heard. As they ventured deeper, Chu Xingyan's body grew increasingly stiff and cold. At last, they arrived before the specially designed cell that held Mo Feng. Through the sturdy iron bars, she beheld Mo Feng, chains piercing through his shoulder, hanging against the wall, his head drooping, his breath even more feeble than before, adorned with numerous fresh wounds. Upon hearing their footsteps, Mo Feng struggled to lift his head. When he recognized the two embraced figures outside the bars, his once dull eyes widened in disbelief, erupting with unimaginable shock and seething fury. "Xingyan, Xiao Zizai, you beast! Release her!" Mo Feng roared like a wounded beast, thrashing violently against his restraints. The chains rattled as he pulled at them, reopening his wounds, blood gushing forth. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his gaze fixated solely on the blinding scene outside the bars. Chu Xingyan felt a sharp pain in her chest from Mo Feng's gaze, brimming with hatred and anguish, and instinctively sought to break free from Wang Chufeng's embrace. Chapter 63. Your Highness, temper your wrath. Wang Chufeng would not permit her to retreat. His arm tightened around her waist like a vice. Even deliberately pulling her closer to him, he affectionately nuzzled her temple, yet his eyes defiantly met the frenzied phone within the cell, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your Highness, do temper your anger, he said with a teasing tone. The princess merely worries about your solitude here and has come to visit. Do you not think we are quite the pair? After all, I am the one currently attending to her. As phone observed Chu Xingyan's pale, yet unresisting form, intimately held by Wang Chufeng, his lifeless eyes widened in disbelief, erupting once more with incredulous shock and overwhelming rage. Xingyan, phone rasped, his voice fractured by his injuries, yet filled with profound pain and fury. Why? Why must you treat me this way? You truly have submitted to him. The intensity of his gaze pierced through Chu Xingyan's heart, inflicting a pain akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows. She bit her lower lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood, forcing herself to prevent the tears from cascading down her cheeks. Despite her hatred for Feng's exploitation and ruthlessness, witnessing her former lover in such a wretched state stirred a deep-seated emotion within her that she had desperately tried to suppress, causing her heart to ache profoundly. Wang Chufeng observed her reaction intently, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his lips. He feigned affection, raising his hand to gently stroke Chu Xingyan's hair, an action that appeared intimate but was rife with condescension and dominance. My dear prince, Wang Chufeng spoke with a flippant tone, do temper your anger. Be cautious not to aggravate your wounds. Xingyan is overjoyed to be with me. She eats well and sleeps soundly, far better than being with you, this useless man. This heartless scoundrel who has exploited her. And you, he continued, what has happened to you? How did you end up in such a state? His words pierced like poisoned arrows, striking at Feng's most vulnerable spot. Observing Chu Xingyan's submissive demeanor, which lacked any retort, shattered the last remnants of his rationality. You wretched woman. You harlot. Feng roared in desperation, struggling to lunge forward, only to be met with the clanking sound of chains. His wound tore open, blood gushing forth. I must be blind. You and him, ah? The overwhelming fury and his injuries caused him to cough up a mouthful of black blood. Hearing this, Chu Xingyan's body trembled violently, and the tears she had been holding back finally flowed silently down her cheeks. She averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Noticing her distress, Wang Chufeng let out a cold snort and gestured to the jailer behind him. The jailer understood the command and forcefully pulled the nearly fainting Chu Xingyan away from Wang Chufeng, leading her away from the cell door. Once Chu Xingyan was taken far away, Wang Chufeng leisurely strolled to the bars, approaching Feng, who was gasping for breath due to his rage and injuries. Yet his gaze remained venomous as it fixed upon him. Prince of the North, must you speak so harshly? Wang Chufeng's voice lowered, laced with icy mockery. It is you who exploited that young girl's constitution to siphon the power of the Empire's flames for your own gain, fully aware of her dwindling lifespan while callously disregarding it. Now that your misdeeds have come to light, you are cast aside like refuse. Why is it, then, that only you are permitted to set fires while the common folk are forbidden from lighting lamps? Is it so wrong for her to seek another's support? Xiao Zizai, you royal lapdog, hound. Feng howled, but his voice weakened from exhaustion. Your arrogance will surely lead to your downfall. Downfall? Wang Chufeng scoffed, his tone suddenly turning frigid. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own fate. I have come on imperial orders to investigate the circumstances of your grievous injuries. If you cooperate and provide information about your assailants and their intentions, you may yet suffer less. He shifted his tone to one of undisguised threat. However, should you continue to let your tongue run wild and insult me, do not expect me to show leniency. There are plenty of brothers in the supervisory department who lack female companionship. I am certain you would not wish to see the esteemed princess of the North reduced to a mere plaything for the troops. At that time, the name of the Northern King, Feng, shall be inscribed in the annals of our great Yin, leaving an unprecedented mark. Upon hearing this, Feng trembled violently. His complexion drained of color, leaving only boundless fear and humiliation. He glared at Wang Chufeng, his teeth chattering in agitation, yet ultimately, he crumpled like a figure stripped of all resolve, succumbing to despair. You are shameless. Shamelessness is merely a means. Effectiveness is what matters. Wang Chufeng observed his reaction with satisfaction. Now, divulge everything you know about the person who injured you, the techniques he employed, the flames, every detail, without omission. Faced with an even more harrowing humiliation, Feng's mental defenses shattered completely. He began to relay fragmented information, describing the peculiar flames wielded by Xiao Eru, which imbued the weight and searing essence of the earth. Their power was immense and possessed remarkable penetrative capacity, resembling certain legendary flames chronicled in royal texts. Though they appeared somewhat impure and diluted, Wang Chufeng listened intently, his mind already discerning the truth. The earth spirit fire was indeed a valuable treasure. It seemed he must find an opportunity to seize this chance. Once he had finished his inquiries, Wang Chufeng cast one last glance at the pitiful Mo Feng before turning away. Upon returning to the supervisory bureau, he brought the still sobbing and disoriented Chu Xingyan into the secret chamber. Observing her tear-streaked face, both pitiable and defiantly stubborn, a sense of inexplicable annoyance welled up within him. This was certainly not the demeanor he expected from Xiao Zizai. He forcefully suppressed this strange feeling, adopting a stern expression, and assumed Xiao Zizai's usual acerbic tone, reprimanding her. "What are you crying about? Is it not over yet? If you continue your weeping, do not blame me for being unkind. Go back to your room and tidy up properly. Clean yourself up and wait. I shall be cultivating later." Chu Xingyan raised her head, her reddened eyes glaring at him fiercely, a tumultuous blend of hatred, fear, humiliation, and a hint of complex emotions flickering in her gaze. Ultimately, she said nothing, merely biting her lip tightly before lowering her head and silently retreating to her inner chamber. Later that night, Wang Chufeng entered the bedroom. Chu Xingyan had complied with his instructions and changed into a plain nightgown, sitting at the edge of the bed with her head bowed, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. The cultivation process unfolded as it had in the past. Spiritual energy intertwined, the imperial flames surged, mingling pain with an odd sense of burgeoning power. When the technique reached a conclusion, both were left breathless, their garments soaked with sweat. Chapter 64. Breaking into the inner palace again, Wang Chufeng gazed at the fatigued Chu Xingyan, and that sense of control and wicked amusement surged within him anew. He deliberately gripped her chin tightly, forcing her to meet his gaze, his voice hoarse and laced with aggression as he demanded, "Speak. Between Mo Feng and me, whose technique is superior?" Chu Xingyan closed her eyes, her lashes trembling violently, humiliating tears sliding down her cheeks, and finally, through gritted teeth, she managed to utter a few broken words. You are formidable." "Of course." Wang Chufeng scoffed with pride, releasing his grip, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. "The technique bestowed upon you is an extraordinary contrast to the rudimentary ignition technique, akin to the chasm between the heavens and the earth, or the disparity between an ant and a colossal elephant." The following morning, Wang Chufeng, brimming with vitality, prepared to depart. Chu Xingyan was silently adorning herself in garments when Wang Chufeng's gaze swept across her, and an impulsive idea sparked within him. Abruptly, he reached out and forcefully tore away her delicate lilac garment. "You!" Chu Xingyan exclaimed in shock, her expression a mixture of astonishment and fury. Wang Chufeng, however, paid no heed to her reaction. He seized her wrist with a grip so forceful it elicited a cry of pain from her lips. He forcibly pried open one of her fingers and bent down, biting down hard on her fingertip with his teeth. In an instant, crimson droplets of blood welled forth. Chu Xingyan gasped in pain, her eyes filled with confusion and terror as she gazed at him. Wang Chufeng, grasping her bleeding fingertip, pressed it against the silken garment he had wrested from her, using her blood as ink to swiftly inscribe two glaring words: "Obey." Upon completion, he held the garment, now stained with blood and imbued with the scent of the woman, and cast a frigid gaze upon the pallid and trembling Chu Xingyan. "It seems the time has come to pay a visit to the empress of our mighty yin," he declared to himself. In an instant, Chu Xingyan comprehended his intentions. He intended to exploit her to drag her sister, the empress, down as well. She began to struggle violently, her eyes brimming with defiance. "No, I cannot. I will never assist you in harming my sister. You have no choice," Wang Chufeng retorted, tightening his grip around her neck with just the right amount of force to induce suffocation without inflicting serious harm, his gaze as venomous as a serpent. "Do not forget, without me, the imperial flames within you will eventually consume you, and your sister, who harbors the same imperial flames, will suffer an even more tragic fate. No one within the palace will be as benevolent as I to grant her the technique for survival. If you wish for her to live, you must do as I say. This is your sole chance of salvation." He released her, tucking the blood-written note into his sleeve, and before departing, he left her with one final chilling threat: "Do not attempt any tricks, unless you wish to witness Chu Yaowang accompany you to the grave." The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Chu Xingyan collapsed onto the floor, clutching her neck as she coughed violently, tears streaming down her cheeks in despair. She gazed at the closed door, as if peering into an unfathomable abyss where she and her sister would inevitably drown together. Wang Chufeng, with the garment still retaining Chu Xingyan's warmth, tear stains, and blood inscriptions nestled within his sleeve, strode purposefully towards the empress's palace. His steps were steady, his dark robe shimmering with a cold luster under the palace lights. Wherever he passed, The palace attendants recoiled in fear, avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of plague. Upon reaching the entrance of the empress's chamber, he was indeed confronted by several trembling eunuchs stationed there. Lord Xiao, please halt. The leading old eunuch stammered, his voice quivering. Your Majesty has decreed that no one is permitted to enter and disturb Her Majesty. Wang Chufeng did not falter. Instead, he merely tilted his head slightly, his malevolent gaze slicing through the faces of the eunuchs like a cold blade. In an instant, their faces turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat. They are acutely aware of the methods employed by this inspector and the formidable power he wields, which even the emperor now fears. The struggle lasted but a moment, as the instinct for survival swiftly overpowered their trepidation towards imperial authority. Like scalded creatures, they abruptly retracted their outstretched arms, bowing their heads deeply and retreating to the sides, wishing to merge their forms into the crevices of the walls, rendering themselves utterly invisible. Wang Chufeng let out a light scoff, as if shooing away insects, and without any courtesy, he pushed open the heavy palace door, a symbol of the forbidden inner sanctum, as if entering a realm untouched by others. Inside the chamber, Empress Chu Yaowang sat alone before her vanity, her reflection in the bronze mirror revealing a face clouded with sorrow, her eyes swollen and red. Startled by the sudden sound of the door opening, she turned around abruptly. Upon realizing that the intruder was none other than Xiao Yi, her surprise transformed into anger, and she mustered the dignity of her station to sternly rebuke him. Xiao Yi, how dare you? This is a forbidden area. How dare you trespass? Do you have no regard for palace rules or the law? Are you not afraid that I shall inform His Majesty and accuse you of your grievous disrespect? Wang Chufeng paid no heed to her reprimands, gently closing the palace door behind him as he advanced towards her. A dangerous and beguiling smile adorned his face, his gaze unabashedly roving over her figure. Fear? He chuckled, laced with mockery. Your Majesty, do you truly believe there is anything within this palace that can instill fear in me? Xiao Yi. As he approached Chu Yaowang, he moved with lightning speed, seizing her delicate chin with a firm grip, compelling her to lift her gaze. His thumb, imbued with a hint of frivolity, leisurely traced over the faint, still visible marks upon her cheek, indelible remnants of the Emperor Imo Tianqiu's wrath from the previous day. That worthless creature, Wang Chufeng's voice dropped, dripping with disdain. What else can he do but confine himself behind closed doors and unleash his pitiful fury upon a frail woman like you? Chu Yaowang trembled with rage at the combination of his contemptuous words and his lewd gestures, desperately attempting to turn her head away and escape his grasp. Yet that hand remained steadfast, like a vice. At that moment, Wang Chufeng leisurely withdrew a pale lilac garment from his bosom, deliberately revealing the blood-written, shocking characters of obey prominently before her eyes. The familiar fabric, the mottled, dark red stains, the desperate strokes. Chu Yaowang's once fiery eyes froze in disbelief. All her struggles and rebukes lodged in her throat, transforming into incredulous terror. Her pupils constricted sharply, her voice trembling uncontrollably, laced with a sob. Is this Xingyan S? What have you done to her? Observing her reaction, Wang Chufeng released her chin with satisfaction, as if merely concluding an engaging game. Seemingly at ease, he adjusted his cuffs and spoke in a leisurely tone. Your Majesty, are you now willing to have a calm discussion with me? Chu Yaowang could scarcely attend to the pain in her cheeks, her hand seizing his sleeve with urgency, tears streaming from her eyes. Her voice laced with a profound sense of despair and terror. Chapter 65. If Imo Tianqiu were to witness this, it would become an inexplicable matter. What is wrong with me? He feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow, his tone dripping with malice. The Empress has resided long in the depths of the palace. Has she not heard of my rather notorious little preferences? He leaned closer, his voice a sinister whisper, laden with derogatory insinuations. Tell me, what do you suppose will become of your sister, so radiant and fiery in spirit, should she fall into my hands? Naturally, I shall care for her well, ensuring her days are filled with unparalleled joy. His words struck like the most venomous daggers, brutally carving into Chu Yaowang's heart. She envisioned the humiliation and torment her sister might endure, her vision blurred, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, tears cascading down like pearls strung loose. Beast, you wretched creature destined for a miserable end. Should anything befall Xingyan, I shall haunt you even in death. Her voice trembled, imbued with an anguish that was both profound and powerless. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Chufeng leisurely applauded, a facade of false admiration plastered across his face. Truly touching. The bond of sisterhood is profoundly moving. He shook his head, his tone abruptly shifting to a cold and piercing edge. However, my dear Empress, have you perhaps misunderstood something? His gaze bore into Chu Yaowang's tear-filled eyes with unyielding intensity. Do you believe I intend her harm? No, you are mistaken. I am her savior. You two sisters are but pitiful creatures raised within the confines of the great Yan imperial family. Tools for nurturing the Emperor's flames. Sacrificial vessels at any moment. Do you genuinely believe that the guiding flames technique is a boon? It is a slow siphoning of your very life essence. The day you find yourselves utterly drained, reduced to ashes by the Emperor's flames, is not far off. And yet here you are, naively believing yourselves to be esteemed empresses and noble ladies? How laughable. His words thundered like a tempest in Chu Yaoguang's ears, tearing the veil from her lingering unease and the stark reality of her deteriorating health. Unaware of your impending fate, Wang Chufeng leaned closer, gently rapping his knuckles against her lower abdomen, where a faint but unmistakable warmth pulsed, a sign of the Emperor's flames lying dormant within her. Did you think those monthly pangs of pain in your meridians, the blood you coughed up in the morning, were merely due to the chill of the winds? His tone sharpened, laced with a deliberate cruelty. That is the Emperor's flames gnawing at your essence. The royal family is using the guiding flames technique to burn you as kindling. Chu Yaoguang shuddered involuntarily, instinctively covering her abdomen, her complexion paling further. Wang Chufeng spoke the truth. For nearly half a year, she had felt increasingly heavy, often waking in the night from the searing pain in her lower abdomen. Yet the physicians had merely attributed it to excessive worry. In retrospect, it seemed a cruel joke to have been so blissfully ignorant. Nonetheless, she gritted her teeth, unwilling to yield. Even so, it is of no concern to you. Xiao Zizai, do not think you can threaten me with Xingyan. Threaten? Wang Chufeng appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke, suddenly clapping his hands, causing the candle flame to flicker with the force of his spiritual energy. Your Majesty, you have it all wrong. It is your dear sister who has been weeping at my side, pleading for my assistance to save her. He deliberately slowed his tone, each word dripping with feigned warmth. I had no intention of meddling, but I could not withstand her daily entreaties, which drove me to undertake this arduous journey. And yet, you dare to cast me as the villain? Chu Yaoguang's lips trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she remained the Empress of Dian, clinging to the last vestiges of her belief in imperial authority, even if she recognized her own status as a mere pawn. Enough, she exclaimed, her voice rising with a resolute determination. I know what you seek, to make me your puppet. Even if I am to be used, it is my fate. My duty as Empress. You shall not deceive me into betraying His Majesty. Duty? Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow and stepped closer to Chu Yaoguang, his gaze sweeping over her pallid visage, finally resting on the bruise at the corner of her mouth, still fading. He reached out, his fingertip nearly brushing against the bruise, but halted midway, instead patting his own robes, his tone laced with mockery. No wonder you are the Empress, truly virtuous and dignified, even after being so brutally harmed. You still cling to notions of duty. His tone shifted abruptly, his eyes turning icy like a blade tempered in frost. Alas, some matters are beyond your control. A jolt of unease coursed through Chu Yaoguang, a sinister premonition seizing her. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, Wang Chufeng replied leisurely, sauntering to the door of the chamber and lightly tapping on the wooden panel, his voice tinged with amusement. I merely believe that certain words would be clearer when spoken in His Majesty's presence. I have arranged for His Majesty to come here. Tell me, how do you think he will perceive our solitary confinement, with the door and windows tightly shut? Impossible. Chu Yaoguang's complexion drained of color as she stumbled back, colliding with the dressing table. The rouge box clattered to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. His Majesty trusts me. He knows who I am and would never believe your deceit. Trust you? Wang Chufeng chuckled, bending to pick up a shard of the broken rouge box and holding it to the candlelight. Then how did you acquire that injury on your face? When he burst in last night, he did not express such sentiments. He called you rebellious, claimed you disgusted him, and ordered the palace to be sealed. Is this what you call trust? No, Chu Yaoguang cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice thick with grief. His Majesty was simply too agitated. He was overwhelmed by your provocation, which is why he treated me thus. He holds affection for me, does he? Wang Chufeng set down the porcelain shard, ceasing the argument. Suddenly, he flickered like a specter, appearing behind Chu Yaoguang. Before she could react, she felt a chill on her arm as Wang Chufeng seized the long sleeve of her bright yellow imperial robe with such force that a sharp, tearing sound echoed throughout the silent chamber. The exposed arms, as pale as lotus roots, stirred both shock and anger in Chu Yaoguang, who frantically sought to conceal herself. However, Wang Chufeng firmly gripped her wrist, rendering her immobile. Release me, Xiao Zizai, you scoundrel. At that moment, a sharp voice from the eunuch outside the hall pierced the air like thunder in Chu Yaoguang's ears. The Emperor has arrived. Her body froze instantaneously, her complexion turning ashen, breath forgotten. Yet, at this critical juncture, Wang Chufeng tightened his embrace around her waist from behind, his arms constricting her like iron clamps, leaving her utterly helpless. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath caressing her neck, yet imbued with a chilling malice. In this situation, do you believe he would still trust you? Chu Yaowang trembled violently, her teeth chattering, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. She was acutely aware of Mo Tianqiu's nature, suspicious, irritable, and especially unforgiving after Wang Chufeng's repeated provocations, having lost all semblance of his former gentleness. Should he witness her ensnared in Xiao Zi's embrace, with her garments torn, no amount of explanation could absolve her. Chapter 66. I have a cleanliness obsession. I beg you. Spare me. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, laced with utter despair. I will agree to anything. Just please do not allow His Majesty to see. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Wang Chufeng's mouth, yet he did not immediately release her. Instead, he urged her toward the hall doors. His chin rested against her shoulder, his voice lowered to a commanding whisper. Then ensure he does not enter. With your softest tone, send him away. Outside the hall, Mo Tianqiu's footsteps grew increasingly closer, accompanied by a deliberately softened tone. Yaowang, I was wrong yesterday. He paused at the doorway, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible probing. I was only driven to madness by that scoundrel Xiao Zi, and lost my composure with you. Open the door. I come to apologize. With Wang Chufeng constraining her waist and her back pressed against his chest, Chu Yaowang could distinctly feel his cold aura enveloping her. She took a deep breath, striving to stabilize her voice, though the trembling of her fingertips betrayed her trepidation. Your Majesty. Her voice quivered, feigning a deliberate frailty. I am unwell today and truly cannot receive guests. I hope your Majesty can forgive me and return another day. After a brief silence, Mo Tianqiu outside the door seemed to hesitate. Chu Yaowang's heart raced, tightly clutching Wang Chufeng's sleeve, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Sensing her anxiety, Wang Chufeng gently exhaled near her ear, laced with a hint of threat. If you do not persuade him soon, I shall open the door. Startled, Chu Yaowang stiffened, hastily adding, Your Majesty, I assure you, I am fine. I merely wish to rest properly. You are busy with state affairs. It would be best if you returned for now. Moments later, a low sigh escaped Mo Tianqiu outside, his tone tinged with disappointment, yet ultimately not insistent. Then rest well. I shall have the imperial kitchen prepare some nourishing soup for you. As the footsteps gradually faded away, Chu Yaowang felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away. Her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Had it not been for Wang Chufeng's firm grip around her waist, she would have already fallen. Her entire body was drenched in cold sweat, her nightgown clinging to her back, icy and piercing. Tears continued to flow, yet she lacked the strength to even voice her sorrow. Wang Chufeng released his hold, observing her swaying like a tattered puppet, before reaching out to steady her. His tone dripped with a nonchalant mockery. Your Majesty, is this all you can endure? Chu Yaowang lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes gazing at him, filled with animosity yet tinged with a despairing compliance. What exactly do you want me to do? Wang Chufeng smiled, his hand brushing through her disheveled hair with a feigned tenderness. It is quite simple. His gaze settled upon her dantian, glimmering with avarice. Cooperate with me in my cultivation, and I can help you suppress the imperial flames, even allow you to truly master them. The word cultivation struck her like thunder, resonating in her ears. She instantly raised her head, her complexion drained of color. Even the humiliating tears seemed to freeze. She shook her head vehemently, instinctively shielding herself with her hands. Her voice sharp with intense resistance. No, absolutely not. I can agree to anything else, but not this. As the Empress, the last remnants of her dignity and boundaries nearly compelled her to scream. Wang Chufeng regarded her startled reaction with a flicker of impatience and derision in his eyes. He leaned in slightly, his icy gaze locking onto her face. Your Majesty, it appears you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation. This is not the time for negotiations. Straightening up, he dusted off non-existent specks of dust from his sleeves, his tone resolute and unequivocal. There is only this path. Ponder it well, my patience is limited. He paused before adding, at the hour of the rat tonight, I shall return to seek you out. This is your final opportunity. Do not wait until I lose my patience. Having said this, he turned to leave, seemingly recalling something. He halted, casting a chilling glance over his shoulder that plunged Chu Yaowang into a frigid abyss. Moreover, his voice bore an imperious command. From this day forth, you shall employ every means at your disposal to prevent Mo Tianqiu from stepping even a foot into your chamber. Should he lay a finger on you, he let out a cold laugh, his tone turning ominous. Though it may cause a bit of trouble, rousing that old dog. The Supreme Emperor, I possess methods to render him utterly incapacitated. As for me, I can simply withdraw. The great Yin imperial city cannot ensnare me. But as for you two sisters, he deliberately elongated his words, leaving behind a lingering dread. Pray for your own welfare. With that, he flicked his dark robes, summoning a gust of cold wind, and strode away without a backward glance. The heavy palace doors slammed shut behind him, completely severing the connection between the inside and the outside, leaving Chu Yaoguang alone in a realm of silence and endless chill. The flickering candlelight within cast her solitary silhouette upon the cold floor, elongated and distorted, much like her current state of mind. Time flowed slowly in the stillness, each minute and second akin to a torment. As night deepened and the hour of the rat approached, Chu Yaoguang sat before her vanity, her reflection in the bronze mirror revealing a face devoid of color. She had long since bathed and changed, donning a simple yet thin nightgown, her damp hair cascading down her back, the droplets of water chillingly tracing her spine, yet they paled in comparison to the coldness within her heart. Countless times she had contemplated ending her life, but the thought of her sister, Chu Xingyan, possibly enduring inhumane torment, and the demonic threats from Wang Chufeng shattered any fleeting resolve with an overwhelming sense of dread and helplessness. A slight creak, akin to thunder, resonated as the door hinge turned. Chu Yaoguang's body jerked involuntarily, as if pricked by an invisible needle, and she sprang up from her chair, fearfully turning towards the source of the sound. Wang Chufeng's figure appeared silently in the doorway, expertly securing the latch behind him. Clad in his dark python robe, he approached her with an air of indifference, his boots echoing on the polished floor with a sharp, disquieting sound. As he neared, his gaze lingered on her somewhat pallid face post-bath, his nostrils flaring slightly, as if he caught a whiff of the cool moisture and faint scent of soap. "Have you made your decision?" he inquired, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable oppressive force, as though he already anticipated her response. Chu Yaoguang's lips moved, but no sound emerged. A profound humiliation and terror constricted her throat. Ultimately, she could only nod despairingly, almost imperceptibly, closing her eyes as her long lashes trembled like butterfly wings, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Observing her state, Wang Chufeng ceased further words. With a finger poised like a sword, he summoned a faint glimmer of spiritual light at his fingertip, swiftly striking towards her brow like lightning. Chu Yaoguang felt a chill at her forehead as a torrent of complex and obscure information surged into her mind, an altered version of the technique derived from the Yin method, distinctly different yet reminiscent of its origins. Before she could fully grasp the profundity of this technique, Wang Chufeng drew near, almost brushing against her ear, inhaling deeply, his warm breath caressing her sensitive ear and neck. "You even took the time to bathe? Excellent." His voice was deep, laced with an indescribable huskiness. "Then let us commence. Do not waste my time." The implications of his words rendered Chu Yaoguang rigid. Yet, she obediently untied the laces, gracefully settling herself cross-legged upon the spacious bed. These actions were familiar to her, as they mirrored the steps of the Qi induction technique. Ordinarily, she would be facing Mo Tianqiu, but today, the central figure shifted to Wang Chufeng. Time slipped away unnoticed, and gradually, the sky outside began to hint at the dawn's gentle light. Wang Chufeng retracted his hand, his aura now appearing even more composed and profound. With an expression devoid of emotion, he rose and tidied his slightly disheveled robe, as if merely having accomplished an ordinary task. Chu Yaoguang lay limply upon the bed, her once simple nightgown now wrinkled and drenched in sweat and tears, clinging to her fragile form. She gazed vacantly at the ornate canopy above, the tears at the corners of her eyes continuing to gather and cascade, dampening her hair. Wang Chufeng cast her a glance, his gaze indifferent, lacking any semblance of pity, only a trace of detached satisfaction at the success of his scheme. "The technique has been imparted. Take care of yourself. Remember every word I have spoken." He left her with this chilling remark before turning away with unfeigned composure. The heavy palace doors opened and closed once more, ultimately severing all connection. Within the empty chamber, only the muffled, shattered sounds of Chu Yaoguang's cries remained, echoing in the cold morning light, infused with boundless humiliation and despair. Wang Chufeng returned to the inspection division, where he sat alone in the secret chamber. Within his dantian, the golden flame of imperial fire was now more solid and vibrant than before, gradually swirling around the nascent soul, emanating pure and formidable energy waves. He raised a fingertip slightly, a slender golden flame leaping forth, casting flickering shadows within the chamber, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly, a grin that spoke of inevitable success. It should be almost time. He rose and made his way directly to the side chamber where Chu Xingyan was confined. Upon opening the door, he found her sitting by the window, lost in thought. At the sound of his entrance, she turned her head, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions that were difficult to conceal. She keenly sensed the lingering, yet more potent, breath of imperial fire emanating from him, a resonance that mirrored her own. "You last night," she hesitated, her tone laced with concern and unease. Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips as he approached her step by step. "What's this? Have you missed me so dearly after just one day apart? It seems the princess is increasingly unable to do without me." Chu Xingyan blushed with indignation, shooting him a fierce glare, but her worry quickly eclipsed her annoyance. You know perfectly well that that's not what I meant. My sister, did you go see her last night? How is she? Wang Chufeng paused before her, his hand playfully brushing against a loose strand of her hair, his tone laced with mockery. Fear not, your royal sister is quite well. She is very obedient, tut, tut, far more compliant than you. His words struck like a thorn, instantly piercing the heart of Chu Xingyan's pain. Infuriated, she abruptly turned her head away, her voice choking. You scoundrel! Noting her intense reaction, Wang Chufeng's playful spirit was further ignited. He leaned closer to whisper in her ear, his voice low. Oh, such a temper. Are you perhaps feeling jealous? You shameless fiend. Chu Xingyan retorted, spinning around as if her tail had been stepped on. Her eyes were slightly reddened. More from indignation than anything else, she was deeply concerned for her sister, who had suffered humiliation. Do you think everyone shares your sordid thoughts? Wang Chufeng regarded her impassioned defense with a look that conveyed a mix of understanding and playful mockery, his gaze laden with significance. Chu Xingyan was acutely aware that this devil was intentionally making her uncomfortable. Further argument would only serve to inflate his arrogance. Suppressing the turmoil within her, she shot him a fierce glare and turned to leave. At that moment, a communication jade talisman in Wang Chufeng's possession began to emit a subtle warmth, a commanding thought resonating in his mind. Come to me at once. It was a message from the Grand Emperor, Zhengyang. Wang Chufeng hesitated for a moment, the playful demeanor on his face swiftly vanishing, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that his clandestine pursuit of the imperial flame in the harem had been detected by this old schemer's spies? His mind raced through possibilities, but he quickly dismissed that notion. If his actions regarding the imperial flame had been discovered, this old monster would have acted decisively, rather than merely sending a message. Noticing Wang Chufeng's rare moment of distraction and the sudden gravity of his expression, Chu Xingyan, who had intended to walk away, paused and, unable to contain her curiosity and subtle concern, inquired, "What is the matter?" Wang Chufeng quickly regained his composure, casting her a fleeting glance, his tone reverting to indifference. It's nothing. Stay put. I have matters to attend to. Without waiting for her response, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of light as he made his way to the hidden Long Palace where the Grand Emperor was in seclusion. Upon re-entering the cold, oppressive palace, Wang Chufeng keenly sensed that the Grand Emperor, Zhengyang, seated upon the cold jade platform, exuded an even more peculiar aura than before. The formidable pressure of his divine transformation still lingered, yet it was tinged with an imperceptible restlessness. Zhengyang opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like lightning, landing on Wang Chufeng with evident dissatisfaction and urgency. Xiao Yi, you have grown too lax of late. How long has it been since you have presented me with suitable female cultivators? Wang Chufeng's heart jolted, and he immediately bowed in response, his tone filled with trepidation. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. It is that within the imperial city, qualified female cultivators meeting your criteria have become increasingly scarce. I have endeavored to search, but Zhengyang impatiently interrupted him, a flicker of strange red light flashing in his eyes, his tone laced with urgency and finality. Enough. I am aware of your efforts over the years. However, I am now at a critical juncture in my cultivation and urgently require a furnace to assist me in breaking through. He paused, his gaze deepening as he looked at Wang Chufeng, his words chillingly clear. I grant you 2 months. You must find one within this time. If you fail to do so, his voice lowered, yet it grew colder and more merciless, then Chu Xingyan shall suffice. After all, my son is already a waste. She might as well be put to use. Wang Chufeng, upon hearing those words, felt a slight tremor in his heart, yet dared not reveal any hint of it upon his face. He promptly lowered his head even further, his tone imbued with utmost deference. I obey your command. I shall exert every effort to alleviate the concerns of the Grand Emperor. Step back. Zhengyang waved his hand, closing his eyes once more. His aura fluctuated erratically, indicating an evident state of disarray. Wang Chufeng respectfully exited the Qianlong Hall, only straightening up after putting considerable distance between himself and the imposing palace. He cast a glance back at the stern edifice, a glimmer of cold, sharp light flashing in his eyes. The old man must have encountered a significant setback in his cultivation. His aura was unstable and restless, even neglecting his own daughter-in-law. It appeared that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. This indeed presented a fortuitous opportunity. He hastened back to the office of the supervisory department, lost in contemplation. Chapter 68. The unusually cooperative princess consort. As long as I can swiftly refine the imperial flame, utilizing the heavenly incineration technique, it would not be impossible to seize the opportunity during his illness and take his life. As night descended, Wang Chufeng once again entered the chamber of Chu Xingyan. There she sat, her striking eyes instinctively narrowing in a glare that held both vigilance and defiance, along with the lingering resentment from earlier in the day. While Wang Chufeng was preoccupied with the Grand Emperor's threat and the urgency of time, her demeanor inexplicably irked him. He strode forward, gripping her chin forcefully, compelling her to lift her gaze, his voice cold and cutting. I warn you, it would be wise to comply. Should you dare to glare at me in such a manner again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will send you directly to that old man, the Grand Emperor, to be utilized for his own gain. Chu Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, but fury and absurdity surged in her eyes as she struggled and shouted, Xiao Zizai, you are the epitome of shamelessness. Nonsense. How could the Grand Emperor possibly do such a thing? Wang Chufeng let out a chilling laugh, releasing his grip as he looked down upon her. How could it be impossible? Tell me, why do you think that old man summoned me urgently today? Was it merely to invite me for tea and a heart-to-heart? The color drained from Chu Xingyan's face in an instant, her lips quivering. Her eyes filled with disbelief and utter despair. Observing her fright, Wang Chufeng recognized his goal had been achieved. He placed a hand on her shoulder, softening his tone slightly, yet still laced with calculation. My dear princess consort, considering our recent shared cultivation, I shall offer you a path forward. Simply cooperate with me in my training. And once I successfully break through, I may find a way to ensure your safety. Chu Xingyan abruptly raised her head to meet his gaze, her eyes brimming with skepticism. She could hardly believe that this devil would exhibit such kindness. Wang Chufeng dismissed her doubts with a chuckle. Rest assured, though my reputation may be lacking, I am a man of my word. However, the condition is that you must be sufficiently obedient. Should you dare to show me your displeasure again, he deliberately elongated his tone, the threat unmistakable. Chu Xingyan bit her lip fiercely, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Yet, recalling Wang Chufeng's previous words, the instinct for survival ultimately prevailed over all else. She is an astute individual, acutely aware of how to navigate the treacherous waters of absolute authority in order to seize a glimmer of hope. On this particular night of cultivation, Chu Xingyan exhibited extraordinary initiative and diligence, fervently guiding the imperial flames within her body to cooperate with Wang Chufeng's absorption, even disregarding the subtle throbbing pain coursing through her meridians. At dawn, the cultivation concluded. Wang Chufeng beheld the slightly pale visage of Chu Xingyan, who endeavored to maintain a submissive demeanor. He even detected a hint of deliberate obsequiousness in her gaze, eliciting a mixture of amusement and inexplicable sentiment within him. The old Supreme Emperor wielded his title well, managing to intimidate this petite fiery jade into such a state. Chu Xingyan cautiously assisted him in donning his outer robe, her movements somewhat awkward, yet sufficiently gentle. Wang Chufeng savored her rare compliance, his yearning for power intensifying. The moment was approaching, and turbulence was imminent. He himself would be the one to stir the tempest and seize control of all. Upon returning to the office of the inspection department, he tapped his fingers on the obsidian iron table for a moment before commanding loudly, dispatch orders to search the entire city for beautiful female cultivators of decent aptitude. Regardless of marital status, all must be reported. I shall personally select. The attendant outside the door appeared momentarily taken aback, hesitating for an instant before hurriedly responding. As you command. The decree swiftly spread through the channels of the inspection department, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating tumultuous waves within the imperial city. The officials and cultivator families, already on edge due to the notorious reputation of Xiao Zizai, now plunged into a state of profound panic. Those with wives and daughters hastily secured their doors, devising ways to conceal their loved ones. Some even began planning to send the women out of the city under the cover of night to avoid calamity. The infamous reputation of Xiao Zizai, who had forcibly taken wives and driven ministers to death, reached its zenith, and on every street corner, people whispered curses against the unrestrained inspector. Inside the study, Wang Chufeng remained oblivious to the unrest faintly audible from outside. He had no intention of genuinely committing such inhumane acts for the old Supreme Emperor. This was merely a tactical maneuver to demonstrate his earnestness. As for whether he would ultimately find a suitable female cultivator, that was entirely within his purview. The following day at the morning court, Wang Chufeng proceeded as usual. Along the way, every official who encountered him turned pale, retreating to the sides of the path with their heads lowered, their posture exuding a reverence that bordered on subservience. Yet, Wang Chufeng could keenly sense that beneath this veneer of respect lay an almost palpable fear. They feared the power and cruelty of Xiao Zizai, rather than offering genuine deference. Upon reaching the steps of the Golden Luan Hall, the minister Gao Ming unexpectedly knelt at the base of the stairs, his voice dripping with flattery and urgency. This humble official pays respects to Inspector Xiao. I have heard that you are searching for female cultivators. My humble concubine, Ching Cheng, has long returned home. If you do not mind, I shall order her to prepare at once and send her to your residence to amuse you. To serve you with tea and water would be her fortune. Upon hearing this, Wang Chufeng felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, overwhelmed by an intense aversion. Was Gao Ming truly addicted to the whims of Xiao Zizai? While others would shy away, he eagerly offered to take a concubine. Yet, a semblance of satisfaction flickered across his face as he spoke in a seemingly tranquil tone. It brings me great comfort to see you, Master Gao, exhibiting such profound understanding and consideration for my situation. Therefore, I propose that she be sent to me after today's court meeting. With that, he turned away from the still kneeling Gao Ming and stepped into the grand hall. Today's court assembly bore an atmosphere heavier and more peculiar than ever before. The officials were as silent as the grave, their breaths cautious and measured. The emperor, Imo Tianxiu, seated upon the dragon throne, wore an expression so grim it seemed capable of dripping with malice. His gaze swept over Wang Chufeng, the suppressed murderous intent barely concealed. An official, trembling with trepidation, reported on the grain taxation of a certain region, his voice dry and quaking. Finding the proceedings tedious, having spent the previous night engrossed in the study of martial arts, Wang Chufeng instinctively stretched his arms, attempting to relieve the stiffness in his shoulders. Such a subtle gesture, however, sent the reporting official into a state of sheer panic. He collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, prostrating himself with fervor, his head striking the floor with a resounding thump, his voice tinged with desperation. I have misspoken. I deserve death. I beseech Master Xiao for forgiveness. I implore your excellency for mercy. The grand hall fell into an instantaneous silence. The air so still one could hear a pin drop. Wang Chufeng was momentarily taken aback, and even Imo Tianxiu on the throne appeared momentarily stunned. However, Wang Chufeng quickly regained his composure, finding the incident both absurd and amusing. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Why must you be so dramatic, Master He? I merely stood for a while and felt a bit weary, stretching my muscles. This has nothing to do with you. Please rise. Upon hearing this, Master He felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, yet he was still hesitant. Cautiously, he raised his head to steal a glance at Wang Chufeng's expression, confirming that there was no semblance of anger. He timidly got back to his feet and retreated to his place in the ranks, not daring to utter another word. After such a commotion, the hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence. No one dared to speak, as if the first to break the quiet would summon catastrophe. Wang Chufeng, sensing the stifling atmosphere and the icy glare of Imo Tianxiu that felt as if it could ignite flames, found the situation rather tedious. He languidly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Your Majesty, I have been preoccupied with trivial matters of late, exhausting both mind and body. Should I have erred in any way? I hope for your Majesty's understanding. Mo Tianxiu's chest heaved violently as he suppressed his anger, squeezing the words through clenched teeth. Minister Xiao works diligently for the nation. I naturally understand. Just then, the recently terrified Master He, seemingly eager to redeem himself, abruptly stepped forward once more and proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. The Inspector General, Master Xiao, is burdened with endless duties, his contributions immense, and he is held in high esteem by the late Emperor. I humbly request your Majesty's grace to provide Master Xiao with a seat before you, as a testament to your Majesty's compassion for meritorious officials. Imo Tianxiu's eyelids twitched violently, his fingers gripping the armrest of the dragon throne, turning pale from the exertion, his voice icy. Minister Xiao, your contributions are indeed commendable. But this matter of setting a seat before the Emperor is a matter of ancestral decree, to which I must express my dissent. Before the Emperor could finish, another minister stepped forward. We support the minister. Following this, a wave of officials knelt in unison, echoing their agreement, their voices resonating chillingly in the vast hall. Exuding a sense of oppressive coercion, Imo Tianxiu gazed down at the nearly prostrated courtiers, witnessing the blatant fear and flattery in their eyes directed towards Wang Chufeng, Xiao Zizai. His complexion as pale as paper, he slowly, and with great difficulty, inhaled, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Since all of you believe this, I shall grant it. A seat shall be set for Minister Xiao before the Emperor. The inner servants hastily brought forth a grand chair of purple sandalwood, positioning it beneath the Emperor's steps, directly in front of the highest-ranking officials, its placement almost level with the dragon throne. Wang Chufeng was taken aback by the unexpected outcome of his casual stretch. He raised an eyebrow, declined no further, and confidently approached, lifting the hem of his dragon robe before sitting down. Indeed, sitting was far more comfortable than standing. However, after a prolonged gaze from the vantage point beside the dragon throne, he found himself growing drowsy. Listening to the monotonous reports that continued to drone on, Wang Chufeng suddenly felt a sense of ennui. Rather than squander time in such a manner, he whimsically stood up, casually clasping his hands toward Imo Tianxiu on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, I have just recalled an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Imo Tianxiu's response, he turned and strode out of the Golden Luan Hall, leaving the court officials in stunned astonishment. Inside the Golden Luan Hall, silence enveloped the space, broken only by the heavy, oppressive breaths of Emperor Mo Tianxiu and the glaringly empty, yet strikingly conspicuous purple sandalwood chair below the steps. Upon exiting the Golden Luan Hall, Wang Chufeng did not venture far before slipping into a corner of the palace wall. With a flick of his fingertip on the storage ring, a streamlined jade shuttle appeared in his grasp, the very one he had exchanged from the system. As he released a wisp of spiritual energy, the runes on the surface of the shuttle shimmered, and the air rippled as if disturbed by water. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only the faintest trace of spatial distortion. Inside the Empress's chambers, Chu Yaowang had just awoken from a restless night's shallow sleep, her phoenix eyes still carrying a hint of fogginess and fatigue. She sat up under the silk quilt, rubbing her aching forehead. Just as her mind was in disarray, the air before her bed seemed to part like a curtain, and a shadowy figure appeared without warning, exuding an undeniable chill. "Ah!" Chu Yaowang gasped in fright, instinctively clutching the quilt to her chest, her body recoiling sharply against the bedpost. "How did you get in here?" Her voice, strained by terror, trembled with disbelief. Wang Chufeng feigned ignorance of her astonishment, his demeanor detached as he strode to the bedside. With a casual flick of his robe, he seated himself with an air of nonchalance. The bed sagged slightly under his weight, imparting an invisible sense of oppression. He regarded the queen, who had nearly curled into herself, revealing only her pale face and wide, frightened eyes, a mocking smile curving at the corners of his lips. "Your Majesty, might you raise your voice a little? It would be splendid to summon the guards outside, allowing them a glimpse of your disheveled appearance in my presence." His words fell like icy water, instantly rousing Chu Yaowang from her stupor. She bit her lip fiercely, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. Yet she dared not utter another sound. Wang Chufeng appeared to lose his patience, abruptly reaching out, not towards her, but seizing a corner of the richly embroidered quilt that enveloped her. With a slight exertion, he forcefully yanked the entire bedding to the floor. A startled gasp escaped Chu Yaowang as she found herself clad only in a thin silk nightgown, the cool morning light streaming through the window, outlining her exquisite figure. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around herself, trembling with shame and anger. "Xiao Zizai, you are insufferable. Get up," Wang Chufeng commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "It is time to cultivate." Chu Yaowang paused, instinctively retorting, "Isn't this technique meant to be practiced at night when the imperial fire's aura is weaker?" This was the common knowledge regarding the Yin Yen Ju, as well as the routine she had shared with Mo Tianxiu in their training. Wang Chufeng scoffed, interrupting her with a derisive air of superiority. "That pertains to you. Mo Tianxiu, the good-for-nothing, requires the imperial fire to lie dormant to dare seize even a trace of its warmth. Do I need such conditions?" Leaning slightly forward, his gaze aggressively swept over her heaving chest, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "I can do so at any time, anywhere. Surely, your Majesty must know this?" Chu Yaowang felt her cheeks flush crimson from his words and that brazen gaze. "You, how shameless!" she stammered, her chest rising and falling rapidly with indignation. Wang Chufeng studied her intently, unable to suppress a click of his tongue in admiration. These royal brothers truly possess remarkable fortune, such a stunning beauty, and yet the emperor, that fool, cannot grasp her. However, he maintained an outward demeanor of impatience. "Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up. Do you think I have all day?" His tone shifted abruptly, laced with a chilling threat. "Do you know that the old emperor summoned me urgently yesterday?" Chu Yaowang was taken aback by his sudden change in topic, instinctively shaking her head, though a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Wang Chufeng sneered. "That old relic has encountered a mishap in his cultivation and urgently requires a furnace to assist him in breaking through. He has issued me a death order if I do not find a suitable female cultivator within 2 months. He paused, his gaze slicing through Chu Yaowang's suddenly pale face. "He has commanded that I send your dear sister, Chu Xingyan, to him. After all, Mo Feng is incapacitated. It is only practical to utilize what is available. Do you think that old man is so perverse that even I fall short in comparison? No, that cannot be." Chu Yaowang felt as if struck by lightning, her voice trembling. The Grand Emperor, who held the utmost regard for royal etiquette and propriety, how could he possibly? She could not fathom that the exalted figure, who usually embodied the majesty of the royal family, would engage in such a heinous transgression against humanity. Chapter 70. The Necessity of Punishment. Wang Chufeng had lost his patience for idle chatter. With a sudden motion, he seized her smooth shoulder, his grip as unyielding as iron. Chu Yaowang stifled a groan, tears welling up instantly as she felt as if her shoulder bone might shatter. "Do you think I, Xiao, would need to deceive you?" Wang Chufeng leaned in closer, his gaze icy and menacing, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Do you truly believe I need to fabricate such lies to compel your compliance? Have you overestimated yourself?" The agonizing pain in her shoulder, coupled with Wang Chufeng's unabashed disdain and coldness, shattered the last remnants of Chu Yaoguang's hope. Indeed, given his current command over all, why would he resort to deception? He could easily employ more forceful means. A profound terror gripped her. She could hardly imagine the fate that awaited Xing Mian if he fell into the Grand Emperor's hands. What should she do? Ignoring the pain in her shoulder, she grasped Wang Chufeng's arm, her eyes filled with unprecedented fear and pleading, as if he were her only lifeline. Wang Chufeng observed her pitiful demeanor and coldly remarked, "Then it will depend on your performance. Cooperate with my training. Assist me in breaking through at the earliest opportunity. At that point, I might find a way to negotiate and protect you and your sister." He deliberately elongated his words, relishing the growing fear reflected in her eyes. "Don't think that your sister can escape. Do you believe you can evade it yourself? When that old man loses his mind, he will not care whether you are the empress." Chu Yaoguang was completely devastated, her body growing limp. Were it not for Wang Chufeng's grip on her shoulder, she would have nearly collapsed. All her pride and dignity appeared utterly ludicrous and fragile in the face of absolute power's threat and the instinct to protect her loved ones. "Have you made up your mind?" Wang Chufeng's voice resonated like a final ultimatum. Chu Yaoguang lifted her tear-filled eyes to him. The once majestic and dignified phoenix gazed now only revealing shattered despair and humble supplication. She bit her pale lower lip, her voice barely audible yet trembling with desperation. I promise to cooperate with you. I beg you, please. Please do not let Xing Mian." Her words trailed off into sobs. Wang Chufeng regarded the empress before him, stripped of all her defenses, leaving only vulnerability and pleading. The smirk at the corner of his mouth deepened. He nodded, grinning wickedly. However, he deliberately elongated the final syllable, his gaze lingering on the empress's tear-streaked, pitiful face, imbued with a sense of playful scrutiny. "I am quite displeased with your attitude today." Upon hearing the words, Chu Yaoguang was momentarily taken aback, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and trepidation. She instinctively murmured, "I have already promised you." Yet, before she could finish, Wang Chufeng interrupted, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze, which harbored a malevolent glimmer. His initial demeanor was far from pleasing, as he believed that wrongdoing must be met with punishment. This was the established order. Punishment? A flicker of panic and bewilderment flitted across Chu Yaoguang's eyes. Wang Chufeng released her and gestured towards the phoenix couch, his tone brooking no argument. "Position yourself appropriately." These two words struck her like thunder, flushing her ears crimson, the color of shame spreading to her fair neck. She stared at him in disbelief, questioning if she had misheard. What did you say? Do you require me to repeat myself?" Wang Chufeng's gaze turned frigid, an invisible pressure enveloping the air. As she beheld the unyielding coldness in his eyes, thoughts of her sister's safety flooded her mind, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfed her like a tidal wave. Biting her lip fiercely, nearly to the point of drawing blood, she ultimately trembled and slowly turned, burying her face deep into the soft silk quilt, desperately seeking to evade the mortifying scene. A wicked smile flickered in Wang Chufeng's eyes as he raised his hand without hesitation. A sharp sound echoed through the room as his palm met her pert backside with considerable force, the impact resounding loudly. Chu Yaoguang was caught off guard, letting out a muffled cry as her body jolted in response. As the esteemed empress, revered by all, she had never endured such a humiliating chastisement. A surge of indignation and wrath surged to her head, prompting an instinctive desire to struggle against him. "It appears you have not learned your lesson." Wang Chufeng's cold voice resonated from above, followed by the second and third strikes that landed in quick succession. Each slap bore a significant force, not injurious, yet enough to deliver a sharp sting and an intense sense of humiliation that shattered her dignity. Initially, she gritted her teeth, enduring the punishment, her nails digging deep into the bedding, her body trembling from the combined sensations of disgrace and pain. Her phoenix robe was disheveled, her hairpins scattered. She had lost the regal elegance she typically exuded. After delivering 7 or 8 strikes, Wang Chufeng finally ceased, satisfied as he observed Chu Yaoguang's slight sobs and her complete surrender to the ordeal. "Enough," he stated flatly, as if merely brushing dust off his garments. "Remember this lesson well. Now, it is time to cultivate." Slowly, Chu Yaoguang lifted her head from the quilt, her eyes red-rimmed, tears staining her cheeks and hair. Her gaze was a tumultuous blend of humiliation, resentment, yet tinged with a strange sense of resignation and daze. Silently, she complied, sitting up obediently without daring to touch the sore spots, lowering her head as she began to channel her energy as instructed. Just as their palms met and their spiritual energies began to intertwine, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "His Majesty has arrived." Outside the palace, the eunuch's high-pitched announcement rang out like a clap of thunder, abruptly shattering the tension in the air. Chu Yaoguang was taken aback. Her entire body, trembling violently as the spiritual energy she had just gathered dissipated in an instant. Her complexion paled, and in a state of panic, she instinctively reached for the fallen phoenix robe beside her. "What should I do? He is here. You must leave," she whispered urgently, nearly on the verge of tears. Yet, Wang Chufeng seized her wrist with such force that escape was impossible. Rather than displaying any semblance of fear, a wicked smile of excitement formed on his face as he shook his head, his eyes gleaming with mockery and a frenzied sense of control. Before Chu Yaowang could utter another startled exclamation, Wang Chufeng swiftly lifted her off the ground, striding towards the entrance of the chamber. Terrified, she clutched his chest with trembling hands, shivering like a leaf caught in an autumn gust, her face paling from the previous flush of color. "Your Majesty." Trapped in Wang Chufeng's embrace, she directed her voice towards the door, summoning all her strength to prevent her tone from trembling too much. "I am unwell, and it is truly inconvenient to receive your Majesty. I beg for your forgiveness." Outside, Imo Tianxiu halted in his tracks, clearly taken aback by the unexpected rebuff. His tone darkened, laced with evident displeasure. "Your Majesty, are you still vexed with me over that incident? I have already stated that it was an unintentional mistake. Your refusal to see me is utterly incomprehensible." Upon hearing the anger in Imo Tianxiu's voice, Chu Yaowang felt a surge of dread. However, Wang Chufeng chuckled softly in her ear, the sound akin to a devil's whisper. Without warning, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the very spot where she had been injured. Chapter 71. The princess consort is pregnant. Chu Yaowang was caught off guard, the sudden pain and shock causing her to cry out involuntarily, her voice tinged with a sob and unmistakable distress. Imo Tianxiu, hearing her brief exclamation, halted abruptly, suspicion creeping in. "Your Majesty? What was that cry? Has something happened?" Chu Yaowang, overwhelmed by pain, shame, and fear, felt herself on the brink of fainting. She shot Wang Chufeng a resentful glare, yet forced herself to steady her voice. Infused with an unexpected firmness born of indignation, "I am fine. It was merely a small accident. There is no need for your Majesty to be concerned. Please return." Perhaps it was the shock and pain that emboldened her, or perhaps Wang Chufeng's behavior had riled her to a point of defiance. But her words came out far more assertive than usual, even tinged with impatience. Imo Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback by her unprecedented assertiveness, and a wave of anger surged within him. Having come to offer comfort, only to be rebuffed and confronted in such a manner, he felt utterly humiliated, letting out a heavy snort. "Very well, take care of yourself." With a flick of his sleeve, he stormed away, his footsteps echoing with rage. As the echoes of footsteps faded into silence, Chu Yaowang felt as though all her strength had been drained, leaning softly against Wang Chufeng's embrace, her gaze distant, her heart pounding like a drum. Had she truly spoken to the emperor in such a tone? The man she once revered, obeyed, and regarded as a deity? A wave of unreality enveloped her, followed by a complex blush that crept upon her pale cheeks, uncertain whether it stemmed from fear, shame, indignation, or an exceedingly faint sense of something unusual. Regaining her composure, she raised her delicate fist and, both embarrassed and furious, playfully pounded on Wang Chufeng's chest. Her voice tinged with a whimper of anger. "It's all your fault. You detestable." How infuriating. Wang Chufeng allowed her feeble strikes, laughing heartily, his mood exceedingly buoyant, as if he had just executed a splendid prank. All right, he declared, his tone shifting to one of undeniable authority as the onlookers dispersed. "It's time to resume our proper business of cultivation." Meanwhile, Imo Tianxiu, storming away, walked along the palace path, his brow furrowed, his heart brimming with confusion and vexation. What had befallen the empress today? He murmured to himself, recalling how, even when wronged in the past, she had never displayed such a strong and uncharacteristic demeanor. He could not fathom the true circumstances within the inner palace, only perceiving the empress's recent behavior as strange and elusive. Forget it, he thought, irritably massaging his temples, temporarily suppressing his doubts. After all, with the Emperor Yan's backlash, her time was limited, when the moment came for her to transfer to another vessel. Why should he concern himself with such trifles? His gaze grew increasingly cold and resolute. For now, I must focus on gathering trusted allies, amassing strength, and promptly eliminating the treacherous Xiao Zizai. That is the righteous path. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the very Xiao Zizai, whom he regarded as a thorn in his side and a bane to his existence, was presently seated comfortably within the Empress's chambers, gradually transforming the Emperor Yan into his own asset. As Wang Chufeng departed from the Empress's quarters, dusk had enveloped the sky. His dark robe seemed to still carry the unique warm fragrance of Chu Yaowang's palace, contrasting sharply with the chill of the surveillance department that lingered incessantly. Upon entering his study, a figure clad in a delicate lotus-pink hue rushed forward, enveloping his arm in a fragrant embrace. "Lord Xiao, you heartless scoundrel!" Cheng exclaimed. Her meticulously adorned face tilted upwards, her eyes slightly reddened, her tone a mix of playful reproach and grievance. You sent me back to that worthless fool, who didn't even dare to look at me. How utterly pathetic. I won't stand for this. You must give me an explanation. Wang Chufeng was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. In his preoccupation with refining Emperor Yan, he had completely forgotten the gift that Gao Ming had sent him today. He looked down at Cheng, who was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, her eyes filled with emotion, her figure soft and alluring, and at that moment, her deliberate flirtation made her all the more enchanting. A fleeting sense of helplessness crossed his mind. The romantic debts left by Xiao Zizai were indeed troublesome. However, he revealed nothing on his face. Lifting Cheng's chin with his hand, his fingertips gliding over her delicate cheek, adopting the familiar mischievous smile of Xiao Zizai. Oh, it was a lapse of my own. Neglecting the beauty. That worthless fellow dares not gaze upon you. It is he who is unworthy to receive such grace. Now that you have returned, settle in with peace of mind. The supervision department does not lack for space to accommodate you. After a series of comforting words and the promise of some exquisite jewelry, I managed to temporarily stabilize Cheng, instructing others to escort her to her quarters. Watching her leave, glancing back 3 times, her graceful figure fading from view, Wang Chufeng gently rubbed his brow. Time was of the essence. The looming threat from the Supreme Emperor was like a sword suspended above him, and he had to seize every fleeting moment. In the days that followed, Wang Chufeng devoted nearly all his energy to cultivation. Chu Xingyan and Chu Yaoguang exhibited remarkable obedience and cooperation, even disregarding the strain on their meridians to fulfill Wang Chufeng's demands. 2 months slipped away in relentless training, amidst the undercurrents of court intrigues and the clandestine movements within the imperial harem. On one particular night, within the confines of the supervision department's secret chamber, Wang Chufeng's aura suddenly surged. An indescribable and overwhelming pressure erupted, enveloping the entire chamber and even penetrating the protective array, causing the surrounding air to momentarily freeze. Within his dantian, the once docile golden imperial flame entwined around his nascent soul flared to life, bursting forth in a resplendent radiance, ultimately merging completely with the nascent soul, becoming indistinguishable from one another. The technique of the heavenly flame art activated autonomously, rapidly assimilating and transforming this immense power. The nascent soul opened its eyes, flames of gold flickering within them, its form solidifying further, exuding a terrifying spiritual pressure far beyond its previous state. He had entered the early stage of spirit transformation. Success. Simultaneously, a long-awaited system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Successfully seized the opportunity of the second fire, obtaining 400 fortune points. Current fortune points, 1320. Wang Chufeng was filled with elation. Not only had his cultivation broken through, but his fortune points had also increased once more. In the following days, he focused on stabilizing his newfound power while guiding Chu Xingyan and Chu Yaoguang in refining the remaining imperial flame within them. However, as he glanced over at Chu Xingyan, whose face was pale and weak from excessive spiritual energy consumption, he suddenly sensed something unusual. A faint, almost imperceptible wave of imperial flame emanated from her lower abdomen, imbued with a life force of its own. This fluctuation was not lifeless. Rather, it resembled a seed in the process of gestation, brimming with vitality. Wang Chufeng stared quizzically at her abdomen for a moment. Is she pregnant? How can that be? Chu Xingyan evidently sensed the change within her as well. She instinctively covered her abdomen, her complexion drained of color, and her eyes filled with disbelief and terror, her voice trembling. What is happening? Am I pregnant? Wang Chufeng was equally taken aback and then pondered. The imperial flame possesses spirit, originating from the wondrous fires of heaven and earth, and must have inadvertently condensed intelligence, forming in this bewildering manner within Chu Xingyan's body. She looked up at Wang Chufeng, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. I'm carrying the child of the imperial flame? Who would believe such a thing? Wang Chufeng swiftly regained his composure, observing the panicked Chu Xingyan. He stepped forward, gently placing his hand on her cool shoulder, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Why the panic? If it has happened, it has happened. Allow me to first deal with that old fool, the Supreme Emperor. When the time comes, in this great Yin dynasty, what I say will be the truth. Whether others believe it or not, does it truly matter? His words, steeped in profound confidence, temporarily quelled the tumultuous waves within Chu Xingyan's heart. She gazed at him, momentarily dazed, before finally lowering her head and softly acknowledging him with a hum. Chapter 72. The successful transformation. Moments later, Wang Chufeng's figure appeared in the Empress's chamber. Indeed, Chu Yaoguang was there, her hand resting on her abdomen, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at him. Her lips parted slightly. Yet before she could speak, Wang Chufeng interjected, You are refining the imperial flame. Since the imperial flame has acquired sentience, it has formed an embryo within you. There is no need for concern. Nurture the child well. Rest assured, both of you have aided my cultivation, and I shall not neglect you. Everything will be discussed upon my return. Having reassured the two women, Wang Chufeng's gaze sharpened. It was time to resolve the final troubles. He entered the hidden dragon palace, where the Supreme Emperor was in seclusion, accompanied by the meticulously adorned Cheng Cheng, whose eyes reflected a mix of unease and anticipation. The chill within the palace intensified. Sitting upon the cold jade platform was the Supreme Emperor, Xingyang, his aura more chaotic and restless than before. The unnatural crimson hue in his eyes almost impossible to disguise. The moment he laid eyes on Cheng Cheng, his murky gaze ignited with a ferocious intensity, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, as he beckoned eagerly. Hurry, come here. Cheng Cheng shivered under his gaze, instinctively glancing towards Wang Chufeng. He nodded slightly, encouraging her to approach. As Cheng Cheng timidly stepped before Xingyang, the Supreme Emperor's focus was entirely ensnared by the cauldron, and in that instant, Wang Chufeng acted. Without a hint of forewarning, the terrifying power of the God transformation stage erupted with a thunderous force. His fingers, poised like a sword, gathered the recently refined, unparalleled power of the imperial flame, merging it with the dual miraculous fire of the burning heaven technique, moving faster than the mind could perceive. It pierced directly at Xingyang's vital energy reservoir. With a piercing sound, Xingyang, whose attention was wholly consumed by Cheng Cheng, was caught off guard by the sudden strike from the ever-loyal Xiao Yi, never anticipating such a surge in strength. The protective spirit energy around him was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere paper. The finger sword, imbued with the power of miraculous fire, thrust violently into his energy reservoir, unleashing a tempestuous and searing force that ravaged his meridians. A blood-curdling scream escaped Xingyang's lips as his body was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the cold pillars of the palace before sliding to the ground, violently expelling black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His cultivation at the God transformation stage dissipated in an instant, like a flood released from a dam. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with profound shock, pain, and disbelief, fixated on the slowly approaching Wang Chufeng. You, how could you hide so deeply? Xiao Yi, what a clever ruse. Wang Chufeng, with an expression as cold as stone, advanced step by step, his fingertips once again emanating a perilous golden glow. Xingyang, sensing the blatant intent to kill, was overwhelmed with terror and gasped, Xiao Yi, hold your hand. Consider how I have treated you in the past. I am now but a cripple, no longer a threat to you. Should you assassinate me and seize the throne, the world will scorn you. Why not take me as a hostage to command the lords? My days are numbered. After my demise, I can issue an edict to bequeath the throne to you. Thus, it would be justifiable. Ding. System task issued. Completely take control of the Great Yin dynasty. Reward, 500 fortune points. Current host's fortune points, 1320. Cultivation level, initial stage of transformation. Upon hearing the system notification, Wang Chufeng continued his approach, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Treated me well? It was merely mutual exploitation. There is no need for such grandiloquence. He looked down from his elevated stance at the limp figure of the former emperor, shaking his head. To take the emperor hostage to command the lords? A splendid idea, indeed. However, I find your useless son far easier to manipulate than you old fox. Before he finished speaking, his hand struck decisively. No. Xingyang's desperate scream abruptly ceased. A head rolled onto the ground, eyes wide open, frozen in a mixture of endless terror and resentment. The once invincible former emperor of the Great Yin, Xingyang, met his end beneath the very blade he had once nurtured. In the hall, the scent of blood lingered heavily. Ding. Detected host's extraordinary kill of high-level practitioner Xingyang. Xingyang's fortune points, 1700. Host randomly receives a portion of these fortune points. Acquired 1/10 of Xingyang's fortune points, 170. Host's current fortune points, 1490. Wang Chufeng, upon hearing the notification of more fortune points, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. At that moment, Cheng Cheng, who had been rendered speechless by fear, felt her legs give way and collapsed to the ground, trembling as if shaken by a sieve, her face as pale as parchment. She incoherently bowed and pleaded, "My lord, have mercy. I saw nothing. I truly saw nothing. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to do anything." Wang Chufeng glanced at her, retracting his deadly aura. Amused yet exasperated, he noted how this woman, who often delighted in teasing him, was now so timid. He reached out to help her up, feeling her icy, trembling body. "Rise, this does not concern you. Let today's events remain buried in your heart. I shall not only spare your life, but also grant you opportunities." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Cheng Cheng, as if granted a reprieve, burst into tears, nodding vigorously, her words tumbling over one another. Wang Chufeng said no more, meticulously cleaning up the scene, before quietly leaving the cold palace that had just witnessed the burial of a practitioner of transformation, accompanied by the still trembling Cheng Cheng. The night was profound, and the study of the inspectorate was ablaze with light. Wang Chufeng stood alone by the window, gazing towards the palace, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the window frame. With the abdication of the Grand Emperor, the greatest threat had been eliminated. Emperor Mo Tianqiu was but a hollow figure. The imperial flame had been attained, and his cultivation had reached the stage of transformation. Originally, Wang Chufeng intended to refine the imperial flame and return to the heavenly sword peak. But the system had abruptly presented him with a task of accumulating 500 fortune points. It seemed that the skies of the great Yin dynasty were destined for a profound transformation. A grand gift awaited the emperor at the court assembly the following day. A deep, enigmatic smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 73. Mo Tianqiu's 3-second change of face the following morning in the Golden Luan Hall. The atmosphere of the court assembly was particularly tense. The ministers bowed their heads in silence, the subtle rustle of their robes distinctly audible. Upon the dragon throne, Emperor Mo Tianqiu bore an air of barely concealed anxiety and anticipation, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the armrest. Wang Chufeng stood at the forefront of the ministers, his dark robes accentuating his austere visage. He stepped forward, his voice resonating painfully yet clearly throughout the hall. "Your servant has a matter to report." He slightly bowed, his tone somber. Last night, the Grand Emperor secluded himself in the Qianlong Palace and, regrettably, fell into madness, departing from this world. What? A wave of suppressed gasps and startled murmurs erupted within the hall. Mo Tianqiu abruptly rose from his throne, a fleeting look of incredulous ecstasy flashing across his face. That old man was finally dead. After years of being overshadowed, he could now truly govern. Yet, this elation lasted but a moment. He quickly recognized the inappropriateness of the occasion, forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth, striving to feign sorrow. His body swayed slightly, as if burdened by an unbearable weight. His voice trembling. "Father, how could this happen so suddenly?" He raised a hand to cover his face, appearing utterly grief-stricken. However, through the gaps of his fingers, his eyes suddenly widened with terror. With the Grand Emperor's demise, no one remained in the court to counterbalance the formidable Xiao Yi. Was this not an immense fear? It seized him in an instant, transforming his feigned sorrow into genuine, bone-chilling despair and panic. In the span of 3 breaths, his complexion shifted from red to pale, then from pale to ashen, a brilliant display of emotion. In the grand hall, the silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard falling. The ministers exchanged glances, witnessing in each other's eyes a shared horror and profound dread. All gazes involuntarily shifted towards the tall figure of the inspector, whose countenance bore a heavy sorrow. The Grand Emperor's death was so abrupt, the implications were self-evident. This Lord Xiao possessed truly extraordinary methods and was ruthlessly decisive. From this moment forth, who would dare to defy him even slightly? Wang Chufeng observed the reactions of all present with a cold smirk concealed within, while his exterior assumed an even more sorrowful demeanor. He spoke again, his voice shattering the silence and redirecting everyone's attention. "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself and mourn your loss. A nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day, nor can it be without a successor to ensure stability. The late emperor has departed, and the pressing matter at hand is for your Majesty to promptly designate an heir to secure the hearts of the realm." Mo Tianqiu, putting aside his concerns, still bore a pallid complexion as he gazed at Wang Chufeng, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. With great effort, he managed to utter, "What you say, Minister Xiao, is indeed valid. However, the establishment of an heir is a matter of great national importance that demands careful consideration. I have 2 sons born of a concubine. Which of them do you believe is worthy of such a significant responsibility?" He tossed the question back, infused with the last vestiges of his probing and inner turmoil. Wang Chufeng smiled faintly, yet that smile sent a chill down Mo Tianqiu's spine. "Your Majesty, while both princes are indeed intelligent, they are both of lesser birth. According to the ancestral laws of our great Yin, the legitimate heir must be the firstborn. The sons of concubines, I fear, would struggle to command respect and adhere to our traditions." Mo Tianqiu's brow furrowed tightly. "I am fully aware of our ancestral laws. Yet, the Empress has long suffered from a condition that has prevented her from bearing offspring, leaving me in a state of helplessness." His tone carried an almost imperceptible hint of resentment as he spoke of the Empress. A near uncontainable smirk crept onto Wang Chufeng's lips as he internally scoffed. "What condition? It is plainly the encroachment of the Emperor's own essence that has brought us to this point. That he has survived until now is mere fortune." He took a step forward, his voice rising abruptly, imbued with an undeniable declarative tone. "I must extend my congratulations to your Majesty. A joyous occasion indeed. Mo Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback. What joy do you speak of? Wang Chufeng's gaze intensified as he met the emperor's eyes directly. I have received news of great delight. Her Majesty, the Empress, is with child. The proclamation struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the grand hall. Mo Tianxiu's countenance turned as frigid as frost, his eyes sharp as blades, fixating on Wang Chufeng with an unwavering glare. He had not set foot in the Empress's quarters for nearly 4 months. Moreover, he had been engrossed in cultivation for a year. Where could this pregnancy possibly originate? Xiao Zizai. Mo Tianxiu slammed his hand upon the armrest of the dragon throne, trembling with rage, unable to maintain his veneer of calmness any longer. He barked. How dare you? I have not seen the Empress for quite some time. How could she possibly? Before he could finish, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended like an invisible mountain, enveloping the entire golden hall. Thud, thud. Officials of lesser cultivation crumpled to the ground, while those of greater skill struggled to breathe, their spirits trembling as they cast horrified glances toward the source of the immense pressure, the still upright figure of the Inspector General. The pressure of the transformation stage. Mo Tianxiu bore the brunt of it, his words choked in his throat, his complexion shifting from green to purple, his eyes reddening as if gripped by an invisible hand around his neck, making even breathing agonizingly difficult, the veins on his forehead bulging. He clutched the armrest of the dragon throne, his nails nearly digging into the wood, as overwhelming fear and humiliation engulfed him. Yet, years of imperial composure forced him to suppress the nearly instinctive curse that threatened to escape his lips. He gasped for breath, squeezing out a voice through clenched teeth. Attempting a final struggle, Minister, I am merely overwhelmed with shock. He fought to render his tone more stable. Indeed, I have not seen the Empress for a long time. This matter is rather preposterous. Perhaps you have misheard some rumors? Wang Chufeng gradually retracted his oppressive aura, yet the chilling intent to kill lingered in the hearts of all present. He let out a cold laugh, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. Your Majesty, during my readings of ancient texts, I encountered an account of a primordial being known as Neza, whose mother bore him after 3 years and 6 months of pregnancy. The Empress, carrying the dragon's seed, may have already been with child for 1 or 2 years. Is it so strange that the gestation period is prolonged? This is indeed a divine omen bestowed upon our great Yin. Mo Tianxiu, upon hearing this, felt as if he might bleed from his mouth, his face twitching in disbelief. Ancient legends are ethereal and cannot be taken seriously. My dear minister, this matter ultimately lacks substantiation. Wang Chufeng seemed to have anticipated this retort, his gaze sweeping to the end of the ranks of civil officials. His tone suddenly turning severe. Where is the historian? An elderly official, hair and beard white as snow, clad in the garb of a historian, timidly stepped forward and fell to his knees with a thud, trembling like a leaf in autumn. I am here, Your Majesty. Wang Chufeng's gaze pierced through him. You shall inform His Majesty whether there exists a precedent for such matters in antiquity. Am I speaking recklessly? The old historian, terrified to the core, dared not utter a word of dissent. Bowing low, his head struck the ground repeatedly, his voice tinged with tears and unwavering certainty. To Your Majesty. To Lord Xiao. The words of the inspector are indeed true. Ancient texts do record such phenomena. Though instances of prolonged gestation are rare, they are not without precedent. Your Excellency possesses vast knowledge, and I am in awe. Ha, splendid. Wang Chufeng nodded in satisfaction, turning once more to the ashen-faced Mo Tianxiu, and delivered another heavy blow. Moreover, Your Majesty, this is not an isolated incident. The princess consort of the Northern Guardian, Chu Xingyan, who shares a sisterly bond with the Empress, has recently been diagnosed with pregnancy as well. The simultaneous occurrence of such auspicious events for both sisters, could this not be interpreted as divine will? This further validates the ancient texts. A blessing from the heavens for our great Yin. Upon learning that even Chu Xingyan was with child, Mo Tianxiu's vision darkened, nearly causing him to topple from the dragon throne. Chapter 74, The Convergence of 3 Women. He understood everything. All was clear. Xiao Zizai, how dare he? An overwhelming fury and humiliation threatened to consume him, his teeth grinding together as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He gazed upon the man who wielded absolute control below him, observing the officials rendered mute by fear. Ultimately, the last vestige of strength was drained from him. He slumped into the dragon throne, as if his very spine had been extracted, his voice hoarse, hollow, imbued with utter despair and resignation. He slowly uttered 2 words, granted. Your Majesty is wise. Wang Chufeng immediately bowed, his voice resonant. Your Majesty is wise. The entire assembly of civil and military officials, as if awakening from a dream, collectively knelt, their shouts reverberating, heralding the dawn of a new era. Yet, the emperor upon the dragon throne appeared pallid, his eyes reflecting a desolate void. Within the golden lawn hall, a deathly silence enveloped all. Mo Tianxiu sat upon the dragon throne, his chest heaving violently, nails digging deep into the golden dragon carvings of the armrest, nearly breaking them. Humiliation, anger, and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous serpents. Yet he was acutely aware that he possessed no means to resist the current predicament. The death of the former emperor remained shrouded in mystery, while Xiao Yi's cultivation had astonishingly reached the divine transformation stage. The entire court was filled with sycophants, those who prioritized self-preservation. Should he display defiance at this moment, it was likely that he would succumb to overwhelming sorrow, following the former emperor into death. He clenched his molars tightly, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. And finally, a fractured, hoarse voice escaped through his teeth. Since this matter is recorded in ancient texts and corroborated by the star sleep incident, it is indeed a divine blessing for our great Yin, a harbinger of good fortune. He exerted all his strength to ensure that his voice did not tremble too violently. Then let it be as you have suggested, my minister. The child in the empress's womb shall be the heir to the great Yin, regardless of gender. I shall obey your command. Wang Chufeng bowed, his tone devoid of any trace of joy, as if this were merely a trivial matter. However, he did not withdraw but instead spoke again, his words cutting like a dull knife through flesh, presenting another boon. Your Majesty's vast heart embraces auspiciousness, stabilizes the nation, and is indeed a blessing for all the people. I have another matter I wish to beseech your Majesty to consider. Mo Tianxiu's heart sank. What more could there be? He regarded Wang Chufeng with wariness. Wang Chufeng continued, I observe that your Majesty's progeny is rather sparse for the flourishing of the royal lineage. I have a sworn sister named Cheng Cheng, virtuous and gentle, as pure as jade, possessing striking beauty. I take the liberty of seeking for her the position of imperial consort to expand our great Yan's lineage in the future. I hope for your Majesty's gracious approval. Among the ranks, the minister Gao Ming, upon hearing this, turned an ashen hue, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. That was his concubine. Now, she was being offered to the emperor by Xiao Yi as if she were a sister, brazenly presented before the court. He swayed, nearly fainting, and only with the covert support of a colleague did he manage to remain upright. Mo Tianxiu looked at Gao Ming's changing complexion below and then at Wang Chufeng's earnest expression, feeling a surge of indignation welling up within him, almost ready to explode. What more could he say? What could he refuse? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, only a numb, ashen despair remained in his gaze. His voice was parched and desolate. Granted. Choose a day to welcome her into the palace. Thank you for your grace, your Majesty. Only then did Wang Chufeng appear satisfied, bowing once more. I take my leave. He turned, his dark robe sweeping through the air with a cold arc, striding out of the golden Luan Hall, leaving behind a chamber steeped in silence and dread. Wang Chufeng did not return to the inspection bureau, but instead made his way directly to the empress's chamber. Chu Yaowang sat anxiously by the window, her complexion pale, her hands unconsciously clasped together. As Wang Chufeng entered, he observed her distressing demeanor and spoke directly. It is dreary to be cooped up in this palace all day. Come, let us take a stroll outside. Chu Yaowang abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous bewilderment. A stroll outside? Since being chosen as empress and stepping into these high walls of the palace, the notion of freedom has become a distant dream. Every journey is accompanied by a grand entourage, with the path leading only to royal gardens or temple altars, never veering into the unknown. She gazed blankly at Wang Chufeng, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Chufeng arched an eyebrow, inquiring, What is it, your Majesty? Are you unwilling? No, it's not that. Chu Yaowang hurriedly rose, her voice tinged with an urgency and tremor she herself did not yet recognize. I simply didn't expect. She stumbled over her words, yet a faint desire, long imprisoned, quietly began to unfurl within her. Then let us depart. Wang Chufeng stated succinctly, turning to leave. Chu Yaowang instinctively quickened her pace to follow, forgetting to change out of her ceremonial attire, and thus accompanied him out of the palace chamber. The eunuchs and palace maidens standing outside were taken aback to see the queen departing the palace with the inspector general, yet none dared to intervene, helplessly watching the duo's figures fade into the distance. The carriage did not pause in the bustling marketplace, but instead proceeded directly to the imposing inspectorate. Upon entering a tastefully adorned warm chamber, Wang Chufeng was greeted by Chu Xingyan. Sister, Xingyan. The moment they met, both sisters felt their eyes welling with tears, tightly clasping each other's hands. A multitude of unspoken sentiments surged within them, yet they found themselves at a loss for words, only experiencing the relief of survival and the silent flow of tears. They scrutinized one another, their gazes filled with concern, care, and a complex array of emotions known solely to themselves. Wang Chufeng gestured for Cheng Cheng, who had entered behind him, to close the door. Cheng Cheng, in a state of turmoil, had just learned from Wang Chufeng that she was on the verge of becoming the emperor's consort. Her eyes were filled with incredulous awe as she looked at Wang Chufeng. Observing the three extraordinary women before him, each with drastically different fates, Wang Chufeng calmly began. Regarding today's matters discussed in the court, I have already conveyed the gist to you. I trust you are all aware. The three nodded, their gazes locked in a complex interplay of understanding. Wang Chufeng paused, his eyes sweeping over Chu Yaoguang and Chu Xingyan before he finally spoke slowly. At this juncture, the yin poses no threat to me, and I shall speak plainly. I am not truly Xiao Zizai. Chapter 75. The three women discussed the demise of Xiao Zizai. What? The declaration was akin to a thunderclap. Chu Yaoguang and Chu Xingyan's eyes widened in disbelief, their previous tears forgotten. Cheng Cheng also covered her mouth in shock. But Xiao Zizai is already dead. Wang Chufeng's tone remained flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. I merely borrowed his identity for a time, and my objectives are now largely fulfilled. He turned to the sisters, who were now utterly astounded. I will not remain long in Dian. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall orchestrate a drama wherein Inspector General Xiao Zizai commits regicide and is ultimately executed. After all, to truly grasp control over a dynasty, winning the hearts of the people is paramount, and Xiao Zizai's name is far too tainted. His gaze fell upon Chu Yaoguang. When the time comes, I shall support you as the queen, governing in the name of the mother of the heir apparent. And you, he turned to the three women, must mutually bolster one another to seize control of the great yin. Following his comprehensive plan, a profound silence enveloped the warm chamber. Chu Yaoguang and Chu Xingyan exchanged a glance, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. So it was revealed. The truth behind it all was thus. After the shock, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over them, as if the persistent dissonance they had felt was finally elucidated. Yet, this was swiftly followed by a more complex and ineffable emotion, particularly for Chu Yaoguang and Chu Xingyan, who felt a fleeting sense of loss that even they could not fully comprehend. He was not the malevolent Xiao Zizai they had imagined, yet he was destined to depart. He had granted them vitality, even the capital to secure their future, yet he would leave. Cheng Cheng was the first to regain her composure. Having no emotional ties to Xiao Zizai, only a transaction of interests, she promptly bowed gracefully. I understand. It is all at the behest of the elder brother. She swiftly embraced the role of a devoted younger sister. Chu Yaoguang took a deep breath, striving to calm the surging emotions within her. Her regal demeanor gradually returned as she softly stated, I comprehend, yet this matter is of great significance and requires careful deliberation for prudent execution. Chu Xingyan lowered her head, gently caressing her abdomen, her gaze shifting like clouds, ultimately dissolving into a soft sigh. Rest assured, we shall act as you advise. That night, the four convened in the warm chamber, their lamps aglow as they meticulously discussed and finalized numerous details of their plan, ensuring that every step was precise. Every element scrutinized and contemplated repeatedly, until the faint light of dawn began to break outside, casting a hazy glow through the papered windows. The plan had unfurled. Wang Chufeng stood by the window, gazing at the slowly awakening imperial city beyond. He understood that his role in this grand game of the great yin was nearing its conclusion. A fleeting sense of reluctance overcame him. The identity of Xiao Zizai might never be used again. Yet, he pondered, when the moment of true parting arrived, what sentiments would arise within those women whose fates he had so deftly manipulated. He shook his head, casting aside such thoughts, his demeanor once again becoming calm and profound. The performance must continue until the final curtain call. Days later, within the Golden Luan Hall, Wang Chufeng suddenly launched an attack, leaving Mo Tianxiu utterly bewildered. While the ministers were equally perplexed by the sudden fury of the inspector, Wang Chufeng pointed his finger like a sword. The golden radiance of the imperial flame intertwining with the eerie blue of the nine nether flame, exuding a terrifying aura that could incinerate all and freeze the very soul, striking towards Mo Tianxiu's brow with the swiftness of lightning. No, Mo Tianxiu emitted a desperate and unwilling howl. With a piercing thrust, the finger sword effortlessly penetrated his skull, unleashing the combined might of the imperial flame and nether flame, obliterating both his soul and body in an instant. Upon the dragon throne, only a swiftly charred and frozen corpse remained, frozen in a posture of terror. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire Golden Luan Hall. The ministers stood in a daze, resembling lifeless figures, their minds blank, utterly incapable of comprehending the horrifying and paradigm-shattering scene before them. The Inspector Xiao Zizai had brazenly committed regicide in the public eye of the Golden Luan Hall. Such a deed seemed uncharacteristic of the astute and calculating inspector of the Great Yin, instead resembling the actions of a madman, a lunatic. Wang Chufeng slowly withdrew his finger, casting a cold glance over the ministers who stood silent and pale, their faces drained of color. In a fleeting moment, he transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the roof of the Golden Luan Hall, vanishing into the skies beyond. All that remained was the chaos within the hall and countless terrified gazes. Had Xiao Zizai truly gone mad? Everyone pondered this in their hearts. The news spread like wildfire, soaring through the imperial city with astonishing speed, provoking waves of turmoil and panic. Just as anxiety gripped the populace and countless officials found themselves at a loss, some even began to conspire in secret. Preparing to take down the traitor Xiao Zizai, a more shocking revelation emerged from deep within the palace, swiftly confirmed through the channels of the inspectorate. Wang Chufeng, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, had encountered the deranged Inspector Xiao Zizai during his travels in the Great Yin, engaging in a fierce battle that lasted a day and a night. Ultimately, Master Wang Chufeng, wielding unparalleled swordsmanship, successfully vanquished the traitor Xiao Zizai, obliterating both body and spirit. Thus, he purged this scourge from the Great Yin royal family. This news struck like an even larger stone cast into a lake, creating ripples that completely overshadowed the prior panic. Initially, many officials could hardly believe it, struggling to accept that the usually astute inspector could have lost his sanity, suspecting it might be a ruse or part of a deeper conspiracy. In the court, no one dared to express their opinions, fearing the repercussions of choosing the wrong side. As this strange silence lingered for several days, the situation grew increasingly delicate. The long-absent Empress Chu Yaowang, clad in white mourning attire, accompanied by royal guards and senior officials from the inspectorate, ascended the Golden Luan Hall. Though her countenance was haggard, it bore an undeniable authority as she held forth an imperial edict and publicly proclaimed, "Firstly, it is confirmed that Emperor Imo Tianqiu was assassinated by the traitor Xiao Zizai. The traitor has been eradicated by Wang Chufeng of the Heavenly Sword sect. Secondly, in gratitude for Wang Chufeng's righteous actions that saved the Great Yin from ruin, he is hereby appointed as the national master of the Great Yin dynasty, with a position of great esteem, to whom the emperor shall not bow. Thirdly, a nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign. The bloodline of His Majesty resides within my womb. Henceforth, I shall curtain the affairs of state until the birth of my son." The Empress's personal confirmation dispelled most doubts, instantly reversing the tide of sentiment. Those who had once feared Xiao Zizai, even harboring secret disdain for him, suddenly found an outlet for their grievances and loyalty, stepping forth to passionately denounce Xiao Zizai as past misdeeds. The audacity to abduct a wife, to drive loyal subjects to death, to seize control of the court, to frame a prince, and to disregard the sovereign ultimately culminated in a frenzied act of regicide and rebellion. Such transgressions are beyond measure and deserving of the gravest punishments. In no time, the name Xiao Zizai became synonymous with malevolence, inciting a collective desire for his demise among the populace in the capital and the streets alike. The people cared not whether Xiao Zizai had descended into madness. Their sole concern was the obliteration of that demon, the manner of his death being of little consequence. His forces were swiftly dismantled, a premeditated transfer and purge orchestrated by Wang Chufeng, and his deeds were etched into the annals of history, marking him as one of the most notorious symbols of infamy in the chronicles of Dantian, destined to be remembered with disdain for eternity. In Chapter 76, Farewell. At Tiangong Sword Peak, the esteemed Wang Chufeng, celebrated amidst countless accolades and expressions of gratitude, quietly retreated to the depths of the imperial palace. That night, the queen's chambers were ablaze with light, though the atmosphere was laden with subtle tension. The table was laden with exquisite imperial delicacies, yet the three enchanting women, Queen Chu Yaoguang, Princess Chu Xingyan, and the soon-to-be consort Cheng Cheng, sat gazing into their cups of wine, heads bowed, in a profound silence that permeated the air. Wang Chufeng, restored to his original visage, clad in a flowing blue robe that exuded an ethereal grace, observed them with a gentle smile, breaking the stillness. "The matter is resolved, and the affairs of the Dantian dynasty will gradually stabilize. It is time for me to return." His words sent a tremor through the three women. Chu Yaoguang lifted her gaze, her phoenix eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, gratitude, relief, melancholy, and an almost imperceptible hint of dependence. "I am deeply grateful to you, Master Guosher." She had swiftly embraced her new role. Chu Xingyan gently caressed her still flat abdomen, harboring within it an extraordinary life. Her eyes held the most intricate emotions towards Wang Chufeng, confusion born of dissipated hatred, the helplessness of being at the mercy of fate, and perhaps a faint, unacknowledged affection. She whispered, "Take care, and do return often." Cheng Cheng appeared far more innocent, her sentiments dominated by awe and relief as she promptly rose to pour wine for Wang Chufeng. "May you have a safe journey, elder brother." Wang Chufeng nodded, producing 3 specially crafted communication talismans, glowing with vibrant energy and imbued with potent spiritual power, handing one to each of the women. "From this day forth, you 3 must support one another. In the event of an insurmountable crisis, Whether turmoil in the court or difficulties in your cultivation, these talismans may be activated to send word to me, no matter the distance. I shall be informed. The three women solemnly accepted the jade talismans, tucking them away with great care. These talismans, akin to an invisible thread, bound them to the man who had irrevocably altered their destinies. Perhaps it was the understanding of the circumstances at play. Or perhaps it was the shedding of Xiao Yi's demonic guise that diminished their fear of him, instead nurturing a peculiar sense of trust and closeness towards him. Xu Yaoguang was the first to raise her glass, a rare and genuine smile gracing her face. Regardless of the circumstances, let us toast to the esteemed national master, who has secured a path for my sister and me, as well as for our unborn child. Chu Xingyan and Cheng Cheng silently lifted their glasses in agreement. Wang Chufeng smiled in response, and as the wine was consumed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The four of them sat together, no longer discussing the burdensome matters of statecraft and schemes, but rather indulging in light-hearted conversation, occasionally punctuated by suppressed laughter, as if a weight had been lifted. Xu Yaoguang recounted amusing anecdotes from the palace, while Chu Xingyan shared tales of the borderlands. Cheng Cheng curiously inquired about experiences in the realm of cultivation. Wang Chufeng handled their queries with poise and charm. As the evening progressed, the night deepened, the silken curtains rippled, and the candlelight flickered, casting gentle reflections upon their faces, each harboring their own thoughts, yet achieving a subtle harmony in that moment. As dawn broke outside, soft light filtered through the window, casting a hazy brilliance within the room. Wang Chufeng rose, casting a final glance at the three women, a slight smile gracing his lips before his figure gradually faded in the morning light, akin to ink dissolving into rice paper, vanishing silently. All that remained was the lingering scent of wine. Three women just awakening, their eyes still bleary with sleep, lost in contemplation, and a dynasty on the brink of transformation, awaiting renewal. Xu Yaoguang gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, gazing out at the azure sky, her expression growing resolute and steady. Chu Xingyan tightened her grip on the communication talisman, inhaling deeply as the confusion in her eyes began to dissipate. Cheng Cheng quietly tidied the wine glasses, her gaze filled with both anticipation and reverence for the future. A new chapter was just beginning for them, and the man known as Wang Chufeng had become an indelible, vibrant legend in their lives. Wang Chufeng departed from the Grand Dantian imperial city, which held countless schemes and a complex web of emotions, and summoned the cloud-piercing shuttle. As the space rippled with energy, he found himself hovering above the familiar Tianjin peak. The fresh mountain breeze, infused with abundant sword essence, enveloped him, sweeping away the dust and invisible burdens he had accumulated within the Dantian dynasty. He inhaled deeply, his lungs filled with invigorating clarity. Wang Chufeng exhaled a long breath, as if expelling the sinister and ruthless shadows that accompanied his identity as Xiao Yi, along with the tension wrought by navigating the treacherous waters of power struggles. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, he finally felt a profound sense of relaxation and ease, as if his very spirit had become lighter. He glided down gracefully, making his way directly to the main hall of the peak, where the doors stood open. The midday sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window frames, casting warm and bright patches of light that enveloped the spacious sandalwood table within. Murong Xue sat there, her head slightly bowed, engrossed in the scrolls before her, her delicate brow furrowed as she appeared to be addressing some sect affairs. Today, she wore a dark red gauze dress. The sunlight illuminated her attire, reflecting a soft and resplendent sheen that perfectly accentuated her exquisite and curvaceous figure. Her long hair, as dark as ink, was simply gathered, with a few strands cascading down her neck, adding a touch of grace. This serene and beautiful scene resembled a painted scroll. Wang Chufeng softened his footsteps, his heart enveloped in tenderness. During his absence, the myriad affairs of Tianjin Peak must have rested solely upon her shoulders. Perhaps sensing a familiar presence or sharing an unspoken bond, Murong Xue instinctively lifted her gaze, upon recognizing the figure she had long yearned for. Standing at the entrance with a gentle smile, she was momentarily taken aback, her jade brush slipping from her fingers and falling onto the open scroll, leaving a small blot of ink. She seemed unable to believe her eyes, blinking her beautiful orbs, her long lashes fluttering. Once she confirmed that this was no mere illusion, the accumulated months of longing, worry, and the burden of solitude surged within her, transforming into crystalline tears that silently traced her fair cheeks. Chufeng, her lips parting slightly, called out in a voice tinged with incredulity, as if fearing to disturb this beautiful dream. A pang of emotion struck Wang Chufeng's heart, and he hastened to the table. Swiftly reaching her side, he gently wiped away the tears from her face, feeling the cool moisture beneath his fingertips, his tone imbued with compassion and regret. "I have returned. You have worked hard. Where are the others?" Murong Xue grasped his hand, pressing it firmly against her face, savoring the warmth. shaking her head with tears mingled with laughter. It hasn't been hard. It is enough that you are back. Once her emotions settled, she recalled his earlier question. Qianqian and the others accompanied Wan to the market below the mountain to purchase some items for the child. It has been over 4 months since you left, and Wan is nearing her time. Hearing this, a wave of warmth and guilt washed over Wang Chufeng. His gaze fell upon Murong Xue's slightly weary, yet still enchanting visage, noticing the faint shadows under her eyes, and his heart ached. He affectionately pinched her cheek. The touch delicate and cool. Why didn't you accompany them to relieve your mind? To be consumed by these trivial matters daily is most exhausting. His tone carried an undeniable concern, laced with a hint of the domineering affection of one who had just laid down a heavy burden and yearned to cherish those close to him. Without awaiting Murong Xue's response, he waved his arm, a gentle surge of spiritual energy sweeping across the table. The piled scrolls, jade slips, and writing materials were instantly brushed aside, leaving the expansive tabletop clear. "Ah!" Murong Xue exclaimed softly, still processing the moment, when Wang Chufeng gently lifted her by the waist. Her form was light and soft, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance. Wang Chufeng carefully placed her upon the smooth, cool surface of the sandalwood table, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. Murong Xue's face flushed crimson, akin to the most exquisite blush, spreading all the way to the nape of her neck. "Chufeng, you must put me down. This is the main hall. If someone sees, they might misunderstand." Chapter 77. The tears of Xiao Qianqian. Her protests were feeble and lacking in strength. Sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating her flawless profile and the slight tremor of her eyelashes. The sight of her bashful and anxious demeanor captivated Wang Chufeng more than any picturesque landscape. He chuckled softly, not only refusing to let go, but drawing even closer. What was seen could not be unsaid. Who would dare to speak? His voice carried a hint of lazy magnetism. Murong Xue could only lower her eyes in embarrassment, unwilling to meet his gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, betraying the turmoil and a flicker of anticipation within her heart. The hall fell into a momentary silence. As dusk approached, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the Tianjin peak in a warm golden hue, finally breaking the stillness outside with familiar laughter and light footsteps. Xiao Qianqian and Li Wan, along with a few others, had returned. They carried an assortment of bags, filled mostly with charming baby clothes and toys, their faces aglow with a carefree joy. Upon spotting Wang Chufeng in the hall, they paused momentarily before erupting into exclamations of delight. "You're back." Wang Chufeng greeted them with a smile, his gaze first landing on Li Wan's noticeably round abdomen. He stepped forward, gently supporting her. "Take it slow. Is everything well?" Li Wan beamed with maternal radiance, nodding happily. "Yes, all is well." Wang Chufeng suddenly noticed the absence of one person. "What about Wanxiu?" Lin Wanyue quickly answered. "Sister had to step out for a matter." Wang Chufeng dismissed the thought and joined the lively group for dinner. The atmosphere filled with laughter and joy from their long-awaited reunion. As he listened to their animated chatter about the happenings in the peak over the past few months, the icy facade that belonged to Xiao Zizai melted away completely, leaving only warmth in its wake. After the meal, everyone dispersed to rest. However, Xiao Qianqian approached obediently, linking her arm with Wang Chufeng's, her small head resting against his shoulder as she sweetly pouted. "Master, you were gone for so long. Qianqian missed you so much." As she spoke, her large eyes quickly brimmed with tears, droplets cascading down her cheeks. Wang Chufeng felt a wave of tenderness wash over him as he affectionately ruffled her signature two-bun hairstyle. "Be good, I'm back now. After a long day. Let us go rest." The two walked hand in hand to the side chamber. Wang Chufeng, in a gentle tone, urged, "Qianqian, please tidy up, it's time to rest." Yet, Xiao Qianqian vigorously shook her head, lifting her small face. Despite the tears still lingering, she wore a playful and mysterious smile. "Master, I have prepared a surprise for you. Close your eyes and don't peek." Wang Chufeng chuckled, utterly at a loss against this whimsical little girl, and obediently shut his eyes. He then heard the faint rustling of movements, and a subtle, sweet fragrance seemed to fill the air. "All right, you may open your eyes now." Following her command, Wang Chufeng opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. He found a soft red string tied around his wrist, the other end attached to a delicate leather collar adorned with a small bell. Xiao Qianqian knelt upon the soft carpet, adorned in a delicately crafted lace dress that bore the marks of painstaking effort. The fabric, ethereal and translucent, danced under the glow of the lights. With her hands gently lifted and resting modestly upon her chest, she resembled a charming, yet vulnerable kitten seeking the affection of her master. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes shimmered with a blend of shyness, anticipation, and unreserved trust as she gazed up at him, her voice trembling with an irresistible allure. "Master." Wang Chufeng felt a surge of blood rushing through him, unable to contain himself any longer. He gently tugged at the red cord, prompting Xiao Qianqian to obediently crawl towards him, step by step. He leaned down and lifted this meticulously adorned little feline onto the bed. Xiao Qianqian lay obediently across his lap, her body quivering slightly, whether from tension or eagerness, it was unclear. The following morning, sunlight poured through the window, casting a warm glow within the room. Wang Chufeng awoke feeling rejuvenated, stretching his limbs. Turning his head, he found Xiao Qianqian still deep in slumber, her delicate face bearing traces of fatigue mingled with satisfaction, clearly exhausted. He tenderly tucked the blanket around her, careful not to disturb her sweet dreams. After rising, he strolled towards Li Wan's quarters. Li Wan too remained in peaceful sleep, her pregnancy rendering her even more drowsy. Wang Chufeng did not enter the room. Instead, he stood quietly outside the window for a moment, ensuring her breathing was steady and serene, before departing silently. He made his way around the peak, attending to several routine matters, yet he found himself puzzled by the absence of his eldest disciple, Lin Wanxiu. Where could she have gone? He summoned his younger disciple, Lin Wanyue, to inquire. Wanyue, has your sister mentioned where she might be? Upon seeing her master, Lin Wanyue initially brightened, but then her gaze flickered, and she lowered her head, her small hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Sister, what's wrong? Wang Chufeng asked gently. She told me not to say. Lin Wanyue's voice was barely a whisper. Wang Chufeng feigned a stern expression, pretending to be upset. Not even to your master? Startled, Lin Wanyue shivered, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill, and with a quivering voice, she finally confessed, Sister went out to train with a senior brother. A senior brother? Who is he? Wang Chufeng's unease intensified. He was familiar with most disciples of Tianjin Peak, and Lin Wanxiu was not the type to venture out with others. Lin Wanyue sniffled. A few days ago, when Sister went down the mountain to train, she encountered a severely injured male cultivator. Out of kindness, she saved him, and they became acquainted. They had been gone together for about 3 days. What is the name of this male cultivator? Wang Chufeng pressed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I think his name is Xiao Erwo. Lin Wanyue finally stammered, intimidated by her master's serious demeanor. At that moment, Wang Chufeng felt as if thunder had struck his mind. His expression darkened instantly. Xiao Erwo. It was he. Xiao Erwo must surely be aware that Lin Wanxiu is his foremost disciple. He approaches with deliberate intent. His motives are anything but pure. He either seeks to avenge himself through Wanxiu or harbors ulterior motives. In either case, Wanxiu is presently in grave danger. A surge of anxiety and fury ignited within him. Suppressing his emotions, he inquired in a steady tone to the terrified Lin Wanyue. Where did they go for training? Inform the master that this is not your fault. Chapter 78. My disciple has been abducted. Lin Wanyue's tears flowed more profusely, her words coming out in fragments. I believe I heard my sister mention a place called the Scorched Earth Valley. Scorched Earth Valley. Wang Chufeng immediately recognized the location. It was a place characterized by harsh conditions and chaotic fire elemental energies, indeed suitable for practicing certain fire-related techniques or seeking rare materials. All right, I understand. Wanyue, do not fear. I shall find your sister. Wang Chufeng comfortingly patted his little disciple's head and swiftly departed. He quickly located Murong Xue and succinctly conveyed the situation. Wanxiu has gone to Scorched Earth Valley and may be in danger. I must leave immediately to find her. Please manage the matters within the sect for the time being. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue's countenance changed, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. She nodded decisively. Go with peace of mind, but be sure to exercise caution and bring Wanxiu back safely. Wang Chufeng nodded, no longer hesitating for a moment. With a flash, he transformed into a streak of radiant sword light, heading straight toward the direction of Scorched Earth Valley. His mind resonated with a singular thought. Xiao Erwo, if you dare to abduct my beloved disciple, I shall reduce you to ashes. Wang Chufeng moved with lightning speed, soon arriving above Scorched Earth Valley. The valley was engulfed in scorching heat, the crimson earth cracked, and the air was thick with the scents of sulfur and ash. Occasionally, flames erupted from the fissures, distorting the air around them. Suspended in midair, his formidable divine consciousness unfurled like an invisible Mercury, meticulously sweeping over every inch of the land and every crack. However, the feedback from his consciousness tightened his brow. Aside from some low-tier fire elemental beasts and chaotic fire energies, there was no trace of Lin Wanyue or Xiao Erwo. How could this be? Wang Chufeng's expression darkened. With the strength of his divine consciousness at the transformation stage, covering the entirety of Scorched Earth Valley was a trivial matter. Unless the two had either departed from this location or entered a realm capable of obstructing divine consciousness detection. Time was of the essence. Every moment Wanxiu lingered near Xiao Erwo increased her peril and uncertainty. Wang Chufeng resolved to act without delay, silently urging, System, employ the Celestial Insight. Beep. Consumed 50 fortune points. Celestial Insight employed successfully. Current remaining fortune points, 1950. In an instant, the scenes before Wang Chufeng shifted rapidly. Countless blurred fragments of images flashing by like a revolving lantern. He focused his mind, striving to capture traces associated with Lin Wanyue and Xiao Yi. Eventually, the images began to sharpen, revealing a location deep within Scorched Earth Valley, where the space was exceptionally unstable, rippling violently like water waves. The figures of Lin Wanxue and Xiao Yi were entwined within, seemingly engaged in a quest for discovery. Suddenly, an unexpected vortex of twisted space materialized, its formidable pull instantaneously engulfing both individuals. The scene abruptly halted, plunging into chaos, rendering any further glimpse impossible. A spatial vortex? A chill coursed through Wang Chufeng's heart. Such naturally occurring spatial passages are perilous and unpredictable, their destinations shrouded in mystery and fraught with instability. Without delay, he swiftly navigated to the core of the Scorched Earth Valley, arriving above a vast chasm. The ground here was charred black. Faint yet tumultuous spatial fluctuations lingering in the air, but the vortex had vanished as if it had never existed. Had he arrived too late? Wang Chufeng's countenance darkened. He unleashed his divine sense with all his might, meticulously attuning himself to the surrounding space. This time, he keenly discerned that the spatial structure was indeed alarmingly fragile, riddled with subtle, nearly imperceptible fissures. Following the direction of the most chaotic spatial disturbances, he ultimately unearthed a remarkably concealed spatial rift beneath an unassuming, soot-blackened cliff, emanating an ancient aura distinct from the realm of cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chufeng summoned his spiritual energy, transforming it into a streak of luminous essence, and plunged directly into the spatial rift. In the instant he traversed the rift, he felt an overwhelming force of spatial tearing. Yet it posed little threat to his corporeal strength at the divine transformation stage. However, as his feet touched the ground, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. An indescribable, colossal power of ancient rules descended upon him like invisible shackles. The vast spiritual energy surging within him was forcibly suppressed and sealed by this power, visibly plummeting to the initial stage of the nascent soul. What? Wang Chufeng was genuinely astonished. He sensed a profound difficulty in communicating with the celestial energies, as though he had been burdened with heavy chains. The great rules of this world exerted such a potent suppressive effect on external forces. Before he could fully comprehend the strangeness of this realm, the system's alert tone sounded urgently. Ding! Warning! The child of destiny, Xiao Yi, has been detected within this secret realm, poised to merge with the essence of the earth fire. The host may attempt to seize it, with a successful acquisition yielding 400 fortune points. Remaining fortune points for Xiao Yi, 300. Ding! Emergency warning. The host's disciple, Lin Wanxue, is in a concerning state. The child of destiny, Xiao Yi, has begun to gain Lin Wanxue's favor and trust. Should the host refrain from intervening, a loss of 500 fortune points is imminent. A series of alerts, particularly the one concerning Lin Wanxue, caused Wang Chufeng's forehead to nearly break into a sweat. This foolish disciple. He felt a mixture of irritation and helplessness. Lin Wanxue, with her exceptional talent and overly pure heart, remained oblivious to the treachery of human nature, especially in the presence of someone like Xiao Yi, who bore great fortune and often attracted romantic entanglements. Accompanied by the presence of the cunning Xiao Yi, one could easily envision the current state of his foolish disciple, who would undoubtedly be engaging in all manner of flattery. It was imperative that he locate them swiftly. He immediately attempted to employ the technique of celestial observation once more, only to discover that the skill icon was dimmed, indicating suppressed by unknown celestial rules, unable to use. This was troublesome. Wang Chufeng clicked his tongue, his mood growing increasingly grave. With his cultivation restrained and his celestial observation technique rendered useless, searching for two individuals in this entirely unfamiliar and peculiarly governed realm was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Yet, Wang Chufeng had never been one to remain idle. He inhaled deeply, compelling himself to attain calmness, and his gaze sharpened as it scanned the surrounding environment. This place appeared to be an ancient, untamed jungle, with towering trees reaching for the heavens, their branches and leaves obscuring the sun. The air was thick with a rich, yet wild, spiritual energy, distinctly different from that of the cultivation realm. In the distance, the low growl of an unknown beast echoed, heralding the dangers that lay ahead. The urgent task was to familiarize himself with the surroundings and swiftly uncover clues. He suppressed all traces of his presence, moving like a specter as he ascended to the crown of a towering ancient tree, gaining a vantage point from which to survey the expanse. Simultaneously, he cautiously extended the remnants of his nascent soul consciousness, now stifled to the initial stage, to sense any potential energy fluctuations or signs of human activity. The jungle was vast and perilous, Yet Wang Chufeng's resolve was unwavering. Xiao Erwo dared to abduct my disciple, and he harbored intentions of seizing fortune? This time, he would not be spared. His figure melded into the wilderness, embarking on a quest fraught with uncertainty. Chapter 79. The disciple of the Flame Emperor Wang Chufeng concealed his aura, moving like a phantom through the jagged stones and withered trees at the edge of the scorched earth valley. After traversing for about half a day, he arrived at a hilly region where a faint scent of sulfur lingered, and the surface revealed subtle crimson patterns. He keenly detected several waves of spiritual energy ahead. Approximately at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, stealthily approaching, he observed 3 cultivators clad in short crimson robes, adorned with various pouches of medicinal herbs and peculiar minerals, who were gathered around a vibrant, fire-red spiritual herb with leaves resembling flickering flames. Their conversation, laden with the thick accent unique to this locale, was barely comprehensible. As they appeared to be discussing the age and harvesting techniques of the crimson flame herb, Wang Chufeng's gaze intensified, and he shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Before the cultivators could react, he pointed with precision like a sword, striking a vital point on the nape of one of them. The cultivator fell without a sound, collapsing to the ground. The other 2, taken aback, were just about to cry out in alarm and resist when Wang Chufeng's sleeve swept, sending a wave of gentle force that hurled them several meters away, causing them to crash against the rocks and temporarily lose consciousness. He then seized the unconscious cultivator and vanished into the depths of the hills with a few deft movements. In a secluded cave, Wang Chufeng roused his captive. As the monk awakened and beheld Wang Chufeng, his eyes initially reflected confusion, swiftly replaced by overwhelming terror. Struggling to retreat, he soon realized that his entire spiritual power had been shackled. You are an outsider? How did you manage to enter? His voice trembled, laden with a heavy regional accent. Although his words were somewhat obscure, Wang Chufeng could manage to comprehend them within the context. I pose the questions, you provide the answers. Speak one unnecessary word, and you shall perish. Wang Chufeng's tone was frigid, a chilling sword intent swirling around his fingertips, poised against the monk's brow. Beneath the looming threat of death, the foundational cultivator divulged information with near-complete candor, his speech interspersed with local dialect, relaying fragmented details. This realm is known as the Rongyan realm, an isolated world with unique regulations. Due to the constraints of the Great Tao, cultivation here proves arduous, and the practitioners' levels are generally low. The legendary mightiest among them is referred to as the Flame Emperor, named Hua Lai, who is said to possess the cultivation of early deification. Months prior, this Flame Emperor, who had been missing for a century, abruptly returned, bringing along an outsider cultivator. All outsiders who enter this realm experience a significant suppression of their cultivation level. The practitioners here do not cultivate spiritual energy, but uniquely absorb the ambient earth fire to refine themselves and condense their fire cores. Upon death, their cultivation returns to the earth, enhancing the earth fire, thereby forming a cycle. Consequently, this realm produces numerous alchemists, possessing exquisite control over flames. Having acquired the essential information he sought, Wang Chufeng compelled the monk to sketch a rudimentary map, indicating the approximate locations of the core city of Dihua City and the Flame Emperor's residence, the Dihua Palace. Once he obtained what he needed, Wang Chufeng callously struck the monk's sleep point, erasing a fragment of his memory before discarding him deep within the cave. Whether he awakens or not would depend on his fate. The city of Dihua was constructed almost entirely from dark red volcanic rock, with wide streets and sturdy, low-lying houses. The air was suffused with a faint essence of fire and the fragrance of herbs. Most passers-by donned heat-resistant coarse fabric or leather armor, their complexions flushed, their breaths harmonizing with the essence of fire. Wang Chufeng employed the art of Qianhuan to alter his appearance, transforming into an ordinary, slightly ailing loose cultivator. Seated quietly in a corner of a bustling tavern, listening intently to the surrounding discussions. Have you heard? The Flame Emperor has returned from the outside world. A burly man exclaimed, gulping down a steaming red liquid. Not only has he returned, but he is said to have brought back an outsider lad as his disciple. Is that true? The Flame Emperor is actually taking an outsider as a disciple? It's rumored he intends to grant him control over the essence of earth fire? I doubt this is mere rumor. There are too few in our Rongyan realm who can command the essence of earth fire. The Flame Emperor has searched for a century. Perhaps he has indeed found a suitable candidate in the outside world. But what of the fire-melting princess? In the years the Flame Emperor has been absent, it has been she who has tirelessly upheld the situation. Alas, although Her Highness the Princess possesses extraordinary talent, it seems her compatibility with the essence of earth fire has always been somewhat lacking. Perhaps the Flame Emperor intends for the outsider to inherit the source, subsequently marrying the princess to him, thereby retaining the essence. To wed a foreigner with the princess? Wang Chufeng's hand, which clutched the rough ceramic bowl, paused slightly. a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. It must be Xiao Erwo, the Flame Emperor's disciple, mastering the source, and also seeking to marry the princess of this realm. The fortunes of this fated child truly abound. He must first infiltrate the Earth Fire Palace, locate Wanqiu, and ascertain the situation. That night, the moon concealed behind a shroud of darkness. The wind howled ominously. The Earth Fire Palace, built against the mountains, was heavily guarded, with subtle fluctuations of fire-based formations resonating throughout. Wang Chufeng, employing his exceptional agility and stealth, melded into the shadows, silently evading the patrolling guards, and slipped inside the palace walls. The interior of the Earth Fire Palace was far more intricate than he had imagined, with a labyrinth of corridors saturated with a potent aura of fire spirit. He cautiously attuned his senses, attempting to detect the presence of Lin Wanqiu or Xiao Erwo. However, as he traversed a courtyard adorned with peculiar flame flowers, an overwhelming, scorching spiritual pressure, akin to divine might, suddenly locked onto him. An aura from the outside world? Who dares intrude upon the Earth Fire Palace? An aged yet resonant voice boomed like thunder in his ears. Wang Chufeng's heart jolted, and without hesitation, he retreated swiftly. Before him, emerging from the shadows of the grand hall, was an elderly man clad in a crimson gold dragon-patterned robe, his hair and beard ablaze with red, his countenance imposing. The fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from him unmistakably indicated he was at the early stage of spirit transformation. Yet, the pressure he exerted far surpassed that of an early-stage cultivator from the outside world, clearly restrained by the laws of this realm, indicating his true combat prowess was terrifying. It was none other than the Flame Emperor, Huolai. Without a moment's discourse, Huolai raised his hand and grasped. A colossal hand, entirely composed of crimson flames, materialized from thin air, exuding an aura capable of incinerating the void as it lunged toward Wang Chufeng. Although Wang Chufeng was suppressed to the early stage of the nascent soul, his combat awareness and experience remained intact. He formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, channeling his internal spiritual energy with all his might, sending forth an exquisitely refined azure sword aura to cleave the fiery giant hand. Boom! The sword aura collided with the flaming hand, producing a deafening roar. Wang Chufeng felt an irresistible force surge towards him, a sweetness rising in his throat as blood spewed forth, and he was propelled backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against a palace wall, which instantly splintered with cracks. With just a single strike, he had sustained grave injuries. Oh, how intriguing! An early-stage nascent soul indeed managed to withstand an attack from me and remain alive. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Huolai's eyes, yet he showed no mercy, closing in once more. Wang Chufeng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, summoning the Chuanyun shuttle without hesitation. However, the laws of this realm were too stringent. The shuttle's brilliance flickered violently, yet it could only teleport over short distances, utterly incapable of tearing through the void to escape. Whoosh! His figure reappeared 100 feet away in another corridor. A spatial artifact? Huolai scoffed, his consciousness sweeping forth like a tide, swiftly locking onto Wang Chufeng once more, with no trace of the elemental fire of the goblin realm upon him. Akin to a beacon in the night, I shall see just how far you can flee. In the midst of his desperate escape, Wang Chufeng came to a realization. His pursuer was tracking him by the essence of goblin fire. He relentlessly activated the Cloud Piercer, executing erratic short-range teleportations to evade the terrifying fireballs and chains hurled by the relentless Huolia. Simultaneously, he fervently circulated the Burning Heaven technique, forcibly absorbing the dense goblin fire essence surrounding him. In Chapter 80, A Fortuitous Encounter After Peril, he successfully refined and simulated the goblin fire essence, soon enveloping himself in a faint aura of it. Indeed, Huolia's pursuing figure hesitated momentarily, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, as the sense of being tracked seemed to wane slightly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wang Chufeng recklessly surged toward the direction where the goblin fire essence was most concentrated, the very heart of the palace. Behind him, Huolia's onslaught remained fierce, several attacks narrowly grazing his body, scorching his robes and inflicting excruciating pain. At last, he sensed a palace ahead, within which the purity of goblin fire was extraordinarily rich, nearly materializing into vapor. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged inside. The sounds of pursuit and Huolia's wrathful roars seemed to be significantly muffled by an invisible barrier, and the overwhelming sense of being tracked vanished abruptly. Wang Chufeng stumbled a few steps, unable to sustain his severely injured body, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the cool ground, imbued with immense fiery energy. Losing consciousness, after an indeterminate period, he gradually regained awareness. The first sensation he felt was the warm, nurturing essence of fire enveloping his body, alleviating much of his pain. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself within an exquisitely opulent palace. The pillars and walls were adorned with self-illuminating crimson crystals, and the floor was laid with soft, unidentified beast pelts. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman. She appeared youthful, her skin as white as snow, her features delicately refined like a porcelain doll. Her large eyes sparkled like rubies, currently reflecting a blend of curiosity and concern as she gazed at him. Clad in a resplendent red gown, her petite and exquisite figure was unmistakable. Her demeanor was complex, embodying the innocence and charm of youth while subtly hinting at a suppressed defiance and authority, a quintessential beauty with dual qualities of grace and strength. "You are awake?" The woman spoke, her voice clear yet deliberately restrained, as if to project a sense of maturity and composure. "You come from outside. How could that old fool pursue you so relentlessly?" Wang Chufeng, enduring intense pain throughout his body, propped himself up and scrutinized the woman, refraining from answering her inquiry. Instead, he fixed her with a piercing gaze. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the princess of fire melting, correct?" Her pupils constricted slightly, a fleeting look of fluster crossing her face at having her secret unveiled, before she quickly composed herself, a hint of indignation coloring her features. "So what if I am?" Wang Chufeng smiled faintly. "That old man you speak of must be your father, I presume?" He is not. As soon as that old man returned, he imprisoned me within this flame spirit palace, forbidding me from going anywhere. He even insists on forcing me to marry that wild brat who seemingly appeared out of nowhere." Wang Chufeng felt a stir in his heart and cautiously inquired, "Is that wild brat named Xiao Yi? How do you know?" Princess Murong exclaimed, her ruby-like eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you in league with that boy?" Upon confirming that it was indeed Xiao Yi, Wang Chufeng felt a surge of excitement. "Do you know where the girl accompanying him is?" "She is in her 20s, with a round face." Murong's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Oh, I see. You are also after that little vixen, aren't you?" Wang Chufeng's expression stiffened, suppressing his anger. "Do not refer to her as a vixen." Seeing Wang Chufeng's growing ire, Murong shrugged and scoffed. "There are no good men. That woman Xiao Yi brought indeed resembles a vixen." Wang Chufeng felt a tightening in his chest and urgently pressed. "That woman? Is she named Lin Wanxiu? Where is she now?" Murong was taken aback by his sudden urgency and retorted, "Yes. Her name is Lin Wanxiu. What is it to you? Is she your old flame?" Let me tell you, you have no chance." My unworthy father looks at her with a strange gaze. "I might soon find myself with an inexplicable new stepmother. It's utterly absurd." Her anger grew, her pretty face flushing red. "What did you say?" "Hualai intends to marry her." Wang Chufeng abruptly stood, unleashing a torrent of suppressed killing intent, causing the flame spirit energy within the palace to swirl chaotically. Though still wounded, his fury surged, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze was chillingly terrifying. Princess Murong stumbled back in fear at his sudden outburst, her face paling as she clutched her chest. Why are you being so fierce? You scared me." Yes. That's what my father intends. It seems Lin Wanxiu has a very special constitution. My father mentioned she is some sort of rare furnace, beneficial for controlling the source." "Furnace? Hualai? Xiao Yi, you are seeking death." Wang Chufeng's unbridled fury and murderous intent nearly drove him to madness. To think his own disciple was ensnared in such a scheme. He fixed his piercing gaze on Princess Murong, sharp as a blade. "Take me to find Lin Wanxiu." Startled by the madness and killing intent in his eyes, Murong took another step back, but then, as if ignited by a rebellious spirit, she straightened her back and feigned composure. Why should I take you? I'm imprisoned too. And who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" Wang Chufeng inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous blood and killing intent within him. His voice was cold and hoarse. "Lin Wanxiu is my foremost disciple. Whoever dares to scheme against her, I will ensure they are ground to dust and their souls obliterated." As he gritted his teeth, the undeniable determination and protective fervor in his eyes left Princess Murong momentarily speechless. She gazed at this seriously injured yet fiercely determined man, her ruby-like eyes shimmering as if weighing her options. The emperor's tyranny, his reliance on outsiders, his neglect of his own daughter, and that loathsome marriage, all these emotions intertwined within her heart. After a brief moment, she suddenly blinked, revealing a sly smile that belied her innocent appearance, tilting her head as she looked at Wang Chufeng. "Hey, outsider, if you wish to save your precious disciple, perhaps we could strike a bargain?" Wang Chufeng regarded her coldly. "Speak." Deep within the Earth Fire Palace, two individuals, each harboring their own motives, forged a temporary alliance within the warmth of the Flame Spirit Hall. Outside the palace, the sounds of pursuit seemed to gradually fade away. In Chapter 81, the simple-minded disciple, Wang Chufeng concealed himself in the Flame Princess's Flame Spirit Hall, continuously absorbing the pure and potent earth fire energy through the burning heaven technique. His aura had become indistinguishable from the local cultivators of the melting flame realm. blending seamlessly into his surroundings like a drop of water merging with the sea. Dressed in a crimson palace guard's attire, his visage transformed by the illusory change technique into a waxen, sickly appearance, he silently followed behind Huarong, playing the role of an inconspicuous bodyguard. Yet beneath his lowered eyelids, his gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, ever vigilant to his surroundings. On this day, a message from the Flame Emperor Hualai reached the Flame Spirit Hall, summoning Huarong to attend a so-called family banquet. Upon receiving the message, a glimmer of disdain and loathing flashed in her ruby-like eyes, but she ultimately signaled to Wang Chufeng to follow her. The two traversed the winding and complex corridors of the Earth Fire Palace, making their way to the grand banquet hall deeper within the palace. As they approached, the air grew increasingly heated and pure with fire spirit energy, and faint sounds of laughter could be heard. The moment they stepped into the banquet hall, Wang Chufeng's gaze was drawn like a magnet, instantly locking onto a familiar figure, his beloved disciple, Lin Wanxiu. She sat in a subordinate position next to Xiao Erwo, clad in a gown of goose yellow that stood out refreshingly amidst the predominant crimson decor. With her head slightly tilted, she seemed to be listening to Xiao Erwo, her round cheeks adorned with a faint, trusting smile, her eyes clear and innocent, utterly unaware of the treacherous schemes that ensnared her. Xiao Erwo, exuding satisfaction, occasionally whispered to Lin Wanxiu, his gestures seemingly considerate, yet Wang Chufeng could discern the insincerity lurking behind his gaze. A heavy sorrow mixed with fury surged within Wang Chufeng, prompting him to clench his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Forcing himself to lower his head, he suppressed all emotions deep within, maintaining the facade of a sickly, inconspicuous guard, seated high at the main table. The Flame Emperor Hualai swept his gaze over Huarong and Wang Chufeng as they entered, his attention briefly lingering on Wang Chufeng, his brow slightly furrowing in imperceptible suspicion. He seemed to sense something unusual about this guard's aura, but his focus was elsewhere, dismissing it as merely a new, adequately skilled protector for his daughter, and soon shifted his gaze away. Ronger has arrived. Please, take a seat. The voice of Hualai resonated powerfully, exuding the authority of a patriarch as he gestured towards the seat opposite Xiao Erhua. Huarong let out a disdainful hum, unabashedly revealing her reluctance. Yet she complied and took her seat. Wang Chufeng, silent and stoic, stood in the shadow behind her chair, resembling a steadfast guardian. Come now, Ronger. Both you and Erhua are young. It would be beneficial for you to become acquainted, so you may support one another in the future, Hualai remarked. Forcing a smile in an attempt to ease the tension, Huarong picked up a spirit fruit from the table and took a vigorous bite, muttering disinterestedly, not interested, unfamiliar. Hualai's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of displeasure surfacing in his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a hearty laugh. Ah, no worries, no worries. Young people can be stubborn. It seems we must encourage more opportunities for you to interact. During the ensuing banquet, while toasts and exquisite delicacies circulated, an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath the surface. Occasionally, Lin Wanxiu was asked about the situation in the outside cultivation world, to which she responded politely and appropriately, yet remained blissfully unaware that she had become a coveted treasure in the eyes of certain attendees. Wang Chufeng stood vigilantly, his head bowed like a statue, yet all his senses were heightened, attentively monitoring every conversation and exchanged glance. As he contemplated how to connect with Lin Wanxiu without revealing his identity, Hualai spoke again, his gaze fixed squarely on Lin Wanxiu. Haha, Miss Lin, with your exceptional talent and unique demeanor, you are a guest in my Rongyan realm. You must stay for a few more days. Let Erhua show you the wonders of this realm. There is no need to rush back. Lin Wanxiu set down her jade chopsticks, inclining her body slightly, her tone gentle yet resolute. Thank you, Senior Hua, for your generous hospitality. However, I have been away from my sect for several days now, and my elders and fellow disciples may be concerned. I must trouble you for just a few more days before I return, to alleviate their worries. Upon hearing this, Hualai's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, though his smile remained intact. Ah, why rush? This realm, though small, holds its own wonders, which could be beneficial for your cultivation. He paused, casting a glance at Xiao Erhua, his tone brooking no dissent. Here's what we shall do, after a few days. Once Erhua has attended to his affairs, he will personally escort you out, ensuring your safe return to the sect. How does that sound? Xiao Erhua immediately grasped the implication and cheerfully addressed Lin Wanxiu. Precisely. Rest assured, junior sister Lin. There are some unique fire-based spiritual materials here that would greatly benefit our cultivation. I will take you to gather some over the next few days, and it will be the perfect opportunity to see you off. Lin Wanxiu appeared somewhat hesitant, yet seeing their enthusiastic arrangement, which sounded reasonable, she gently nodded. Then I shall trouble senior brother Xiao. Listening to their harmonious exchange, it was evident they had no intention of allowing her a smooth departure. The murderous intent within Wang Chufeng surged like molten lava, threatening to break through the dam of his rationality. Yet he understood that he could not act at this moment. He forcefully suppressed the surging blood within him, his lowered face devoid of expression. Yet his fist concealed within his sleeve was clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned pale and the veins bulged. As the banquet concluded, the guests rose to their feet. Huarong, eager to depart, stood up to leave. However, Hualai called out to her, his tone brooking no refusal, insisting that Erhua escort her home. You young ones should have more opportunities to interact. Huarong immediately declined, casting a provocative glance at Wang Chufeng. There is no need, father. I have my guards to ensure my safety. Hualai, seemingly oblivious to her rejection, waved dismissively at Xiao Erhua, his tone indifferent. Erhua, escort the princess back to the palace. Xiao Erhua instantly donned a smile, responding cheerfully, yes, master. Princess, please. He gestured invitingly. Huarong, incensed, clenched her teeth in silence, but, constrained by Hualai's authority, could only huff coldly and turn away. Wang Chufeng followed suit quietly, with Xiao Erhua beaming as he trailed behind. The trio returned to the entrance of Yanling Palace in an oddly silent and tense atmosphere. Upon reaching the palace doors, Huarong was about to enter directly when Xiao Erhua suddenly halted, directing his gaze towards Wang Chufeng, who had lingered like a shadow. With a commanding tone, he instructed, you may withdraw for now. I have important matters to discuss privately with the princess. Wang Chufeng paused, hesitating to comply, and instead looked at Huarong. At that moment, Huarong appeared somewhat unwell, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, and her breathing seemed slightly more rapid than usual. Despite her efforts to maintain clarity, her eyes betrayed an undeniable hint of restlessness and weakness. Chapter 82. 3 days, 3 months. Just as Xiao Erhua's displeasure surfaced upon noticing Wang Chufeng's inaction, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Huarong, who had been seemingly enduring discomfort, suddenly made her move. Her delicate fingers darted like lightning before Xiao Erhua, creating an almost imperceptible ripple in space accompanied by an enchanting hue. Xiao Erhua's expression froze, his gaze turning vacant and bewildered, as if he had instantaneously plunged into an ethereal realm, standing motionless. Meanwhile, having executed this strike, Huarong appeared utterly drained of strength. Her body swaying slightly, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her complexion paling, and her breath becoming increasingly frantic. Wang Chufeng stepped forward instinctively to steady her unsteady shoulder, asking in a low voice, what is happening? What is wrong with you? Leaning against his arm, Huarong gasped for breath, raising her eyes filled with fury, humiliation, and a tinge of fear. She gritted her silver teeth, her voice quivering, I never expected such absurdity. Truly, my dear father, to resort to such despicable measures against his own flesh and blood for the sake of an outsider. What measures? Wang Chufeng's alarm bells rang within him. 3 days, 3 months. Huarong nearly spat out these words through clenched teeth, her blush deepening, leaving him uncertain whether it was the effect of the drug or her anger. 3 days, 3 months? Wang Chufeng furrowed his brow, although he was well read. He had never encountered the name of this particular drug. It was an exceedingly insidious and domineering aphrodisiac. The voice of Huarong was laced with indignation. The afflicted would experience periodic episodes every 3 days, each one more intense than the last. Each episode necessitated an antidote, otherwise, their meridians would reverse, leading to a fiery demise. Moreover, the effects of this drug would persist for a full 3 months. There was almost no remedy available. Upon hearing this, Wang Chufeng was momentarily stunned. Could there truly exist such a tyrannical and bizarre aphrodisiac in the world? An episode every 3 days for 3 months. It was as if lightning had struck his mind, and he suddenly thought of Lin Wanxiu. Huarong had so meticulously planned to keep her. Could it be that? His expression instantly darkened, and an icy aura enveloped him. Huarong seemed to sense his change in demeanor and, panting for breath, spoke with difficulty. Rest assured, your precious disciple is temporarily safe. After catching her breath, she continued, that old fool has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and is currently preparing to seclude himself to break through to a higher realm. He has kept Lin Wanxiu because he values her unique physique, intending to use her as the best alchemical furnace for his breakthrough. Therefore, before exploiting her, he will not harm her. Rather, he will protect her meticulously to avoid any mishaps. However, attempting to rescue her now is utterly impossible. That old fool will surely have people guarding her closely. The restrictions are numerous, and we can only seek another opportunity. Hearing that Lin Wanxiu was not in immediate danger of losing her virtue, Wang Chufeng's taut heartstrings relaxed somewhat. Just a moment ago, he had almost disregarded everything, even expending his hard-earned fortune points to forcibly elevate his realm to rescue her. Although higher fortune points would enhance cultivation and opportunities, It had been challenging to accumulate them. Nonetheless, had it come to that, he would not have hesitated. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent, and looked at Huarong, who was leaning against him. Her condition increasingly precarious. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What will you do?" Huarong raised her large, watery eyes and cast him a flirtatious glance. Her tone laced with a hint of temptation and self-mockery. "What can be done? The drug's effects have already begun." Wang Chufeng was taken aback. Could it be that they truly had to become the antidote for the next 3 months? Yet Huarong burst into a soft laugh, albeit with a hint of weakness and bitterness. "Just teasing you. Look how frightened you are." She straightened slightly, striving to control the turmoil within her by channeling her energy, and explained, "This drug is concocted using elemental fire as a catalyst, and to outsiders, it may indeed seem incurable. However, I grew up in an environment infused with elemental fire, and my unique constitution allows me, as long as I am undisturbed and can channel my energy fully, to temporarily suppress the drug's potency." She cast a glance at Xiao Yi, who stood frozen like a puppet, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes. "As for him, he is ensnared in my red lotus dream, currently immersed in what he desires most, a beautiful dream, and naturally, he will harbor no suspicions. The old relic has been absent from the realm of blazing flames for far too long, utterly oblivious to my clandestine mastery of profound illusions, rather than the fire-based offensive spells he had always anticipated." Upon hearing this, Wang Chufeng regarded the seemingly innocent yet cunning princess before him with newfound respect. Indeed, on the following day, Xiao Yi awakened from his illusion, feeling invigorated. Reflecting on the enchanting conversation and fruitful progress he had with the princess the previous night, he was filled with immense pride. His gaze towards the direction of the Flame's Spirit Palace brimmed with excitement as he departed in high spirits. Concealed within the palace, Wang Chufeng observed this scene through a narrow window, recalling the true circumstances of the previous night, in stark contrast to Xiao Yi's current exuberant demeanor. A sardonic smirk crept upon his lips, revealing a hint of cold mockery. Xiao Yi, basking in the fleeting warmth of his illusions, remained blissfully unaware of having been like a wooden puppet, lost in thought throughout the night. The roles of hunter and prey, it seemed, were poised to swiftly exchange. Wang Chufeng turned to the depths of the hall, where the fire-melting princess sat cross-legged, striving to suppress the effects of the elixir. Beads of sweat forming on her brow, his gaze deepened. A temporary alliance had been forged, and in the days to come, he would need to exercise greater patience and caution. The waters of the realm of blazing flames ran deeper than he had anticipated, yet he had stirred the depths. After a night of arduous and painful cultivation, the restless, fiery energy within the Flame's Spirit Palace gradually subsided. The fire-melting princess exhaled a long breath, tainted with embers, slowly opening her eyes. Her once brilliant ruby-like irises appeared somewhat dulled, her complexion pale, and her entire being drenched in sweat. The lavish palace attire clung tightly to her form, accentuating her petite, yet curvaceous silhouette, exuding an aura of extreme fatigue and weakness. However, she had finally managed to temporarily subdue the overwhelming potency of the elixir. She turned to Wang Chufeng, who had been silently standing guard like a stoic rock. Her voice hoarse yet steady. "I am temporarily unharmed." Wang Chufeng nodded and brought over 2 cushions, placing them in a relatively empty space within the hall. They sat across from one another, the atmosphere momentarily thick with tension. Both understood that they must expedite their discussion of countermeasures. After a brief silence, Wang Chufeng initiated the conversation, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable intent. "Princess, I require the essence of the goblin fire." He spoke candidly, his piercing gaze fixed upon fire melting. He had contemplated a more circuitous approach, yet time was of the essence. Rather than engaging in mutual suspicion and testing, it was far better to be forthright. In this moment, they would determine if they were allies or adversaries. Upon hearing his request, Fire Melting's pupils narrowed slightly, seemingly unfazed. She pondered for a moment, then lifted her gaze, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she regarded Wang Chufeng. "I am aware. The vast majority of external cultivators come here for it." She paused, her tone growing exceptionally grave. "I can assist you, and in truth, without my aid, your success is nearly impossible, but I have one condition. The essence of the goblin fire is the very foundation of my realm, the realm of fusion flame. The sound of the flames carries a weight of solemnity and responsibility that starkly contrasts with her usual playful and willful demeanor. Should you succeed in harnessing it, upon your departure from this realm, you must leave behind a portion of the pure essence of the fire, to allow the practitioners of this realm to continue their cultivation and maintain its balance. Otherwise, I would rather perish than allow it to be entirely taken away, severing the lifeline of my countless subjects." Wang Chufeng gazed at the princess before him, who seemed to have matured in an instant, and discerned the resolute determination in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. I accept your terms. I shall take only what is necessary and not engage in reckless exploitation. For him, the complete essence of the goblin fire was undoubtedly enticing. Yet the prospect of absorbing a substantial portion was sufficient to elevate the heavenly fire technique to new heights. Separating a fraction of the fire essence was not an unacceptable compromise, especially when it could secure a crucial ally. Fire Melt appeared to exhale in relief, her taut shoulders relaxing slightly. Then, with a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she articulated her second, astonishing demand. Secondly, I require your assistance in patricide. Even with Wang Chufeng's resolute spirit, this proclamation momentarily stunned him, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Setting aside the fact that his current cultivation was suppressed, and he had little chance of confronting Huoya head-on, the very request for patricide was appalling. A violation of fundamental moral principles. Observing Wang Chufeng's reaction, Fire Melt wore a bittersweet and desolate smile, her ruby-like eyes igniting with flames of vengeance. Do you find this incredulous? Do you deem it an act of treachery? Huh. He is no benevolent ruler or loving father. The rulers of my realm have, since time immemorial, been women. Huoya was merely a formidable general under my mother's command. Yet, driven by ambition, he covertly coveted the essence of power, employing insidious means to assassinate my mother and forcefully seize a portion of the source, thus usurping the throne. Although his cultivation surged as a result, he could never truly master the essence, often suffering backlash. This is why he has spent years seeking a solution. In the past, despite my hatred for his usurpation and my mother's death, I held a fragment of familial affection and was intimidated by his strength, never contemplating such drastic measures. However, this time, he resorted to the vile practice of using me as a bargaining chip to win over an outsider. He has not regarded me as his daughter, but as a mere tool for trade and power consolidation. Therefore, if this last vestige of blood ties is to be discarded, so be it. Wang Chufeng fell silent, realizing the depth of the underlying circumstances. Huoya's cruelty indeed surpassed all expectations. Yet he remained composed and inquired, even so, what makes you believe I possess the ability to kill him? My cultivation at the early stage of transformation is hardly a match for him. Upon hearing these words, Huorong's lips curled into a cold, knowing smile that seemed to see through everything. Do you believe that a person as extremely selfish as Huolai would make such a grand spectacle, even going so far as to coerce me into a marriage, merely to allow an outsider like Xiao Erhua to seize control of the essence of the earth fire? Wang Chufeng's gaze flickered, and he suddenly understood. What you imply is that his true intention is not to let Xiao Erhua take control, but rather to fatten him up only to eliminate him later. He seeks to consume Xiao Erhua after he has gained mastery over the essence, to facilitate his own breakthrough? Precisely, Huorong affirmed with a nod. The rules of this realm are peculiar, exerting a formidable suppression on all practitioners. Huolai's true power in the outside world has likely reached the mid-stage of void refinement, if not higher. Yet here, he is firmly constrained to the initial stage of God transformation, finding it exceedingly difficult to advance. Absorbing a vessel that fully controls the essence of earth fire, while having the advantage of being from the outside world to evade some of the rule's restrictions, is the swiftest path for him to transcend the limits of this realm and potentially gain complete mastery over the source of power. This is why he requires a disciple like Lin Wanxiu, with such a unique constitution, to supplement him during his moment of weakness post-absorption, ensuring stability and success. And at the moment when he successfully devours Xiao Erhua, when his powers are in tumultuous transition, both swollen and chaotic, that will be our singular opportunity. Huorong's eyes sparkled with a keen light. At that time, if you and I join forces, we might not be without hope. Wang Chufeng comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was a tremendous risk, yet it was also the only conceivable chance. Furthermore, he harbored a consideration that Huorong was unaware of. As the son of destiny, Xiao Erhua possessed an exceptionally resilient fate. Huolai's attempt to consume him might not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. There was a significant likelihood it could devolve into a scenario where both parties suffered, leaving him, the fisherman, to reap the benefits. Very well, I agree, Wang Chufeng declared solemnly, sealing their collaboration for mutual benefit. With their objectives clarified, the atmosphere between them lightened somewhat, establishing an alliance rooted in shared interests and goals. Subsequently, Huorong even deliberately concocted a pretext to create a scene before Huolai, demonstrating an authentic performance of a princess enraged, aggrieved, and rebellious due to being drugged and promised to an unappealing suitor. This further lulled Huolai and Xiao Erhua into a false sense of security, convincing them that their plan was advancing smoothly. Time slipped away quietly amidst the tense preparations and anxious waiting. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The effects of the medicine, akin to a festering sore, reared their head once more as anticipated. Coincidentally, Xiao Erhua came to visit, feigning concern and harboring unspoken expectations. Within the Yinling Hall, Rong struggled to suppress the renewed surge of heat and emptiness within him, his complexion flushed and breath unsteady. Yet he had to muster his spirit once more, preparing to cast the Red Lotus illusion dream on Xiao Erhua, attempting to draw him back into the realm of illusion. However, just as the enchanting light of the illusion flickered at his fingertips, poised to touch Xiao Erhua, an unforeseen change occurred. A sudden and exceedingly brief, yet intensely scorching aura erupted from Xiao Erhua. This essence far surpassed his usual capabilities, as if it had triggered some hidden life-saving trump card or passively activated a secret treasure. This momentary surge of energy granted him an ephemeral clarity of mind. Illusion. The haze in Xiao Erhua's eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a flicker of astonishment and lucidity. Meanwhile, Rong, expending all her strength to suppress the medicinal effects of the potion through illusion, found herself in an utterly vulnerable state. Reacting swiftly, in a fit of anger, Xiao Erhuo instinctively reached out and grasped Rong's delicate wrist with a fierce grip. The force was so great that Rong gasped in pain, causing the illusion to shatter instantly, and the suppressed potency of the Meidan within her surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Her legs buckled, and she could no longer support herself, toppling forward. The princess. At that moment, Xiao Erhuo felt a sense of confusion. Yet the warmth of soft jade in his embrace, combined with Rong's alarmingly high temperature and dazed gaze, sent his thoughts spiraling. Just as he was about to act on his burgeoning impulses, Wang Chufeng, who had been lurking like a shadow, sprang into action. Swift, precise, ruthless, a knife-hand strike, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck accurately at the nape of Xiao Erhuo's neck. The shock and lascivious grin on Xiao Erhuo's face froze instantaneously. His eyes rolled back, and without a sound, he collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. Yet, the crisis was not averted. With the last vestiges of rationality stripped away, the 3-day and 3-month potency within Rong spiraled completely out of control. Chapter 84. A desperate heart to save her, she let out a soft moan, devoid of reason, instinctively turning to pounce upon Wang Chufeng, who had just rendered Xiao Erhuo unconscious. Like an octopus, she clung to him tightly, the warmth of soft jade enveloping him, her feminine fragrance mingling with the fervent essence of fire enveloping him. Wang Chufeng's body stiffened abruptly. He was a normal man, and to claim he felt no reaction in such a moment would be false. Yet, his gaze swiftly regained clarity, suppressing the turmoil within. He attempted to pull Rong away. Princess, wake up. However, in her current state, Rong possessed incredible strength and had completely lost her reason, driven solely by her primal instincts, seeking solace and comfort. As they tugged at each other, their garments became disheveled, and the temperature in the hall seemed to rise dramatically. Wang Chufeng furrowed his brow, understanding that this could not continue. He glanced at Rong, who was in agony yet yearning, then at the unconscious Xiao Erhuo on the ground. Ultimately, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes, saving a life. Time passed, and the tumultuous energy within the hall gradually subsided. At midnight, Rong was the first to awaken, her senses returning. The heat and emptiness within her had faded, replaced by an indescribable sensation of weakness and fatigue. She abruptly realized what had transpired, her charming face instantly paling, only to be swiftly replaced by an intense flush of embarrassment and indignation. She sat up abruptly, hastily grabbing the scattered garments beside her to cover her body. Glancing at Wang Chufeng, who had also awakened and was silently arranging his robe, their eyes met, a moment of surprise passing between them, before they quickly averted their gazes. The air thick with acute awkwardness and a subtle tension. Rong opened her mouth, her voice dry, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Should she blame him? After all, it was she who had rashly thrown herself into the fray to neutralize the poison. Expressing gratitude? The circumstances rendered such sentiments difficult to articulate. Wang Chufeng, having tidied his robe, regained his composure, casting a glance at the still unconscious Xiao Erhu. He spoke in a low voice. We must address the immediate situation. His words jolted Rong back to reality. She suppressed the tumult of confusion and embarrassment within her. Taking a deep breath, and once more invoked the Red Lotus dream. She wove a delicate tapestry of dreams, indistinguishable from the previous one, implanting it into Xiao Erhu's mind to obscure the abrupt turn of events. Once this was accomplished, she hastily donned her clothes, her cheeks still aflame. Too shy to meet Wang Chufeng's gaze, her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. What happened today was an accident. Let it be forgotten, as if it had never occurred. Wang Chufeng nodded in silence, inscrutable expression gracing his features. Understood. Both understood tacitly, burying this unexpected incident deep within their hearts. For there were more pressing and perilous matters that demanded their attention. Their alliance had undergone a peculiar test, seemingly becoming more intricate and enigmatic. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yi awakened, rubbing his sore neck, a blissful grin spreading across his face, evidently relishing the experiences from the dreamscape, leaving the Yanling Palace with a sense of satisfaction. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Chufeng and Horong exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting nothing but a chilling intensity and latent hostility. In the following 2 days, Wang Chufeng compelled himself to regain his composure, utilizing the exceedingly pure essence of earth fire within the Yanling Palace for his cultivation. Under the operation of the burning heaven technique, a torrent of earth fire surged into his meridians like rivers flowing into the sea. It was swiftly refined, absorbed, and transformed into pure spiritual energy. However, during his cultivation, he discovered a rather peculiar phenomenon. The density and magnitude of the earth fire in this realm surpassed his imagination. Logically speaking, such an immense and ceaseless flow of fire spirit energy, having accumulated and settled over countless ages, should have given rise to a new, complete source of earth fire by now. Yet the reality was that this realm seemed to possess only a singular source. He recalled sensing the trace of earth fire emanating from Xiao Yi, unlike himself, who had thoroughly refined and absorbed the earth fire using the burning heaven technique. Xiao Yi appeared to have merely contained, or rather borrowed, a portion of the source's emitted fire energy. What if I were to fully utilize the burning heaven technique to devour and refine the fire energy of this realm? A bold idea began to take root in Wang Chufeng's mind. The heavenly incineration technique is exceedingly formidable, capable of refining myriad flames for one's own use. Should he unleash the power of devouring, with such efficiency, he might indeed extract and condense a strand of his own unique earth spirit flame essence from the core area, where the fire energy is most concentrated within this vast ocean of flames. At that moment, his strength would undoubtedly surge, granting him a greater assurance in facing the impending crises. With this thought, Wang Chufeng ceased to hesitate and promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling all his energy into the heavenly incineration technique. This time, he did not merely absorb and cultivate, but embarked on a nearly predatory consumption. The entire flame spirit palace, and even the broader region, seemed to respond to some unseen pull, as the earth spirit fire energy surged towards him, forming an invisible vortex. Wang Chufeng's body became akin to an insatiable abyss, greedily devouring this immense power. However, he soon encountered an issue. No matter how much fire energy he refined, he could not form a new essence like the imperial flame, and the earth spirit fire always left him with an overwhelming sense of chaos. As time passed, the 3rd day of the medicinal effects arrived. Wang Chufeng remained deeply engrossed in his cultivation, his aura ablaze and powerful due to the immense fire energy he had absorbed. At that moment, the door was thrust open with a resounding bang. Horong stumbled in, her face flushed like a ripe peach, her eyes shimmering with moisture, almost spilling over, breathing heavily as if she were a fish out of water. I have already ensnared Xiao Yi with illusions, but this time you must help me detoxify. Her voice trembled, barely able to stand. She leaned weakly against the door frame. Wang Chufeng awoke from his trance, and upon seeing her state, was momentarily taken aback. Did you not say you could forcibly suppress it with your technique and physique? Horong bit her lower lip, her cheeks so red they seemed ready to bleed, her voice barely a whisper, tinged with tears and profound embarrassment. No, perhaps last time, but now it's impossible. Her words were vague, but the meaning was unmistakable. Once that thin veil of restraint was torn, the willpower that could have barely held back the onslaught of the potent medicine was swept away like a breached dam, unable to withstand the overwhelming invasion. Wang Chufeng gazed at the petite and exquisite Horong, her entire being tinged with a rosy hue. Even the small hands clutching her garment had turned an adorable pink. Her lips parted slightly, casting seductive glances at him, filled with helpless pleading and allure. Inwardly, Wang Chufeng could not help but scoff. This thing is indeed peculiar. Where there is one, there must be another. In such a situation, how could one remain indifferent? Eager to assist, he took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within him wrought by his cultivation, and stepped forward. In the days that followed, Wang Chufeng's life seemed to enter a peculiar cycle. He fervently practiced the heavenly incineration technique, devouring and refining the earth's spirit fire energy, striving to condense a new embryonic fire seed, yet his strength advanced slowly. He always felt there was something strange about this earth spirit fire, though he could not quite articulate it. A tacit understanding lingers between Horong and the princess, characterized by a slightly awkward yet indispensable collaboration. By day, they maintain a courteous facade to appease the outside world. However, at night, when the effects of the potion take hold, he becomes the princess's exclusive antidote, their intimacy deepening. This peculiar relationship renders the atmosphere between them both complex and subtle, tinged with an indescribable awkwardness and the burgeoning sentiments neither dares to acknowledge. In the blink of an eye, a month swiftly passes. On this day, Huarong receives an urgent summons from Hualai, informing her of a distinguished guest's arrival at the palace, commanding her to meet immediately. After meticulously arranging her appearance, she takes along Wang Chufeng, still disguised as a guard, and proceeds to the main hall. Upon entering, Wang Chufeng is momentarily taken aback by the identity of the so-called esteemed guest, his eyes widening in astonishment and a barely perceptible admiration. Standing in the hall are several women, the foremost clad in silver armor, her stature tall, and her demeanor exuding a cool, aloof grace. She is none other than one of the guards from the Divine Maiden Palace, with whom he shared a fleeting encounter in the Ghost Mist Forest. The Divine Maiden Palace. How could they possibly be here? The figure of the veiled maiden in purple, her indifferent eyes reminiscent of a starry sky, flashes vividly in his mind. He finds himself once again in the presence of someone associated with that enchanting goddess. Wang Chufeng momentarily loses himself, reminiscing about the brief encounter in the Ghost Mist Forest and the goddess's unparalleled elegance. It is not until Huarong discreetly tugs at his sleeve that he jolts back to reality, immediately suppressing all emotions and bowing his head lower, though turmoil brews within. The voice of the silver-armored maiden echoes through the great hall. By the decree of the goddess, we have come to request a strand of the earth's spirit fire's essence. The goddess has reached a critical juncture in her cultivation and requires the world's extraordinary flames for her refinement. We hope that the Flame Emperor can assist us. Hualai, seated at the head, visibly flinches, a muscle twitching in his face, clearly pained by the request. Each strand of earth's spirit fire extracted represents a significant loss. However, the Divine Maiden Palace's formidable reputation and unfathomable power render him unable to offend them. He musters a strained smile. It is an honor to receive the esteemed emissaries of the Divine Maiden Palace. I deeply regret not welcoming you properly, since it is the goddess's need. I shall do my utmost to assist. Please allow me a moment to prepare, and I will personally escort you to the core of the realm to obtain the fire. After a brief interval, the group sets forth towards the heart of the Fusion Flame realm, its most sacred ground. Hualai, Xiao Yi, and the silver-armored maiden lead the way, with Huarong and Wang Chufeng trailing closely behind. As they approach the core, the fiery essence in the air grows increasingly formidable, as though every inch of space is ablaze with invisible flames. Upon finally reaching the colossal flame cavern, akin to the sun's core, Wang Chufeng is profoundly awestruck by the sight before him. What unfolds is an indescribable expanse of boundless brown flames. The fire does not remain still but roils and bellows in a chaotic dance. Its sheer volume far surpasses the combined total of the 9 Nether Inferno and the Imperial Flame he had refined previously. However, he soon discerned that the power and attributes of the Goblin Fire were evidently inferior to those of the 2 Celestial Fires, clearly not on the same echelon. Such a magnificent source of energy, it was no wonder it could sustain the operations of an entire realm. Hualai, suppressing the pain in his heart, began to cast a spell, laboriously extracting a small wisp of the primordial fire essence from the vast expanse of the brown fire sea, prepared to deliver it to the emissary of the Divine Maiden Palace. Yet, just as that wisp of primordial fire was on the verge of being drawn out, an unexpected change occurred. The entire heart of the realm's fire sea seemed to be enraged, erupting violently. Thunderous roars resonated as boundless waves of fire surged forth, akin to a terrifying storm of flames. An irresistible force of chaotic spatial tearing descended in an instant. Be cautious, Hualai cried out in alarm. Barely able to protect himself, the silver-armored maiden erupted in radiant silver light, attempting to resist the onslaught. Xiao Yi, pale with fear, stood frozen. Yet, in the face of such tremendous celestial power, individual strength appeared utterly insignificant. Wang Chufeng felt a colossal force strike him, and in an instant, the world spun wildly as he, along with Huarong, was abruptly engulfed by a suddenly gaping, bottomless vortex of flames. The startled cries of others faded into the distance, vanishing without a trace. After an indeterminate period, Wang Chufeng awoke amidst searing heat and pain. He found himself in an extraordinary realm entirely composed of brown flames. The sky was a swirling sea of fire clouds, the ground a solidified flame, and the air was saturated with the pure, yet ferocious essence of goblin fire. In the distance, Princess Huarong lay unconscious, her petite figure appearing particularly fragile in the boundless realm of flames. Wang Chufeng gently patted her, and she slowly regained consciousness, with both of them reflecting shock upon seeing each other's faces. After a brief discussion, they resolved to explore and seek an escape. Uncertain of how long they had walked, they suddenly sensed that the suffocating, boundless brown flames had given way to a cool, moist atmosphere wafting around them. They soon realized they were amidst a peculiar oasis. This place, in stark contrast to the desolate heat of the molten flame realm, featured a soft, vibrant green moss-covered ground. Surrounding them were extraordinary plants with thick, crystalline leaves that they had never encountered before, and even delicate flowers emitting a gentle glow. A faint, refreshing fragrance permeated the air, invigorating their senses. Where's this? Huorong's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment, her ruby-like pupils reflecting the vibrant scene, almost leading her to believe she was still in a dream. Wang Chufeng had also risen, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings, his consciousness meticulously probing, equally astonished. In the depths of the goblin fire realm's raging flames lay such a sanctuary brimming with life energy? It was unclear, but this place was truly extraordinary. Wang Chufeng spoke in a low voice. Be cautious. Let us venture deeper. With a blend of wariness and curiosity, the two of them proceeded along the winding path toward the heart of the oasis. The deeper they went, the more pronounced the vitality became. After an indeterminate duration of wandering, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. A crystal-clear pool appeared, its depths visible and inviting. This water was unlike any ordinary liquid. It emanated a gentle, milky luminescence, and the vibrant vitality it exuded seemed almost tangible, providing an overwhelming sense of comfort. Having traversed a path scorched by flames, despite the protective techniques surrounding her, Fire Rong was parched and exhausted, her throat dry and her body glistening with perspiration. Upon encountering the pristine waters, she could no longer restrain herself. She hurried forward, bent down, and cupped the water in her hands, greedily drinking several mouthfuls. The spring water was sweet and refreshing, flowing down her throat as a gentle energy coursed through her limbs, dispelling all heat and fatigue, eliciting a soft sigh of satisfaction from her lips. As she leaned to drink, her gown accentuated her alluring curves, and when she rose, droplets of crystal-clear water cascaded down her smooth jawline, landing on the delicate skin at her slightly open collar, highlighting her snow-white complexion. Her lips, moistened by the water, appeared luscious and inviting, while her ruby eyes, slightly narrowed in comfort, radiated innocence and allure amidst the swirling mist, resembling dew-kissed begonia blossoms. Exquisitely beautiful and beyond compare. Wang Chufeng stood behind her, absorbing this enchanting scene. In this perilous yet tranquil realm, confronted with such a sight, a surge of energy welled up within him. Suddenly, he stepped forward and grasped Fire Rong's slender wrist. What are you doing? Fire Rong exclaimed, startled and instinctively attempting to pull away. Meeting Wang Chufeng's gaze, now deep and fervent, her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Unconcerned with her protest, Wang Chufeng exerted a gentle force, drawing her delicate form into his embrace. Her startled gasp was stifled by the surrounding stillness of the life-giving pool. Her mind went blank, and she ultimately surrendered to her heart's desire. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Fire Rong lay upon Wang Chufeng's arm on the soft moss by the pool, her hair tousled, the flush on her cheeks still evident. She shot him a playful glare, half annoyed and half shy. What exactly is this? Observing her expression, a rare sense of contentment rose within Wang Chufeng, and he chuckled softly. Consider it an early antidote for you? You're insufferable. Fire Rong huffed, playfully punching his chest with her delicate fist. Just then, Wang Chufeng's demeanor suddenly shifted. His gaze sharpened as it fixed upon the depths of the pool. Wait, there seems to be something beneath the water, he remarked. Fire Rong, interrupted from her playful banter, followed his gaze, and, upon careful scrutiny, sensed an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally pure fluctuation emanating from the very center of the pool, one far surpassing any known source of earth elemental fire. They exchanged a glance, momentarily setting aside their previous frolic and mischief. Wang Chufeng grasped Fire Rong's hand. Let us dive down and take a look. With a splash, they plunged into the pool. The spring water was not only rich in vitality, but as they descended further, they felt a gentle buoyancy, offering minimal resistance. After descending approximately several dozen fathoms, they were astonished to discover a vacuum area at the bottom of the pool, upheld by an invisible force. Stepping into this ethereal space, they found themselves on a moist, jade-like ground. At the very center of this realm, a diminutive flame, resembling a lotus bud and no larger than a thumb, was quietly suspended in midair. It emanated a warm and pure milky white hue, distinct from the surrounding brown. Despite its small size, the energy it radiated was as vast as the ocean, boundless and profound. It embodied the most primordial essence of life and creative power, gentle yet supremely exalted, evoking an irresistible urge to revere. Upon recognizing this entity, Huorong's eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her mouth, exclaiming in astonishment. Could it be that this legend is indeed true? Wang Chufeng, intrigued, quickly inquired, what legend? Huorong, struggling to suppress her awe, explained with excitement and reverence. This is a secret my mother whispered to me before her passing, a truth passed down through generations of rulers. According to the legend, the fire we perceive, which supports the realm of Rongyan, is not the true source of fire. It is known as the earth spirit fire, merely a derivative of the genuine earth goblin fire. It lies between the extraordinary heavenly fire and ordinary spiritual fire, immensely powerful, yet lacking in a fraction of its original divine essence. She gestured towards the milky flame, and this is the true source of the earth goblin fire. It is the purest condensation of the earth's vital essence. This is the authentic embodiment of the earth goblin fire. Wang Chufeng, enlightened by her words, exclaimed, "Now it makes sense. No wonder I always felt that the earth goblin fire from the outside, despite its terrifying magnitude, seemed inferior in power and quality compared to the other extraordinary fires I possess. It is merely a derivative." Gazing intently at the flame, his eyes sparkled with fervor. "If that is the case, the opportunity lies before me. How can I let it slip away? I shall refine it now." Huarong, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "Refine it? Have you lost your mind? I have heard of those who wield the source of extraordinary fire, but I have never seen anyone who could refine it." "No worries," Wang Chufeng asserted firmly, brimming with confidence. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative position, calming his mind, and commenced the heavenly conflagration technique, cautiously extending a wisp of his consciousness and spiritual power towards the milky flame. The process of refinement proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. The life source power contained within the earth goblin fire was overwhelmingly pure and vast. Each attempt to guide and absorb it felt akin to moving mountains and filling seas. Wang Chufeng's meridians trembled violently. A milky light seemed to flow beneath his skin, and veins on his forehead bulged, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Yet he steadfastly maintained clarity of mind, relying on his formidable willpower and the intricacies of the heavenly conflagration technique to gradually consume and merge with the essence. Huarong watched anxiously from the side, hardly daring to breathe, her beautiful eyes filled with both concern and anticipation. An entire day and night passed. When Wang Chufeng finally absorbed the last vestige of the milky white flame into his dantian, merging it completely with his primordial spirit, he abruptly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of milky radiance shimmering within. A surge of power, far more formidable and profound than before, erupted from within him, imbued with a gentle, life-sustaining warmth. Ding! Successfully seized the opportunity of the earth spirit fire from Xiao Yi, gaining 400 fortune points. Current fortune points, 2,390 points. As the system's notification resonated, his cultivation effortlessly shattered barriers, leaping from the initial stage of transformation to the zenith of the mid-stage. Under the constraints of the realm's rules, this manifested as the pinnacle of the mid-stage primordial spirit. Yet, before he could fully savor the exhilaration of this breakthrough and the profundity of the earth spirit fire, the medicinal potency within Huarong, having accumulated for 3 days and 3 months, erupted like a volcano. Her eyes instantly became glistening and dreamy, her body languidly leaning towards Wang Chufeng, her feverish cheek pressing against him. Recently having undergone a breakthrough, his physical condition was at its peak, brimming with vitality, making it the ideal moment to rescue her from peril. Without regard for the surrounding circumstances, he swiftly embraced her, administering aid once more. It was not until the potency of the fire medicine receded, leaving her panting and weak in his arms, that they gradually separated. After a brief respite, they began to seek an exit. Utilizing his newfound sensitivity to life energy, derived from the recently refined earth heart flame, Wang Chufeng promptly discovered a concealed waterway behind an unremarkable jade stone wall at the bottom of the pool. This waterway seemed to lead to a distant place. As they traversed it, they felt as though an eternity had passed before finally surfacing. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves back in the warm spring pool behind the Yinling Palace, which was used for bathing. It turned out that this mysterious life-giving pool was connected to the princess's bathing chamber. Perhaps this was the enduring secret preserved by successive rulers. Clambering out of the spring, drenched and exchanging glances, they felt as though they had traversed through time. The hall remained tranquil, as if they had merely stepped away for a brief moment, unnoticed by anyone. Despite having undergone such a thrilling adventure and breakthrough, Wang Chufeng, sensing the surging power within him and the newly birthed milky flame, allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. Chapter 87. Antidote requires initiative. The news of their safe return swiftly reached Hualai and Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi's countenance was exceptionally grim, dark enough to seemingly drip with malice. Both Hualai and Xiao Yi shared an unspoken understanding regarding the poison that plagued Huarong. With Wang Chufeng and Huarong missing for several days, the events that transpired during that time were all too clear to him. A storm of rage and jealousy, born from a sense of possessiveness, raged within him. Hualai observed his reaction, suppressing a cold snort within, while maintaining a composed facade. He patted Xiao Yi's shoulder, his tone low yet imbued with both reassurance and admonition. "Yi, those who achieve great things do not dwell on trifles. A few imperfections need not weigh heavily on your mind. You must exercise greater forbearance towards Murong Xue. The greater good is paramount. Xiao Yi's chest heaved violently for a moment as he forcefully suppressed the surging fury within him. A twisted, laborious smile contorted his face. Yet his tone conveyed an unexpected magnanimity. Master, rest assured, your disciple understands. Since Princess Murong Xue is now under my care, regardless of past events, I shall ensure she is treated well henceforth. However, the hand concealed within his sleeve was already clenched to the point of whiteness at the knuckles. Your ability to think this way brings me great comfort, replied Xiao Yi, nodding with satisfaction. Come, let us visit Murong Xue, so you may find peace of mind. The two, each harboring their own ulterior motives, made their way to the Flame Spirit Palace. Inside the palace, Murong had already sensed their approach, yet she feigned silence. Languidly reclining on a soft couch and toying with a strand of hair, Xiao Yi brazenly pushed the door open, his voice booming with an undeniable paternal concern. Murong Xue, your father has brought erasure to see you. Your absence these past few days has caused me great distress. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept through the chamber, swiftly locking onto Wang Chufeng, who stood in the corner with his head bowed, his aura seemingly more obscure and restrained than before. The eyes of Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yi clashed in the air. No words were exchanged, yet it felt as if invisible blades were clashing. The murderous intent and hatred in Xiao Yi's gaze solidified into something tangible, while Wang Chufeng's expression remained tranquil and inscrutable, as deep as a frigid pool. Yet beneath its surface lay an even colder disdain and contempt. This moment of confrontation, rife with unabashed hostility, could not escape Xiao Yi's notice. A flash of fierce intensity crossed his eyes, and a murderous intent surged within him. This enigmatic attendant must not remain, to avoid jeopardizing his grand ambitions. Without warning, he struck, his dry hand moving with the speed of lightning, aimed directly at Wang Chufeng's heart. The oppressive force of the transformation stage erupted violently, intent on exterminating this bothersome insect in a single blow. Dare you! At this critical juncture, Murong sprang into action. Her figure flashed forward in an instant, unhesitatingly spreading her arms wide to shield Wang Chufeng, tilting her head defiantly to confront Xiao Yi's lethal grasp. Xiao Yi's palm halted a mere 3 inches from Murong's face, the force of his strike sending her hair fluttering. His facial muscles twitched, his eyes filled with incredulous rage. Rebellious daughter, do you dare defy your father? Murong stood her ground resolutely, her ruby-like eyes ablaze with icy fire. A mocking curve gracing her lips. What of it? Dearest father, you may use your daughter as a pawn for your grand endeavors, even resorting to drugging her to hand her over to others. Yet I cannot possess my own thoughts, nor protect those I wish to safeguard. Her words pierced through Xiao Yi's hypocritical facade like a sharp blade. His entire being quaked with fury, the flow of his spiritual energy momentarily disrupted. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Yi's ashen face, he suppressed his wrath. At this moment, he could not afford to let Xiao Yi harbor any doubts. It would be detrimental to his plans. At the moment when the atmosphere was taut and almost on the verge of breaking, Xiao Yi suddenly stepped forward, blocking Xiao Yi's path. He struggled to maintain an expression of sorrow and understanding, speaking with a heavy tone. Master, let it be. This matter is not the fault of Princess Murong. Since the princess is unharmed, and it seems she is somewhat inconvenienced, I shall take my leave. His apparent magnanimity masked a strategic retreat, subtly highlighting his grievances and maturity, while directing all blame towards Wang Chufeng. Xiao Yi huffed heavily, casting a fierce glare at Wang Chufeng, as if to say he was fortunate to escape. With a swift flick of his sleeve, filled with unexpressed wrath, he turned and departed alongside Xiao Yi. The heavy palace doors closed behind them, severing the connection to the outside world. Only then did Murong's taut body slightly relax. As she exhaled a long sigh, her back already dampened by cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, she had truly sensed her father's murderous intent. Observing her desperate demeanor, Wang Chufeng couldn't help but smile with a hint of amusement, stepping closer and gently brushing his fingers across her slightly pale cheek. Who would have thought, Princess Murong, that you would be so concerned about the life and death of a mere guard? The warmth of his touch jolted Murong back to reality. Her cheeks instantly flushed with 2 bright shades of red. Startled, she swatted his hand away as if burned, forcing herself to appear composed as she turned her head. Her tone stiffly retorting, how self-important. Who cares about you? I fear if you die, no one will assist me. Oh, assist you? Wang Chufeng deliberately elongated his tone, his eyes sparkling with mischief. What could I possibly help the esteemed princess with? He leaned in closer, his breath nearly brushing against her ear. Feeling his heated breath and the playful undertones in his words, Murong's heart raced, her ears burning, yet she refused to concede. You know very well. Of course, you must help me break free from control and reclaim what I rightfully deserve. What do you think it is? Haha. Wang Chufeng could no longer contain his laughter, suddenly extending his arm to wrap around Huorong's slender waist, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Ah! Huorong gasped, unexpectedly falling against his solid chest, her large, watery eyes glaring at him in a pretense of ferocity. Unfortunately, the redness of her cheeks and the flicker in her gaze lacked any intimidation. What are you doing? Wang Chufeng looked down at her, his gaze intense, laced with both jest and an undeniable authority. Of course, I am here to assist the noble princess in detoxification. Huorong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, wasn't that just done not long ago? There are still 3 days until the deadline. Who said detoxification must wait for the onset? Wang Chufeng raised an eyebrow, confidently asserting, I believe that in matters of detoxification, proactivity is paramount, preventing problems before they arise. Before his words could fully settle, he swept Huorong off her feet, carrying her toward the inner chamber's bed. Huorong struggled slightly in his arms, lightly punching his shoulder, her voice a mix of embarrassment and urgency, yet tinged with an unrecognized hint of playful reproach. You scoundrel. Is it really acceptable to behave this way? Wang Chufeng gently laid her upon the soft brocade quilt, leaning closer to her ear, his deep voice laced with seduction. Of course, Your Highness, why not test its efficacy for yourself? With that, he preempted any retort she might have had. Chapter 88 commenced. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wang Chufeng gradually awakened, instinctively reaching out beside him, only to find emptiness. He opened his eyes to discover that no one was at his side. Rising to his feet, he beheld Huorong, already dressed, quietly seated before the vanity, a jade comb in her hand, though her mind seemed elsewhere. She stared into the mirror, lost in thought, her radiant yet complex visage reflecting back at her. Wang Chufeng silently approached and gently took the jade comb from her grasp. Huorong caught sight of him in the mirror, her body momentarily stiffening. Yet she offered no resistance, simply lowering her eyelids in silence. Wang Chufeng tenderly combed through her flowing hair, reminiscent of a cascade of flames. In that moment, the only sound filling the chamber was the subtle swish of the comb gliding through her locks, creating an atmosphere both tranquil and delicate. After a considerable pause, Huorong suddenly spoke softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible mix of confusion and hope. What do you think we are, really? The slightest hesitation crept into Wang Chufeng's movements. Through the mirror, he noticed her flicker of uncertainty, and the faint glimmer of light in her eyes quickly dimmed. She promptly forced a smile, seemingly sweet yet fraught with disappointment, and interjected before he could respond. Never mind. We are simply good allies, right? She emphasized the word allies, as if attempting to convince herself. Wang Chufeng observed her forced cheerfulness in the mirror, a twinge of emotion stirring within him, yet ultimately, he said nothing more, continuing his gentle ministrations and offering a soft hum of acknowledgement. Once her grooming was complete, Huorong stood up, striving to regain her composure, restoring the familiar demeanor of the spoiled princess, although a hint of melancholy lingered in her gaze. Let us go. Today I shall take you to find your precious disciple. However, I am uncertain if that old coot will permit me to see her. At the mention of Lin Wanxiu, Wang Chufeng's expression turned serious, his gaze sharpening. Very well. The two arrived outside the palace where Lin Wanxiu was held under house arrest, only to be met by a formidable line of guards. Your Highness, please halt. His Majesty has decreed that no one may approach Miss Lin, the leader of the guards stated with a stoic expression and a firm tone. Huorong's brows furrowed in defiance as she summoned her princely authority. Preposterous. Even I cannot enter? Stand aside. Yet, no matter how she threatened or pressured, the guards remained steadfast, unwavering in their response to the royal edict. Wang Chufeng also noted the stringent restrictions in place. Should they attempt to force their way in, Huolai would undoubtedly be alerted immediately. With no other recourse, Huorong, filled with ire, led Wang Chufeng in search of Huolai. Father, I have been feeling quite troubled of late, and I wish to take a stroll to clear my mind. In the palace, feeling isolated and devoid of companionship, I would rather have Lin Wanxiu accompany me for a leisurely stroll. Huorong directly expressed her desire. Huolai, engrossed in reviewing documents, coldly dismissed her without lifting his gaze. No, we shall discuss this again in a few days. Why not? Huorong pressed. There is no reason. Huolai abruptly raised his head, his gaze icy and piercing, exuding an undeniable authority. Do not meddle. For the next few days, you are to remain obediently within the palace. You are forbidden to go anywhere. Starting tomorrow, without my command, you shall not step beyond the palace gates. With that, he offered no opportunity for further argument, sweeping his sleeve in dismissal. At that moment, four composed and evidently elite guards entered the hall. Watch over the princess. Without my orders, she is not to leave the confines of her quarters. Huorong, her face flushed with indignation, was poised to argue but was subtly restrained by Wang Chufeng, who cast her a calming glance. Suppressing her fury, She shot Huolai a defiant glare before reluctantly turning away with Wang Chufeng. Upon returning to Yinling Hall and dismissing her attendants, Huorong eagerly inquired, "Why did you not allow me to continue speaking earlier?" Wang Chufeng, his expression serene, yet his eyes sharp as a blade, replied slowly, "Because he is feeling insecure. The more he fortifies his defenses, the more it signifies that the moment is drawing near. If I am not mistaken, Huolai is poised to strike against Xiao Yi within these few days." At his words, Huorong's expression turned grave, all romantic notions swept away by the impending storm. Since the day of her de facto confinement, the atmosphere within Yinling Hall had become somber. Both Huorong and Wang Chufeng were acutely aware that a great battle was imminent, apart from the essential moments dedicated to detoxification. All their efforts were devoted to fervent cultivation. Wang Chufeng perused numerous fire-related tomes preserved in the Earth Fire Palace. Among them, a particular text titled Merging Fire Technique captivated him greatly. This technique did not genuinely merge different sources of fire, but rather ingeniously combined the powers of various flames momentarily, unleashing a force far exceeding that of a singular flame, emphasizing control and balance. This inspired Wang Chufeng with a fresh perspective, possessing the heavenly burning art. His mastery over all flames was already extraordinary. Perhaps he could draw upon the concept of layering from the merging fire technique. He contemplated the audacious idea of forcibly fusing three drastically different extraordinary flames: the Emperor Flame, the Nine Nether Inferno, and the newly acquired Earth Spirit Fire. This notion was exceedingly bold, bordering on madness. The conflicting attributes of these unique flames, each with its own essence, posed a perilous risk. A miscalculation could lead to self-immolation and catastrophic demise. Yet Wang Chufeng understood that if he could indeed succeed, the resultant novel flame would wield astonishing power, becoming his most formidable trump card. In the days that followed, aside from consolidating his cultivation at the mid-stage of the divine transformation, akin to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, most of his focus was absorbed in the analysis and experimentation with the three extraordinary flames. Deep within the depths of the Flame's Spirit Palace, he established a tranquil chamber, where radiant golden light occasionally blazed fiercely, yielding to chilling azure hues, and then to a soft, milky warmth. These three colors shimmered and alternated, as he endeavored to discover that delicate equilibrium. Yet, the fusion of the extraordinary flames proved far more arduous than anticipated. Countless attempts culminated in merely a precarious amalgamation of the three flames' powers, resulting in a highly unstable, bizarrely colored tricolor fireball. Essentially, it remained a simple confluence of the three flames, failing to engender a transformative change, unable to be sustained for long, and demanding an immense toll on his spirit. Wang Chufeng dissipated the restless tricolor fireball from his hands, exhaling a gentle sigh. Yet, his eyes held no trace of discouragement. At least the theory was viable, merely requiring further accumulation and opportune moments. Time slipped away quietly amidst this tense preparation. Then, one day, half a month later, just as Wang Chufeng concluded yet another unsuccessful fusion attempt, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire realm of molten flames quaked violently, as if a colossal hand had grasped and then released the very core of the Earth's veins. The palace trembled, vessels shattered upon the ground, and the air, thick with the essence of fire spirit, surged into a frenzied tempest, boiling like water in a cauldron. Wang Chufeng and the fire melter were abruptly roused from their meditative states, their gazes locking in a moment of shared revelation. It has begun. The fierce flames had finally made their move against the second flame of Xiao